Just after my elder brother left, I had an undeserved urge for my vegetable sister-in-law. At first I only dared to pull on her little hand. Seeing that no one noticed, I got more and more unrestrained in my hugging and kissing. Did everything I could except the last step, which I didn't do. I can't massage for more than 5 minutes at a time. I also like to massage my big brother's sister, and strangely enough, she would become flushed and sweaty, causing me to look at her and not be able to control my instinctive reaction. But doing these things is not really my intention. The blame lies in the fact that a few days ago I dressed up as the fictional Dragon King's little brother, also awakened a system of villainous behavior, whenever it wreaks havoc on the protagonist's relationships, career, etc., or have thoughts that are disobedient to the protagonist, you get a villain value that. It is only by drawing again with the villain value, and thus enhancing your own skills, that you will be able to survive. Thus, after gaining 666 villain points by massaging Yiro, I immediately conducted a silver level draw, congratulating the host on obtaining the Massage Master skill. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel secretly happy that this skill was just right to try on Yiro. And with the sudden change in my technique, Yiro, who was originally fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise from her mouth. Host detected to have villainous behavior towards the female host, rewarded with 666 points of villainous value. I can't help but be a little surprised at how much was given this time, but soon I realized that the problem was with Yiro. At this moment, her earlobes and neck were so red that they were about to drip blood, and even her slender water snake waist couldn't help but tremble. In fact, Yiro wanted to open her mouth to call a halt, and I was afraid that once the hand covering my mouth was removed, something even more embarrassing would happen. So, the scene was a bit stagnant for a while, and as she was about to hold back her screams, my cell phone suddenly rang. But I didn't dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction at all, simply because the one who called the video was the Dragon King, Yi-Han. So, I immediately picked up the video and respectfully shouted, "Brother Han, GE, I have to go to a foreign country for some business today. Take good care of them for me." This them refers to my group of sister-in-laws. But even if Yi-Han doesn't say anything, I'll take good care of my sister-in-laws because this is a great opportunity to gain villain value. And when Yi-Han saw that I agreed, she changed her mind again, hoping that I could keep an eye on her sister, Yiro, because this little girl's been running to the bar with some yellowhead lately. At those words, I looked at the young girl beside me and revealed a sinister bad smile. At the same time, the hand on her waist suddenly exerted itself and Yiro instantly widened her eyes, but her hand still covered her mouth in death, not daring to make a single sound. Detected the host's bold chow thief behavior, rewarding 666 points of villain value, ignoring Yiro's gaze that wanted to eat people. I replied, "Don't worry boss, your sister is my sister, I'll definitely keep an eye on her." And just as I hung up the phone, I was jumped right on by Yiro, who straddled me and said with a smug look on her face that, "Call me auntie and I'll let you go." But I didn't have the heart to play with her at all anymore, because the pain and pleasure were just about to tear me apart. Forced to endure between, my face also cannot help but red through. "Egu, you're still blushing, didn't you just play a hooligan?" With that, she even raised her hand and patted my face, but suddenly her smile became stiff, obviously sensing some change. In the next instant, she jumped up, blushing, and, "Forget it. I'm not messing with you. I'm going to the bar with my friends." After taking a few steps in shame and anger, as if she remembered something, she suddenly turned back again and said warningly, "Go less to Sister Qingfeng's room." I didn't care about that because I got another 666 villain points from her, and one more time and I'll be able to do the gold draw. I can't help but get excited when I think about it, because in the world of fiction, the male lead is the sky, and as the right-hand man of the male lead, I'm always the first to be seriously injured every time something happens to the male lead. I'm also the first to get yelled at every time someone comes up and messes with the male lead. Most of all, whenever a woman appears in a novel, whether she is good-looking or not, she is gullible enough to trust the male lead. Even Yiro isn't Yi-Han's real sister, and I've had enough of this humiliation for a long time. So after Yiro left, I thought of the planted sister-in-law upstairs and prepared to get some villain value from her as well. Pushing open the door to the dimly lit room, a scent reached the tip of his nose and I slowly walked up and saw a cool-looking woman with an unusually voluptuous figure lying on the bed. I looked at Lu Qingxian's appearance and couldn't help but sigh for her. How could she bury her life for a philandering male lead? But sorry as I was, I went up and took her little hand, and it was cold in the hand, and smooth to the touch, and, at the same time, the system prompted to reward 50 points of villain value, so I looked at her even more clumsily, but I didn't touch any other part of her, because I knew that even though she was unconscious now, she was able to hear the sounds around her. So, I went to the door, opened it, pretended to say something like a phone call, and, "Boss, this is no good. Sister-in-law Qingfeng became a vegetable for you." At this point, I paused for a few seconds before continuing. Then I usually pay more attention to Fei Rant's sister-in-law's side, but I'll still continue to protect Greenfrost's sister-in-law. Detected that the host has strayed from the male and female host's relationship, rewarded with 660 points of villain value, and is currently eligible for a gold level draw. Seeing this, I said, I can do it, and then moved to redeem the golden treasure chest. With a flash of white light, a book called Inspiration Skill Mastery instantly fused with me. The moves inside were all moves that Yihan had never taught before, and some were even more powerful than what Yihan knew. I didn't realize that my sister-in-law was doing this and offering herself villainous values. Looking at Lu Qingshan's red lips, I inexplicably felt my lips dry up, and my footsteps were even more uncontrollably close to her. Seeing that the good thing is about to succeed, another unlucky ringtone suddenly rang. I walked out in no good mood, and connected the phone. I heard Yiro on the other side of the phone issued a shy voice. "GE, I'm in Kyoto 6024. Can you come over? My face feels so hot and my head is spinning." When I heard her describe it that way, I knew I couldn't delay, so I dropped the phone and sped along. Halfway there, he also gave Yiro's bodyguard, Flower Butterfly, a number of phone calls, but none of them were answered. Accompanied by the snatched cricket car speeding all the way to the red light, I arrived at the door of the box in only 5 minutes, then put down the quality, and with one foot cracked open the door, I saw 3 or 5 big men gathered inside, and was standing respectfully beside an aristocratic man. "You who did I think it was? You're not the boyfriends of those chicks in there, are you?" I ignored their ridicule, because just as I entered the door, I could smell some kind of medicine in the room, and it was obvious that Jiro had indeed been trapped. So, I casually locked the door behind me, my cold eyes staring straight across the room at the aristocratic man, who, still in a haughty manner, reached down and drew a fruit knife from his pants, waving it around casually. "Kid, today I'll show you what it means to be a master." And as soon as his words fell, I rushed to him like lightning, instantly snatched his fruit knife off, and then backhanded through his abdomen. Everyone looked at me wide-eyed, their eyes filled with unbelievable fear. It was only when the nobleman's blood stained his clothes red that someone reacted and shouted in a trembling voice, "Murder." "Don't talk nonsense," he jumped on the knife himself, "while he's still breathing. Hurry up and take your master to the hospital, or don't blame me if he dies." When I finished speaking, I ignored the fleeing crowd, instead striding towards the inner compartment. But soon, my breathing became ragged, only to see that not only Yiro was sitting on the sofa blushing, but even the trained Flower Butterfly was leaning against the door, her eyes mesmerized. At this time, Yiro, who saw that it was me, was as if she had found a haven, and immediately stumbled towards me. Seeing this, I hurriedly reached out to assist, but because her fall was too fast, my hand unexpectedly just landed on top of that big soft breast. In order to prevent myself from making a mistake and being beaten by Yihan, I could only sternly reprimand, "Be honest and don't move." When I finished, I gave another resigned look at the Flower Butterfly sitting on the ground. As a cold female killer in the novel, she naturally can't escape the orders of Yihan, who likes the protagonist. Seeing the two heavenly destined heroines at my mouth but not being able to eat them, the bitterness in my heart was as continuous as a torrential river. It's really that this Flower Butterfly is too loyal. I'm afraid that if I just have the mind of a chow thief, the next second she'll stab her in the back to Yihan, unless I use some bad methods. With that thought in mind, I shouldered the two women and headed out the door, followed by an elevator ride, threw them into the back of the car, and then they drove back to the villa. First I threw Yiro into his room and called the private doctor for him. Only after that did he set his eyes on the Flower Butterfly. At this point, he sat limply on the couch. I walked up with a slight raised eyebrow and nonchalantly wrapped my arms around her waist. The next second, she tinkled uncontrollably, but immediately knocked my hand away when she came back to her senses. "What are you going to do?" I was in no hurry about this, but instead, while admiring the woman's role, sneered that. "What? Afraid the boss will know you didn't protect ye? Or are you afraid he'll reprimand you for not doing your job properly?" Although being guessed by me made her a little ashamed, she couldn't even stay awake under the effect of the medicine. Seeing this, I reached out and stroked her face. "You don't want the boss to know you're not doing your job right, do you?" Once this was said, she really stopped resisting me and followed me obediently into the room. When I had closed the door to my room behind me, I smiled evilly and said, "There are two options for you to get rid of the poison. One is to have a private doctor detoxify you, and the other is for me to do it for you." At those words, the Flower Butterfly couldn't help but fall into an internal struggle. Even the expression of disappointment that appeared on Yihan's face after he knew he was useless came to mind. So soon I perceived the hostile signs of the butterfly's revolt, and a thin, imperceptible murmur. "Then you will help me." At those words, the corners of my mouth couldn't suppress the upturn any longer, but my body collapsed in front of me. 666 words have been omitted. The next morning, both Flower Butterfly and I were awakened by a knock on the door, while the warm voice of "Brother Aki, breakfast is ready, you need to get up and eat some." She was the nanny that Yihan had hired specifically for Lu Qingshan, a college student who was close to graduation. And that's when Butterfly reacted, dodging out of bed and getting dressed in one fell swoop. I was upset that she was interrupting my dreams, but I managed to find an excuse. Then turning his head, he realized that the figure of the flower and butterfly had disappeared and, at the same time, the system beep came, "Congratulations to the host for taking down the Divine Fate heroine, rewarding the villain value of 60,000, and currently allowing for 6 supreme level draws." Seeing this, my eyes lit up. No more draws, just pokies. So, I took 6 supreme chests directly. In the next moment, I was nearly blinded by all sorts of powerful divine techniques. But did not wait for me to check carefully. Suddenly the door of the room was violently pushed open. Before I could react, a soft delicate body jumped in my arms. The fresh fragrance of a young girl poured out of my nose, crying and laughing, looking at the little witch in his arms. What's going on? This early in the morning, Yizua did not avoid hugging my waist at all, her eyes shining brightly as she looked up at me. "Brother Chi-E, thank you for saving me yesterday, now you're my god." A flustered flower butterfly followed with a nervous face. And after looking at the sheets I'd already changed down, she breathed a sharp sigh of relief. However, at the sight of the young girl in my arms pursing her lips slightly, it was surprising that I would feel a little depressed in my heart. I rubbed Yi Rubbing's head in amusement, which is not so exaggerated. Besides, these are my part, taking care of you was originally what I should do. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro's eyes dripped around. Then since you said so, I will not be polite in the future. Being pestered by Yi Ro, I am also embarrassed to continue to stay in bed, and have been held by Yi Ro's arm. The villain value has been rising, but after a total of 500 points of villain value, it didn't move, which made me feel more or less some pity. It seems that there is still a certain limit. When I was dragged out to eat breakfast by Yi Ro, I incidentally sneaked the flower lipstick that I had just won from the raffle to Flower Butterfly. After all, it was also her first time, and I was indeed a bit rough myself yesterday. Flower Butterfly froze for a moment, and when she looked up, I was already being pulled away by Yi Ro. Looking at the exquisite little gift in her hand, the flower butterfly's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, and she couldn't help but froze a little. Accustomed to a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife, this was the first time someone had taken the initiative to care about her. Suddenly, a trace of a strange emotion surged in the heart of the flower butterfly. After eating, although Yi Ro was very upset, she still went out to go to class. Even though it was summer vacation, Yihan still arranged a bunch of classes for her. I waved my hand at the sobbing Yi Ro as I thought about how I had to hurry up and try out those skills that I had drawn out. I walked back to the villa, did not turn on the lights, all the way into the dark into the room of Lu Qingshan, big hands holding Lu Qingshan's tender waist, directly to Lu Qingshan to a whole set of massage. Ding ding, the host has been detected to have acted in a villainous manner towards the Divine Fate heroine, rewarding 50 points of villainous value. My eyes flickered. I didn't think that Lu Qingfeng's feedback would be unusually good. The points came to 9,580 points. The system once again warmly prompted me, but at the moment I didn't want to directly use up the villain value, so I didn't draw any prizes. Just as I wanted to continue, I suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from behind me. My heart tightened and I dashed out of Lu Qingfeng's room. And just where I didn't notice, originally lying motionless on the bed, Lu Qingxiang's face was surprisingly flushed, and even her breathing was much more rapid. I closed the door smoothly, just in time to see the flower butterfly walked up from downstairs. The two of them looked at each other, and fell silent at the same time. The thinner-skinned flower butterfly was the first to avert her gaze. "Why did you come out of Sister Green Frost's room?" I didn't answer flower butterfly's question head-on, but stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her thin waist. "What, are you jealous?" Butterfly's body suddenly stiffened, looking at me close at hand. Her pupils trembled slightly. "Don't talk nonsense, who misses you?" she subconsciously retorted, not realizing that her red face was extra cute as she anxiously explained. I laughed softly a few times and wrapped my arms around her waist, turning around and pinning her against the wall, while Butterfly held my hand away from me and turned to go. I gave a big push and the butterfly fell straight into my arms. "Want to go? Let me check and see." At the moment she was angry and fierce in my arms, and she subconsciously struggled a few times. Although the two had the same training, there was after all a difference in strength between men and women. So even though she struggled hard a few times, my hand around her still didn't move. Butterfly's mind went blank for a moment at the moment, and she subconsciously raised her head and looked at me with some consternation, blankly inquiring, "What do you want to check?" In the next second, she then instantly reacted to something, and her delicate little face instantly turned red as if it was dripping blood. "You rascal, let go of me. After all, this is Lu Qingshuang's home, which is also considered Yihan's territory, although I know that no one is at home, but the flower butterfly is still a little weak. Even when she speaks, her voice is also very small. But I'm a lot more honest than the butterfly's heart." I wrapped my arms around her waist with reckless abandon, my hot palms gently kneading at her waist, and almost instantly, Flower Butterfly felt a surge of weakness in her loins and squealed in annoyance. Seeing her looking at herself in annoyance, I realized that the woman in front of me was really in love, and there was still a person lying in the bedroom next to me. fearing that Lu Qingxian would have some bad influence on herself if she heard the sound of the flower butterfly, so I hugged her, turned my feet, and directly straddled her into the bathroom on the side. Be good and be obedient. I'm just a little worried, I said gently in flower butterfly's ear. Hearing my words and looking at the worried look of the man behind me in the mirror, this made flower butterfly couldn't help but be stunned, even in a bit of a trance. After all, just like before, she had been alone for a long time, and was used to being alone, and used to being on the edge of a knife. She had never been cared for, and even whenever she came back from a serious injury, she just lay alone and lonely in a hospital bed, quietly waiting to recover from her wounds and carry out her next mission. For some reason, the butterfly inexplicably felt a little sour nose. She slightly closed her eyes, mouth slightly open. Looking at the butterfly's beautiful face, I immediately gave her a full-body checkup. 3 minutes later, I left the bathroom. Butterfly looked at herself in the mirror and seemed to be moving even more. Ding, detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 100 points of villainous value. I let out a smug laugh in my heart. I didn't immediately go to Lu Qingfang's room, but returned to my own room and, in no time at all, I heard someone hovering at my own bedroom door several times, and finally, perhaps because there was not enough time, I watched as the flower butterfly went downstairs and drove away, after which a white sedan drove into the courtyard of the villa. Looking at that car, I couldn't help but frown. That car was given to him by Yihan not long after Song Qing became a nanny. The pretense is to make it easier for her to go out and buy meals, but it's really just a way to curry favor with this harem. Only Song Qing had just gotten off work not long ago, and now she was back. What does this mean? I had an inexplicable bad feeling in my heart. Seeing Song Qing get certified after taking out her luggage from the trunk, this little ninny won't be staying in this villa, right? It seemed that she must have gotten Yihan's permission for her to come here and live straight away. After all, Song Qing was not a home nanny before she was living in the house that Yihan had rented for her. In fact, it was for the convenience of the two of them to have a private meeting, which was why Yihan had rented that house for her. At this time, my cell phone rang. I took out my cell phone, and sure enough, it was Song Qing calling. Something? I inquired in a cold voice. In order to take good care of Sister Qingfeng, Han said that I should live in the villa from today. Song Qing said divinely. I let out a laugh. Don't shake that little head of yours, it's not smart. What if you shake the water in your head muddy? With that, I walked over to the window and waved at Song Qing as a greeting. Song Qing said, come down and pick me up. Why should I help you? I'm tired and I'm going to bed. You get it yourself. After saying that, I smiled provocatively at Song Qing at the bottom of the building and hung up the phone directly in front of her. Song Qing looked at the hung-up cell phone with a surprised face, then looked up at the window again. She looked at the man in front of the window with hatred. She couldn't help but stomp her foot angrily. A stinky bodyguard. How dare you hang up my phone directly? Although Song Qing is now only Lu Qingxian's nanny, but in fact, in addition to lying on the bed of Lu Qingxian do not know, other people's hearts are clear. She and Yihan ambiguous very obvious. And Yihan is not a convergence of people, even to send the car and the house are very high profile. So this made everyone else understand that I'm afraid Yihan had also taken Song Qing under his wing. So many people treated Song Qing with courtesy. Except for Yi Ro, of course. After seeing Song Qing finish carrying her luggage with great difficulty, I went to the living room and leisurely sat down to drink tea. Now Song Qing was even more annoyed in her heart. She stood in front of me fiercely. What do you mean? What do you mean? I leaned lazily on the sofa, looking at Song Qing without any urgency, and, do you believe that I'll let Brother Han open you? Song Qing's blood rushed up and she said furiously. At these words, my eyes glazed over. With you? I got up slowly, raised my steps and approached Song Qing. Under my tall figure, Song Qing subconsciously took 2 steps back and said with forced composure, you're just a small bodyguard. What are you so goddamned proud of? Seeing me coming closer and closer, she subconsciously raised her hand to block my body. Yeah, I'm just a little bodyguard. And what are you? A little babysitter. I directly wrapped Song Qing's waist, so that Song Qing was directly attached to his body. Song Qing immediately widened his eyes, and began to struggle violently. She panicked. What are you doing? I'm Han's woman. I hugged the woman's thin waist hard, and compared to Song Qing's panic, I appeared to be relaxed, and leisurely pinched Song Qing's waist. As expected, the next second, the system's voice came through. Ding detected the host's villainous behavior towards the Divine Destiny heroine, awarding 100 points of villainous value. I'll be bold. What's wrong? You think even if I do something to you here, Han will do something to me? We're lifelong friends. Let's say you had sex with Brother Han? No. What are you? After hearing my words, Song Qing also looked wrong, and her entire body froze in place. He did ambiguous with Yihan for such a long time. Yihan really did not want to own 2 people every time the love to the depths of the time. Yihan will always suddenly have something to leave in a hurry, which there are so many coincidences, it is difficult to not be all Yihan intentionally. Song Qing completely began to doubt life. Ding detected that the host has behaved in a way that destroys the relationship between the male and female hosts, rewarding 1000 villain value. Hearing the system's voice, I smugly hooked my lips. Looking at the white and clean little face in front of me, I naturally know exactly what Song Qing is thinking in her heart right now. But Song Qing did also misunderstand Yihan. How could Yihan not want to do that kind of thing? It's just that as the male lead, it's impossible to have a relationship with any of the female leads while his career and his entire business empire is still unfinished, and it's ambiguous at best. So not to mention Song Qing in front of her, but Lu Qingshang upstairs, and Shang Fei ran before that, they were all virgins. What's going on? You found something wrong. I kneaded her tender cheeks, and inquired with a beautiful feeling in my heart. Song Qing's form swayed, and if it weren't for my arm around her, she would have had to fall into a sitting position on the floor, as I began to take advantage of the situation bright and early. How could Song Qing not figure out that it was all just a law of fiction? Don't talk nonsense. Han said he likes me. Song Qing looked at me in a calm manner. To say that you are stupid, brother Han, so many women only did not want you, you still do not understand? There are a lot of people who like brother Han, it's hard not to accept all of them after brother Han has engaged in ambiguous? College students like you who have just entered the society or the first time to contact, it is indeed just a picture of freshness. Ding detected that the host has strayed from the male and female host's relationship, rewarding 1000 points of villain value. Ding detected the host's villainous behavior towards the Divine Destiny heroine, awarding 100 points of villainous value. Watching Song Qing redden her eyes, I continued to add fuel to the fire. If Han really liked you, would he still let you babysit for his woman? This time Song Qing was completely devastated, and she shook her head stupidly with a miserable little face. After saying that, I just gave Song Qing a pitying look before turning around and going upstairs. And at this moment, Song Qing's mind was blank, the whole person was doubting life, not even realizing that she had just been taken advantage of. Returned to the room, thinking that today's harvest has been considered good, I went to sleep early except that in the middle of the night, my body had a feeling of being weighted down, and immediately afterward, I smelled a fragrance belonging to a young girl. Yi Zhuo? At this moment, Yi Zhuo is sitting on top of me, twisting her waist. You're awake. Her big watery eyes stared at me, the fresh scent belonging to a young girl surrounded the tip of her nose, and she and I were only separated by a thin layer of quilt. Why are you here? I rubbed my brow with a bit of a headache. What am I going to do when I can't sleep for the rest of the night after stimulating myself a bit this late at night? Brother Chinai, it's thundering outside, I'm scared. Yi Ro's words just fell. Outside, a thunder sounded. In an instant, in front of the window will be lightning and thunder, and even inside the house are illuminated by lightning. Yi Ro was so scared that she exclaimed, trembling, and hurriedly lifted the quilt, directly rushed into my arms. Wait a minute, I hurriedly pulled back, but it was already too late. Yi Ro had already realized that something was wrong. Oops, Yi Ro let out another cry of alarm, so scared that she hurriedly leapt out from the quilt. Ding detected that the host has villainous behavior, rewarding 100 points of villainous value. I sighed helplessly, you little ninny. Although I have the habit of wearing pajamas when I sleep, the physiological phenomenon is also very difficult to control. And Yi Ro now can't care about being afraid of the thunder outside. She was so ashamed that her little face was red, and she sat on her knees over there at a loss for words, and for a moment she actually didn't know where to look. Sorry, she reddened her face and whispered. I sat up helplessly, where is Flower Butterfly? She should be following you around at this time. Butterfly sister said that my brother asked her to get something, and she hasn't come back until now. No wonder she left Yi Ro behind. Probably also because now Song Qing is staying here as well, so Yihan this is relieved to let herself face Yi Ro. However, Yihan might have counted 1,000 times, but did not count that Yi Ro would take the initiative to come to find herself. At this time, the sound of thunder outside, Yi Ro shivered once again, even her eyes were red to the naked eye. I rushed towards Yi Ro and opened my arms. She froze for a moment and excitedly jumped into my embrace. Detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 60 points of villainous value. Although the system was getting stingy, I had to say that I was still enjoying this process. I hugged the young girl in my arms, letting the young girl cling to me like an octopus. Okay, don't be afraid. And at this time, Yi Ro has been in my arms, feel incomparable peace of mind. This is before Yi Ro has never experienced the feeling, especially when I feel that I tenderly coaxed myself softly. This is even more so when Yi Ro's eyes are hot. I have to say, brother Yihan did give himself a rich life, but also because of various things. Yihan is usually very scarce attention to his sister, although very much love his sister. But if his woman and sister are encountering this kind of fear of thunder, he may go to accompany his woman. Ding detected that the host has villainous behavior, rewarding 200 points of villainous value. After a while, there was finally no thunder outside. I let go of the little girl in my arms. Well, it seems that there will be no thunder, I said and then looked down. I didn't think that the little girl in my arms had already fallen asleep. I reached out my hand to pinch Yi Ro's face, tucked the little girl under the quilt, and then got up to pull the curtains closed. In the middle of the night, Flower Butterfly stumbled in from outside the house with one hand covering her wound and one hand carrying a leather suitcase. She panted heavily, and after closing the door of the villa, she eventually fell to the floor unable to hold on. Almost instantly, the smell of blood spread through the living room, mixed with some of the smell of the rain and dirt outside. In the empty living room, the Flower Butterfly finally revealed her weakness, and she exhaustedly curled up on the cold floor of the doorway, slowly gasping for breath. Suddenly, a subtle sound came from right in front of the living room. Flower Butterfly was instantly alert. It was already the middle of the night. How could someone be here? The security of this villa area is very outstanding. After realizing this, Flower Butterfly ignored the severe pain on her body, tightly biting her lips, rolled up from the ground, and touched the dagger she hid on her thigh. Who? She looked coldly at the black figure in front of her and said vigilantly. But the other party did not answer her words, but instead laughed softly. The magnetic voice, so familiar, Flower Butterfly looked ahead at the person in confusion. And while Flower Butterfly was confused out loud, I slowly stepped out of the shadows, and got myself into this situation after a trip out. Before Flower Butterfly's defensive stance could be retracted, the dagger in her hand had already been kicked away. Turning to the next second, the dagger with the butterfly mark came into my hands. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Flower Butterfly. So her hands were that good? In the next second, I embraced Flower Butterfly into my arms. For a man, is it worth it for you to be like this? I kicked away the suitcase next to me without a good mood, trying to hold Flower Butterfly tightly with force. Flower Butterfly's single-minded devotion to Yihan had become a habit. So after I asked the words, then subconsciously wanted to refute my words, but she also didn't expect that the next second my warm embrace made the Flower Butterfly who originally wanted to argue with reasoning choke. Ding detected the host's villainous behavior and rewarded 200 points of villainous value. Although he doesn't feel sorry for you, you have to know that there are other people who feel sorry for you. Can you not be so desperate in the future? I hung my head slightly and softly inquired in Flower Butterfly's ear. I could tell before that Flower Butterfly was the most loyal to Yihan, so I could only use the high end of the game when treating Flower Butterfly. As expected, immediately after I said these words, the system's voice rang in my head. Ding detected that the host has the behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarding 1000 villain value. The system warmly reminds me that the host currently possesses 12,315 points of villainous value. Is it possible to conduct various types of draws? Continue to accumulate. I replied a sentence, then looked up to the Flower Butterfly, as expected. At this time the Flower Butterfly stared blankly at himself, but also because of the system's reminder, I am clear that his words, the Flower Butterfly must have listened to the heart, or else would not have triggered the system's reminder. Seeing me looking straight over, Flower Butterfly instantly came back to her senses. Her face flushed scarlet, pretended to be calm and moved away from the line of sight. Her heart uncontrollably thumped. The always calm Flower Butterfly had to admit at this moment that she was indeed disturbed by my words right now, so much so that she couldn't even calm down right now. I know that Yihan is our boss, and just like you, I am also very loyal and respectful to him, but this is not a reason for you not to cherish yourself. I continued to speak, and as I did so, I tenderly helped her wipe the blood off her face, pulling the broken hair from her ears to her ears. My words, on the other hand, completely made Flower Butterfly somewhat skeptical of life. For a long time, Flower Butterfly to Yihan are very respectful, but also very admirable, so their own general man cannot see, even if the future cannot become Yihan's woman, but also silently guard his side. At this moment, when my words came out, do I like Yihan or is it just simple admiration? Thinking of this, Flower Butterfly's mind completely confused. I satisfied with looking at the Flower Butterfly froze small face. Even the Flower Butterfly themselves do not know, although most of her face is expressionless appearance, but once encountered this current situation, what is in the heart, face will also be revealed. Alright, come here, I'll help you apply the medicine. Without waiting for Flower Butterfly's thoughts to wrap around, I directly bent down and picked Flower Butterfly up horizontally, striding towards her bedroom, placing the woman in my arms gently on the bed. I'll take care of your wound. After I said that forcefully, I reached out my hand to grab the woman's clothes. Flower Butterfly panicked and stretched out her hand to stop me. A touch of scarlet surfaced on her earlobe. She said somewhat unnaturally, I'll just do it myself, it's getting late, go to bed. My expression instantly chilled, slightly narrowed my eyes. Do you think I am relieved in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, just to say a few words to you? The woman froze, her beautiful eyes rippled as she looked at me, somewhat unable to react. I think the Flower Butterfly is really cute at this moment, but it's a pity that this look her respectful boss will never see again. Behave yourself. Let me treat your wounds so I can go to sleep without worrying. Saying that, I directly hold the Flower Butterfly's hand and forcefully remove her small hand. Immediately after that I find out the wound on the side of the Flower Butterfly. She subconsciously struggled up, but it involved the wound on her body. I frowned with dissatisfaction and slapped her directly on her buttocks. Be honest with me, now I'm just treating your wounds and applying medicine. If you are not honest, I don't mind giving you a full body check. I threatened in a hard tone, and as expected, Butterfly became more or less honest. She already knows my temper, although I'm just threatening her, but Butterfly has no doubt that I may really do something like this next. Feeling me gently helping myself with my wounds, Flower Butterfly slightly bit her tender lips. The sharp pain she imagined was not felt. The action I took to deal with my wounds was even gentler than the moonlight outside. She looked at my gentle handsome face, which made Flower Butterfly's thoughts even more disorganized. Ding detected that the host has villainous behavior, rewarding 100 points of villainous value. Ding detected that the host has villainous behavior, rewarding 200 points of villainous value. The wound is almost treated, and the advantage is almost taken. I let go of the Flower Butterfly's thin waist, got up, and straightened my back. Well, pay attention to the water recently, and you can also apply it with the spring transforming cream. It should be fine soon. After instructing her, I didn't look at Flower Butterfly again, and didn't stay at all, directly turning around and leaving, as if I really just came to treat her wound. Looking at my back, the Flower Butterfly's mind immediately floated back to the words I just said. Suddenly she had an impulse in her head, jumped off the bed, took big steps to catch up with me, and pulled my arm with force. Icky! Flower Butterfly cried out gently. It had to be said that this sudden move by Flower Butterfly froze Chi-E as well. Then Chi-E's heart went into ecstasy. Sure enough, the high end of the game was indeed useful. What? Although he was already laughing out loud in his heart, Chi-E's face remained cold and unmoving. I just want to say thank you. Flower Butterfly had just excitedly pulled on Chi-E's hand, but sobered up a bit after Chi-E turned his head. She didn't know what she wanted to do when she had just excitedly pulled on Chi-E's hand. But inexplicably her heart was a bit uneasy and flustered, and she just didn't want Chi-E to leave just like that. The corner of Chi-E's lips slightly hooked up, then he reached out his hand to rub the Flower Butterfly's head. Alright, I know, you're hurt. Take an early rest today. Chi-E's gentle look made Flower Butterfly froze, her eyes brimming as she looked up at Chi-E. She couldn't help but smile along with him. Okay, good night. Flower Butterfly's eyebrows arched and she also softly replied back. Looking at the young girl in front of him with a well-behaved appearance, the knot in Chi-E's throat moved slightly, but in the end, he just restrained himself from reaching out and pinching Flower Butterfly's face. It's also just today that you were injured. Sighing softly, Chi-E then turned around with a smile and left Flower Butterfly's bedroom. And the moment Chi-E closed the door to Flower Butterfly's room, the system's voice came again. Ding Ding detected the host's behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarding 666 villain values. Chi-E walks up the stairs with light footsteps. It still has to be a high-end bureau. Looking at the door of the room that closed in front of him, the Flower Butterfly pursed her lips slightly, scarlet red face, raised her hand to cover the chest place. It had never been like this. Since childhood, her heart had never beat so fast, nor had her emotions ever been as uncontrollable as they were today. And just now, Chi-E's last words before he left the room were also circling around in Flower Butterfly's mind. If it wasn't for the fact that she was injured today, it's hard to believe that he really wanted to. The next day, early in the morning, Chi-E was stirred awake. Hiss! Chi-E snapped his eyes open, frowning and rubbing his waist. Then he looked at the culprit on the side with a bad face. He. Brother E, you woke up? Yi-Ro sheepishly sat over there cross-legged, and when she saw Chi-E looking over, she smiled shyly twice. Chi-E sneered. If you don't kick me, maybe I'll still continue to sleep. Once these words came out, Yi-Ro became even more vain. She matched her fingers, slightly pouted her lips, and whispered, I'm sorry but I really didn't react. Me? I'm not sleepy? Yi-Ro said while looking at Chi-E pitifully. Brother E, do you hurt? Chi-E was helpless. Isn't this nonsense for you? Then I'll rub it for you, alright. Saying that, Yi-Ro then quickly climbed to Chi-E's side, making a gesture that she was going to extend her hand to help him rub his waist. However, when Yi-Ro's hand just touched Chi-E's waist, it was opened by Chi-E's slap. It hurts. Brother E, what are you doing? Yi-Ro's tearful eyes raised her hand and blew out a small breath. Chi-E got off the bed and stood up, slightly leaning down and pinched Yi-Ro's face. Little thing, do you know that a man's waist is not to be touched? Even after letting you kick it? Still want to touch? Chi-E said in a flirtatious tone. Yi-Ro's face burned, but she still kept her mouth shut. Her tiny nose wrinkled as she looked at Chi-E with a puff of air. Humph. I'm just afraid you'll get hurt. Okay? Fine. Chi-E laughed helplessly twice, then directly reached out his hand to pick up Yi-Ro. And who are you calling a little thing? I'm 21. Not small anymore. You. Oops. What are you doing? Yi Ro dissatisfiedly crossed her arms and said. But as a result, before she could finish her sentence, she was picked up by Ge. Ge's eyes smiled as he swept Yi Ro up and down, smiling. Well, it's really not small anymore. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 200 points of villainous value. After hearing the system beep, Ge then saw Yi Ro instantly widen her eyes, and then crossed her arms to protect her chest. Brother, where are you looking at? You, only. This time, Yi Ro's words hadn't even finished yet, and she was directly carried by Ge and thrown out of the doorway. Yi Ro stood in the doorway, more or less messy. You kicked me out? She looked at Ge incredulously. Just now she thought that Ge was also charmed by herself for a little while, but she didn't think that she would kick herself out in the next second. Is it hard to believe that she has no charm at all? Looking at the young girl in front of her, she almost jumped to her feet in anger, so she leaned in front of the door with her arms wrapped around her chest and looked at her with interest. Not to drive you away. Is to be seen we two lonely men and women stay together is not good. So you're just so quick to throw me out? The little witch still can't accept this fact. After all, Ge's action of driving people away is really a bit fast. She huffed and puffed, sticking her waist out and just about to say something, when she heard a female voice coming from behind her. Ro, what are you doing early in the morning? Upon hearing this, Yi Ro subconsciously turned her head to look over, but when she saw Song Chang, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Yesterday, Yi Ro and Butterfly came back late, so she didn't meet Song Chang, and now seeing Song Chang standing in front of her eyes in a housecoat, Yi Ro at once somewhat did not react. Not, who let you live here? Yi Ro wrinkled her small face and inquired with a frown. Although she knew that Yi Han was interested in Song Chang, Yi Ro did not really like Song Chang. After all, which of the women beside Yi Han before were not talents in their respective fields? Song Chang, in her own age, has already begun to hook up with people, which makes Yi Ro more or less some cannot see. Before her brother sent Song Ching car and rent a house, if not to not let Song Ching live here, she will not agree, but did not expect. In her did not pay attention to the time. Song Ching still came. Yi Ro's tone was really not considered good, so it made Song Ching more or less embarrassed. She sardonically smiled and pulled her hair, face slightly embarrassed to explain. It is cold, brother said, let me live in. Why? Yi Ro inquired relentlessly. It wasn't that she didn't know that Yi Han was merciful in every way, but Lu Qingxuan was very good to her, plus she had saved Yi Han before. So Yi Ro's impression of this sister-in-law was still very good, so she was very spiteful of Song Ching directly waving in front of Lu Qingfang's eyes. This. Song Ching was instantly stopped by the question. She sheepishly looked around, just not knowing how to answer the question. After all, she couldn't just say that she had sued Ge to Yi Han, so that's why Yi Han had let her stay in. Seeing Song Ching embarrassed to no end, Ge stood by the side but looked very happy. He silently gave the little witch a thumbs up. Sure enough, it had to be Yi Ro. What are you doing? In the distant corridor, Flower Butterfly stood fully dressed at the entrance of the room, looking at the three people standing at the entrance of Qi. Seeing Song Ching's delay in coming up with a reason, Yi Ro hummed unhappily and turned around to walk into her room. Bang! The sound of the door closing rang out, and Song Ching was embarrassed, especially after Ge's words yesterday made her doubt her life. She didn't sleep very well last night, and she still hadn't turned the corner yet, and she was more or less uncomfortable standing in front of Ge right now. Ahem, I'm going to go cook. After saying that, Song Chang hurriedly left from beside Flower Butterfly and went downstairs. Seeing this, Flower Butterfly was more or less at a loss. She blinked as she looked at Song Ching's back, and then with a bewildered expression, she looked at Ge and blinked as well. Trying to cute me to death this early in the morning? Ge slightly raised the end of his eyebrows and looked at Flower Butterfly with a flirtatious face. Flower Butterfly froze before reacting to what Ge had just said, but at that moment, Ge had already turned around with a smile and returned to his room. In the empty corridor, Flower Butterfly raised her hand and stroked her somewhat hot cheeks. Did Ge mean to say that she, Meng? Before, the Flower Butterfly has always felt that she and these words cannot hook up. She still remembered before following Yi Han out of interest in an occasion. The opposite side also flirted with their own lack of femininity. Ge closed the door, just walked to the closet, then heard the system beep. Ding Ding detected that the host has undermined the relationship between the male and female hosts, rewarded with 300 villain value. Hearing this, Ge stretched lazily. It seems that today is a good day. System, how much villain value do I have right now? GE suddenly remembered something and inquired as he washed up. System warm reminder. Currently the host has 13,772 villain value. Can carry out a Supreme Treasure Chest draw. Conducting a Supreme Treasure Chest lucky draw. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining hacker skill mastery. GE was helpless. It was true that the lucky draw still depended on luck, but this skill was not bad. I just didn't know if it would be useful to me. However, drawing the skill is much better than not being able to draw it. Thinking like this, GE's heart felt more or less better. Today's breakfast. Everyone had their own thoughts. The flower butterfly's character was originally very cold. Today's breakfast also did not say a word. However, GE did find that she was sneaking a look at herself. And after being discovered by herself, she also hurriedly lowered her head with a red face, which was really a bit cute to look at. There is also Song Qing. Before the meal, Song Qing will be close to Yi Ro, but today also silent a lot. On the contrary, Yi Ro had always been that character. So annoying, I still have to go to class in a while. Yi Ro wailed with a bitter little face before directly lolling on GE's shoulder. GE is helpless. In just 2 days, the little witch is so close to herself, she is really not afraid that she will eat her. Brother E, why don't you take me out to play? Yi Ro directly wrapped her arms around GE's neck and softly prayed. Listening to the little witch's tone, GE really couldn't help but feel soft. However, soft heart to soft heart, he would not jump into this pit. Ruthlessly pulling away Yi Ro's arm, GE said, "Don't try to drag me down. The butterfly is still here." Yi Ro, oh. Brother E, you really are so heartless. Flower butterfly coldly reminded from the side. Miss Ro, there is not enough time to leave as soon as possible. In the end, Yi Ro still left in tears. Song Chang, on the other hand, changed from yesterday's arrogance and saw that GE had finished eating and hurriedly got up to clean up the table. However, when she saw GE going upstairs, she still looked like she was about to say something. Seeing this, GE raised his eyebrows and smiled. What's wrong, little nanny? Looking for me for something else? No, nothing. After hurriedly replying, Song Chang turned around and walked into the kitchen. However, over on the second floor handrail, GE still saw her take out her cell phone. Because of his ancient martial arts skills, GE was now not only in better shape, but his ear and eyesight had also grown a lot more than before. Looking at the familiar avatar on his cell phone screen, GE let out a cold snort. Originally he was thinking of going to make out with Lu Qingfeng, but now he directly changed his attention and walked straight into his room. He suddenly remembered that he had just drawn the skill, and wondered if he could directly hack Song Qing's cell phone. Although he compelled her a few times yesterday, Song Qing was still a time bomb. Looking at her like this, she might be re-obsessed with Yihan after being coaxed by him for a few sentences and continue to become a lapdog. GE returned to the room to find his laptop. Open the computer. GE began to operate skillfully. GE was shocked in his heart. Looking at the code that was constantly knocked out in his hands, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the system's ability to be so great. Before, GE had only been able to use the computer to play games, watch TV dramas and whatnot, and at most make a document. He himself confirmed that he wouldn't have been able to use a computer before, nor did he know these electronic codes. As GE operated, the screen of Song Qing's cell phone soon appeared on the computer screen, and just as GE thought, sure enough, Song Chang was now chatting with Yihan. But unfortunately, the cell phone screen was filled with messages from Song Qing, and Yihan didn't reply. GE knew that Song Qing was definitely not able to endure the loneliness right now. He knew that even though he had scared her yesterday, Song Chang would definitely still contact Yihan. See how he caught him now. Song Qing, brother cold, are you there? Song Qing, brother cold, when are you coming back? Song Qing, brother cold, I miss you so much. When can we make a video call? GE sneered. Song Chang is now just want to let Yihan give her a video call. Want to know urgently? Yihan in foreign countries does not also have a woman as a companion. But although Yihan is now busy working abroad, but the side of the woman is certainly not lack of, and the domestic side of the side must be put down. So Song Chang is now nothing more than self-centered. GE patience, looking at the computer on the cell phone screen, but after half an hour, Yihan replied to Song Qing's message. I'm sorry, work is too busy, did not reply to your message in time, back to the country may also need more than a month. GE could see that Yihan didn't want to answer Song Qing's words in the slightest, but only perfunctorily. After all, Yihan is now fighting with the daughter of the head of the foreign mafia gang, How can he still have the time to pay attention to Song Qing? Song Qing, well then brother Cold. Then call me when you are free. Yi Han, good. When I go back, I will bring you some limited jewelry here. Song Qing, okay then you have to pay attention to your health too. Brother Cold. Yi Han did not reply to the message. See the delay in waiting for the message. Song Qing also quit the page. GE also lazy to continue to see. Followed by also quit the page. GE closed the computer, turned around and walked out of the room to go to Lu Qingfang's room. Song Chang would normally be downstairs cleaning up before coming up at this time, so now was a good time for him to make his move. At the same time, GE also wanted to try out the Chinese medicine skills that he had drawn, although Yi Han had found famous doctors at home and abroad for Lu Qingfang. But maybe, the skills used in the previous draws were all very heaven-defying, so maybe he could really wake up Lu Qingfang with his Chinese medicine skills. Sister Qingfang, excuse me. After speaking, GE directly sat beside Lu Qingfang and lifted the wrist of one of her hands. And, it was the moment GE lifted Lu Qingfang's wrist that his eyes suddenly changed. He was like an old Chinese doctor who had been proficient in Chinese medicine for many years, and easily saw the problem in Lu Qingfang's body. After a long time, GE withdrew his hand, probably already knowing what to do in his heart. But it was a pity that he didn't have any acupuncture needles with him right now, or else he could have practiced it right now. But for now, he could massage Lu Qingfang's acupoints, which would also be useful. GE lifted the quilt on Lu Qingfang's body and placed his hands on the acupoints on her body in turn. Ding Ding detected the host having villainous behavior, rewarding 60 villainous values. GE hooked his lips. What a good sister-in-law. He gently massaged the tender acupoints under his hands, and was about to show off his skills for a bit when suddenly his cell phone started vibrating. Ding Ding. Seeing the caller, GE couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in some surprise. He swept another glance at Lu Qingfang, who was lying on the bed, before he answered the call. Hello, Sister Scarlet Burns, what do you want to see me about? GE quickly picked up the phone, and after calling out his name, he then turned around and walked out of Lu Qingfang's room. And the moment the door closed, the system's beep sounded at the same time. Ding Ding detected that the host has the behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarded with 500 villain value. As expected, just now Lu Qingfang was awake just in time to hear herself speak. Gel. That, I have a thing I want to find you to help. Can you come to my company to find me for a while? Shang Hyman said after hesitating for a split second. Shang Himyan was the one who was now in charge of an entertainment company, and had quite a few top stream stars and idols on her hands. And naturally, she herself was also very sultry and sexy looking, with countless suitors behind her. But unfortunately, those men didn't know about the male lead's aura, and didn't know why Shang Yanyan chose an ordinary-looking man. Although the family was big, but looking at the appearance it didn't match Shang Himyan at all. But just like any other male lead's harem, Shang Hyman was naturally accompanied by a bodyguard. So GE didn't understand what favor Shang Hyman had that he needed to do himself. But after all, she was his sister-in-law, so he still couldn't refuse what he said. What favor us, Sister Scarlet Burn? Is Firefox not here? GE wondered. At those words, Shang Scarlet Burn on the opposite side of the table paused, then said, what kind of favor you'll know when you come. Let's do this first. Saying this, Shang Himyan unexpectedly hung up the phone in a hurry, which made GE a little puzzled for a moment. Firefox is Yihan assigned to Shang Hyman's bodyguard. If there is anything, Shang Hyman should look for him first. Although there are questions in his heart, but was hung up the phone. GE can only take the car keys. Ready to go. After all, people have sent word. Their own a small bodyguard not go is not good. GE hurriedly went downstairs, just in time to see Song Cheng downstairs going up the stairs. Where are you going? Hearing the sound of footsteps, Song Cheng, who had been unsettled, subconsciously looked up and inquired, where do I still need to report to you, little nanny? GE raised his eyebrows at Song Cheng and teased. Song Cheng choked, but was unable to retort. After all, her current position was indeed just a nanny. Seeing Song Cheng freeze, GE snorted and turned to leave. The car sped to Shang Scarlet Flame Entertainment, and because the receptionist had seen GE before, plus he had already greeted him, GE went to the top floor without being stopped in any way. The elevator stopped at the top floor, and when it opened, the outside facing the elevator was where the secretaries and assistants worked, while the inside door was Shang Himyan's office. Seeing Firefox standing in the doorway of Shang Himyan's office, GE raised an eyebrow in some surprise. I thought you weren't here. What did Sister Scarlet Burn ask me to do here? GE went up and patted Firefox's shoulder affectionately. Firefox frowned in some confusion. I don't know, but a few people came to talk about cooperation this morning. And then Sister Scarlet Byrne called you. So be careful. With that said, Firefox turned around and knocked on the door before pushing it open. GE looked forward in confusion, only to understand something at once when he saw all the people inside. Sister Himitsugu, ignoring Zhou, who was smiling and provoking himself over there. GE walked straight to Shang Haiman's side. Shang Himyan saw GE come. Her face was also a joy. She stood up and said, GE, look at these few, do you recognize them? They say they are your friends. So, recognize. GE cold eyes to Zhou, interrupted Shang Himyan words. Stabbed the friendship. Ha! At those words, Shang Himyan froze. Ha 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 ha. You're really here. Boy, aren't you quite wild? It's not easy for me to find you. Zhou laughed and stood up, walking over to Qi and making a gesture to slap his face, but was dodged by Qi with a frown. Shang Himyan still didn't understand what the situation was. Aren't you guys friends? She looked at them blankly. GE, on the other hand, directly pulled Shang Himyan behind himself and called out Firefox. The tacit understanding from being mercenaries together before allowed Firefox to immediately understand what GE meant, and then she protected Shang Himyan behind her. In an instant, the people Zhou had brought along with him also stood up, looking at the situation in front of her. Shang Himyan finally panicked. However, she was also a person who had seen the world before. Although she was more or less flustered in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. Zhou Yang, what do you mean by this? Shang Himyan cooled his face and looked at Zhou and inquired in a cold voice. Originally, the appointment was for the rest of the Zhou clan to come and negotiate cooperation, but it didn't occur to me that the person who came today was actually the son of the Zhou clan. After coming here, he even said that he was Ji's friend and asked if he could call him over. Shang Haiman also believed his words, which called Qi to come, thinking that perhaps if he came, the profits would be better negotiated. When they worked together before, Shang Himyan's impression of Zhou was not bad, but she also really didn't expect that Zhou would suddenly come this way. Don't worry, Miss Shang, as long as you give GE to me, today's cooperation is good. I also have to thank you more. I've been looking for this brat for days. Thanks to you, I was able to block him. Zhou laughed maniacally, but he had indeed been looking for GE for days. However, Qi's whereabouts had been stopping at a certain neighborhood before there was no trajectory, and that villa area was also rather special, so he really didn't have the means to go in and cause trouble. It was also unintentionally that he knew that Shang Haiman and GE knew each other, and he didn't think that GE had really come, which was really an unexpected blessing. Then you're really a waste, are you? I didn't even hide and you searched for days. Qi couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. You. Zhou was furious, but after all, he still had injuries on his body, plus he was concerned about GE's reach that he had seen last time, so he didn't dare to rush forward. You guys teach him a lesson, even if you beat him to death. It's fine. Zhou's face flushed red with anger as he pointed at GE and angrily rebuked. I'll see if you guys dare dash. Shang Himyan shouted angrily once she heard Zhou's words. Firefox protected Shang Himyan behind her, and her eyes were filled with worry as she looked at GE. Although she didn't know the origins of those people beside Zhou, but looking at the aura around them, she could guess that their skills were definitely not ordinary. Qi turned back and smiled reassuringly at Shang Himyan and Firefox, then hooked his lips and sneered at Zhou. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. At those words, the people beside Zhou glanced at each other, simultaneously seeing mockery in each other's eyes. The person who had dared to speak up next to them before had no idea where to find his ashes. Kid, you're still young. It's better not to be so wild. A middle-aged man in civilian clothes laughed out loud as he looked towards GE. Then his palm transformed into a claw and came straight at him. Qi was startled. This man's speed was just amazingly fast. Qi was sure of it. If it was his previous self, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge this strike. And now, it's different from the past. As GE walked, his body had subconsciously dodged the middle-aged man's attack. Seeing this, both Shang Himyan and Firefox couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But it was Zhou and the middle-aged man who had a sudden shock in their hearts. While others didn't know the middle-aged man's strength, they knew it very well. Previously, Zhou's martial arts were learned in their gang, and the ones in front of him had much better behinds than his. If it wasn't for them taking on high-priced commissions, then Zhou really wouldn't have had the chance to be able to meet them. And this time, in order to get his face back and get out of this, Zhou had paid a high price. The middle-aged man was also surprised to see GE dodge his attack, and his eyes widened slightly as he looked at GE. This kid was so young. How could he have such extraordinary behind? It must have just been luck that he dodged his own move. With this thought, the middle-aged man flipped his wrist and charged at Ji Yi's neck once again. But before he could flip his wrist, a cracking sound came from his ears. A sense of crisis struck him. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. But in the next second, he only heard a click sound, and he had fallen to the ground. Ji Yi smiled and lazily flung his hand. Oops. How about using your own moves on yourself? Humph. But a smash. You, how can? The middle-aged man was lying on the ground. His head was strangely askew, and it was obvious that it had been broken. Not waiting for him to finish his words, between him, his eyes were wide open. His whole body's veins burst out. He had completely lost his breath, and on that neck of his, there was clearly a palm print. Green Eagle. The remaining 2 men in black suits were shocked and rushed to the middle-aged man. A young man reached out and probed Qing Ying's nostrils, and finally shook his head incredulously. There's no breath. What? Zhou Yi, who was on the side, was stunned when he heard this. Kid, killing my brother. I'll let you die. Seeing someone die alive in front of their eyes, the remaining 2 men surged with rage and looked viciously at Qi Yi. Qi Yi snorted. His life is a life, but my life isn't? If he wants my life, who am I not to fight back? If you two don't want to die, you'd better get out quickly. Upon hearing this, one of the young men hesitated for a split second. After all, they were aware of Qing Ying's skill, but he was surprisingly resolved by the man in just a few moments in front of them. What are you still frozen for? Take the guy out? The man on the side reminded angrily, and then took out the dagger he was carrying. And the young man froze and suddenly thought of something, so he drew out a soft sword as well. Yeah, they had weapons in their hands now, and although that guy was stronger, but he doesn't have anything in his hands? Shang Yan hid behind Firefox, unable to stop the shock in her heart. She looked at the man with his back to her, and even she thought that Qi Yi would not be able to escape from what she had just seen. She didn't think that not only did he dodge it, but he was also able to quickly counterattack. This made Shang Yan feel relieved while at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise in her heart. However, she still couldn't help but be wary when she saw those 2 remaining people attacking over at Qi Yi at the same time. After all, it looked like their behinds weren't ordinary either. Not only that, even the weapons looked so creepy. Qi Yi, be careful, Shang Yan exclaimed. Qi Yi looked at the 2 people in front of him and hooked his lips in a disdainful smile. Don't worry, Sister Scarlet Burns. I'll take care of it right away. If it was said that just now, Qi Yi's bottom line was still not very sufficient, then now Qi Yi was already 100% sure that these 2 people together were not his opponent. After all, even Qi Yi had just realized that the ancient martial skills were even more powerful than he had imagined. Firefox didn't say anything, but just stood over there in shock as he watched Qi Yi's movements. You must be buried with Green Eagle today, the remaining middle-aged man shouted sternly. With that, he quickly came to Qi Yi's side, seeing Qi Yi subconsciously dodging away, but his dagger was already waiting for Qi Yi behind him. At this moment, not only was he attacking Qi Yi, but the remaining young man had already brandished his soft sword. The soft sword was seen wandering strangely in front of Qi Yi. It looked like a silver snake was strangely swimming. Qi Yi was now caught in a 2-sided attack and could not avoid it. Shang Yan couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his lips at the sight, his heart trembling in fear as he watched the scene in front of him. They all thought that Qi Yi would dodge, but there was no place for him to hide anymore. Not only did Firefox and Shang Yan think so, even the middle-aged man and the young man thought so too. That's why they had already aimed at the spot where Qi Yi was going to dodge, just waiting for him to take his head when he dodged over. Of course, if Qi Yi couldn't dodge, it didn't matter. After all, they had already prepared for it. Qi Yi saw their intentions and let out a cold snort. He narrowed his narrow eyes slightly as he looked at them, only to see the originally swift movements become slow in front of Qi Yi's eyes. He slightly raised his hand easily and directly pinched the soft sword with his index and middle fingers, followed by a shock. Pooh dash. Almost instantly, that young man suddenly spat out blood from his mouth, his right arm hanging down helplessly as he stared at Qi Yi with wide-eyed horror. But without waiting for him to make any movements or open his mouth to speak, the man had collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterward, a puddle of blood quickly spread out beneath him. One could only see the young man lying on the ground with wide eyes in horror, his 7 orifices bleeding, and he was already completely unresponsive. No, senior brother. Qi Yi moved so fast that the middle-aged man didn't even see how he moved before his senior brother was already lying on the ground. Ha! You don't have to be sad. Soon you'll be able to go down and accompany him. Looking at the man with a pained face, Qi Yi suddenly didn't want to directly get him killed. That would be too boring. He reached out his hand and flicked it. And with a ding sound, the dagger in the middle-aged man's hand had already flown out, plunging straight into the wall to the side. What? The man retreated backwards in shock. Despair then covered his face. After all, it was now clear to him that he could not possibly be Ji-Yi's opponent. Even if I die, let me die with a clear understanding. Dare I ask where your teacher comes from? The man clenched his fists and looked at Ji-Yi indignantly. They had spent half their lives to cultivate hard in order to acquire the stance, the realm they had reached. In today's eyes, in front of the man in front of them, he was nothing more than an ant. Where did you learn from? Ji-Yi frowned slightly. This question had him stumped. Right. The man nodded, even looking at Ji-Yi with some anticipation. For people like them who practiced martial arts, dying an unexplained death was really unbearable. Hee if you want to know. Get him killed and I'll tell you. Ji-Yi raised his eyebrows and slightly lifted his chin to point at Zhou-Yi behind the sofa. Zhou-Yi? A male son. Where had he seen this kind of scene before? So for a moment, he had been scared silly, and now he was even hiding directly behind the sofa, trembling as he looked over. And when Ji-Yi looked over, Zhou-Yi's face was even whiter with fear. He sat behind the sofa on his knees, trembling too. Senior uncle. Senior uncle. You are also considered my senior uncle. How can you kill me? The middle-aged man frowned in disgust as he looked at him in this state. He looked painfully at the two people on the ground, and without a hint of hesitation on his face, he walked towards Zhou-Yi. If it wasn't for you, how could my senior brother and junior brother die here like this? You have to go down and give them a burial as well. The middle-aged man quickly rushed towards Zhou-Yi, followed by a palm that directly and heavily slapped Zhou-Yi's abdomen. And the wound on Zhou-Yi's abdomen had only been stitched up for 2 days, and it hadn't recovered well originally. Moreover, not only that, even if Zhou-Yi was standing soundly, he wouldn't be able to stand it with the man's palm going down. Ah, you, Zhou family. Zhou family will not let you go. Zhou-Yi stared at the middle-aged man with wide, unbelievable eyes, but immediately afterward he was heavily slapped to the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. At the end of the sentence, he fell to the ground and was also completely breathless. The middle-aged man then looked at Ji-Yi. Can you tell me now? Ji-Yi smiled. Sorry, that's not really possible. The man's eyes were obscure. Then he sighed. I understand. The world is bigger than the sky. This should have been expected. The atmosphere around them became sad. The middle-aged man looked at the two corpses on the ground and actually cried. To be honest, even Ji-Yi was moved by this situation. But it was only for a moment. The middle-aged man who had been standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window appeared in front of Ji-Yi. And he was actually holding another dagger in his hand. You'll be buried with me too. The man yelled, fighting to attack Ji-Yi. Ji-Yi bristled. Well, I knew you wouldn't let me go. And of course, I have no intention of letting you go. At the end of his sentence, Ji-Yi gave a hideous smile and directly kicked out. The middle-aged man's body was tense, and he was about to dodge the moment Ji-Yi raised his leg. Unfortunately, although he had seen Ji-Yi's intentions clearly, but still, he hadn't dodged the kick. Put. In the next second, the middle-aged man flew straight out from in front of Ji-Yi. He crashed straight in front of that floor-to-ceiling window, and finally completely lost his breath. In less than 10 minutes, the four men who were originally so proud of themselves had completely lost their breath. Ji-Yi frowned at the several people on the ground, turned his head to look at Shang Scarlet Flame, and said with an apologetic face, Sister Scarlet Flame is sorry for defiling your office, but the situation just now you have also seen. If I don't counterattack, then I'm afraid that the one who's lying on the ground will be me. Firefox nodded in understanding. Indeed. Shang Yan also nodded in understanding, but looking at those corpses on the ground, her expression was more or less in a trance. However, both of them were looking at Ji-Yi with great consternation. After all, after the comparison they had just made, Ji-Yi's strength was simply too powerful. Even if she had seen the world, she hadn't experienced the current situation. Ding Ding detected that the host has received the adoration value of the female and male protagonists' minions, rewarding 200 villain values. After hearing the system's beep, Ji-Yi's heart was more or less surprised, and just in the moment they were talking, the blood of those four people had already begun to spread out. Seeing that the carpet that he had crossed half the globe to purchase back was about to suffer, Shenfian couldn't help but exclaim loudly, My carpet! Ji-Yi subconsciously turned his head and saw that the bloodstains were about to spread to the top of the carpet. Seeing this, Ji-Yi quickly stepped forward and lifted the carpet first. Now, Shang Yan was relieved. What are these people going to do? Shang Yan frowned, troubledly looking at the several people on the ground. Also, this Zhou Yi, Shang Yan didn't continue to say, but instead slightly bit her lips. These traces I and Firefox can help you clean up, but Zhou Yi's matter. I'm sorry. Shi Yi knew that. After all, Zhou Yi had come to talk business, and he himself was now getting Zhou Yi killed, and this matter really couldn't be said in the future. Shang Yan looked at Ji Yi with a grave expression. Say, how exactly did you provoke Zhou Yi? Making Zhou Yi specially invite someone to take your life? Ji Yi couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. I also had no choice. With that, Ji Yi told the two of them what had happened earlier, and after Ji Yi told them what had happened before, both Shang Yan and Firefox were stunned. What? He actually drugged Miss Ro? Firefox said in amazement. Then he nodded again. Well, that really deserved to die. Shang Yan also flashed a trace of surprise on his face. If Yi Han knew about it, he definitely wouldn't let him go. Between words, Chi Yi then and Firefox cleaned up the scene pretty much, and then Chi Yi called for specialized people to dispose of the bodies and such. However, while dealing with the scene, Chi Yi was also paying attention to Shang Yan. Like the name, Shang Yan was a sultry beauty with a very strong temperament. The long curly hair on her head also made her look even more charming. Not only that, this beauty also knew her own strengths, and every time she wore clothes that emphasized her figure. Ji Yi had been back and forth over here a few times, and had already been shaken more than once or twice by her snow-white ferocious weapon. Of course, Ji Yi wasn't the kind of person who was very immodest. When he was attracted to her, Ji Yi naturally saw the sadness on Shang Yan's face. How could Ji Yi let go of the opportunity to help a beauty out? However, just as Ji Yi was about to take a step over, his shoulder was held down by someone. Ji Yi turned his head to look at the unappreciative Firefox in confusion. Doing what? You got something going on? The Firefox stared at Ji Yi with a pair of eyes that were scorching hot, and even the expression on her face was very excited. The goosebumps that Ji Yi was looking at were coming out, and after thinking back for a moment, this big brother Firefox should not have a broken sleeve fetish. He was then relieved. Lone Wolf, where did you learn this stance? I see than before to refine a lot of awe. Firefox excitedly arrived. Shi Yi hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this. I've told you all. Don't talk about my previous titles after you come back. Firefox smiled a couple times. Ge. Then you should tell me. You know I'm good at this. Shi Yi knew that Firefox was a person who was not good with women. He just liked to tinker with martial arts and these things behind him. According to the old saying, he was a martial arts nerd. You really want to know? Shi Yi smiled and hooked his hand at Firefox. Sure enough, right away. Firefox couldn't wait to come over, and he nodded his head repeatedly. Good brother. Just tell me. Tell you my ass. Shi Yi gave him a blow to the back of his head. Egu, how can you hit someone? Screw you. I learned it with great difficulty. What am I trying to do if it's so easy to tell you? Ji laughed and cursed. Words can't be said like that. We are all good brothers. How can you hide this kind of thing? When Firefox said this, Shi and him fell silent at the same time. The group of them were all from a previous mercenary group. A squad. Then to say who among them had the best hands, it would definitely be their boss Yi Han's. Compared to their kind of body that came through exercise, Yi Han was as if he had learned some secret martial arts techniques. However, every time they asked Yi Han, they would be perfunctorily passed over. Or Yi Han would say that it was a secret skill uniquely passed on, and he couldn't break his trust and teach it to others. Therefore, after 2 or 3 times of this matter, there was no one to ask Yi Han anymore. Forget it. Thinking about this matter, Firefox was also a bit deflated. You should be like the boss. I won't learn it. He. Who said that? Get your ass back here. Something suddenly came to Chi Yi's mind. If he wanted to trip Yi Han before he came back, it would be more than just prying his harem. In that case, it wouldn't have any threatening power to Yi Han at all. However, if one were to pry away all those people under Yi Han, then it would definitely be a great help to oneself. We were born into death together before, and I'll give you the truth. We are all brothers. There is no such thing as me not teaching you, and it was just a joke just now, Shi said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Firefox then looked up at Ge with some surprise. After all, he hadn't expected that Ge would really give away what he had learned, sharing it out. Even though Firefox was a roughneck, he was still more or less touched in his heart. However, I still have one more condition. That is that I can't tell the boss, Chi whispered with a grave expression on his face. Firefox looked at Chi in confusion. Why is that? Chi let out a long sigh with a helpless expression. You have to think. Before, The boss wasn't even willing to share those secrets he had learned. If he knew that I was willing to share them, what if he thought that I was prying at his corner and purposely straying away from your relationship? Harm. I don't want the boss to think that way. So if you want to learn, let's sneakily learn. Don't worry, I definitely won't hide it, GE said with a sincere face, but still very quietly. After all, there was still a Shanghaiman in front of him. Firefox stares blankly at GE. His face touched. GE, you're so thoughtful. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep it a secret. GE nodded, then patted Firefox's shoulder. Alright then, contact me when you're done with this bout of work. Good, Firefox said excitedly. He then proceeded to deal with the bodies with the personnel that had just arrived. As for Chi-E, he turned his head to look at Shang Yan and saw that she still had a worried look on her face. What's wrong? Is it a business matter? Shang Haiman nodded, rubbing her brow somewhat tiredly. Well, Zhou Ye's matter, I will tell Yihan for you. After all, it's about Ro Ro. He will definitely take care of it. But Zhou Yi is after all Zhou Clan's male son. Speaking here, Shang Yan couldn't help but sigh once again. Is something happening? Otherwise you say it out. See if I can help you out? GE inquired with concern. Regarding GE's concern, Shang Yan expressed great warmth, but she was not hopeful that GE would be able to help her. After all, in her impression, GE didn't seem to care about Shoba's matters except for his good looks and the fact that he had invited him to debut before. However, after all, what happened just now was also considered that she had accidentally harmed GE. So the current Shang Yan was still very tolerant towards GE. It's like this, our company's artist, Yan Fei Fei will be returning soon. You know, for a top stream singer, the most important thing is the return song. During the time that Fei Fei Yan was sick, newcomers have been popping up one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain, which not only puts pressure on her, but also on us. Even though Fei Fei Yan is good looking, if she doesn't have some power songs, I'm afraid that she will also be drowned out by the times. Speaking here, Shang Haiman rubbed his brows again with a saddened expression. Zhou has an arranger who is recognized as talented, although he has gained fame in the past 2 years. But because the Zhou family has been kind to him, he has stayed in the Zhou family, and this time he has made an appointment to meet to talk about this as well. Saying that, Shang Yan couldn't help but sigh again. Tune. Shi suddenly had a flash of light and thought of something. He flipped through the system and indeed found a divine music sheet. Previously, he hadn't bothered with it because he didn't think it would be useful to him, but he didn't think that it would come in handy now. Sister Scarlet Burner, if you trust me, I can get you a sheet of music. Ha! GE's words made Shang Yan froze, then she smiled sarcastically twice. It's okay GE, you don't have to feel guilty about this matter. I'll figure it out on my own. As long as a song is better than the enemy's. Shang Yan still thought that it was because of this matter that made GE feel a bit guilty. That's why GE opened his mouth to ask for help. But just like before, GE looked like he had nothing to do with the entertainment industry. Shang Yan didn't think that GE could help himself, so he just casually listened. I'm serious, Sister Shang Yan. I'll bring you something when tomorrow comes. Knowing that Shang Scarlet Burns clearly didn't believe in himself, GE very much wanted to bring the stuff out now. However, taking it out directly now was really too conspicuous, so GE thought that it would be better to take it out tomorrow. There's no need to be so polite. I'll really think of something, said Shang Yan, also patted GE's shoulder with a soft face, trying to make GE feel less guilty. Shang Yan's influence on GE was still very good. Not only did he feel that this little brother was honest before, now, he even felt that this person's skills were extraordinary, and he was also so sincere. See, Shang Haiman still is not so believe yourself. GE, although very helpless, but still shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. Now that Shang Haiman had begun to deal with work matters, he couldn't do much by staying here. Moreover, after this happened today, Shang Haiman would definitely call Yihan, and it was more or less bad for Yihan to see himself still standing with Shang Haiman. The main thing was, Firefox, the eye candy guy, had already poked his head in through the door several times. Shi walked to the doorway without any good reason, and sure enough, after waiting for a while, he saw a burr head poking in. Seeing this, he directly slapped it. This slap was not light, but because Firefox was originally very weak-minded, coupled with the fact that Shang Haiman was still standing over there, he had to swallow the pain hard into his stomach. Chi walked out and closed the door, looking helplessly at Firefox. What's wrong? You still have things to do? Firefox hammed and hawed. I just want to ask when you can teach me. I'm taking it easy every day now. I'm not busy. He still remembered GE's words just now, so after finishing the matter at hand, He directly blocked this place while Ge hadn't left yet. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Ge immediately cried and laughed a little. Worthy of being a martial arts nerd. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't taught anyone either. You have to let me go back and organize my knowledge so that I can teach you. Ge patted Firefox's shoulder, then added, it just so happens that I'm still coming tomorrow. Why don't I teach you properly tomorrow? Firefox, who had originally been a bit frustrated upon hearing Ge's words, was instantly happy upon hearing the second half of Ge's sentence. Alright, then good brother, I'll wait for you. Waving his hand with Firefox, Ge then walked into the elevator. It had only been a few days, and his gains were quite good, but in order to have the strength to fight against Jihan before he came back, Ge decided that he still had to speed up before he could do so. Thinking of this, Ge drove back to the villa area. Entering the house, Ge walked all the way to Lu Qingfang's room without seeing Song Cheng. There was something strange in his heart, but he was not yet guilty of looking for her. Sister Qingfang, I'm back. Looking at the beauty lying motionless on the bed, Ge smiled softly and closed the door. Although Lu Qingfang couldn't see right now, the drama still had to be done. So when Ge sat down next to Lu Qingfang, he first sighed softly and then started talking to himself. I'm sorry, Sister Qingfang. The boss has instructed that something has happened on Sister Scarlet Burner's side, so I have to go over there. Ding Ding detected that the host has engaged in the act of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarded with 200 villain value. Ge slightly hooked his lips, and then laughed at himself. Knowing that you can't hear me, I still want to talk to you. After all, it hurts me to see you lying here alone. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarded with 100 villainous value. With this beep, it proved that Ge's words, Lu Qingfang had listened into her heart. And indeed, at this moment, although Lu Qingfang couldn't move, her heart was very moved. Because she had been lying down, people thought that she couldn't feel or hear anything. So even if someone comes to see her, will rarely say a few words to her. At first, after Lu Qingfang became a vegetable, Yihan would say something every time he came to see her. However, as time passed, as those famous doctors returned without any success, Yihan not only spoke less to her, but even the time he came to see her became less. Although Lu Qingfang wasn't the type of person who liked to socialize, the fact that she was lying in bed all the time, unable to move or speak, while her consciousness was awake, made it difficult and torturous for her every day. Ge didn't know what was in Lu Qingfang's heart, but he knew that his words had worked. So he continued, although the boss also said that you have no hope to wake up, but I still do not want to give up. Although you have been lying here, this bodyguard is not much use, but if you can, I still want to look at you, so that my heart this will feel at ease. Ding Ding detected the host has separated the male and female host feelings behavior. Reward 200 points of villain value. Ding Ding detected the host has villainous behavior. Rewarded 500 points of villainous value. Ge was a bit stunned in his heart, not thinking that his words had played such a big role. The villain value given was quite a lot. Sure enough, worthy of being his good sister-in-law. I heard that massage has a role in the recovery of vegetative people. I also specifically went to learn massage. I don't know how effective it is, but I feel that lately your muscles are not as stiff as before, so I feel that it's definitely better than not massaging. And Qingfang's sister, I also specially went to learn some medical skills from a teacher. I hope it can be a little useful to you. As Ge's sentence was spoken, the system's beeps kept ringing in Ge's head. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarded with 100 villainous values. Ding Ding detected that the host has the behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarding 200 villain values. Ding Ding. Soon, in just over an hour's time, Lu Qingfang had already contributed 1,000 points of villainous value to Ge. If he didn't know that Lu Qingfang could hear him right now, Ge would really want to shout out a good sister-in-law over here right now. Ge, when did you come back? Just as Ge was joyfully massaging Lu Qingfang, feeling the tender skin under his hands, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Song Chang walked in, looking at Ge with a surprised expression, then came over alertly and directly held Ge's arm. I'm not here. What are you doing to Sister Qingfang? She chided. Ge shrugged helplessly. Heaven and earth could tell, because knowing that Lu Qingfang was awake, he wouldn't do some chow thief behavior. Song Chang, open your own eyes and see what I'm doing. I'm just massaging Sister Qingfang to prevent her muscles from stiffening up. Should I expect you to do it if I don't do it? Ge nonchalantly retorted back directly. Ge's words made Song Ching very red. After all, Song Ching herself knew that she was usually very slack indeed. Because of the arrogance of being Yi Han's woman in her heart, Song Cheng had slacked off quite a bit in the area of serving Lu Qingfeng. Normally, although she often looked after Lu Qingfeng, and would also help Lu Qingfeng scrub her body and turn her body over from time to time, but regarding the massage thing, Song Ching really couldn't do it once a week sometimes. And, in fact, Song Ching's job is also very easy. Every day after some of the work is done, they often sit here, or lying on the sofa in Lu Qingfeng's room to play with the cell phone. Now after living here, Song Cheng was also more unrestrained. Just now, Chi-yi didn't see her just because she was sleeping in the house. Song Cheng choked, and was at a bit of a loss as to what to say. Ji-yi sneered and shook off Song Ching's hand. I'll tell you Song Ching, no one cares if you don't do your own work properly, but if you dare to casually slander me again and casually provoke me, believe me you'll regret it. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Ching with an impatient expression. Song Ching in the past 2 days in Chi-yi side bottom very insufficient. After all, after leaving the country, Yi Han treatment of her attitude, also is sometimes cold and sometimes hot, so that Song Ching's heart is also suddenly up and down. Looking at Ji-yi's cold eyes, Song Ching's back was cold, subconsciously shrunk her neck, and then did not squeak. This time, Song Ching was also completely honest. Seeing Ji-yi massaging Lu Qingfeng, she didn't say anything else, but turned around and left the room. After closing the door, Song Cheng then stomped her foot indignantly. Humph, that Chi-yi was willing to give Lu Qingfeng a massage, so just do it, just as well. She wouldn't have to do this job, successfully making Song Ching suffer. Ji-yi's movements gradually intensified, because it was daytime. Ji-yi himself also found that Lu Qingfeng's originally fair face had a touch of redness on it. Chi-yi was also a bit surprised by this discovery. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth, and just when he wanted to take the next step, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. With a guess in his heart, he took out his cell phone to take a look, and sure enough, it was Yi Han. Hey, boss. Like before, in front of Lu Qingfeng's ear, Ji-yi picked up the phone. Well, I did make a trip to Sister Crimson Burnside today. Let me give you a detailed account of what happened, Chi-yi said as he answered the phone and opened the door. Song Cheng, who was already going back to her room, didn't go back to her room once she heard Yi Han's news, and stood straight at the door of her room looking at Chi-yi. Closing the door to Lu Qingfeng's room, Ji-yi cast a sidelong glance at Song Cheng, who was looking straight at him, and turned towards the balcony. After telling the matter as it was, and hearing that Yi Han's voice was not impatient or dissatisfied, Chi-yi let out a long sigh and said, I'm sorry boss, this time the matter is indeed me getting into trouble. Ji-yi, where are your words? On the contrary, I still have to thank you for saving Zozo and the girls. If I apologize, I also have to apologize to you. Because of Zozo, you have provoked those people. Also thanks to their hands are not able to, or else harm, Yi Han said in a grave tone, and couldn't help but sigh at the end. When Sheng Haiman called Yi Han to say this matter, it was only roughly over, so Yi Han then subconsciously thought that the strength of those who came was average, and did not suspect anything. While Ji-yi and Yi Han were both on the phone, Song Ching tiptoed over to Ji-yi's side. However, she was immediately spotted by Ji-yi, and after giving her a disgusted look, Ji-yi decisively moved away from her. But the next time something like this happens, you should also be a little more careful. If you meet an expert, you shouldn't try to be strong. Yi Han spoke from across the room. As the male lead he was suspicious by nature, so before he called Ji-yi, he first called Firefox and Yi Ro and Flower Butterfly. After knowing that Ji-yi hadn't done anything to wrong himself, and had also called someone to wash Yi Ro and Flower Butterfly's stomachs that night, he was no longer suspicious. Ji-yi nodded and answered, and in his afterglow, he saw Song Ching constantly patting his feet closer to his side, as if to try to hear what Yi Han was saying. Yi Han on the other side of the cell phone has begun to habitually long speech. At this time Ji-yi only need to respond to a good from time to time. Seeing Song Ching still slowly approaching this way, the corner of Ji-yi's mouth couldn't help but evoke a nasty smile. He stretched out his leg and went, bending his knee slightly. Song Ching's entire attention was on top of the phone at this moment, so she didn't notice Ji-yi's movements. So when she was touched by Ji-yi, she instantly failed to stand still. Originally, she was patting her feet, so not to mention stumbling a few times, she directly bent her knees and directly lunged forward. Seeing that she was about to pounce, Song Ching subconsciously hugged Ji-yi's waist, looking at the woman in front of her like an octopus, picking on herself. Ji-yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and looked over flirtatiously. Song Chang, and angry and anxious to look up to Ge. Originally wanted to curse a few words, but in the CGE hands have not hung up the phone after. Can only be silenced. The moment Song Ching called out, Yi Han's voice on the other side of the cell phone paused for a moment. Along with this, Ge was a little nervous. I didn't expect you kid. Finally got the hang of it? All are men. I understand. You said earlier that you are now busy. I will not pull you to talk. Opposite Yi Han laughed out loud. Ge also followed with a few sarcastic laughs. Seeing Yi Han misunderstood, he was relieved. Cough, boss. Sorry. Ge laughed. Then he reached out his hand and directly wrapped it around Song Ching's waist. This time is completely sorry. Ding ding. Detected that the host has bold child thief behavior. Rewarded 200 points of villain value. You. Song Chang reddened her face and looked at Ge in anger. But after all, Yi Han's phone call hadn't hung up yet now, so she didn't dare to say anything. Song Ching slapped Ge's hand a few times, but in the end, she could only raise her head and stare at Ge. Seeing that she even dared to glare at him, Ge directly tightened the force of his hand, causing her to cling to him. I've said it before. Men don't hang yourself on a tree. Yi Han flirted across the room for a few moments before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ge couldn't help but sneer. Yi Han had spoken nicely, advising himself not to hang himself from a single tree. In fact, it was only because he was eyeing his first girlfriend, to pave the way for what would happen afterward. You stinking rascal. Seeing that Ge finally hung up the phone, Song Chang, who didn't dare to squeak from the side, suddenly became infuriated and pounced forward, taking a bite on Ge's arm. Hiss. Ge wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at his arm. This little thing was really unforgiving. Although it didn't bite through, it did leave a tooth factor. Humph. Next time if you... Ouch. Song Ching inserted her waist, angrily looking at Ge. Only the words hadn't been finished, and she was directly pulled over by Ge. Ge floor mastered her waist and imprisoned her, so that Song Ching couldn't move even for a moment. You? What are you doing? I'm warning you. I was just calling brother cold. If you keep messing around, I'll be rude. To be honest, Song Chang was still a little afraid of Ge after all. After all, Ge wasn't like the others, who were pleasant to her, and even more predominantly, Ge's strength was just too great. Song Ching definitely couldn't break free. Then I'll have to see how you're going to be rude to me. Ge looked at Song Ching with a smile on his face, looking up and down at her as he did so. But you just bit me, so I have to bite back. Song Chang was originally flustered right now, and after hearing Ge's words, the whole person was even more flustered. You? What do you mean? Are you a dog? Fearing that Ge would mess up, Song Chang spoke in annoyance. Ge raised an eyebrow. Then what's wrong with me? Saying that, Ge slightly bent down and gradually approached Song Ching. Song Ching was more or less unable to move as she was held in his arms. She stared up at Ge with wide, panicked eyes and raised her hand against the front of Ge's chest with a reddened little face. She tried to resist Ge's movements a bit, but because of the strength of the two, it was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. There was absolutely no comparison. Because Song Ching had just bitten herself just now without the slightest bitterness, Ge had no intention of being polite with her either. Ding ding. Detected the host having villainous behavior. Rewarded with 200 villainous values. Ah. Song Chang let out a cry of pain, and then she looked at Ge in annoyance. You stinking rascal. How dare you? How dare you bite me? Song Ching noticed the wetness on her face, as well as the fiery pain, and her entire being was angry and shy. But what made Song Ching even more angry was that she hadn't thought that Ge, this person, would dare to bite herself. The bite was still on her face. What was the difference between this and a kiss? Just the thought of being molested by a little bodyguard made Song Ching tremble with anger. Ge, you're screwed. I won't let you go. I'll tell Brother Han later. Say you molested me. Ge pursed his lips, not realizing that this little shrew's face was still smooth and tender. Only her open mouth really owed a lesson. Hearing Song Ching's words, Ge directly let out a cold laugh. Originally, I was thinking of letting you off the hook, but since you've said it like that, then I won't be polite to you. Saying that, Ge directly lowered his head and bit down on her unforgiving mouth. In an instant, Song Ching instantly stiffened over. She stared blankly ahead, her mind blank for a moment, somewhat unresponsive. Most of all, Song Ching was also playfully not expecting that Ge would actually dare to do this. Ding ding. Detected the host's villainous behavior. Rewarded with 500 villainous values. Listening to the system's beep, Ge hooked his lips and let go of Song Ching with satisfaction. Alright, now go tell Brother Han. Just say that I molested you and see what Brother Han's reaction is. Saying this, Ji Yi's footsteps lurched, turning his head to look at Song Qing smiling smugly, saying meaningfully, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, Brother Han, this person he hates women who have been touched by other people the most. Do you think that if you let Brother Han know that I've kissed you and bitten you, what would he think?" After saying this sentence, Ji Yi snorted and turned around to leave directly. While over there with a red face still angry, Song Qing immediately reacted. Her originally reddened little face instantly turned deathly white, and then it was as if she had violently reacted to something, turning around and jogging to catch up with Ji Yi. Then I won't tell Brother Han. You don't say anything either. She looked at Ji Yi apprehensively, waiting for Ji Yi's answer. Women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet. Even if you tell Brother Han, I'm nothing, it's up to you to behave, Ji Yi said in a cold voice, and then did not pay attention to Song Qing. Song Qing stayed at the entrance of Ji Yi's room, her mind echoing what Ji Yi had just said. Then, what Ji Yi had said before resounded in her mind. After all, she really didn't stand out too much with those women of Yi Han's before. Just like what Ji Yi said, there were plenty of women like her who hadn't yet risen to the top, so when Yi Han found out about this, he definitely wouldn't care much about himself, and he wouldn't do anything about Ji Yi either. So this matter must not let Yi Han know, or else she would never have a chance to get to the top. Thinking of this, Song Qing fell into deep thought, because he had to go to Shanghai Yan side the next day. Ji Yi rested early today. Tonight was free from Yi Ro-Ro's harassment. Early the next morning, Ji Yi got up in high spirits. When Shi Shang walked out of his room, he saw Yi Ro-Ro walking out of his room with dark circles under her eyes. Needless to say, the dark circles on that face startled Ji Yi. "Good morning, Brother Yi." Yi Ro-Ro very uninspiredly raised her hand to give Ji Yi a greeting. The flower butterfly that had just walked out from the other end was also a bit surprised when she saw Yi Ro-Ro. "Ro-Ro, what's going on with you?" "No, nothing, it's just that I accidentally stayed up all night yesterday." Yi Ro-Ro wrinkled her small face and let out a long sigh. Yi Ro-Ro originally had white skin. In contrast, the dark circles under her eyes were also dark and scary. "Looking at you like this, people who don't know would think that you did something surreptitiously yesterday." Ji Yi looked at her listless look and teased. "Brother Yi, don't tease me. I'm so annoyed in my heart right now," Yi Ro-Ro said in a million words, and as she did so, she raised her hand to rub her hair with an annoyed expression. Seeing this, Ji Yi then reached out to hold her hand. Alright, don't rub it. Originally the amount of hair is not much. If you rub it harder, what if your hair falls out?" Ji Yi amusingly opened his mouth and joked. Ji Yi was originally just a joke, but Yi Ro-Ro, this little girl, took it seriously. "What? Do I have very little hair?" Yi Ro-Ro was so scared that she hurriedly organized her hair. "It's also not bad. Say it, because of what things are annoying." Ji Yi wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at Yi Ro-Ro in a good mood. Yi Ro-Ro slightly pouted her pink lips. "Isn't this close to graduation? Everyone's already looking for jobs and internships, and I'm the only one still taking classes. After a while that Lin Weiwei is going to organize everyone to go to a class reunion together, and at that time they'll definitely want to compare jobs and boyfriends." Said here, Yi Ro-Ro face expressionless body powerless leaned on the body of Ji Yi. "Harm. Yet brother you say I have to do I directly say I was hospitalized. Sick not to go forget, but so unwilling Lin Weiwei that bad woman certainly again to say bad things about me," Yi Ro-Ro said while holding onto Ji Yi's arm, using her own little head to keep hitting Ji Yi's arm. Flower Butterfly watched the two of them from the sidelines, and after seeing Yi Ro-Ro intimately holding onto Ji Yi, her eyes flashed, but in the end, she clenched her palms into fists, said nothing, and silently turned around to leave. Ji Yi glanced at the back of the Flower Butterfly, then looked at Yi Ro-Ro in tears, not thinking that Yi Ro-Ro was annoyed because of these things, not resting well for a day. "What's with that? You are much richer than able Lin Weiwei. What can be compared to her?" Ji Yi said in disbelief. "That's different. She's been targeting me in school before, now I really don't want to see her." Yi Ro-Ro drooped a small face confused and said. Even her normally bright and sparkling big eyes were now devoid of luster. Yi Ro-Ro looked up at Ji Yi. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she instantly reacted to something in general. She excitedly reached out and grabbed Ji Yi's clothes. "That's right Brother Yi. You can pretend to be my boyfriend. You're so handsome. They'll definitely envy me." Yi Ro-Ro looked like she had discovered some new continent, excitedly walking back and forth around Ji Yi. Brother Yi, Why don't you go to the class reunion with me the day after tomorrow? You'll definitely look good in a dress then. Yi Ro blinked her big eyes and held Ji-e's hand with both hands, shaking it pitifully. Ji-e froze. What good things are you thinking in your head? Not going. No time. Ha, don't. Where did Yi Ro think that Ji-e would reject so decisively? Immediately, she directly jumped into Ji-e's arms, and began to be petulant and playful. Brother E, my good brother. Brother E, just promise me please. Yi Ro softly pleaded, her delicate eyebrows drooping, her big watery eyes, as if she was about to cry out in the next second. It had to be said that this little loli was really unbearable when she pouted. Ji-e helplessly covered his face. Then what's in it for me if I follow you? I work for nothing? Saying this, Ji-e raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Ro, waiting for Yi Ro to give himself conditions. Well, I'll pay you a salary? Yi Ro's eyes fluttered, and she really didn't know what conditions to offer. Ji-e picked the end of his eyes. Am I someone who lacks money? Indeed not, huh? Yi Ro said bitterly, then furrowed her small brows. Then, Brother E, do you have anything you want? Ji-e laughed and flirted. It's true that I don't have anything that I lack, but there is indeed one thing that I want you to do. Then say it. As long as you agree to my conditions, anything I do is fine. Yi Ro smiled curtly. Let's put it this way then. Since you yourself have said that it's okay for you to do whatever you want, then wear a maid's outfit and serve me for a day. Ji-e joked. Then he looked down to observe Yi Ro's expression. As expected, after hearing Ji-e's words, Yi Ro was dumbfounded. She blinked her big eyes and froze over with her pink lips slightly open. Female, maid outfit? Serving? Yi Ro felt that her little head was suddenly a bit turned around at this moment. What's wrong? Can't do it? It's fine. Just reject me. Ji-e directly used the method of provocation. After all, this kind of agitation method was most useful to a haughty little loli like Yi Ro. As expected, after Ji-e said this, Yi Ro immediately said stubbornly, what can I do? It's just wearing a different skirt at home. Ji-e smiled and nodded along. Well, you're right. It's just at home. Yi Ro's face was hesitant, but in the end, she still nodded in the end. Then say yes. Oh, just at home. Say yes. I will promise you. Yi Ro in the end or some hesitation. Seeing this, Ji-e directly laughed. This depends on you. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I promise or not. I have no loss. When Yi Ro heard Ji-e's words, she was instantly anxious. Ji-e had no losses, but she couldn't. No. Brother E, I promise. Yi Ro said anxiously. Ji-e laughed twice in his heart in triumph. That's a deal. You're the one who wants to wear it. Aha! Yi Ro raised her head and looked at Ji-e pitifully. When the two went down to eat, the people below were already seated. Flower Butterfly had her head down in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. On the contrary, Songqing immediately stood up enthusiastically when she saw the two of them coming downstairs. You two have come down. The food is a bit cold. Otherwise I'll heat it up for you, she said enthusiastically, and then looked at Ji-e with some nervousness. How could she not know what Songqing was thinking right now? It was nothing more than the fear that he would tell Yihan off. Before, she had threatened herself with Yihan, but now she was still being held by herself. Ji-e took Yi Ro and sat down, directly ignoring Songqing. Yi Ro is now rushing to please Ji-e, so naturally there is no effort to pay attention to her. In the end, Songqing, who had no one to talk to, could only smile awkwardly, then turned around and sat down. After finishing the meal, Yi Ro followed the butterfly and left, while Songqing looked at Ji-e and said something, but in the end, she packed up her things and walked into the kitchen. Ji-e looked at her askance, then turned around and packed up, taking the car keys and getting ready to go out. Brother E, what are you doing now? Seeing Ji-e about to leave, Songqing hurriedly came forward. Ji-e raised his eyebrows. What do you care? Now you know to call him Brother E, and the person who was yelling after him before doesn't know who he is. Songqing choked. If she had been in yesterday's position, I'm afraid that she would have argued with Ji-e by now. But the current Songqing could only swallow her anger into her stomach. No. Songqing smiled curtly, then took out an umbrella. I wasn't looking at the sky outside and thinking that it was going to rain, so I brought you an umbrella? You're quite attentive. Ji-e did not expect Songqing to make it this far. Alright, seeing as you're so well behaved now, I'll tell you where I'm going. Well, today I'm going to look for Sister Scarlet Burns. If you ask me, which of these you can't compare to, so I'm advising you to be a little more honest. Ji slightly mocked and walked out. Seeing Ji's car gradually moving away, Song Qing's smile suddenly stiffened on her face. It was indeed as Ji had said. All the other women had their own place to excel in their own careers. Only she, relying on a face. Ignoring what Song Qing behind him was thinking, Ji sped all the way to Crimson Burn Entertainment. This time, he went straight up to the top floor. Ding! As the sound of the elevator rang out, Firefox, who was standing in the doorway, instantly brightened up. Ji, you're here? Are the courses all done? With that, Firefox attentively walked over to Ji's side, rubbing his hands impatiently. Ji held up a sheet of music that he had folded up in his hand. Where's Sister Scarlet Burns? I'll come back for you after I give the stuff to her. Firefox hammed and hawed, clearly having become Ji's lapdog. Sister Scarlet Burn is in her office right now, and Sister Yen Fei Fei is also here today. Firefox said. Yen Fei Fei? Ji murmured as he walked towards Scarlet Burner's office. Yen Fei Fei was the top stream singer that Shang Haiman said yesterday. It was true that because of the frequent emergence of idol groups lately, the pressure on some singers was a bit high right now. This Yen Fei Fei is a talented singer who has been famous for composing and arranging her own music since she was in college and singing on her own. After signing up with Crimson Flame Entertainment, she was among the top streams, but the good times didn't last long, and then because of illness, she could only choose to retire. And now, this is only ready to make a comeback. Much like before, this Yen Fei Fei was also a member of the male lead's harem. Thinking of this, Ji raised his hand and knocked on the door at Shang Yimyan's office. Soon, Shang Yimyan's voice came from inside. Come in. Ji pushed the door in, and the first thing he saw was the two women sitting in front of the desk. The one behind the desk was naturally Shang Yimyan, while the one who subconsciously looked back at Ji at this moment was the other Heaven's Destiny heroine, Yen Fei Fei. Yen Fei Fei's red eyes, subconsciously turned her head, saw Ji just felt familiar, saw that he looked good and looked at him twice more, then turned her head back to look at Shang Yimyan. Sister Scarlet Flame, can't we really invite Li Hua? Yen Fei Fei inquired again. She had liked Li Hua before, which was why she had also indicated to Shang Scarlet Burner by name that she wanted to work with Li Hua. Shang Yimyan helplessly shook his head. It definitely won't work. Now Zhou definitely won't cooperate with us. Why Yen Fei Fei was very puzzled. Frowning a little anxiously, Su Ru asked. Because the Zhou family's son, Zhou Yi, was accidentally killed, which involves us, and likewise, they have offended Yi Han. Yesterday's matter. Shang Yimyan was a bit unreal when she thought about it now, so she didn't tell Yen Fei Fei in detail, but at least Yen Fei Fei is also a smart person, so she naturally heard something from Shang Haiman's words, and in the end, she could only let out a long sigh of helplessness. Only that her eyes did get redder and redder. It had to be said. Even Ji also admitted that Yen Fei Fei was a person I felt sorry for when I saw her. Originally, her figure looked small, plus probably because she was sick, her little face was also white. Now with her red eyes and nose, she looked very pitiful indeed. Shang Yimyan also sighed helplessly along with her. But don't worry, Fei Fei. Although Li Hua can't cooperate anymore, I will contact other arrangers. After Yen Fei Fei heard Shang Haiman's words, she unexpectedly shook her head directly. No, Sister Scarlet Burn, since I can't work with Li Hua, I'd rather choose to arrange my own music, she said stubbornly. Shang Yimyan instantly had a bit of a headache. Fei Fei, you have to know that your album this time can't be just one song. I admit that you do have talent above arranging songs as well, but after all, you've already retired for 2 years, and you know what's been going on in these 2 years. So even collaborating on one song's arrangement with someone else would be fine. Ji saw Yen Fei Fei with her legs together, her small hands clenched into fists in her lap. She pursed her pink lips tightly, her eyes full of struggle. Sister Scarlet Burn, you know, my song I always do not like to let others interfere. I believe I can. After hesitating for a while, Yen Fei Fei insisted. Shang Yimyan couldn't do anything about it, and could only coldly lower her face. Fei Fei, you have always been behind the scenes. You don't know the recent trends in the entertainment industry. I recognize that you do have talent, but you have to know that if this return is not successful, what awaits you will be drowned out by the crowd. Yen Fei Fei stalled. Why didn't she understand this reasoning? It was just that for those of them, their own songs were like their own children, so she was more or less unable to pass this hurdle in her heart. Watching the two people in front of her fall silent with each other, even the atmosphere around her froze up. Ji finally walked forward with something in his hand. Seeing Ji walk to his front, Shang Yimyan then suddenly reacted. Ji is still there. She rubbed her brow and looked at GE with some embarrassment. I'm sorry GE. I've just been a bit busy. Are you here today? Yesterday, GE said that he would help to solve this matter. Sheng Yan originally did not put on the heart. Not to mention that this is only the past night. Even her huge Crimson Burn Entertainment hasn't fixed this matter yet. How could GE fix it? Sister Scarlet Burner, I'm here to send you some sheet music. With that, GE handed over the somewhat crumpled sheet music in his hand. Sheet music? Sheng Haiman received the folded up, somewhat crumpled paper in her hand. Then she looked up at GE with some surprise. She hadn't thought that GE would really bring sheet music with him. In the face of Sheng Yan's surprise, GE just smiled bashfully. Well, I wrote it overnight. Can you take a look at it? Upon hearing this, even Yan Fei, who was on the side, looked over curiously. Could this person be the arranger? Could it be that Sister Scarlet Burns had found him? Sheng Yan looked at GE very helplessly, not thinking that GE would really bring the sheet music, and that he had finished writing it overnight. Although she knew that GE was a very good person, she didn't think that GE possessed the talent in arranging music, and that it only took one night to complete. However, based on her respect for GE, Sheng Yan was still prepared to open it and take a look, thinking that it would be good to politely reject GE later. However, before Sheng Yan could open the folded paper, the office door was knocked on once again. The three people in the room all subconsciously looked back. Yan Fei also hurriedly wiped the tears that were in the corners of her eyes. Come in, Sheng Haiman said. It's really been a long time. Mr. Sheng. A middle-aged man walked in through the door with a young man. Seeing this, Sheng Haiman hurriedly got up to greet him and went forward, taking the initiative to extend his hand. We really haven't seen each other for a number of years, Mr. Zhao. I heard that you've set up a studio on your own now? Hearing Sheng Haiman mention this, a trace of complacency flashed across that Mr. Zhao's face. He shook Sheng Haiman's hand, but hesitated to let go. Instead, he even rubbed his thumb a few times. Almost instantly, Sheng Yan frowned slightly. Hi, it's not like I've spent too much time in that kind of stubborn place and want to come out and have some fun on my own. Oops, this is Ms. Yan Fei, isn't it? After catching a glimpse of Yan Fei sitting on the chair, that Mr. Zhao then let go of Sheng Haiman's hand, and finally approached Yan Fei's face with a smile. Looking at his fat face, filled with a lewd smile, which made Yan Fei couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable and backed away. That Mr. Zhao acted as if he didn't see Yan Fei's movements, and still had a stiffened expression on his face as he insisted on walking forward and reaching out his hand. Ms. Fei, I am the founder of Extreme Bliss, Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang's greedy eyes swept over Yan Fei's face and smiled. Yan Fei's character was actually very introverted. She hadn't been on the show often before, and she hadn't appeared in the public eye since she got sick later on. It was also because Crimson Burn Entertainment was headed by Sheng Crimson Burn, so there were many things within the circle that Yan Fei hadn't experienced. However, the Zhao Gang in front of her made Yan Fei very uncomfortable. She subconsciously ducked back, but still politely extended her hand to give him a shake. She thought that she would hurry to take her hand back after shaking it for a while, but she didn't realize that her hand was held tightly by Zhao Gang, and she couldn't pull it out in the slightest. Yan Fei subconsciously raised her head and cast a gaze towards Sheng Yan for help, but to no avail. The current Sheng Yan was chatting with the young man that Zhao Gang had brought with him with his back to her, and did not see this side, but soon Yan Fei's eyes flashed across a silhouette, and not only that, even her hand was drawn out. Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you. Qi pulled Zhao Gang's hand out and took the initiative to shake his hand and smiled. The smile on Zhao Gang's face stiffened, but after all, in this occasion, it was too embarrassing to be cold, so he could only smile. By the way, this time I heard that Mr. Sheng was looking for an arranger. So no, I brought this kid Zhang Li here, Zhao Gang said while patting Zhang Li's shoulder. Sheng Yan laughed. Just now, I had a chat with Zhang Li. I didn't realize that Zhang Li not only graduated from a prestigious foreign school, but also won quite a few awards at a young age. The expression on that young man's face became lonely and arrogant, and he even glanced at Qi with disdain. Ge raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this was treating himself as a competitor. Mr. Shen, why don't you do this? Or else just give all of Miss Fei's albums to Zhang Li. These recent styles, Zhang Li is still very good at it. This, Sheng Yan frowned with some difficulty. To be honest, she was still looking for cooperation right now, but didn't expect Zhao Gang to take the initiative. It had to be said that Zhao Gang's studio was also relatively famous in the circle, so it wasn't easy for her to refuse. but it would be a bit difficult if the entire album was to be given to them. No way. Without waiting for Shang Hyman to open his mouth, Yan Feifei on the side had already vetoed it with a single breath. Is it hard for Miss Feifei to have a suitable candidate to work with? Zhao Gang said doubtfully. Yan Feifei shook her head. No, I plan to compose and arrange the music myself. What? Zhao Gang laughed out nonchalantly. Miss Yan Feifei, are you sincere? Your previous songs were indeed very good, but it's been a few years since then. That's all in the past for you. Popular music nowadays is very changeable. You won't be able to grasp it. Zhao Gang's unceremonious words made Yan Feifei's already fair face turn even whiter. Shang Yan was aware of Yan Feifei's stubbornness, but her words still didn't end. Otherwise, how about this? Does Zhangli have any unreleased works at the moment? Can you bring it over for everyone to listen to? Upon hearing this, Zhangli, who had been quiet on the side, flashed a hint of smugness on his face. I naturally still have works in my hands, but is that gentleman also here together to talk about cooperation? As he said that, Zhangli pointed at Ji, who was sitting on the other side with a disdainful expression. Zhang Li's arrogant expression and his tone of voice was full of disdain, obviously looking down on Ji. Ji had originally thought of sitting next to him and watching the show, but he didn't expect Zhang Li to take the initiative to provoke himself. With his previous experience, Ji is still very confident in the system. When the villain system produces something, it will be a fine product. Since someone had taken the initiative to cue to himself, then Ji would not be polite. He stood up and pointed behind him, to the folded up, crumpled paper on Shang Hyman's desk. Sister Scarlet Burner, how can I say that I also came first? To see you should also come ahead to see my tunes, Ji said slowly. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Shang Hyman's face. It was indeed this in the end that was correct. However, because she thought that Ji might not know how to arrange a tune, this interruption was forgotten. Zhao Gang was a man of honor. His eyes darted around, then sized up Ji. This young man did look pretty good. But he didn't have the temperament of an artist, especially since he had just ruined his own good deed. So Zhao just looked at Ji in an unfavorable way. Oh, I didn't realize that this young man is also an arranger? He's also here to seek cooperation? I wonder where this gentleman is currently employed. I'm not in the entertainment industry. Arranging music is just a small hobby. Ji shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression. After hearing Ji's words, Zhao Gang and Zhang Li once again glanced at each other. Their faces were even more complacent. Zhao Gang even revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, in the end is still young but since it is young people, or to give a chance, you say is put Sheng total? Zhao Gang's tone made Shang Yan more or less uncomfortable. After all, these two people in front of him were close to writing down Ji on their faces. Ji is my friend, although he only arranges music as a hobby, but as a novice, I think he should still be considered good. Saying that, Shang Yan got up and went to bring over the sheet music on his desk. Seeing this meaning of Shang Yan, that he wanted to protect Ji, Zhao Gang and Zhang Li once again looked at each other and had to put away their expressions of mocking him. Yan Feifei also looked over curiously, comparing to the two lewd men in front of her. She still looked at Ji a bit more pleasantly. Not only was he much better looking than the two in front of him, even his personality was not bad. Say, do you have a recorded sample? Yan Feifei looked at Ji curiously. Ji withdrew his eyes from Shang Yan. After all, he had just been more or less surprised that Shang Yan would defend himself. He then looked at Yan Feifei and shook his head. No, he didn't understand these things in the entertainment industry. Thinking that it would be fine if the sheet music was brought to him, he didn't think that he would have to record it. That would be more laborious. Instead, why don't you listen to ours first? Zhang Li has already sampled it a long time ago. With those words, Zhao Gang took out a flash drive, obviously prepared. Shang Yan nodded helplessly. Now he could only listen to Zhang Li's first. Shang Yan took the flash drive and plugged it into his computer. Not a moment later, the sound of music rang out. It had to be said that Zhang Li's strength was indeed impressive. At least even Ji, an outsider to the circle, felt that the tunes were quite good when he listened to them. Even Shang Hyman nodded in satisfaction. Not bad indeed. At this Zhao Gang laughed out loud. Mr. Shang, I told you, Zhang Li is powerful. While the people over there were talking, Yan Feifei suddenly turned her head to look at Ji. She pointed at the paper in Ji's hand. So what? Can I take a look at it first? Of course. Ji painfully handed the thing over. Zhang Li over there had obviously come prepared, having prepared several tunes, and was currently playing one after another over there. And naturally, Yan Feifei had heard all that music, But what concerned Yin Feifei more was the sheet music in front of her. Her eyes slowly widened, and then she took out her cell phone with some excitement to send a message out. Compared to the several people present, each with their own thoughts, Ge was much more relaxed. He was sitting lazily on the sofa, listening to music, and when he saw Zhongli looking over triumphantly, Ge still had the time to nod approvingly at him. This was something that made Zhongli furious. I think it's not bad. It's just that there might be some flaws in some places. The music stopped, and Shang Hinyan, who was sitting in front of her desk, objectively offered her assessment. It had to be said that a stunning beauty like Shang Hinyan, even the way she looked when she was working seriously, was very compelling. Even Chi, sitting over there, couldn't help but appreciate Shang Hinyan. Zhao Gang and Zhang Li were even looking at Shang Haiman with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Even after Shang Haiman finished speaking, both of them didn't come back to their senses. Seeing that no one answered, Shang Hinyan subconsciously raised her head and happened to see the expressions of those two people, which made her frown with some discomfort in her heart all of a sudden. Cough. She lightly coughed a few times with an unsettling expression. At this, Zhao Gang and Zhang Li then instantly came back to their senses. This isn't a problem. Just wait until Miss Fei Fei and Zhang Li rub it in later and change it together. Don't you think so? Saying this, Zhao Gang then stretched out his arm to corner Zhang Li, who was on the side. Zhang Li's face greedily swept over Shang Haiman. As soon as he thought that he would be able to see Shang Haiman and Yin Fei Fei often in the back, his heart was instantly happy. He nodded his head. What Mr. Zhao said is not a problem. Everyone behind is together can be solved. Hearing this, Shang Hinyan nodded, but his face wasn't as kind as before. After all, these two people in front of her really want to let her have a good face is also difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that listening to the tunes was okay in Zhao Gang, a person who was more or less famous in the circle, otherwise Shang Hinyan would have already invited guests. Consort, what do you think of these tunes? Shang Hinyan suddenly reacted. Until now, Yin Fei Fei hadn't expressed her opinion yet. Everyone subconsciously looked at Yin Fei Fei, but they saw that Yin Fei Fei's attention was not on their side at all, and she was currently holding a crumpled piece of paper, reading it with great interest. Zhang Li's face instantly became ugly. It's hard to believe that she didn't even bother to listen to the music just now. Fei Fei, Fei Fei. Seeing that the faces of the two people over there became ugly, Shang Hinyan then once again raised his voice to remind them. Yin Fei Fei looked up at Shang Haiman. What's wrong? Seeing her like this instantly caused Shang Haiman to have a bit of a headache again. She rubbed her brow. I was just asking you, how is Zhang Li's tune? If you think it's okay, it's fine if you book it now. No. Shang Hinyan's side had just finished speaking when Yin Fei Fei directly rejected it out of her mouth. At that moment, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became frozen. Zhang Li's originally arrogant face also became ugly. Zhao Gang too. His fat face stiffened. After all, Zhang Li was still young and couldn't restrain his temperament. Just now, when he saw that Yin Fei Fei didn't listen to his own tune seriously, he was a bit dissatisfied in his heart. And now when he heard that Yin Fei Fei directly rejected his own tune, he was even more furious in his heart. Miss Yin Fei Fei doesn't like any of them? I see that you didn't listen carefully either. Is it possible that you didn't want to work with me originally? Or is Miss Yin Fei Fei determined to compose her own music? Don't blame me for not reminding you, Miss Yin Fei Fei. I'm afraid no one will like your style now. Zhang Li sat on the sofa, looking at Yin Fei Fei with a sneer on his face as he connoted. And Zhao Gang on the side did not stop Zhang Li, apparently also expressing his dissatisfaction with Fei Fei Yan's behavior just now. Yin Fei Fei, the social terrorist. Where had she been spoken to like this? Where had she experienced such a scene? So after hearing Zhang Li's words, she directly froze there. Shang Hinyan subconsciously frowned, and just when she wanted to open her mouth to retort back, she was already preempted. Mr. Zhang Li is feeling embarrassed by being rejected, so he's annoyed? Chi laughed and spoke cheerfully, the gloating expression on his face very obvious. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Li's face instantly reddened. What qualifications do you have to talk about me, you piece of trash? Zhang Li's red face rubbed up as he stood up and chided. Zhao Gang similarly stood up. This gentleman, do you think that Zhang Li is not satisfied with Miss Yin Fei Fei? It's hard to think that she can still look at you? If I say so, our Zhang Li's tunes are wanted by many people, but those tunes that no one wants are just like garbage. No different from toilet paper in the toilet. Who says I'm not satisfied? A delicate, yet very sure and tough voice rang out. Yin Fei Fei's face reddened as she stood up with the sheet music in her hand, looking at the two people in front of her without any good humor. Compared to Zhang Li, I think this tune of Ji Yi's is simply perfect. He's a genius. With that, Yan Feifei waved the paper in her hand with unusual excitement. Zhao Gang and Zhang Li were unimpressed, thinking that this was just Yan Feifei deliberately defending this man now. Even Shang Himyan froze over there thinking the same thing. Zhang Li snorted. There has to be a basis to speak. He's an amateur. How could he possibly write any good tunes? Yan Feifei was anxious to see that the crowd did not believe her. Seeing her anxious appearance was really cute as hell. Shi couldn't help but hook his lips. Then if you say so, why don't we compare? I'm confident anyway. Ji also stood up and looked at Zhang Li disdainfully. Compared to Zhang Li, who was a little over 1 meter 6 and a little over 1 meter 7, Ji's size was already considered very good. Seeing the nonchalant look on Ji's face, both of them immediately wimped out for a moment. After all, this sub did look quite intimidating. Alright, since we won't force ourselves if Fei Fei isn't satisfied, we'll trouble Mr. Zhao to make a trip. Seeing this, Shang Haiman on the side coldly turned down his face and started to drive the guests away. Originally, Zhang Li and Zhao Gang's faces were already ugly, and now after hearing Shang Himyan's words, they became even more ugly. Zhang Li's temper was now completely suppressed. He took a step forward and just wanted to say something when the office door was knocked. Come in. Without waiting for Shang Haiman to speak, Yan Feifei, who was standing beside Ji, spoke. Like the others, Ji also gave Yan Feifei a curious look, but Ji did not expect Yan Feifei to look at herself at this time. Yan Feifei winked wryly at herself, signaling that she was relieved, and then rushed towards the door with a small leaping step. At this moment, the Song Ying outside also pushed the door and walked in, and he was more or less surprised when he saw Ji. However, he looked at the people in the room and knew that they were talking about work, so he didn't say much, and just handed over the things in his hand to Yan Feifei before turning around and going out. Nodding at Song Ying, he considered it a greeting. Like him and Firefox, Song Ying was Yan Feifei's bodyguard. What are you up to, Feifei? Shang Himyan looked at concubine Yan curiously. Yan Feifei took out her guitar from the case, already somewhat impatient. With a rosy little face, she excitedly said, I want to play some of Ji's tunes. After saying that, Yan Feifei looked over to Zhao Gang and Zhang Li over there with great vigor. It's just right to let some people see what it means that there's a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. Zhao Gang snorted coldly. Miss Feifei, it's better not to speak too soon. Yan Feifei didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, she held her guitar and started playing. Ji, on the other hand, looked at Yan Feifei with interest. He knew that the first time they met, Yan Feifei was able to be so favorable to herself, but only because of this music score of his. It didn't matter if he didn't say anything, at least he had found a breakthrough for Yan Feifei. Soon, the sound of the guitar rang out in the office, and from the prelude, Shang Himyan froze. She couldn't help but stand up and stood beside Yan Feifei with wide eyes. To be honest, although Shang Haiman was the boss of Haiman Entertainment, she didn't know everything, the aesthetics of the tunes she had. But the sheet music wasn't expected to be understandable to her. Looking at Yan Feifei who was sitting on the sofa, mesmerized by the music, Shang Himyan couldn't help but feel shocked in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Ji with some excitement. She hadn't thought that Ji would really have talent in this area. Noticing Shang Himyan's line of sight, Ji slightly raised his eyebrows and helplessly shrugged at Shang Himyan. A flash of scarlet appeared on Shang Himyan's face, and she smiled at him with some embarrassment. It was indeed her who was one-sided just now. It was mainly because she hadn't expected Ji to be so versatile. And in the beginning, Zhang Li and Zhao Gang froze over there. Although Zhao Gang didn't know much about music either, he could hear that this song was much better than the ones Zhang Li had just brought out. Moreover, it was still a tune that hadn't been processed and was just played on the guitar. He looked at Zhang Li with complicated eyes, and then looked at Ji thoughtfully. And among them, the one who reacted the most was Zhang Li. Zhang Li's eyes were wide with disbelief. His jaws were wide open as he took a big step forward and picked up the crumpled piece of paper on the coffee table, and after scanning through the content on it, Zhang Li was also completely frozen over there. How could it be? How could this amateur have this kind of talent? How could he possibly make this kind of tune? After a song was played, Yan Feifei and Shang Himyan were more or less still a little unfulfilled. Zhang Li over there, on the other hand, was grimacing and glaring at Ji as he chided. Impossible. This is simply impossible. I think you're deliberately taking someone else's tune. How could you possibly make this kind of tune yourself? If you can make this kind of tune, there's no reason why you didn't have a single song before. Zhang Li clenched his fists and yelled. Ji was helpless. I'm not a vulgar person like you. I don't want fame or fortune. I just want to have a hobby. Besides, what do you care if I make a song or not? Facing Zhang Li's outburst, Ji said very bashfully, only that what he said was justified, and quickly disliked Zhang Li. Zhang Li was trembling with anger, but he still couldn't believe how this person in front of him could possibly make such a tune. Well, since we're all in a bad mood, I don't see any intention to cooperate anymore. Mr. Zhao, take your time and don't see me off. Shen Yanyan coldly lowered his face and said directly. Zhao Gang's face wasn't very nice to look at in the first place. When he knew that Shen Haiman was looking for a partner for Yin Feifei, he immediately brought someone with him. After all, he knew in his heart that this was a big piece of cake. Mr. Sheng, this is not right. Since Ms. Yin Feifei we cannot cooperate. But other cooperation is not impossible. Ah, you so treat is not too unkind? At least we have traveled a long way. Seeing that he didn't get anything, but was also somehow connoted, Zhao Gang was getting angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Shen Yanyan was not fooled by his words. She wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at him coldly. Mr. Zhao, this can be a little wrong. This is not we let you come. You also did not greet in advance came over. I think we are also considered good hospitality, but your company, this young man's temper, we really cannot agree. What Shen Haiman said was indeed the truth. Although she had long ago released the news that she was looking for an arranger for Fei Fei Yin to work with, but while other companies were contacting Shen Haiman, Extreme Bliss did indeed come directly without a single greeting. When this was said, Zhao Gang's face was green and red and green. It was really ugly, but after all, he was also a person who had been in the entertainment industry, so even though his face was very ugly, he didn't say anything else. After all, he himself knew that it wouldn't do to offend Shen Haiman completely. Although he had the strength to come out and create his own studio, it didn't mean he could fight against a big company. So Zhao Gang snorted coldly and was about to leave. Only it was obvious that Zhang Li on the side was not someone who could keep his composure. You bitch dash. Only hearing him shout angrily, he directly rushed towards Shen Yanyan, who was standing over there with big strides. Shen Yanyan's eyes widened, but it was too late when she wanted to dodge over. Yin Feifei, who was beside her, was so scared that she cried out in shock. Sister Shen Yanyan. Shen Yanyan backed up and subconsciously raised her hand to protect herself, but the next second she fell into a wide embrace. Ji coldly lowered his face and clutched Zhang Li's hand in his hand hard. Hitting a woman? And Zhang Li, who was still overbearing just now, had his face twisted, because Ji's strength was just too great. He wanted to struggle to pull his hand out, but no matter how much strength he used, his hand didn't budge at all. This made Zhang Li's heart very surprised, and he stared at Ji with wide eyes, feeling a bit panicked only afterward. You, what do you want to do? Zhang Li said with forced composure. Hearing this, Ji directly let out a cold hunger. What do you think I want to do? Seeing this, Zhao Gang hurriedly came up to make peace. Hey, Zhang Li is still young after all. He has a temper, let's do it this way. I'll make amends for him to you guys. Yin Feifei stomped her foot angrily when she saw Zhao Gang being so cheeky. Let him apologize himself. Besides, he clearly just tried to hit Sister Haiman with his hands. If it wasn't for Ji's quick movements, his slap would have reached Sister Scarlet Burn's face. Shen Yanyan leaned in Ji's arms, more or less in shock. Even her heart was pounding. She grew up in a good family. Even her own business was doing well. When did she ever suffer from these grievances? So, now Zhang Li's behavior is also completely angered Shen Yanyan. However, although Shen Haiman was angry, she still calmed down. She leaned in Ji's arms and slightly raised her head to look at Ji, and even her tone became softer when she thought of how Ji had just helped her. Ji, she softly shouted, then shook her head at Ji, signaling him not to be impulsive. However, she was also afraid that something like yesterday would happen again. Yesterday's kind of thing was a compulsion to fight back, but now it was better not to have that kind of thing happen casually. Ji knew at a glance what Shen Yanyan was worried about, which immediately made Ji cry a little. Did he look like the kind of person who would just casually kill anyone at any time? He slightly lowered his head to look at Shen Yanyan, and then opened his mouth and softly said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything. I'll just slightly help you fight back." At this moment, Shen Yanyan was leaning on Ji's arms, so Ji slightly lowered his head, causing the distance between the two to become abnormally close. This caused Shen Yanyan to freeze, and even her always calm face showed a hint of twinge. After all, other than Yi Han, she had never been this close to any man before. However, before Shen Yanyan could react, she heard a paw dash sound, with a miserable scream ringing out. Shen Yanyan subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw that Zhang Li, who was still arrogant just now, had already dropped to the ground. through Zhang Li's fingers that were covering his face. Sheng Yan saw a large slap mark on his men's faces. Looking at that mark and associating it with the sound just now, it looked like Ji Yi's slap was not a light one. Somewhat dumbfounded, she turned back to look at Ji Yi, and coincidentally met Ji Yi's eyes that contained a smile. Somehow, this caused Sheng Yan's heart to miss a beat for a split second. Ding Ding host's villainous behavior has been detected. Rewarding villainous value of 100 points. Ji Yi slightly raised his eyebrows. How did he just have villainous behavior? Suddenly, Ji Yi instantly reacted to something. Couldn't it be because of Sheng Yan's look just now? It turns out that it's the goodwill he gained from the Heaven's Destiny heroine that also prompts villainous behavior. This made Ji Yi suddenly get something. You, how dare you hit me? Zhang Li dropped to the ground. The slap he just received left his head stunned. After reacting, he trembled with anger. Do you know what kind of person I am? You just dare to hit me with your hands? Zhao Gang, who was beside him, was so scared that he hurriedly came forward to serve Zhang Li up. Zhang Li, are you alright? Ji Yi still had his arm around Sheng Yan's waist as he snorted. Who do I care who you are? At the end of his sentence, Ji Yi directly shouted at the outside, and immediately Firefox pushed the door and walked in. Throw these two out. Ji Yi slightly raised his chin and signaled. Previously in the mercenary corps, in addition to Yi Han, it was Ji Yi who had the most seniority, so Firefox did not have any objections, and answered in pain, directly picking up those two people and threw them out. Ji Yi looked back and found that Song Ying was not at the door, but not in just right. He also did not have to let go of the person in his arms so quickly. Listening to the system's beep, Ji Yi really wanted to hug Sheng Haiman like this for an afternoon. After getting along, he realized that after getting along for a long time, the villainous feedback will be less and less, so it will be harder and harder for Ji Yi to get the villain value in the future. So it seems that he has to speed up his actions. I'll regret if you guys do this to me. Zhang Li struggled and roared, but that little man of his wasn't enough to look at in front of Firefox. Seeing the door to the room closed, those two people finally left, which immediately made Yan Feifei breathe a sigh of relief. She sat down on the sofa, raised her hand and patted her chest, and said in shock, how can there be such a person? Really gave me a fright. Sheng Yan subconsciously wanted to walk forward to talk, just took a step, then realized that his waist was still being Ji Yi embraced. Cough. She blushed scarlet and coughed lightly. Looking up at Ji Yi prompted. Ji Yi hung his head to look into Sheng Yan's rippling eyes, pretending that he didn't understand as he looked at her suspiciously. This made Sheng Yan shy and anxious. She anxiously twisted her head to look at Yan Feifei in front of her, who had her back turned to them, then raised her hand and pushed Ji Yi's hand. That just thank you. But now you. Sheng Yan was more or less embarrassed to meet Ji Yi's eyes, so she reddened her earlobes and lowered her head to speak. Sheng Yan has now hinted so obviously. Ji Yi is also embarrassed to be pretending not to have heard. He smiled twice and retracted his hand with intent. Sorry about that. No, it's fine. Sheng Yan hurriedly said. In her eyes Ji Yi was a very honest person. Just now it was only because he had to protect himself. This was what he had to do. Ji Yi. Just a moment after the two had just separated, Yan Feifei, who was in front, stood up excitedly with the crumpled sheet of music. Sheng Yan was coldly startled by Yan Feifei's excited voice, and then thankfully fortunate that Ji Yi had let go of her just now. What's wrong? Ji Yi couldn't help but smile in his heart as he looked at Sheng Haiman's little expression, then raised his head to look at Yan Feifei in front of him. Yan Feifei trotted over to Ji Yi's side with the sheet music in her hand, and she excitedly held his hand as she looked up at him. Yan Feifei, who had always been socially terrified, was so excited that she had forgotten that she was meeting Ji Yi for the first time today. She flushed her small face. Ji Yi, let's work together. I like the tune you wrote very much. Ji Yi snickers. Now you know my tunes are good? Both Yan Feifei and Sheng Haiman were a bit embarrassed at these words. I'm sorry, I was the one who had the eyes to recognize it. Yan Feifei scratched her nose in embarrassment and blushed. Cough. Yes, Ji Yi, it's us who underestimated you, as we didn't expect you to be so powerful. But thank you very much for being able to provide such an outstanding tune at this critical moment. Having seen Ji Yi's strength, the thought that Yan Feifei's matter would finally be settled made her sigh with relief. The three of them chatted in the office for a while longer, and Feifei Yan stated that before, she had only wanted to arrange and compose her own music. Previously, she had also reluctantly said that she would let Li Hua arrange a song for herself, but now she had changed her mind and wanted Ji Yi to be fully responsible for her album. Ji Yi was somewhat flattered. Are you sure you want me to take care of all of it, Miss Feifei? Yan Feifei sat down across from Ji Yi with some trepidation. afraid that GE would refuse. She nodded. Well, don't worry. We'll just take our time to get used to it. And there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Fei Fei. GE smiled. Okay, Fei Fei. Things decided almost. Time is also not early. The contract can only be drawn up tomorrow. Just also noon. After today's things, the three people are also familiar with a lot. Sheng Yanyan proposed that she treat them to a meal at noon. However, it was quickly rejected by Yan Feifei, who said she wanted to treat GE to a meal. This caused GE to be a bit surprised. Seeing this, Sheng Yanyan laughed and said, Fei Fei is like this. You'll know it later when you get used to it. When faced with a genius, she'll act very excited. When the three of them went out, they still didn't see Song Ying. Only Firefox stood outside with nothing to do, and was currently chatting with a secretary. Only after seeing them come out did he snappily walk over. Where's Song Ying? Shi looked towards Firefox. Firefox shrugged helplessly. You ask me this? I don't know. Just now he came to deliver something to Ms. Yan and then left. It's like this, because Song Ying's family seems to have something going on, so I licensed him not to have to constantly guard my side. Besides, it's the era of the rule of law now, and I'm also running both sides of the house and company, so it'll be fine. Hearing this, GE nodded and didn't say anything. On the contrary, Sheng Yanyan heard GE's words, and thought that GE still remembered his brothers for dinner, and in his heart, he more or less added a trace of appreciation to GE. How about this? We're going out to eat now. Firefox, do you want to come along? Sheng Yanyan voiced out. This makes Firefox more or less somewhat flattered. He hurriedly waved his hand. No need, Mr. Shang. But, he looked back with some embarrassment, and after seeing the small secretary behind him who was blushing and pretending to be calm, the other three all understood what was going on. Cough. Why don't you just take a vacation at noon today? There's still GE anyway, Sheng Haiman said with a very wink. Upon hearing this, Firefox nodded excitedly, and then gave Chi-E a very grateful look. Chi-E nodded at him in amusement before the bastard answered, then excitedly turned around and walked away. Sheng Yanyan shook his head in amusement and led them towards the elevator together. When they reached the underground parking lot, GE personally drove Sheng Yanyan's car towards the hotel. Sheng Yanyan sat in the co-pilot and adjusted the navigation for him. On the way, the group chatted, and Yan Feifei asked GE very excitedly where he learned to arrange music. GE couldn't say he learned it from a lottery, so he said he learned it on his own. Afterward, Yan Feifei's eyes dabbed up, and although she was still sitting in the back reservedly, her eyes looked at GE with a scorching heat. GE, you're really awesome. You're simply a genius. Ding ding, heaven's destiny, heroine worship value detected. 200 villain value rewarded. It must be said that today, GE did succeed in impressing Yan Feifei and Sheng Yanyan. Along the way, the three of them talked happily, while Sheng Yanyan also pointed out the way to GE in front. He said he wanted to treat GE, so Sheng Yanyan chose a more famous hotel, only because the hotel was bigger, so it was built in the suburbs. That hotel, which GE also knew, was beautifully decorated and the inside was ancient, and from the outside, it was as if he had mistakenly entered a huge mansion. I have to say, GE still has a way of causing a conversation, so even the very social Fei Fei Yan chatted very happily along the way. However, as the car gradually drove towards the outskirts of the city, and the cars on the road were not as numerous as in the city center, Chi-E suddenly glanced at something in the rearview mirror. This makes Ji-Yi's face instantly cold down, because just have been chatting, plus the back of the car is very much, so he did not notice out what. Only now, Ji-E glanced out the back of the two cars very suspicious. Ji-E, what do you think? Yan Feifei looked at Chi-E with gusto. However, seeing that Ji-E didn't respond, this made the two beauties in the car very suspicious, and after seeing Ji-Yi's cold face, even Sheng Yanyan sensed that something was wrong. After all, in her opinion, Ji-E is usually smiling, and seldom cold down his face like this. What's wrong? Sheng Yanyan was puzzled. Someone is following us behind. Chi-Yi's speed did not decrease, and he calmly said, What? Upon hearing this, Yan Feifei instantly looked back dumbfounded and saw that there were two cars in hot pursuit behind her. All sit tight, Chi-E said with a cold smile as he looked in the rearview mirror at the two cars in hot pursuit. Just in time, he could also try out the skill of Akira's car god in the meantime. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yanyan and Yan Feifei hurriedly sat back down. Perhaps there are less cars on the road around now. Those two cars also very obviously surrounded the center of GE. Sheng Yanyan looked at those two cars, and immediately felt that these 2 days of life were more or less magical. Yesterday's matter took her a night to digest, and now it's here again. Shi stepped on the gas, looking at the cars on both sides, surprisingly feeling a hint of excitement in his heart. Shi and the others are going to crash over. Looking at the cars that were gradually approaching, Yan Feifei said in panic. Even Shang Yanyan, who was sitting in the front, tightly gripped the seatbelt on her body, and then looked at Ge in a bit of panic. It's fine, they can't crash into it. Saying that, Ge violently hit the steering wheel and directly rushed out from the 2 cars' surroundings, and those 2 cars were obviously running to get them killed. So after Ge left that side, those 2 cars didn't have time to immediately brake the car, and actually collided together. However, it can also be seen that the opposite side is also a bit of technology in the 2 cars just cut each other a bit, then quickly separated. Ge slightly squinted narrow eyes, hooked his lips with interest. Very good. This is exciting. Ge skillfully gripped the steering wheel, while looking at the back has been chasing the 2 cars. He violently hit the steering wheel, directly rushed into another road. Shang Yanyan looked at Ge's reckless action and couldn't help but frown. Where are you going? Let's go directly to the front of the station is not good. According to Shang Yanyan, it was natural to go to the more crowded place the better. That way the other party wouldn't dare to make a move. They're holding a weapon in their hands. Do you think they're afraid of being discovered? You think they didn't think of countermeasures to make a move rashly? Shi reminded, then directly rushed into a mountain path once again. Shang Yanyan froze, and had to say that what Ge said was indeed correct, and Yan Feifei in the back was already completely scared out of her wits. What? They're still holding guys? She said with a trembling voice. Well, so you guys better climb down a bit for the best. After Chi reminded, he held the steering wheel and turned directly to the side of the mountain road. Who wouldn't accelerate in a straight line? Overtaking in a curve was the real bull. He would like to see when those 2 cars behind him would make their move. As the car made a sharp turn, both Shang Haiman and Yan Feifei didn't sit still, and their bodies shook violently. But because of the seatbelt, both of them were fine. But this makes Yan Feifei in the back even more scared. She closed her eyes, a small white face, gripping the seatbelt with all her might. Although Shang Haiman in the front looks a little better than Yan Feifei, but because she is now sitting in the front, so she can see the road in front, looking at the car in the jittery and uneven road, driving at breakneck speeds, Shang Yanyan Giant at this time more or less felt a little dizzy, not only because of being panicked, but because of this. She felt that the current situation was really unreal. Ge while driving the car while paying attention to the situation behind. Sure enough, after watching the distance between the 2 sides is getting bigger and bigger, the opposite side of the person has obviously been a bit sullen. Seeing that one of the people behind him was holding a chang in his hand and poking his hand directly out of the window, Ge hurriedly turned the steering wheel. With a bang sound, the bullet hit the side of the car. Yan Feifei was sitting in the back and couldn't help but tremble when she heard this sound, but still kept her eyes tightly closed and didn't raise her head. On the contrary, it was Shang Yanyan on the co-pilot whose face suddenly turned pale. The only one who was calm in here is Ge. If it was Ge before, he would have been panicked when he met the current situation. But the current Ge already knew the strength of the skill through the driving just now, so naturally he didn't panic. Even as the car was driving at breakneck speed, Shi took the time to look at the other 2 people in the car. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll take you guys back properly. Yan Feifei in the back was already too frightened to hear anything else, while Shang Yanyan's eyes flickered as she looked fixedly at Ge in the driver's seat. For some reason, after hearing Ge say this, she actually felt a little more at ease in her heart. Turn after turn, Ge managed to throw the 2 cars behind him out of sight, but when Chi was about to reach the top of the hill, 2 motorcycles came out of nowhere and chased after him. Yan Feifei's side had just breathed a sigh of relief, and when she saw this, her breath suddenly hung up again. This one is also one of theirs? Shang Yanyan frowned tightly as she looked at the motorcycle behind her. Who in the world was it that would lay such a deadly hand? Such a close pursuit. Yes. Chi scat impatiently. More or less a bit of trouble. As expected, the 2 motorcycles soon caught up. Only, they didn't have changs in their hands, but rather baseball bats. Ha 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 ha. It's still up to us. A yellow-haired man riding a motorcycle quickly chased to the passenger side. He laughed maniacally and directly swung the baseball bat in his hand. Bang 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 sound rang out. The car glass on the passenger side soon had cracks, because Ge was driving close to the left lane, and there was a cliff outside. There was no one to his left. The violent crash was right next to his own, so even Shang Yanyan, who had just been relatively calm, was now panicked. Ji. She looked up in panic and subconsciously looked towards Ji. Ji looked at the two somewhat difficult people, then looked at Shang Hinyan. If you believe me, then unbuckle your seatbelt. Shang Hinyan froze, not knowing what Ji was going to do. After all, the road was so steep now. If she undid her seatbelt, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to sit still. The motorcycle next to her was thrown down a bit. The baseball bat smashed heavily on top of the car's glass behind her. But this also made Shang Hinyan instantly come back to her senses. Without a hint of hesitation, she chose to listen to Ji's words. The moment Shang Hinyan unbuckled her seatbelt, her waist was wrapped around her. Before Shang Hinyan could react, her eyes shook, and she was hugged by Ji to his own body. Shang Hinyan was completely dumbfounded, but because the road was really bumpy, she still subconsciously wrapped her arms around Ji's neck. Ji. Shang Hinyan was really angry and shy at this point. Ji looked at Shang Hinyan, who was sitting on top of him, and smiled in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Sister Scarlet Burner. The situation is special now. It can only be like this. Shang Hinyan pursed her lips, didn't say anything, but she did know. Compared to the co-pilot's side, Ji's arms are indeed safer. However, whenever the road bumps a little, Shang Hinyan will be in Ji's lap, will also follow the bumps once. Shang Hinyan hung her head down with a reddened face, and in the end, she even gave up on herself and buried her head directly in Ji's neck, where Shang Hinyan couldn't see. Ji had already secretly hooked his lips, especially after hearing the system's loud beeps. The corners of Ji's mouth were simply getting more and more curved. Ding Ding detected the host has villainous behavior. Reward 100 villainous value. Ding Ding host's villainous behavior has been detected. Rewarding 200 villainous values. Ting 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 host's villainous behavior detected. Reward 300 villainous values. And as Shang Hinyan muffled a grunt in Ji's ear, the system's rewards exploded. Ding Ding host detected with villainous behavior. Rewarded with 888 villainous values. Ji was about to burst out laughing. This kind of opportunity to take advantage and get cheap. He really had to thank those two motorcycle brothers in the back. Ji. In the end, when will they get rid of them? Shang Hinyan tried hard to suppress his voice that was about to scream out, and then his face flushed red as he inquired in Ji's ear. Ji straightened his color and said very calmly, "Don't worry, Sister Scarlet Flame. When we get to the top of the mountain, we'll be able to get rid of them." Shang Hinyan tightly hugged Ji's neck, her shell teeth similarly biting her lips tightly. She didn't respond, but nodded her head, and then lay back down at the nape of Ji's neck. Ji saw that the system didn't have any more beeps, so it was clear that it was time to get rid of those two behind him. Just now, in order not to let Shang Hinyan feel that he had done it on purpose, Ji deliberately let that yellow-haired brother smash the passenger door again, and now the passenger glass had been smashed out of a hole. Even the passenger door had been dented. You motherfucker have the ability to come down and fight one-on-one. At this time, that yellow hair was obviously already a bit anxious. Every time he saw that he could completely smash the door open, he was inexplicably thrown down, which made him more or less a bit uptight. Ji didn't say anything, but just twisted his head to look at that yellow-haired man, and then the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sarcastic smile. Crap, you motherfucking audacious. The yellow-haired man was directly enraged, and he looked at Ji with his eyes wide open. But before he could finish his sentence, Ji directly turned the steering wheel. Before he could finish his sentence, the yellow-haired man was directly knocked over by the car, and he didn't stabilize the motorcycle in time. Just like that motorcycle directly crooked on the ground, and even the one behind it had been swept up in it as well. That's right, if Ji wanted to get rid of them, it would still be quick. Only, that fast wouldn't mean so much. Ji smiled as he emptied a hand to pat Shang Scarlet Flame's back, softly comforting, "Sister Scarlet Flame, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay already." Luckily, Shang Hinyan had been lying on her shoulder, and Yan Feifei had been keeping her head down in fear. Otherwise it wouldn't have been good for them to see it. And it was only after hearing Ji's voice that Shang Hinyan gasped and raised her head. She looked outside with some fear, and after seeing that the surrounding area was already completely devoid of those people's silhouettes, then she suddenly let out a sigh of relief. They've already been left behind? Shang Hinyan panically looked towards Ji. Ji straightened his face and nodded. Well, they've already been dumped. At the end of his sentence, without changing his face or heart, Ji once again maneuvered the car and sped through a large pit. It shook thoroughly and viciously, and even Shang Hinyan wrapped her arms around Ji's neck and lurched a bit on Ji's big 2A. Ah! Shang Yanyan opened her red lips and didn't hold back her voice. But then after meeting Ji Yi's calm eyes, Shang Yanyan once again fell on top of Ji Yi's neck nest with a red face in shame. This time Shang Yanyan's brain is completely exploded. When she thought of Ji Yi's calm and collected face, she thought of her own red face and exclaimed in shock. Shang Yanyan was simply dying of shame and indignation. What would Ji Yi think if he saw himself like this? He would look down on himself, right? After all, Ji Yi is so calm. But she is. The more Shang Yanyan thought about it, the more red her face became. Even her body was red with shame. I'm sorry, Ji Yi. Shang Yanyan whispered an apology in Ji Yi's ear. Ahem. It's okay, Sister Scarlet Burning. Ji Yi coughed lightly in a somewhat unnatural manner. Hearing Ji Yi's voice, Shang Yanyan's heart was more or less puzzled. What was he squirming about? It's hard to believe that those people are chasing after him again. Only before Shang Yanyan could raise his head to take a look, he suddenly felt something. You. She stared at Qi Yi with wide eyes, a pair of eyes brimming with waves of surprise. Qi Yi pursed his lips slightly, his face helpless as he looked at Shang Yanyan. Sister Scarlet Burn is sorry. You just did that. I'm really. Shang Yanyan, who was originally a bit angry, suddenly deflated when she heard this. Indeed, also blame her. Shang Haiman pursed up her red lips, her vision fluttering, really did not know what to say. Have those people in the back been thrown off? Behind her, Yan Feifei suddenly spoke out and inquired, because the passenger window loophole has been in the whirring wind blowing inside, resulting in sitting in the back seat. Yan Feifei did not hear the two speak. After hearing Yan Feifei's words, Shang Yanyan was so frightened that she almost forgot that there was a Yan Feifei sitting behind her. Qi Yi, quickly put me down. Shang Yanyan's hand gripped Qi Yi's shoulder tightly, urging in a low voice. Qi Yi was helpless. Sister Him Yan, it's fine to put you down, but can you stop moving around? Shang Haiman's face reddened, and she instantly stiffened her body. Did you shake it off? Seeing that no one took care of herself, Yan Feifei gradually became anxious. Shang Yanyan was afraid that Yan Feifei would coldly look up and see the two of them in this state. Her entire body was suddenly terrified, and even her forehead began to secrete sweat. She didn't make a sound, but only looked anxiously at Ji Yi. Ji Yi was amused in his heart, but on his face, he didn't move. Shang Yanyan had been paying attention to Yan Feifei in the back seat, and when she saw that Ji Yi hadn't made a move for a long time, she couldn't help but anxiously increase the force of the hand that was gripping Ji Yi's shoulder. Shang Haiman might be getting angry when he continued to tease her, so he took her by the waist and carried her back to the co-pilot in a quick and sharp movement. Shang Haiyan's eyes were spinning for a while, and when Shang Haiyan could see clearly again, she was already sitting back on the passenger side. This instantly let Shang Yanyan breathe a sigh of relief. She had a palpitating look at Yan Feifei sitting in the back, couldn't help but raise her hand to pat her own chest. Seeing that there was no one to take care of her, Yan Feifei couldn't help but raise her head in some doubt, and then she looked around the car again, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as well. Those people have finally been shaken off. Qi Yi, you're really great. Yan Feifei couldn't help but say excitedly. After hearing Yan Feifei's words, Qi Yi just smiled and didn't say anything. Yan Feifei was startled when she saw the large hole above the passenger side, and then looked worriedly at Shang Haiman. Sister Haiman, are you alright? Yan Feifei turned her head to look at her, but when she saw Shang Yanyan's face was scarlet and all beads of sweat, she was immediately puzzled. However, after thinking about it, this should be as scared as herself. She didn't think much about it. Shang Yanyan was still in a daze over there, and immediately came back to her senses after hearing Yan Feifei's words. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and glanced at Ji Yi with her afterglow before she said, I'm sorry, Fei. I was so scared just now that I didn't hear you. Yan Feifei hurriedly shook her head at her words, looking at her worriedly. Sister Scarlet Burns, the passenger side is full of glass slag. You'd better come sit in the back. Yan Feifei said worriedly. It's fine. There's no on my side. Upon hearing this, Shang Haiman only then noticed that because of the broken window on the passenger side, there were glass slags all around the passenger side. But she then reacted to the fact that at the beginning, when the co-pilot's glass shattered, there was indeed glass on the seat as well, but not in the moment she had just sat over, and more glass crumbs had been centered under her feet. This caused Shang Yanyan to instantly react to something, and then she looked at Ji Yi with some surprise. Qi Yi, who received her line of sight, turned his head and smiled gently at Shang Yanyan. Where are we going next? Rather, we can still go to a restaurant. But, Shang Yanyan sorted out her emotions much faster than Yan Feifei, and after she looked behind her, and there was indeed no one left, the face on her face finally returned to normal. However, it was true that after a chase, They really weren't in the mood to eat either. I have a villa nearby. Go there. Shang Yan somewhat tiredly rubbed his brow. Upon hearing this, Yin Fei Knight nodded in shock. Right. Or else we should just go back first. Ge nodded and drove the car to the address Shang Yan had said. Perhaps it was because Shang Yan had instructed them while they were in the car. So when the three of them went, the servants inside had already prepared food. However, other than Ge, the other two no longer had much of an appetite. Yin Fei had been particularly frightened, and her body, which was already in bad shape, had been looking pale until now, so after eating no more than 2 bites, Yin Fei went upstairs to rest, and Shang Yan also felt that the experience of those 20 minutes just now was surprisingly more tiring than her working day, especially the things that happened behind her, which kept circling around in her mind until she sat down to eat. Seeing that Yin Fei had gone up to rest, Shang Haiman actually wanted to go up to rest as well, only that there were some things she still had to say. Ge, who do you think those people who attacked us today will be? Will it be the Zhou family's people? Or? Ge was still concentrating on his meal over there, and was considering in his heart whether he should go back in a while, or just rest in this villa. After all, he couldn't let go of any opportunity where he could get in touch with the Heaven's Destiny heroine. And after hearing Shang Haiman's words, Ge picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth slowly and methodically, then said, "It won't be someone from the Zhou family." Shang Yan subconsciously frowned slightly. Why? Then who else could it be? Shang Yan really couldn't figure out who else, in the end, wanted to bring them to their deaths, because the Zhou family's matter has been dealt with by the boss. That day Zhou Yu was taking the people from Guhua gang out together, so the Zhou family now thinks that Zhou Yi was because of the gang fight, so that's why this accidentally happened. Not to mention that they haven't found out yet. Let's say that if they did find out, it wouldn't be only this point of people who came. Ge calmly analyzed. Shang Yan sat on the opposite side of the table, and once again, he was somewhat impressed with Ge. He had to say that Ge's analysis was indeed very reasonable and convincing. Until now, Shang Yan's heart actually still had some regrets. Why was Ge not the person beside him? If I were to say who it is, Ge narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart already having a guess. Who is it? Shang Yan looked over curiously. Ge smiled and shook his head. Forget it, it's just a guess. It's better to wait for me to find out before I tell you. Shang Yan was very curious, but she was also too embarrassed to ask after him. She nodded. I'm really troubling you today. It's fine. It's fine. Ge waved his hand smilingly, then said very thoughtfully, I see that you were also scared just now, and you're also quite tired, so it's better to go up and rest quickly as well. Not thinking that Ge had been paying attention to himself, this couldn't help but make Shang Yan's heart warm. She smiled and nodded. Good, then I'll go up first. Oh yeah, there are quite a few guest rooms in the house. You can just choose anyone to rest in. I'll go up first. At the end of her sentence, Shang Yan stepped on her high heels and walked up the escalator step by step. And just as the escalator turned the corner, she didn't hold back to look back at Ge. However, she hadn't expected that Ge was still looking at her right now, meeting with Ge's smiling eyebrows. This made Shang Yan couldn't help but feel a heat on her face, and then she turned her head and hurriedly stepped on her high heels to leave, closing the door to her room with a bang sound. Shang Yan leaned against the door with a red face, and couldn't help but raise her hand to rub her brow, but it wasn't much use. Her mind still kept repeating the images from the car just now. Ge was trying to save himself, so he held himself in his lap, but the thought of himself straddling Ge. Shang Haiman's face was so hot that he couldn't help but quickly rush into the washroom and rushed his face with cool water, trying to calm himself down. The other side of the pool he heard Shang Haiman's panicked footsteps, and then hooked his lips and smiled. However, before Ge could walk into the room, the system's voice had already sounded. Ding ding, detected the host has villainous behavior. Reward 100 villainous value. Ding ding, detected that the host has received the worship value. Rewarded 100 villain value. Ge was puzzled. Can't it be that it was all provided by Shang Yan? This is also not like Then Ge thought of another woman in the villa. It must be said that Ge had a pretty good nap today, and was accompanied by a beautiful woman in his dreams. Fei, what's wrong with you? Wake up, you wake up. Housekeeper, quick contact the doctor. Shang Yan's screams suddenly came from outside the room, which managed to pull Ge out of his sleep. Ge instantly woke up and quickly got out of bed and pushed the door towards the living room. What's wrong? What happened? Ge quickly walked towards the sofa side, only that side was already in a mess. Shang Yinyan had heard about Yin Fei Fei's condition before. Her condition was special and she would suddenly faint from time to time before. It was only that Shang Yinyan hadn't met her before. This was the first time, so she was very flustered. Hearing Ji Yi's voice, it was as if Shang Yinyan had found her backbone, because Ji Yi's total performance before had been very almighty. Fei Fei fainted. She obviously always had medicine on her before, but I didn't find it, Shang Yinyan said very anxiously, looking at the expression on his face as if he was going to cry out in the next second. The always calm Shang Yinyan was about to cry out. Ji Yi also understood the seriousness of the matter. The butler at the side hung up the phone and came over. Miss, the doctor said he would come over immediately. Ji Yi frowns, a little puzzled. Why don't you go to the hospital? Shang Yinyan reddened her eyes and shook her head. It's useless. Fei Fei, this condition belongs to its rare disease. The hospital can't cure it. These 2 years is also looking for a master in the conditioning, which is a lot better. Ji Yi nodded. His heart more or less understood something. I know. After saying that, Ji Yi directly half squatted down and pulled over one of Yin Fei Fei's hands to start taking her pulse. Shang Yinyan looked at Yin Fei Fei with an anxious heart, but she couldn't help but be confused by Ji Yi's actions. She blinked in confusion. Ji Yi, you, what are you doing? Ji Yi didn't answer Shang Yinyan's words, but after quickly taking her pulse, she reached out and pressed several of Yin Fei Fei's acupoints. Are you sure the doctor has medicine in his hands that can save Yin Fei Fei? Ji Yi looked to the side of Shang Haiman, who was a bit stunned. Shang Yinyan nodded. I'm sure. Ji Yi stood up and sat beside Shang Yinyan. Then it's fine, as long as he can come over within an hour. Not only did Shang Yinyan find Ji Yi's move a bit confusing, but even the butler at the side was as well. You know medicine? Shang Yinyan said suspiciously. Again, she had force, she could compose, and this afternoon, she had also seen Ji Yi's extremely fast racing form. So, Shang Yinyan really didn't believe right now that Ji Yi would even know medical arts? How could there be a perfect person in the world, can be good at everything? Shang Yinyan was a bit surprised in his heart, and seeing that just now, Ji Yi seemed to have only ordered a few things on Yin Fei Fei's body, his heart became even more half-believing and half-doubting. Naturally, Ji Yi could see their doubts, and their half-heartedness. However, Ji Yi wasn't in a hurry. After all, people with strength were never in a hurry to prove themselves. It wasn't that Shang Yinyan actually didn't believe in Ji Yi, it was just that she didn't think there were perfect people in the world, especially since Ji Yi's span was just too big, and besides, it was about a life. Only, although she was half convinced, she didn't bother questioning Ji Yi, and only looked at the housekeeper with some urgency. Just now, Dr. Li said, when will he arrive? That housekeeper looked at the time. It said within half an hour. Shang Yinyan nodded and didn't say anything. After all, it was true that this kind of thing suddenly appeared. Within half an hour was indeed already considered okay. Looking at the two people who were anxious, Ji Yi was leisurely. He thoughtfully looked towards Yin Fei Fei, who was lying motionless on the sofa, and had to say that this illness of Yin Fei Fei was indeed strange. What symptoms did she have when she was sick before? Shang Yinyan froze, but still answered. This illness of hers is strange. At first it was just breathing irregularly, often dizzy, and then directly fainted later on. And again sometimes she would have difficulty breathing. This was something that Shang Haiman knew. Ji Yi nodded and didn't say anything, just fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Shang Yinyan had been paying attention to Yin Fei Fei, and had been constantly reaching out to test Yin Fei Fei's nostrils, and every time she felt that Yin Fei Fei was still breathing, she then let out a sudden sigh of relief. Shang Yinyan blinked her eyes, as if she had discovered something wrong. She looked at Yin Fei Fei carefully, wondering in her heart if Yin Fei Fei's face was rosy just now, when she had just fainted. She clearly remembered seeing Yin Fei Fei's face miserably white. Could it be that it was really because of Ji Yi? Only, before Shang Yinyan could figure it out, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. A middle-aged man walked in quickly from outside with a leather case in his hand. Dr. Li, quickly, come and take a look at Fei Fei's condition. That Dr. Li held up his glasses and first placed the leather case on the coffee table, then took out a small porcelain bottle from inside. He took out a pill from it and fed it to Yin Fei Fei before he breathed a sigh of relief, and only then did he have the time to wipe the sweat from his own forehead. You should be fine after taking the medicine, right? Shang Yinyan anxiously inquired. If it's fine just now, there won't be any problem if you take the medicine now, Dr. Li said as he put the medicine into Yin Fei Fei's mouth, and then he checked Yin Fei Fei's condition. However, after a short while, Dr. Li raised his head to look at Yan Feifei's face carefully. Ha? Are you sure she's been unconscious for almost half an hour? How come she's in such a good state? Dr. Li looked strangely at Shang Haiman. Shang Yan also froze at his words. Yes, she has indeed been unconscious for half an hour. That Dr. Li frowned, even more strangely, and then disbelievingly examined Yan Fei again. Strange. Her current state is really much better than when she fainted before, and she also has a rosy face in good color. When Shang Yan heard Dr. Li's words, he also instantly realized that what he had just seen really wasn't an illusion. Just after Ji's action, Yan Feifei's complexion was indeed moisturized, and she had not been mistaken. Shang Yan subconsciously looked towards Ji, and saw Ji looking at himself with a smile on his face. Just now, Ji took Feifei's pulse, and seemed to have clicked a few acupoints, and then I saw Feifei's face look better. Shang Yan said, "Oh." Upon hearing this, that Dr. Li looked at the man next to Shang Haiman with interest. Before this place, Dr. Li had also come here once, so he knew Shang Yan's housekeeper. Now, other than him and Shang Haiman, there were only the housekeeper and the unfamiliar man next to Shang Haiman. This gentleman is a Chinese medicine practitioner? Dr. Li inquired. Facing Dr. Li's curious eyes, Ji just shook his head and said very humbly, "I'm not really a Chinese medicine practitioner. I'm just interested in Chinese medicine and have studied it before. Just a careless research to proficiency." Ji smiled. So that's how it is. Hearing Ji's words, a hint of disappointment flashed through Dr. Li's eyes. Originally, he thought that he had met a young man with exceptional medical skills, but now it seemed that it might just be a coincidence that this had eased Yan Feifei's state a bit. Cough, cough. When several people were talking, Yan Feifei, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly coughed. The crowd hurriedly looked, only to see Yan Feifei frowning, coughing as she sat up from the sofa. Seeing this, Shang Yan hurriedly went forward and helped her up, saying with concern, "Are you alright, Feifei? Is your body still uncomfortable?" Yan Feifei suddenly woke up more or less at a loss, but after all, she had experienced it before, so she naturally knew what had happened. She shook her head blankly and saw Dr. Li on the side, wondering, "Dr. Li, why are you here? You're still talking." Shang Yan snapped, "You almost didn't scare me to death after you just fainted." Luckily Dr. Li brought the medicine in time, otherwise, speaking here, Shang Yan was still a bit stunned. Yan Feifei also knew that she was in the wrong. She lowered her head in some embarrassment, "Because my body has not been uncomfortable for a while now, so I have slacked off." Hearing Yan Feifei talk like this, Shang Yan and that Dr. Li's faces both immediately turned gloomy. That Dr. Li packed up his things and said seriously, "Miss Yan, if you're still slacking off like this, I'm afraid we'll have to meet at the hospital." Yan Feifei's face went white for a moment, then hurriedly waved her hand. I won't." After carefully admonishing a few sentences, that Dr. Li left that bottle of medicine behind and left. Ji, on the other hand, looked at Yan Feifei thoughtfully. It looked like Yan Feifei had already cast a shadow on the hospital, otherwise her reaction just now wouldn't have been so great. "Feifei, haven't you ever tried Chinese medicine?" Ji turned his head to look at Yan Feifei and inquired. "Ah." Yan Feifei froze, then nodded and shook her head again. "Actually, I also looked for a Chinese medicine practitioner when I was there before, but in the end, I still chose a Western medicine practitioner. After all, the results are faster." Ji loses his smile. "You haven't even tried Chinese medicine yet. How do you know that Western medicine is faster in terms of results?" Yan Feifei frowned slightly and retorted, "Why haven't I tried it? I even received acupuncture for a period of time. It's because it didn't help much. That's why I went to Dr. Li and the others." "Ah, how could it be?" Ji murmured in disbelief. After all, he had just clicked on Yan Feifei's acupoints a few times, and it had already been somewhat useful. It didn't make sense that Chinese medicine treatment would have no effect on Yan Feifei, unless the person that Yan Feifei found was not good at Chinese medicine. Although I also think that our country's Chinese medicine is very good, it's true that it doesn't really work for me. Thinking that Ji was still skeptical, Yan Feifei continued, "Fine." Ji shrugged helplessly. This was after all someone else's business, and besides, the treatment still seemed to be working quite well so far, so it was better for him to stay out of it. "But is your condition still not completely cured? Why are you fainting again now?" Shang Yan once again looked at Yan Feifei angrily. Yan Feifei was very helpless. "I was quite well nourished before and stabilized, so that's why I took one less medicine. but I didn't expect it to be this serious. Sheng Yan had just been shocked, pulling Yan Feifei's hand, chiding, the body is still not completely well, and you're in a hurry to return? Yan Feifei was afraid that Sheng Yan wouldn't allow herself to return, and anxiously said, I really decided to return because my body is almost well. I didn't think that taking one less day of medicine would be like this. I swear that in the future, I will definitely take medicine all the time. Ge held back but still couldn't hold back and said, you just took one less pill and it's so serious. Take the time to go for a checkup. Yan Feifei didn't refute Ge this time. After all, she was really at a disadvantage. Ge didn't think that Yan Feifei's condition had completely recovered. Instead, he just felt that Yan Feifei's current physical condition was just being supported by medication. If it wasn't for the lack of silver needles on his body, he would have really given Yan Feifei a shot. However, when he thought of silver needles, Ge suddenly remembered that he had to hurry and find an opportunity to get some silver needles. He still had to use them. Sheng Yan was also considered a workaholic, so after taking a lunch break to make sure that Yan Feifei really didn't have anything going on, he left to go to the office. Of course, after all, today has happened to be followed things, so as to let the Firefox to personally pick up Sheng Yan back. Looking at Sheng Yan's departing figure, Yan Feifei couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Worthy of being Sister Sheng's scarlet burner, at this time of the day, you still think about going back to continue working. Ge also nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is thought to be a workaholic. Seeing that Sheng Haiman had left, Ge had originally wanted to go back as well, so that he could buy a set of silver needles on the way. Are you going home? I can send you back by the way. Ge's car had already been scrapped, and just now when Sheng Yan left, she said that Ge could drive the car in her garage back. You're going back? Upon hearing this, Yan Feifei hurriedly took hold of Ge's arm with both hands, directly pulling Ge to a stop. She looked at Yan Feifei in confusion. Because of her personality, Yan Feifei was actually very shy, and did not think that she would suddenly take the initiative to pull herself together. However, although she took the initiative to pull herself back, Yan Feifei's face in the end still surfaced a touch of scarlet. She probably also felt that her move was too abrupt, and was more or less embarrassed. Ge subconsciously lowered his head to look at her, and saw Yan Feifei blinking shyly before finally looking up at Ge. That what Ge? Is embarrassed but can you go to my house today? Yan Feifei's face blushed scarlet, and a pair of bright, large eyes looked at Ge expectantly. Ge slightly widened his eyes in surprise and nodded without the slightest hesitation. Of course, it didn't occur to him that Yan Feifei, who seemed so introverted and shy, would be so proactive. Upon hearing this, Yan Feifei heatedly laughed twice. Great! I was worried that you wouldn't agree to me. After all, you're already so tired today. Yan Feifei couldn't help but shake Ge's arm a bit excitedly. Ge laughed. How could I? Even if I'm tired again, I still have to think about you. He. Although but, still a little embarrassed. When the aftermath, I can treat you to a big meal. Ge hooked his lips. That's not good. If it's really afterward, I have to treat you to a meal. Yan Feifei didn't react, just grinning excitedly to herself over there. Very well, his senses returned. Ge didn't think that Yan Feifei would invite herself to her home for no reason. Okay, so now you can say what's up. Ge raised his eyebrows at the person holding his arm at his side. Oh, forgot. Look at this head of mine. Yan Feifei slapped her forehead in a good-natured manner, then explained. It's like this, aren't the two of us going to work together? My home is very well equipped in the area of music. That's why I want you to go to my home and help me with the arrangements for a few other songs. Yan Feifei was very excited at the thought of Ge's song, and was looking forward to the songs that the two of them would come up with later. Ge was helpless, and sure enough, he knew that Yan Feifei must be looking for herself because of these things. Alright then, let's go now. Glancing at the time, Ge helplessly walked towards the underground garage first. Yan Feifei nodded her head obediently, and then followed Ge's buttocks with her ass. Ge looked at the well-behaved and docile Yan Feifei, and his heart couldn't help but feel happy. This is much more convenient than the little witch at home. Ge had just thought of Yi Ro when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ge took out his cell phone to take a look, but he didn't expect it to be Yi Ro's call, which made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. What a coincidence! Seeing that Ge had a phone call, Yan Feifei pointed to the underground garage very wisely, signaling that she would go there first and wait for him. Ge nodded and walked to the side to pick up the phone. Hello? Brother E, are you free this afternoon? I'm going to finish my classes early this afternoon and I'm going to go out shopping with Sister Butterfly. Are you going or not? It's just so I can help you pick out the clothes you'll wear for the day's party. The moment the phone was connected, GE had just finished saying one word on his side, and Yi Ro Ro on the other side already couldn't wait to say all the words. Imagining Yi Ro Ro over there uttering those words like a machine gun made GE more or less laugh. About what time is it? Let me see. It's around 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. If there's enough time he can still go. After all, he has just promised Fei Fei Yen. He can't go back on his word. Although it's earlier than the usual time, it's still about 5 or 6 o'clock. But it's just as well that I can treat you to a meal. Yi Ro Ro on the opposite side of the table said curtly, fearing that GE would not agree. Seeing that the little witch had already softened her attitude, and that the time was not conflicting, GE reluctantly agreed. That's fine. Seeing as you've behaved okay and are very well behaved, I'll agree. After the afternoon is over, just send me the address and I'll go there myself. GE couldn't help but say teasingly. Yi Ro Ro on the opposite side of the phone couldn't help but feel a heat on her face when she heard GE's teasing tone. What did it mean to see that she was behaving okay? Very well behaved? Really? Although she complained in her heart, Yi Ro Ro smiled sweetly on her face. Then it's a deal. Brother E, remember to come in the afternoon. Seeing GE promise, Yi Ro Ro finally hangs up the phone with peace of mind. While Yi Ro Ro was on the phone, Flower Butterfly was sitting on the sidelines watching. For some reason, seeing Yi Ro Ro's smiling and happy face while she was on the phone, Flower Butterfly would actually feel a trace of heartache clogging up. GE agreed? Seeing Yi Ro Ro smiling and hanging up the phone, Hua Butterfly subconsciously inquired. Yi Ro Ro heatedly smiled, then patted her breasts with a smug face. That's of course. This young lady stepped in. Can he not agree? Yi Ro Ro, who said this was more or less a bit weak. After all, in the conversation just now, it was actually her who was still molested by GE. Only to think that the Flower Butterfly should not have heard the conversation between the two, which gave her a bit more backbone. Looking at Yi Ro Ro's smile, Hua Butterfly had to admit that she was a bit unable to laugh at this moment. However, the usual Flower Butterfly was not fond of smiling, so Yi Ro Ro did not find anything strange. Seeing that Yi Ro Ro was in a good mood to start dessert, Hua Butterfly tugged at the corner of her mouth, and still didn't hold back inquiring. It seems like your relationship with GE has gotten better now? Hearing the Flower Butterfly's words, even Yi Ro Ro froze. Yes, ever since GE had saved her, their relationship wasn't as bad as before. Yi Ro Ro also looked at GE less unfavorably than before. Not only that, thinking about how the two usually got along, thinking about how she went to GE because she was afraid of thunder, it couldn't help but make a touch of scarlet appear on Yi Ro Ro's face. Cough. Pretty much. Seeing as he's not bad to this young lady, Yi Ro Ro couldn't help but shyly hang her head down and said more or less unnaturally, and seeing Yi Ro Ro in this appearance, Flower Butterfly couldn't help but feel another trace of bitterness in her heart. Asterisk. GE over there, after hanging up the phone, directly went to the underground garage. Just as he stepped into the underground garage, he saw Yen Fei Fei over there circling around a motorcycle with a somewhat agitated expression. GE raised an eyebrow and looked at the motorcycle. The shape and the big red color scheme looked really cool, and it looked like it was specially customized by Shang Him Yen. You like motorcycles? GE walked up and inquired. When Yen Fei Fei saw GE coming, she straightened up a little embarrassed and smiled. In fact, it's not really a special favorite. I just want to try it out. After all, I haven't tried it much before, and because of my body, everyone won't let me touch these things anymore. Speaking here, Yen Fei Fei sighed more or less helplessly. If you can't ride it, it doesn't say you can't sit on it, right? GE looked towards Yen Fei Fei. Yen Fei Fei blinked her eyes in some bewilderment, and instantly reacted as well. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at GE. You're going to drive this car? GE couldn't help but hook his lips slightly as he looked at the excited woman in front of him. He stepped forward with his long legs and directly straddled the motorcycle. Picking up the helmet in front of him, GE turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Yen Fei Fei. Still not coming up? The excited Yen Fei Fei instantly came back to her senses. Her lips pursed tightly as she took the helmet from GE's hands. Then she sat behind him. GE put on the helmet and instructed. Hold me tight. Before Yen Fei Fei could hear GE's words, the sound of a motorcycle starting came to her ears. She was so scared that she hurriedly reached out her hand to hold onto GE's waist, and the next second, the inertia of the car came, and Yen Fei Fei couldn't help but violently stick to GE's back. Yen Fei Fei could not help but let out a soft cry of shock. With Yen Fei Fei's cry of surprise, Shiyi's back immediately felt a burst of softness. Immediately afterward, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding ding, host's villainous behavior has been detected. Rewarding 100 villainous values. Boom. Not waiting for Yin Feifei to get over, the motorcycle engine underneath her violently sounded. And then the entire vehicle rushed out of the underground garage like a stringed arrow. Yin Feifei tightly wrapped her arms around Jiyi's waist, so frightened that her entire body was tightly buried in Jiyi's back. Ding ding, detected that the host has villainous behavior. Rewarded 100 villainous value. Ding ding, detected the host has villainous behavior. Reward 50 villainous value. Feeling the touch behind him and hearing the system's beep, Shiyi immediately felt that when he had the chance, he would have to hurry up and get a motorcycle as well before he could do so. You're still not assured of my driving skills. Lift your head up and take a look? Shiyi said with a smile in front of him. Looking at the rapidly flashing scenery around her, Yin Feifei couldn't help but feel her heart beating rapidly with excitement. Because of her illness, she had spent most of her time in the hospital over the past 2 years, and had already never been this hyperactive. Oh, except for today at noon. Hearing Jiyi's words and remembering Jiyi's car skills at noon, Yin Feifei was then relieved to carefully raise her head, only that her arm was still tightly encircling Jiyi. On the road, Shiyi drove his motorcycle and kept sprinting ahead of the cars. Seeing the road with his own eyes was more than just a thrill. Every time Yin Feifei cried out in fear, thinking she was going to crash, Shiyi easily dodged the cars. At the end of the day, when Jiyi parked his car downstairs, Yin Feifei's excitement had not yet eased. She sat in the back with a red face, not yet recovered from her excitement. Shiyi removed his helmet and looked at Yin Feifei in the back. Looking at her red-faced and silly appearance, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong with this? Soul hasn't caught up yet? Shiyi teased. And this also made Yin Feifei instantly come back to her senses. She reddened a small face and glanced at Shiyi in front of her without any good reason. Nonsense, what are you talking about? Jiyi smothered a couple of laughs as he looked at her like this, then raised an eyebrow and said, so can we get off now? Saying that, Jiyi also stretched out his fingers to nod Yin Feifei's arm that was encircling her waist. Yin Feifei's face instantly heated up, then she blushed and quickly withdrew her arm. Ahem, this is going down. Saying that, Yin Feifei carefully got out of the car. After all, actually sitting in the back her feet couldn't reach the ground, and until she got out of the car, Yin Feifei felt a bit fluttery. The whole person still felt a bit unreal. As she watched Jiyi stop the car, Yin Feifei hurriedly greeted him and led him into her home. Although Yin Feifei did not live in a villa, her home was indeed very large. It belonged to the one staircase, one family type, and was a large flat. What surprised Shiyi was that after arriving at Yin Feifei's home, he didn't expect to find a cozy home, but a living room full of records and albums. Although the walls were full of memorabilia, it was not crowded at all. What also surprised Shiyi was that Yin Feifei's home even had a recording studio dedicated to recording. Not to mention the recording studio, other equipment was also available. So rich? These cost a lot, right? Jiyi shook his head instead. Yin Feifei was helpless. The family has a little money, but I don't have any. These are all remodeled with the money I made before. But after remodeling these things, I don't have much money left. Hearing Yin Feifei's words, Shiyi then vaguely thought of Yin Feifei's family history mentioned in the book. It was true that Yin Feifei's family wasn't the rich and powerful kind, but the family had the right roots. It had authority in Yunhai City. This was also the reason why Yi Han had been traveling to various countries to find a famous doctor for Yin Feifei. After all, although Yi Han's business is now very big, but with Yin Feifei's family is not a level. However, if he climbed up to Yin Feifei's family, it would be a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Jiyi looked at Yin Feifei's leaping back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Boss, you can't blame me for this. These opportunities were hand-delivered to me. Yin Feifei was a little embarrassed as she gathered up the things on the sofa, and then went to pour a cup of water for Shiyi. Actually, my family didn't really agree with me doing this line of work before, but ever since I got sick, they think it's good that I'm happy. Shiyi smiles and jokes. It's true that there's still a need for comparison. Yin Feifei smiled and nodded. Indeed, that's true. Jiyi sat down on the sofa and looked up at Yin Feifei. Have you thought of all the themes for your return song? At the mention of this, Yin Feifei instantly became energized. She nodded and sat directly beside Jiyi. Aha, I thought of it before. In fact, I even wrote the lyrics. I was waiting for the arrangement. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise I really would have had to slowly grind it myself one song at a time. Right. Saying this, Yin Feifei suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stood up. I'll go get you the words I wrote for you to look at. Ge looked at Yin Fei with tears and laughter. Looking at her like this is really novel. A gentle and docile little girl. When she encounters her favorite thing, she will suddenly get excited, which is really cute to look at. Thinking of this, Ge put the cup of tea in his hand on the coffee table, and then leaned towards the back of the pillow. However, just as he leaned on the hugging pillow, Ge sensed something. He subconsciously reached out his hand to touch the back, did not expect to directly carry out a xiong bra. Looking at the tender pink small clothes in his hand, Ge subconsciously fell silent. Just as Ge was looking at the things in his hands in silence, Yin Fei then walked out of the recording studio with a folder in her hand with a smile on her face. Ge, look at this. Yin Fei raised her head, her bright eyes looking towards Ge. Only that just as she raised her head, she was instantly dumbfounded over there. The originally bright crystal eyes suddenly widened in shock, and even the smile at the corner of that mouth suddenly stiffened on her face. Ah! Yin Fei's body stood stiffly over there for a while before she suddenly screamed out. She panicked and jogged up and pulled the small piece of clothing from Ge's hands, and then threw the clothes directly into her room with a red face. After closing the bedroom door behind her, Yin Fei looked at Ge on the sofa with a red face, at a loss for words. Yin Fei's movements were really a bit fast, especially the scream she just made, which made Ge couldn't help but freeze. After all, she was a singer, and this high note was indeed bull. Cough. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I just felt that there was something behind me, so I reached out my hand to take it. I didn't expect it. Ge more or less unnatural touched his nose. After all, this direction of things, is he also did not expect? Yin Fei stood stiffly in the bedroom doorway, sniffing hurriedly waved her hand. It's okay, I don't blame you. I blame myself for putting things away. After saying that, Yin Fei then red-faced again and stood over there with her head hung low. Seeing Yin Fei standing over there with a red face, the top of her head seemed to be smoking. Seeing that she was unwilling to face reality, Ge laughed so hard that he couldn't. Yin Fei's introverted character, the kind of thing that just happened, is no different from holding Shangham Yen when he was racing at noon. He picked up the folder on the coffee table in front of him that Yin Fei had just anxiously thrown over. Time to talk about business, Ge reminded. Yin Fei instantly came back to her senses, and with a red face, she slowly moved over to Ge's side, which then led her to sit next to him. Originally, Yin Fei was still shy, but after chatting about serious matters, she seemed to have instantly changed into a different person. She sat over there, excitedly telling Ge about her own understanding and settings, as well as what she thought when she wrote the lyrics. Ge patiently sat beside Yin Fei, listening to her speak these words. From time to time, she offered some insights of her own, and after hearing that Ge's ideas resonated very well with her own, Yin Fei became even more excited. She couldn't help but hold on to Ge's hand that was resting on her lap and said excitedly, "It's really great that Ge met you. I knew it. If you can make that kind of tune, surely you can understand my thoughts as well." Ge smiled and was just about to say something when he saw Yin Fei's cell phone on the coffee table vibrate. With the ringing of the cell phone, Ge naturally saw the note on top of the phone. Looking at the word Yihan, Ge slightly narrowed his eyes. Ge then looked towards Yin Fei, but he did not expect Yin Fei to hang up the phone directly. You're not answering the boss's call? Ge queried. Boss? Yuan Songying. Yin Fei blinked her eyes in some confusion. Ge nodded. Like Songying, I came out of the mercenary group with boss. Hearing Ge's explanation, Yin Fei then widened her eyes in realization. No wonder I saw that you looked very familiar in the beginning. No wonder. I must have seen you before, only they were all called code names, so I didn't think in that direction. Yes, after returning to China, I rarely call my code name. After all, I'm no longer in the mercenary group. No wonder your car skills were so good at noon. But you even know music? You are really too versatile. I didn't think that there was a genius like you beside Yihan. Ge smiled shyly at his words. Don't praise me. These are just some minor interests of mine. Besides, I'm definitely no match for the boss in this point. Who said that? Yin Fei directly interrupted Ge's words. You're much better than Yihan. Look at you. You're better looking than Yihan. Personality is also good. And you know music. Ge looked at concubine Yen with some consternation. After all, he also really didn't expect that Yihan's harem would actually say that he was better than Yihan. Ha? Aren't you? You and the boss not a pair? Ge tentatively raised his question. What are you talking about? Yin Fei's face was stunned as she stood up straight away. It was as if she had heard something frightening, and the expression on her face was very exaggerated. This time, Shi-E was a bit baffled, and he wanted to recall the plot in the original story, but now belongs to the early stage. In the early stage, Yin Feifei did not appear a few times. Only in the back of the male lead needs Yin Feifei's family history. Yin Feifei only appeared more often. Can it be that now Yihan and Yin Feifei haven't confirmed their relationship, nor have they been ambiguous? But if that was the case, how could Song Ying be following Yin Feifei's side? If you haven't been good with the boss, then why is Song Ying by your side? After all, the boss will only arrange bodyguards for those sisters-in-law of mine. Shi-E pretended to be very confused and looked at Yin Feifei as if he really didn't know anything. Sister-in-laws. Yin Feifei was even more dumbfounded. Ding Ding detected that the host has destroyed the relationship behavior of the male and female hosts of Heaven's Destiny. Rewarded with 500 villain value. You really didn't get along with my boss? Shi-E pursued in disbelief. If this really wasn't much of a development yet, then it would be really easy for him to strike now while Yihan was in a foreign country. Really? Seeing Ji-Yi's face of disbelief, Yin Feifei anxiously sat directly beside the astonished figure. In the beginning, when I went to meet Sister Scarlet Burns at the company, I met him a few times, and I have to admit that he really is quite charming. Ji-Yi secretly nodded his head, not surprised. This is the so-called male protagonist aura. The moment he appears must attract women's eyes. But he's just average looking. Yin Feifei blinked, seeing Ji-Yi again looking at himself with some confusion. Yin Feifei hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about your boss being ugly. I'm a person who is face-controlled. So, listening to Yin Feifei's words, the corners of Ji-Yi's mouth twitched terribly. He stifled his laughter and lightly coughed a few times. Then said, cough cough. You don't worry, I understand. But I thought you and my boss also good. You must not misunderstand. Yin Feifei anxiously explained. Even her small face reddened. Although I've met a few times before, I also know that your boss and Sister Scarlet Burner are quite good. How could I possibly be with him? And, Yin Feifei seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and even her tone became a bit agitated. And, he's also good with so many people. I don't like people like her. Looking at her like this, Sister Scarlet Burns is really pitiful. Shi looked at Yin Feifei's current condition, and then he understood something in his heart. It looked like Yihan hadn't yet rated Yin Feifei yet. It was only that even though Yin Feifei disliked Yihan so much right now, she would still end up falling under Yihan's charismatic aura of a male protagonist. But, thinking of this, Ji-E slightly hooked his lips. That is in the case of his own not to make a move. If he is to make a move, can not know. Thinking of here, Shi-E then also ready to continue to start condescension. That Song Ying. Yin Feifei some confused blinked. This I do not know. I only know that once I fainted in the Sister Scarlet Burning office. Is Yihan let people send me to the hospital? The back also helped me find a doctor. Also do not know what he said to my family later. Let Song Ying come to my side as a bodyguard, to prevent me from accidents. Hearing Yin Feifei's words, Shi-E couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Listening to this situation, that now actually Yihan has already gotten some benefits from Yin family. No wonder the back even dared to bring the foreign mafia's 1,000 gold to come back in a big way. You do not like my boss, this is really rare. Shi-E feigned surprise said. And this look of astonishment managed to make Yin Feifei unconvinced. She sat next to Ji-E and frowned defiantly, then stuck her waist out and said in an unfavorable manner. Who says that a woman has to like your boss? I admit that he is indeed outstanding as a person, but that's not my standard for choosing a boyfriend either. Ding Ding detected that the host has the behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarded with 500 villain values. Hearing the system's beep, Ji-E looked at Yin Feifei with even softer eyes. It wasn't as easy to gain villainous value this time around as it was before, so he was now very thankful that Yin Feifei was able to bring his villainous value back up to more than 10,000. Still, after hearing Yin Feifei's words, Ji-E slightly raised his eyebrows. Then what are your criteria for choosing a boyfriend? Yin Feifei had just finished speaking when she was slightly stunned when she met Ji-Yi's gentle, watery eyes. Then after hearing Ji-Yi's words, looking at Ji-Yi's face then also became more flushed. This. Yin Feifei eyes flickered, not dare to look at Ji-Yi. Stammered half a day cannot say words. Ding Ding detected the host has villainous behavior. Reward 50 villainous value. Hearing the beep in his head, this made Ji-Yi slightly pick the end of his eyes. This is a good feeling towards himself? Wouldn't things be even better then? Seeing Yin Feifei's reddened face and stammering, Ji-Yi drew a tissue from the side and slightly leaned forward to wipe the honeyed sweat from her forehead. Afterward, Ge inquired with great concern. Why has your face become so red now? Why do you keep sweating? Is it because you're not feeling well? Do you want me to give you a look? Seeing Ge so close to her, Yan Feifei was instantly dumbfounded again. Ever since she was a child, Yan Feifei's family was very strict, which made her seldom come into contact with the boys. Even the term early love had never appeared in Yan Feifei's life, because from a young age, Yan Feifei is a good girl, has been after graduation, which finally disobeyed the words of the family, but only because she entered the entertainment industry. At that time, Yan Feifei was thinking about her career, so she never thought about the matter of love. And all the way to the back, career success Yan Feifei, also because of the disease, so the 2 years of time has been staying in the hospital. So, from childhood to adulthood, Yan Feifei has never thought about the matter of falling in love. Not only so, even in men close contact have not. And now, seeing Ge so close to herself, feeling her heart beating flutter and flutter, this couldn't help but make Yan Feifei a little bewildered. What was this situation for herself right now? Why was her heart beating so fast? Feeling a little white, Yan Feifei was a little dumbfounded, and as Ge reached out his hand to help wipe away his sweat, Yan Feifei's face became even more flushed. And even with that, her heartbeat sped up. She was at a loss for words, raising her hand to cover her chest and looking up at Ge blankly. Could it be that this is the legendary feeling of heartbeat? Had she really fallen for Ge, whom she had only just met? The white Yan Feifei looked at Ge with her eyes brimming with emotion, not realizing that her heartbeat was accelerating just because she was shy. Not the so-called heartbeat. Ding Ding host detected with villainous behavior. Rewarded with 100 villainous value. What's wrong? Is the body really hard? Listening to the system's voice, Ge picked up on it again and again, pretending to be very worried as he inquired. Yan Feifei instantly returned to her senses and lowered her head with a small red face. Only she still couldn't help but raise her head to look at Ge. She couldn't help but feel ashamed when she thought of her inner thoughts. One could only squirm and start changing the topic. No, I'm not physically uncomfortable. But do you still help people? Yan Feifei said softly with a small red face, looking at Yan Feifei's twisted behavior as she began to change the topic. This made Ge more or less cry and laugh. Average. More or less. Do you need me to take a look for you? Ge looked at Yan Feifei with a smile. Yan Feifei's big eyes blinked at Ge, and when she saw Ge looking at herself, she shifted her gaze away with a red face again. No need. Let's just talk about work quickly. Seeing that the teasing was almost over, Ge didn't continue. Moreover, today's harvest was still quite a lot, and he was also afraid that if he teased further, it would be bad if it backfired. After chatting about work, Yan Feifei felt the temperature on her face go down a bit. This also made Yan Feifei breathe a sigh of relief. But with the passage of time, Yan Feifei became more and more impressed with Ge. Every time he came up with an idea, Ge would always cite an example and say something that would amaze Yan Feifei. This also made Yan Feifei worship Ge more and more. Ge, you're really good. Cough. You've complimented me enough. I'm going to float. Ge lightly coughed a few times and said in a humble manner, Ding dong. Just as Ge finished speaking, his cell phone vibrated on the side. He picked up the phone to take a look, and sure enough, it was a message from Yi Ro. Seeing that Yi Ro said to go to XX Plaza and wait for himself, Ge then realized that time had passed so quickly, and it was already more than 5 p.m. After replying to Yi Ro's message, Ge then put down his cell phone. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Seeing this, Yan Feifei also looked up from her sheet music, looking at the blear-eyed, well-behaved and meek woman looking at him in front of him. Ge realized that he was really a bit reluctant to leave right now, but before Ge could say anything, Yan Feifei over there had already checked the time. Seeing that it was already 5 in the afternoon, Yan Feifei couldn't help but exclaim, Oops, it's already 5 p.m. Sorry, I didn't expect to delay you for so long. If you have something to do now, just hurry up and go. After saying this sentence, Yan Feifei looked as if she had thought of something and slapped her head with some annoyance. Oops, sorry, this head of mine is a bit bad. I should have invited you for a meal. Yan Feifei looked at Ge very apologetically. Looking at Yan Feifei, who was somewhat annoyed with herself, Ge was more or less in tears. Okay, I didn't think that time would pass so quickly, and I didn't think that I would be able to talk to you so well, but I still have some things to do, so I have to go first. With that, Ge picked up his jacket and stood up. Seeing Ge standing up, Yan Feifei also hurriedly got up to send him to the door. Then, Then why don't I treat you to a meal next time if I have the chance? Yan Feifei said with a flushed face. Qi Yi secretly laughed. That's exactly what he wanted to do. Although his heart was blossoming with joy, Qi Yi's face remained unchanged. He nodded with a smile and rubbed Yan Feifei's head before walking out of the room. Alright, no need to be so polite. No need to send you down. It's windy down there. You're still not well. I'll just go down myself. After saying that without waiting for Yan Feifei to refuse, Ji Yi already walked into the elevator on the side. Yan Feifei, who was watching Ji Yi leave, couldn't help but raise her hand and touch her head, thinking of the thoughtful Ji Yi just now, or Ji Yi saying that the two of them were very close, and finally thinking of Ji Yi smiling and rubbing her head. This made Yan Feifei couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. Could it be that Ji Yi was also interested in himself? Standing in the doorway for a long time, Yan Feifei then hurriedly patted and slapped her face. No, love brain. Ji Yi, who had gone downstairs, was still unaware that he was thinking about how to tease Yan Feifei next time. This little girl over here has already begun to self-rating up. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 50 villainous values. Ding Ding host is detected to have villainous behavior, rewarding 50 villainous values. 2 system beeps in a row, which made the Ji Yi's movements on the car inevitably pause. What is this situation? Ji Yi didn't think that his cycling movements would have any villainous behavior. Then the only explanation would be that a certain Heavenly Fate heroine had boosted her favorability towards herself. At this moment, the only person that Qi Yi thought was possible was Yan Feifei upstairs. With some surprise in his heart, he rode his car out of the neighborhood. Qi Yi hadn't thought that Yan Feifei would be so innocent. Qi sped all the way and managed to arrive at the XX Plaza in the center of the city 10 minutes later. And in the cafe downstairs of the XX Plaza, Yi Ro was holding her cell phone and complaining with Yihan. How come you always let Butterfly Sister do something? Obviously he has so many people under him. Today is also. It is not easy in Butterfly Sister shopping once it. Did not expect people have been called away by Yihan. On this side, Yi Ro was very dissatisfied and sent a message to Yihan. But before she received Yihan's message, she already heard Shin Mumu on the opposite side exclaim. Even the surrounding little girls who came to shop started to stir. Wow! Ro. Look at it Ro. Look at the red locomotive over there. Look at that person so handsome, although with a helmet. But look at that body. Shin Mumu excitedly pulled the hand of Yi Ro aside. Yi Ro was unimpressed. And when she saw that Yihan still hadn't replied to her message, she skimmed her mouth in dissatisfaction and put down her cell phone. How handsome can it still be? Seeing you as a nymphomaniac. I'll let you see a real handsome man in a while. Yi Ro laughed. Yi Ro had a period of time before, although she had more or less some opinions about Ji Yi, but the two of them were now on much better terms. But it had to be said, Ji Yi's face value Yi Ro still recognized. Until now, Yi Ro had not seen anyone more handsome than Ji Yi. What do you know? This kind of biker handsome guy is all about an atmosphere. But this guy is even sassier than the ones I swiped online. Shin Mumu gave Yi Ro an angry look. Then she excitedly picked up her cell phone and clicked a few pictures of the man on top of the red biker outside. Yi Ro helplessly skimmed her mouth. But after turning her head to look at the man on the motorcycle outside, her eyes paused. You see he's still looking over. Is he looking at us? Shin Mumu said excitedly. Look at the way those two are philandering. I think that handsome guy is just looking at Lily. Lily is so good looking. Who else should I look at if not her? Just as Shin Mumu's side finished speaking, a conspiratorial voice came from behind her. This caused Yi Ro and Shin Mumu to subconsciously turn their heads back, not expecting to see Zhou Lily and her little follower behind them. The two's faces immediately collapsed. Yi Ro looked at Zhou Lily and gritted her teeth. I didn't expect to run into Zhou Lily over here. What bad luck! Shin Mumu was worried that the two would get into a fight over here, and hurriedly pulled Yi Ro. Keep your voice down. What if they hear you? Yi Ro snorted coldly. If I hear it, I'll hear it. I'm not afraid of her. Lily. Look. The handsome guy even waved his hand at you. Zhou Lily disdainfully glanced at Yi Ro, and her eyes couldn't help but be attracted to the man outside the window. She looked straight at the man next to the motorcycle, and after seeing the man take off his helmet and come, her eyes lit up. Seeing that the man waved his hand this way, and hearing the surrounding girls' exclamations of surprise, Zhou Lily hooked up a gentle smile and waved her hand at the man as well. Seeing this, Yi Ro couldn't help but snort. Look at that. Still calling others nymphomaniacs. Your own saliva is coming out. Upon hearing this, that Zhou Lily didn't panic. but only slightly hooked her lips and waved her hand at the handsome man outside. Afterwards, she looked at Yi-Ro-Ro on the side with a smile on her face, only to see her speak very confidently. Are you a nymphomaniac or not? How do you know? Just see if he comes over to me or not. Yi-Ro-Ro couldn't help but snicker when she heard Joe Lily's words. She looked at Joe Lily with a complicated expression. Not me, Joe Lily. Is there something wrong with your hair? Saying this, Yi-Ro-Ro then nodded her face. This sentence managed to make the Joe Lily in front of her change her face. Only looking at the handsome man who had already walked into the cafe, Joe Lily this time didn't get angry on the spot. Yi-Ro-Ro, I admit that you are jealous of me, but the words are don't say so hard to hear. Well, not to find me. Is it hard to find you? I admit that you do look pretty good, but look at you wearing a poor kind. TSK 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 men and not blind. Yi-Ro-Ro. She admitted that it was true that because she was all about to graduate, she still had to attend classes after her internship, which led to her resentment. But she looked down and tugged at the body shirt she was wearing. This is still poor. After Shin Moo heard Joe Lily's words, she skimmed her mouth after Yi-Ro-Ro's appearance. The other handsome man may be coming to the appointment, but you say it's coming to find you. I think you are also imagining a little too much. Joe Lily snorted coldly, lifting her hand to pull her hair. This you don't understand. People like you won't know the charm of a mature woman. Otherwise let's make a bet. Yi-Ro-Ro looked at Ge, who was getting closer and closer and couldn't help but get interested as well. She turned her head to look at Joe Lily. Fine. Then tell me what kind of bet you want to make. I'll be all for it. Joe Lily also did not expect Yi-Ro-Ro, who was usually so capable of choking people, to agree so quickly. Let's put it this way. If I win, you'll post a picture of you and Li Feng together in your circle of friends and say that you're together. Joe Lily provocatively looked at Yi-Ro-Ro. Shen Moo on the side heard Joe Lily's words and immediately went to tug on Yi-Ro-Ro's arm, afraid that Yi-Ro-Ro would agree. But Yi-Ro-Ro did agree. After all, she did win. So what if the biker guy is coming for me? Then you send a friend circle. If the biker guy isn't even looking for it, then it's a tie. Yi-Ro-Ro narrowed her eyes and looked at Joe Lily in a godly manner. And this was just what Lily Zhou wanted. After all, she thought to herself that she couldn't have been the one to go looking for Yi-Ro-Ro. Good. Then, Joe Lily finished. While picking up a small sip of coffee, she looked towards the man holding the helmet in the back, and then even smiled and threw a wink at him. From the time he had just parked outside, Chi was a bit confused. After he parked his motorcycle outside, he was just about to send a message to Yi-Ro-Ro when he saw Yi-Ro-Ro by the window of the cafe. Only when he waved his hand at Yi-Ro-Ro, it was another person who responded, which made Ge more or less confused. And as he walked into the cafe, Ge felt even more confused. Is this woman winking at herself again? Although that woman is indeed quite good looking, but sorry, really cannot be compared to their own sister-in-laws. Without taking care of that woman again, Ge looked to the side of the smiling Yi-Ro-Ro, who was looking at himself and slightly raised his eyebrows. What was the meaning of this? I'm not late, am I? Ge walks over to Yi-Ro-Ro's side and smiles gently. Yi-Ro-Ro proudly looked at Joe Lily, whose face had become ugly, and couldn't help but heave a couple laughs. Not late, not late. Came just in time. Yi-Ro-Ro shook her head and said, also emphasizing the words just in time. Shen Moo sat on the opposite side of Yi-Ro-Ro's face and looked at Ge and Yi-Ro-Ro with wide-eyed surprise. No wonder Yi-Ro-Ro's little girl wasn't so agitated just now. She knew this handsome man personally. Thinking of this, Shen Moo gave Yi-Ro-Ro a look. Good, this little girl. There is a handsome man who knows. Surprisingly, she still dares to hide it. Yi-Ro-Ro noticed Shen Moo's accusing eyes and smiled embarrassedly before turning her head to look at Joe Lily, whose face wasn't exactly a pretty sight on the side. Alright, Lily Zhou. Now that you've lost, it's time to redeem the promise. Yi-Ro-Ro held Chi-Yi's hand and looked towards Lily Zhou in a very smug manner. When Chi-Yi heard this, he couldn't help but look at Yi-Ro-Ro in confusion, and then looked at the woman across the street who had just been rushing at him inexplicably, and his heart was suddenly clear. However, Ge was not in a hurry. Instead, he leaned on the card seat with interest and watched how Yi-Ro-Ro was going to fight back. He had to say, he was being used as a capital to show off. And this was not a bad feeling. As for the woman called Joe Lily on the opposite side, after hearing Yi-Ro-Ro's words, her face suddenly turned red and green. Green and red. It looked really wonderful. Not to mention that looking at Joe Lily's delayed manner of speaking, it was obvious that she was somewhat unwilling to admit it. Ge raised his eyebrows. Oh, you guys just made a bet? Yi Ro nodded indignantly, then looked angrily at Zhou Lily on the opposite side. Zhou Lily, isn't it? You're going back on your word? Zhou Lily still didn't say anything, but only raised her head slightly, wetting her eyes and looking at Ge with a red, pitiful look. Ge slightly narrowed his eyes. Ooh, it's even more wonderful. I have to admit, this woman called Zhou Lily does have a bit of poise. If someone else saw her like this, they might really have a soft heart, but I'm really sorry, even if that's the case, it's still not as good as her own sisters-in-law, especially since Ge had just returned from Yan Feifei's side, just now when he found Yan Feifei's small clothes. Yan Feifei's pursed pink lips, her face red with shame, as if she was about to cry out. It was really incomparable to this young lady in front of him. What are you doing? Although Yi Ro's character was indeed a bit jumpy, but after all, she was also a girl, and when she hid her eyes, she directly saw Zhou Lily's intentions. She directly stood up and blocked Ge behind herself as if she was protecting her calf. Zhou Lily, what are you doing? Eyes cramped up, are you? Yi Ro said without any good humor. Ge heard Yi Ro's words, did not hold back, directly laugh out loud. Put. Ge amusedly reached out his hand to rub Yi Ro's head. Ro, we can't say that. But, as Ge said that, he looked across the room at Lily Zhou. Miss Zhou's speech is not really. Let a person dare not agree. I do not know what bet between them, but Ge, this person is still more or less a little protective of the calf. After all, the back still have to let the little witch to wear a maid's outfit for himself. Now can have to brush the good sense. As expected, after Ge said these words, he managed to harvest Yi Ro's admiring eyes. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Ge's mind. Ding ding, the host has been detected to have received the heroine's admiration value, rewarding him with 100 villain values. For this broadcast Ge was very satisfied. System trouble you to be more detailed every time you broadcast, because of what produced the villainous behavior. Okay. Seeing that the system agreed so readily, Ge was more or less helpless. If he had known that the system would agree so readily, he would have raised this opinion before. Where would he have waited until now to ask a tentative question? Back to the present. After Ge said these words, Zhou Lily still had an ugly face and didn't say anything. It was as if she had decided to play tricks on him. It was the little follower beside Zhou Lily who started to get anxious. Seeing that the current situation is more or less a little bit wrong, she hurriedly came out and said, what bet? Just did not say what bet? Everyone is joking. Yi Ro, you, this person is also too serious, right? How can you be like this? After hearing the little follower's words, the face of the one called Zhou Lily finally looked much better. She seemed to be instantly relieved. After all, she also had a step down. Right, Yi Ro, you, this person is also too serious, right? We just weren't joking. You took it seriously. How is this kind of person? Zhou Lily looked at Yi Ro with a surprised face, as if Yi Ro had said something unheard of. Yi Ro heard Zhou Lily tricks suddenly froze over there. She was a bit at a loss for words. Looked up at Ge. Even for a moment some do not know what to say. Looking at this situation, even the gentle character of Shen Mumu are a bit unable to listen. Zhou Lily, what do you mean? You're just going to play tricks on me? Zhou Lily raised her eyebrows at Shen Mumu. Quite a provocative look. What? What do you mean by cheating? I really don't know what you guys are talking about. After saying this, Zhou Lily raised her eyes innocently to look at Ge. This little brother, you mustn't misunderstand. I'm really not that kind of person. But I see that you also know Yi Ro. You must also know her character, right? So, Zhou Li shrugged her shoulders after she finished speaking. The implied meaning was self-evident. And with this look, she also managed to anger Yi Ro's body trembling. Looking at Yi Ro's eyes red with anger, Shiyi's heart was also all a bit intolerant. He reached out his hand to pull Yi Ro behind him, then comfortingly rubbed Yi Ro's head. Yi Ro subconsciously looked up, and coincidentally saw Ge with a smile on his face, looking at himself with a gentle expression. It's okay, look at me, Ge said softly, and then turned around, while Yi Ro looked at Ge in a daze. She couldn't help but have a flash of scarlet appear on her face, but it had to be said that with Ge's comfort, Yi Ro really wasn't as angry as she was just now. She instantly calmed down, then raised her eyes to look expectantly at the man in front of her. This young lady. I don't know then what kind of bet was just made, but I know that Ro isn't the kind of person who would lie. If your side still doesn't fulfill your promise, I'll have to take out the evidence, Ge said with a cold face, and after hearing Ge's words, Zhou Lily didn't hold back and laughed out directly. She couldn't help but resize Ge from bottom to top. Zhou Lily had just thought that the man in front of her was very handsome, but now that she took a look, She hadn't thought that he was also a brainiac. She didn't believe it, didn't believe that he could still have any evidence. Just now and the surrounding guests have gone. And even if the cafe's surveillance can be captured here, but this side is also noisy as hell. How can they include their own? Little brother, oh little brother. How could I possibly lie to you? Joe Lily covered her lips and laughed a few times. Then she frowned and looked at GE. I saw that you were so handsome, but I didn't think that you were a bad brain. In the face of Joe Lily's sarcasm, GE didn't panic. After all, in a moment, he would know whose brain was not working well. GE turned around and pressed Yi Ro to sit down on the card seat, while he himself went to find the person in charge of the coffee shop. To be honest, GE also didn't think that he would use his skills on top of this kind of little girl's tearing up. But who let Yi Ro this little witch just looked pitiful as hell. Soon enough, GE got the surveillance footage. Only that the audio wasn't good because the people in the store were really noisy. However, this was nothing to GE, who had proficient hacking skills. In just a moment's time, GE walked back with the processed video, and after hearing her clear voice coming from the video, Joe Lily was finally unable to sit still. Yi Ro looked up at GE in surprise. The adoration on her face could no longer be concealed. Ding Ding detected that the host has received the heroine's worship value, rewarding the villain value with 50 points. GE hooked his lips. Although it was true that collecting villain value was much slower now than before, it was not bad at all. Since this Miss Joe still won't admit it, then row or you can send a friend circle for Miss Joe. Saying that, GE sent the video surveillance to Yi Ro in front of Joe Lily. Yi Ro heatedly smiled. Fine. I'm a generous person. I'll just send it for her. No. Seeing that Yi Ro really wanted to send a friend circle, Joe Lily then panicked and couldn't help but scream out. No wonder Joe Lily was agitated now. After all, Joe Lily was clear that there were a lot of rich second generation in Yi Ro's VX. If the surveillance was really exposed, then how would she still face them? Lily Zhou's screams managed to attract the attention of the people around her, but now Lily Zhou was too anxious to take care of those people. She smiled and came to Yi Ro's side. Iya Ro, why are you in such a hurry? I'll just send it, said Lily Zhou. Then in front of Yi Ro, from the previous class group photo, she cropped the photo of herself and Li Feng and sent it to her friend circle. Lily Zhou. Oops, lost the bet then. Picture. Seeing that T-talking copy, even GE couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, GE finally knew why Joe Lily was unwilling to fulfill the bet. It was because the man called Li Feng looked more or less intelligent. This was not GE's discrimination, but from the face of Chinese medicine, this male student did have a bit of mental underdevelopment, which could still be saved if treated in time. Only these are not things that GE should think about anymore. Yi Ro snorted coldly. Now you know you're afraid? I don't know who was shady just now. The surveillance was now in someone else's hands. So naturally, Joe Lily didn't dare to be reckless. She smiled. Zoe, just now I was in a hurry. Sorry. After saying a few words, Joe Lily forced a smile on her face and said goodbye to them. Seeing this, her little follower hurriedly carried her bag and followed her. GE looked at the back of the two people leaving, and then heard Yi Ro snorted coldly, and then picked up her cell phone and started to operate something. What are you doing? GE curiously looked over. Yi Ro coldly snorted. Only she in the circle of friends T-words? Can't I play a little? GE hit his eyes and saw that it was indeed Yi Ro who was implying that the person just now almost backtracked without evidence. Wow. Ro, your boyfriend was just so handsome. Shen Mumu on the side looked at the two, could not help but say with some excitement. Yi Ro's side had just put down her cell phone. When she heard Shen Mumu come up with such a sentence, a small face immediately reddened. She somewhat unnaturally glanced at GE next to her, and seeing that GE was smilingly looking at himself and did not refute, her face also became even hotter. You, don't talk nonsense. He's not my boyfriend. Yi Ro hurriedly explained. But it didn't occur to him that after Yi Ro finished her sentence, Shen Mumu's eyes instantly lit up. Without waiting for GE and Yi Ro to say something, Shen Mumu already took her cell phone and walked to GE's side. Handsome man, can you give me your contact information? Shen Mumu moved so quickly that even Yi Ro didn't react. GE looked at Yi Ro who froze, and then took out his cell phone. As Yi Ro's best friend, Shen Mumu's family history is not as good as the other sister-in-law, but wins in the young and energetic. People are also a little silly. The same, as one of the book's destiny of the heroine. Shen Mumu's appearance is naturally also very exquisite. Think of the original, A Unit In. When he didn't know that Yi Ro wasn't his own biological sister, Yi-han and Shin Mumu had already fought very passionately. Later, after knowing that Yi-Roru is not his own biological sister, Yi-han and Shin Mumu before also experienced a period of you chasing me to catch up with the sadistic love. This sadistic, so that the original author raw water more than 100,000 words. Right. What's your name, little brother? How should I note you? Shin Mumu held her cell phone and stood in front of Ge somewhat embarrassed. Ge laughed and said painfully, Ge, the pool that is not in the pool, the E that floats. Shin Mumu nodded, and then clicked to send a friend request. And now Yi-Ro also finally reacted. She hurriedly stood in the middle of the two. Wait a minute. What are you two doing? Shin Mumu smiled embarrassedly. Nothing, just want to get acquainted with this handsome guy. Yi-Ro narrowed her eyes and looked at Shin Mumu. Thinking of Shin Mumu's face of philandering just now, she knew that Shin Mumu was definitely not harboring good intentions towards Ge. Yi-Ro looked at Shin Mumu with some exasperation. Looking at the two people adding contact information to each other, her heart was surprisingly a little sour. However, she looked at Shin Mumu with a puff of anger. Half a day did not know what to say, and finally just stifled out a sentence. Look at you, this unproductive look. Shin Mumu heatedly laughed, and then wrapped his arm around Yi-Ro's arm, whispering in her ear, Ro, you know, I'm a face control. I can't move when I see a handsome man, and when I meet someone as handsome as Ge, how could I possibly let him go? While Ge over there appeared to be operating on his cell phone, his attention was always on the two women in front of him, although they were speaking in a very low voice. After all, the current Ge already had the ancient martial arts skills, so his ear power was naturally many times better than that of an ordinary person. So at this moment, the two whispered, and Ge was able to hear them clearly. The two people over there were whispering, and had obviously forgotten about Ge over here. Shin Mumu spoke as if she suddenly thought of something. She looked at Yi-Ro with wide eyes. Right, Ro, you won't be interested in Ge, right? We have this relationship. If you are interested in Ge, then I definitely won't be interested in Ge. Don't worry. Shin Mumu also looked at Yi-Ro with a smile on her face and said, if you're interested in Ge, then I'll help you fix him. Hearing Shin Mumu's words, Yi-Ro couldn't help but look towards Ge, who was sitting on the card seat. I don't know if it's Yi-Ro's illusion. The current Ge is indeed much better looking than before, and is also more able to attract people's attention than before. After all, even if Ge was not bad looking, he was not the kind of person who could be seen from the crowd at a glance. At this moment, the man was just sitting on the card seat and looking at his cell phone, and he had already attracted the gazes of the women around him. Yi-Ro looked at the surrounding women who were foolishly looking around and knew that if it wasn't for the fact that she and Shin Mumu were sitting over here, I'm afraid that they would be coming over to ask Ge for his contact information. Cough. Who's interested in him? The two of us are just friends. Yi-Ro said somewhat sheepishly. After all, Yi-Ro herself is not sure if she is interested in Ge or not, and Ge is not taking herself as a friend. Compared to Yi-Ro's tangled and difficult situation, Shin Mumu over there was much more excited. With a bright smile, she pulled Yi-Ro's arm and whispered, then the fat doesn't flow outside. I'll try to take Ge down. Yi-Ro's heart was suddenly clogged up. She slightly pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything, just softly This side Yi-Ro had just responded, and over there, Shin Mumu had already taken the initiative to sit beside Ge. What are you looking at, Ge? Shin Mumu took the initiative to start looking for a topic. She was inwardly excited, somewhat shy and formal as she sat beside Ge, looking at the man's angular side face, and even her little heart thumped with excitement. Ge is bored with brushing his cell phone. In fact, his mind is not on it. With the passage of time, Ge himself also realized that he was indeed no longer the passerby he was before. The reason why he would not die out now would be because of the charm value that he had drawn from the lottery before. Ge was still confident in his looks. Yi-han had the male lead aura, and he had the system. After 2 days of events, Ge was now also very confident that he could pry Yi-han's home base. It's fine, just stopping by to look at your circle of friends. What? Before Shin Mumu on this side could react, Yi-Ro on that side had already rubbed her feet and rushed to Ge's side. Wait. Ge raised his eyebrows, and although he didn't know why Yi-Ro was suddenly so agitated, he still quickly stood up and raised his cell phone up. Ge was already much taller than Yi-Ro, and now Yi-Ro really couldn't reach the phone at all. What's going on here? Is it hard to believe that there's something unseemly in her circle of friends? Speaking of this, GE became interested. He directly in Shin Mumu's circle of friends scratched, successfully saw a section of Yi Ro drunk, lying on the ground and has been a dog to worship the video. In the video, the dog looks very afraid of Yi Ro, want to run, but did not run away, successfully by the drunken Yi Ro pulled back to worship the handle, and Shen Mumu, who recorded the video, was already laughing. Hearing the sound of the video, Shen Mumu's face also collapsed. When she sent this video to her friend's circle, she blocked everyone, just thinking to keep it as a souvenir. Moreover, this was already a video posted last year, so long ago that she was about to forget about it. But the only thing she didn't think of was that after adding her friends now, GE would scroll down, and she had forgotten to block this new friend of hers. After Shin Mumu reacted, she hurriedly blocked out the circle of friends. This side of the Yi Ro saw Shin Mumu's action after a sigh of relief. After all, just GE really did not have the opportunity to save. I didn't think that you have such a side when you're drunk. GE sat back without any hurry and joked. Yi Ro reddened her little face, and said in a bad mood, "Humph, I don't believe that when you're drunk. You're still not drunk at all. Time is not early." The people ordered a meal in this cafe. After eating, they went to the shopping mall upstairs. This mall is very famous in China, belonging to a large chain type. The day after tomorrow is the banquet. Customization is already too late. Can only buy now. Yi Ro said helplessly. Shen Mumu bristled. That Lin Wei every time she organizes a banquet, she prepares herself in advance, only we hastily prepare. While the few people were talking, they had already reached the 8th floor. This floor is different from the one below. Only VIP can come up, and by the same token, the consumption above is not something that ordinary people can afford. Just after going up, GE was pounded by the two little girls to start changing clothes. This one and this one are very good. GE, you hurry up and try it on. GE was very helpless as he held a bunch of things. Do we have to try all of these? Yi Ro and Shin Mumu nodded at the same time. Yes. Helpless, GE could only walk into the fitting room on the side, and by the time G came out again, the two were over there gesticulating with their gowns. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the two looked out at the same time. At this look, both of them froze at the same time, and even the attendant at the side showed a stunned expression. GE, you're practically a walking human coat rack. This is too handsome. Shin Mumu was the first to exclaim in shock. She then quickly walked over to GE and reached out her hand to pinch GE's muscles wrapped inside his shirt. Wow, too much material. GE didn't care about Shin Mumu's action, but still raised his eyebrows and looked towards Yi Ro who was stunned over there. How's it? Is it still okay? GE said teasingly. Yi Ro instantly returned to her senses. Cough cough. Still, not bad. Then this one is good to try as well. Saying this, Yi Ro personally went forward and pushed GE into the fitting room. Without muscles to touch, Shin Mumu could only retract her hand with a disappointed face. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked over to Yi Ro. Ro, how do you know GE? Why haven't I heard you say anything before? A trace of huffiness flashed across Yi Ro's face. After all, she had been a bit displeased with GE herself before. A little bodyguard, and still so arrogant. However, now she had also changed her opinion of GE. Isn't it because we didn't have a chance before? He's someone under my brother's hand. He was sent by my brother to protect someone else. Isn't this busy? Yi Ro coped. Shin Mumu just wanted to ask something when a male voice suddenly came from the entrance of the store. Ro, are you here to shop too? GE received Yin Fei's friend request while he was in the fitting room. It should have been specifically asked for from Shang Yan's side, and after the two of them chatted for a few moments, GE then changed his clothes and pushed the door to go out. This time, GE did not see Yi Ro, but the waiter greeted him with a smile. Sir, this dress looks really good on you, and for those who don't know, you'd think it's customized just for you, that young waitress said, while taking the opportunity to stretch out her hand to pretend to organize Chi's clothes, but actually stole a hand to touch Chi's pecs. But unexpectedly, her hand was clutched by GE in the next second. Sir, you. GE looked at the woman in front of him with a smirk, letting go of her hand. Although he was smiling, his tone was cold. Sorry, I don't like strangers touching me. At the end of her words, that waitress's face instantly turned pale with embarrassment. She hurriedly apologized repeatedly. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's fine. You go down first. I'll just take a look myself. After glancing at GE with a palpitating heart, that waitress turned around and hurriedly left. Have you finished trying on the clothes, GE? Yi Ro's voice came from behind him. and Chi-E turned to look, and saw Yi Ro smilingly walking over. Is this one okay? Putting away the expression on his face, Chi-E looked towards Yi Ro. Satisfied, Yi Ro circled around Chi-E, then nodded with a big smile. It can. Very okay. When it comes to the banquet, it will definitely kill the others. So confident in me? Chi-E said as he stepped forward and approached Yi Ro. Yi Ro nodded. You're my man. Definitely much better than other men. Your man? You're what man? Ji approached Yi Ro forcing her to step back, and in the end, she could only have to retreat into the fitting room. Yi Ro looked at Ji with a red face, and said without any good humor, Ji, you, get up. Chi-E provoked. Then what if I don't afford to? I'm sorry? Yi Ro crossed her arms. Then I'm going to be impolite. Fine. Then I'd like to see how you're going to be nonchalant. After saying that, Ji directly closed the door of the fitting room, which now left only the two of them in the sealed space. Yi Ro's eyes were wide. She really didn't expect Ji to close the fitting room door. What are you doing? Yi Ro was dumbfounded. Ji shrugged. I just want to see how you're going to be rude to me. Saying that, Ji pulled Yi Ro's hand and directly wrapped it around his waist. Come on, let me see. Yi Ro belonged to the type of person who screamed loudly, but the person was a wimp. Chi-E had realized this before, and from the moment he just heard that this little girl was really going to let herself out and let someone else tease her, Chi-E knew that he still had to play a high-end game. Otherwise, Yi Ro, the one who wanted to save face, would definitely not turn back. If she didn't turn back, wouldn't her villainous value fly away? Then how can he pry the corner afterward? This fitting room on the outside is only separated by a thin layer of door, so even in the fitting room, but the sound outside they still hear clearly. Yi Ro was forced to take Ji's waist, but now she felt a little dizzy. Hard to be very difficult. Ji, I'm warning you, there are people outside. You, don't mess with me. Yi Ro reddened her little face and timidly warned Ji. However, this bit of warning had no deterrent effect at all. Oh, I hadn't wanted to mess around, but if you say so, then wouldn't it be very humiliating if I don't mess around a bit? Chi-E said, while slowly approaching Yi Ro. Soon, Chi-E buried his head between Yi Ro's neck. Feeling the warm spit between his neck, it made Yi Ro even more nervous. I remember that Ro just came back to look for Ji. Why is there no one there? Shin Mu's voice came from outside, along with the sound of a man speaking. Maybe she went out after trying on clothes? The other two said. The moment she heard Shin Mu's voice, Yi Ro had already jumped into Ji's arms in shock. She pursed her lips tightly, her nervous heartbeat accelerating, praying that those people outside would not come to the fitting room. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarded with 20 villainous values. Ji slightly raised his eyebrows, helpless in his heart. This is also too stingy. Sure enough, it is still necessary to work hard on your own. Waiting for a beautiful woman to jump into your arms on her own is not as much as taking the initiative to go out on your own with villainous value. Yi Ro tensed her body and concentrated on listening to the movement outside, and when she heard the sound of footsteps outside, Yi Ro had already tensed up to the point where cold sweat was coming out all over her body. Suddenly, Yi Ro's body paused. Feeling the wetness coming from her earlobes, she instantly twisted her head with wide eyes and looked at Ji with an unbelievable face. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding the villain with 50 villainous values. Satisfied with the system's broadcast, Ji once again tightened his arm around Yi Ro's waist. How are you just going to be rude to me? Like what I'm doing now? Ji slightly pressed harder, keeping the two of them close together. And below, Ji's hands were kneading Yi Ro's thin waist. Chi-E was now well versed in the various acupoints of his body, so naturally, he also knew that massaging that place would make it more comfortable. Accidentally letting out an infinite reverie-inducing moan sound. Yi Ro blushed in shame and hurriedly reached out her hand to cover her lips. Ding Ding detected that the host has villainous behavior, rewarded with 200 villainous values. Strange, the two of them are really gone. Shin Mu's voice came again, and the movements under Chi-E's hands didn't stop, but instead became more and more excessive. Unable to do anything else, Yi Ro could only raise her head and look at Ji begrudgingly. Ji, please. Yi Ro bit her lower lip in shame, and looked about to cry out. Ji picked at the end of his eyes and withdrew his hand in time. He smiled and reached out his hand to thoughtfully help Yi Ro wipe the tears from the ends of her eyes and laughed. Alright, I won't mess with you anymore. Hearing Ji's words, Yi Ro finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then nervously listened to the sounds outside, and after hearing that Shin Mumu had walked out of the store without finding themselves, Yiroro finally breathed a sigh of relief. After realizing that Shin Mumu had left, Yiroro's temper returned. She didn't have a good temper and directly pushed Chi-E away. Well, you Chi-E, did you do that on purpose? Ji-E shrugged his shoulders, not denying it, and sort of admitted it. Who was the one who was scared and cried just now? Not afraid now? I'm afraid of you. Yiroro's red face indignantly glared at Ji-E, turned around and directly pushed open the door of the fitting room to go out. Only when the door of the fitting room was just pushed open, Yiroro stiffened in the doorway. Chi-E strangely turned his head to look, and saw that, at the door of the fitting room, both Yiroro and the waitress who had just been there were standing frozen at the door of the fitting room, staring at both sides. The heat on Yiroro's face had just gone down with great difficulty, and now that she was facing off with the person outside, she directly reddened her little face to the root of her neck. As for the waiter outside who had just attempted to molest Ji-E, he looked at Yiroro and then at Ji-E, and as if he had reacted to something, his eyes widened. Cough cough. Well, I'll take that outfit just now, and this one on me. Check out. Looking at Yiroro standing over there at a loss for words, Ji-E took the initiative to walk up and blocked in front of Yiroro, saying, at that, the waitress immediately came back to her senses, and led Ji-E to the checkout. Watching the two leave, Yiroro also came back to her senses. She looked at Ji-E's back in a daze, and her heart was suddenly a little troubled again. She didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Ji-E, but she just felt that, as if something had happened. It seemed extraordinarily reassuring to have Ji-E by her side, although he always molested himself. Ding Ding detected the favorable value of the Heavenly Destiny heroine Yiroro. Rewarded 200 villain value. Ji-E, who heard the system tone, his hand movements didn't stop. Just the corner of his mouth slightly curved up a little. Let's go. What are you waiting for? In the end, when Ji-E changed back into the clothes he had just worn and walked towards Yiroro with the bag in hand, she was still standing frozen at the side. On a small face, the expression could be described as rich. Yiroro instantly came back to her senses, and her attention managed to come to the shopping bag in Ji-E's hands. Oops. Yiroro slapped her head and reacted. Didn't you say I bought it for you? Why did you check out by yourself? Chi-E let Yiroro help himself with the clothes, raising an eyebrow in confusion. I thought you didn't want to check out. That's why you've been standing still over here. No. You mustn't misunderstand. Yiroro hurriedly waved her hand anxiously, then said, let's put it this way. How much are these two outfits? I'll transfer them to you? Yiroro's heart was instantly guilty as hell, saying that she was about to pick up her cell phone. Only, in that instant, the expression on Ji-E's face suddenly sank. You're asking me to charge a woman? Oops, really not. Then take back your cell phone, Ji-E said, and took a big step forward. Seeing this, Yiroro's heart was helpless and guilty, and she hurriedly caught up with him. Are you saying that Roro has a male companion? Lin Fan's brows directly furrowed when he heard Shen Mumu's words. Shen Mumu nodded and said with unavoidable excitement, yeah, you guys don't know how handsome the man that Roro brought with her is. Appearing on a motorcycle, directly attracted all the eyes of all the girls in the cafe. Lin Fan immediately had a toothache. It was so hard to get rid of Zhou Yi, but he didn't expect another one to appear. The other man named Li Shu was so amused when he heard Shen Mumu's words. Then from what you said, that man is very handsome? Even more handsome than our young master Lin? Li Shu said flirtatiously, but it didn't occur to him that Shen Mumu really nodded. Right. Now, Lin Fan's face immediately turned ugly. Only Shen Mumu didn't notice in the slightest and was still over there depicting the wonderful picture when Ji-E got out of the car. As soon as that Li Shu saw that Lin Fan's face was unsightly, he hurriedly started to round up the scene. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed that someone was walking over at the end of the corridor. Subconsciously looking over, he didn't expect the person coming to be Yiroro. What shocked Lin Fan was that the two people who came over, the man had a cold face, but it was Yiroro who had a pleasing smile on her face. Not only that, Yiroro's hand is also carrying 2 bags of men's clothing. Looking at Yiroro's attitude, Lin Fan inexplicably heart of fire surged out. I'm not sure if I'm better than a little white boy. Not compared to that brainless Zhou Yi. Lin Fan, although not clear Yiroro's family background, but also no is certainly not general. So after knowing the good things Zhou Yi had done, Lin Fan had been gloating. However, he hadn't expected Zhou Yi to directly disappear without a trace. This made Lin Fan feel that Yiroro's background was even more mysterious. If at the beginning, Lin Fan was only attracted by Yi Ro-Ro's face and wanted to get Yi Ro-Ro into his hands. Now Lin Fan was trying to get Yi Ro-Ro into his hands. After all, they are close to graduation. He is going back to fight for the family property. If there is Yi Ro-Ro's help, then he will definitely be able to succeed. What are you doing? Chi-E is over here enjoying Yi Ro-Ro's pursuit. See, this is the benefit of a high-end bureau. Just now, this little girl was still angry with herself, but now she's over here pleasing herself. It just didn't occur to me that the eyesore would show up so quickly. When Chi-E and Yi Ro-Ro heard the sound and looked over, Lin Fan had already moved quickly to snatch the bag from Yi Ro-Ro's hand and threw it at Chi-E. Chi-E narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the man in front of him. Clothed in expensive clothes, he looked like he had deliberately dressed up, and after seeing Yi Ro-Ro, he was even more like a peacock with an open screen. Lin Fan? Yi Ro-Ro said in surprise, and then she was about to hurriedly take out the bag that had smashed into Ji-Yi's arms. Only, the next second she was pulled behind her by Lin Fan's arm. Ro-Ro, don't say anything, the two of us will talk. Chi-E hooked his lips and snorted. He wasn't the type to be popular for no reason. He would like to see what this person wants to talk to himself about. What's your purpose in approaching Zuozua? Just met and let Zuozua bring you here? Tell me, how did you climb up to Zuozua? How much money do you need before you leave Zozo? The moment Lin Fan said this, everyone around froze. Even Yi Ro-Ro and Shin Mu-Mu who hurriedly trotted over were dumbfounded. No, this little brother. You are younger than me. Is it okay for me to call you little brother? I say, are you misunderstanding something? What can I misunderstand? Lin Fan's face was unsightly as he looked at Ji-E in disgust. Don't think I haven't seen someone like you before. Ro-Ro can be fooled by you. That's because she's simple. I'm not simple. Letting Ro-Ro buy you such expensive clothes right out of the gate, and you're still saying you're simple-minded? Chi-E snorted. Listening to this man's words, his aversion to stupidity was simply offending. Lin Fan originally heard this man call himself a little brother. His heart was very unhappy, and now he saw Ji-Yi's indifferent attitude. His heart was even more surging up a fire. He stepped forward, just wanted to say something else, but was directly pulled by Yi Ro-Ro. Alright, Lin Fan, you've misunderstood. Brother E is not the kind of person you said. The two of us have known each other for a long time. Yi Ro-Ro couldn't hold back her words. Even Shin Mu-Mu came forward and blocked Lin Fan's face. That's right, Lin Fan. You're going too far with this remark, aren't you? Shin Mu-Mu said angrily. Seeing that the two beauties were on Chi-Yi's side, Lin Fan was furious. Rather, it was Li Shu behind him who hurriedly came up to round off the situation. Alright. It's all a misunderstanding. Ro-Ro, isn't Lin Fan also caring about you? As expected. Upon hearing these words, Yi Ro-Ro's face, only then did it look a little better. Although I know that you're doing this for my own good. You can't talk about Brother E like this. I've known Brother Yat for many years, and he's also very close to my brother. He's definitely not that kind of person. And the clothes were also bought by Brother Yat himself. So please apologize to Brother Yat. Lin Fan's face instantly grimaced for a split second. But looking at Yi Ro-Ro's cold eyes looking at him, he knew that if he didn't bow his head today, I'm afraid that in the future Yi Ro-Ro wouldn't take care of himself. Unable to do anything else, Lin Fan could only look at Ji-E and pretended to feel guilty. Ji-E, right? I'm really sorry. I'm also because I'm too concerned about Ro-Ro. So, you know, a little girl alone outside does need to be cared for. Lin Fan is indeed very good at disguising himself. And when he spoke, his face was also all filled with apologies and guilt, successfully fooling the people around him. And after Lin Fan finished apologizing, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards Ji-E. Chi-E? Seeing that Chi-E was slow to speak, Yi Ro-Ro couldn't help but raise her voice to remind him. I'm sorry, I don't accept the apology. What's the point of apologizing since you did it on purpose? Ji-E said with a cold face. Lin Fan frowned guiltily and looked at Yi Ro-Ro. Ro-Ro, listen to me. I really didn't do it on purpose. I'm just worried about you, so I'm more anxious before. You know, before when you were surrounded by punks I was also so worried. Yi Ro-Ro was also relatively angry. Only after seeing Lin Fan sincerely apologizing, her face then became much better. And now once she heard Lin Fan mention what happened before, she couldn't get angry at once. After all, before she was surrounded by punks in the alley, or Lin Fan appeared in time to save himself. Chi-E stood over there with a cold face. He looked straight at Yi Ro-Ro. He wanted to see if Yi Ro-Ro was going to plead for this Lin Fan. Brother E? In fact, Lin Fan is not intentional. He is just like this. When he is in a hurry, he will. Without waiting for Yi Ro to finish her sentence, Ji-yi turned around and left. Ji-yi, seeing Ji-yi turn around and leave, Shin Mumu froze and hurriedly chased after him with small broken steps. Yi Ro was stunned for a moment, and when she saw Shin Mumu chasing after him, she was about to follow. Only the next second her arm was pulled by someone. Ro. Look, Lin Fan's face seems a bit off, Li Shu said with an anxious face. Yi Ro froze, and when she turned her head to look, she realized that Lin Fan's face had indeed paled. She hesitantly looked at Lin Fan, then turned her head to look at Ji-yi and Shin Mumu who had already walked away. Seeing that Shin Mumu had already taken Ji-yi's arm, Yi Ro's eyes flickered for a moment. Why don't we send Lin Fan to the hospital first? Seeing that Yi Ro was still hesitating, Li Shu, who was at the side, struck the iron while it was hot. Good, Yi Ro answered. And in the end, she still didn't chase after him. Ji-yi originally thought to directly take the opportunity to go home. The past 2 days were too busy, and he didn't even have the chance to give Lu Qingfang a massage. However, it did not occur to him that just as he walked out, Shin Mumu followed him. Faced with Shin Mumu's invitation, Ji-yi could not refuse. After all, they were the ones who had just accompanied him to pick out his clothes, so by the time Ji-yi returned home, it was already evening. After finishing his shopping, Ji-yi first sent Shin Mumu home before returning. At this time, it was already more than 10 o'clock at night, and looking at the villa with the lights turned off, Ji-yi originally thought that everyone had gone to bed. He walked slowly into the living room and didn't bother to turn on the lights, wanting to go back to his room by moonlight. Just as Ji-yi passed the sofa and walked towards the stairs, a person suddenly stood up on the sofa. Who? Ji-yi couldn't help but be startled, but still forced himself to look over. Brother E, you're back? Yi Ro stood over there in a restrained manner, looking at Ji-yi. When he heard Yi Ro's voice, Ji-yi had to admit that he did subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Why are you here? Not resting? Ji-yi said very helplessly. I just saw that you haven't come back yet. So, waiting for me? Ji-yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Ro. Yi Ro nodded. Well, I'm back. Quickly go rest. Ji-yi glanced at Yi Ro's somewhat small guilty appearance, and said deliberately with a clear mind. At the end of the sentence, he was about to pretend that he was going to step up the stairs. Sure enough, the next second Ji-yi's arm was pulled by Yi Ro. Wait, brother E. Yi Ro whispered somewhat anxiously. What's wrong? What else is going on? Ji-yi knew that Yi Ro was standing here because of what happened today, so he spoke with deliberate impatience. I'm really sorry for what happened today. I didn't expect this to happen either. As expected, Yi Ro felt even more guilty after hearing Ji-yi's tone. It's fine. I know that today's matter is not your fault. You don't need to feel guilty. Besides, I still had a good time shopping today. Under the cover of the dark night, Ji-yi slightly curled his lips, successfully seeing Yi Ro frozen over there. Ji-yi withdraws his hand and turns around to go straight up the stairs, and after hearing the sound of Ji-yi's door closing after he returned to his room, Yi Ro came back to her senses in an instant. She slightly reddened her eyes. Thinking of Ji-yi's departing back just now, she was actually a bit at a loss for words. Today, she and Ji-yi had only been shopping together for a while, so when Ji-yi said that she had quite a fun time shopping today, were these words talking about when she was shopping with Shin Mumu? Thinking about the words that she heard today when Shin Mumu said that she must take Ji-yi, Yi Ro's heart was inexplicably a little anxious, but she was somewhat helpless. She didn't understand what exactly her feelings were right now. After all, she had never been in love either. Over there, after Ji-yi went back, he cleaned up a little, and after hearing Yi Ro go back to her room, he sneaked into Lu Qingfang's room again. Just after closing the door to Lu Qingfang's room, Ji-yi sensed that Lu Qingfang had traveled. Don't ask why. Ask is the intuition of someone who practiced martial arts. Qingfang's sister, I'm back. I'm sorry that Crimson Burn's sister's side is too busy. So late to come back. No time to accompany you. But after all, the boss gave the word. So that side I still have to take care of a little more. Ding Ding detected that the host has the behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarding 50 points of villain value. Ji-yi hooked his lips, and in the next second, he reached out his hand to lift the quilt of Lu Qingfang. Sister Qingfang, I don't have the time to help you massage during the day, so I can only help you relax your muscles at night. Don't worry, no matter how late I come back, I'll help you massage. As Ji-yi said that, a pair of large, sinewy hands were already kneading at Lu Qingfang's waist. After all, she was a vegetable and had to lie in bed for a long period of time. So in order to make Lu Qingfang more comfortable, the clothes she was given to wear were all loose and comfortable. This also led to the fact that Qi Yi's hand easily reached into the hem of Lu Qingfang's clothes. Compared to Lu Qingfang, Qi Yi was much more patient and careful than normal people when it came to massage. After all, if the massage was good, it would be beneficial to the body's recovery. And soon, a scarlet red color suddenly surfaced on Lu Qingfang's originally fair little face. Not only that, even the tip of that delicate nose secreted some honey sweat. Qi Yi suddenly thought of something as he massaged. In the original story, Yi Han was pleasing both ends. In order to get the support of the Yan family, Yi Han had gone to great lengths for the sake of Yan Feifei's body. It is also because Yan Feifei found a lot of doctors. In line with the principle of not wasting, these doctors before leaving Yunhai City will come to Lu Qingfang's side to see. In fact, this is the reason why Lu Qingfang has been loyal to Yi Han, so that Yi Han handed over the family property to Lu Qingfang to take care of. Because all of this was because Lu Qingfang was able to hear the people around her. Therefore, Lu Qingfang had previously thought that those people were the ones that Yi Han had found specifically for himself, which made her very touched. Looking at Lu Qingfang's scarlet little face, Ji Yi slowly hooked his lips, a hint of brightness flashing in his eyes. If he told Lu Qingfang everything, what would happen then? Sister Qingfang, when I went to meet Sister Crimson Burn, I even saw Yan Feifei, the genius girl who was very hot 2 years ago. I remembered that you had even listened to her songs before. Then I realized that Yan Feifei retired 2 years ago because she was sick, and I actually sought songing from her side. Ding Ding detected that the host has strayed from the feelings of the male and female hosts. Rewarded with 500 villain values, Yi Han would only equip his women with bodyguards, and it was obvious that Lu Qingfang had misunderstood as well. Moreover, this was a sister-in-law that Lu Qingfang didn't even know about, so it was no wonder that it fed back so much villain value. After chatting, I realized that the original Yan Feifei, when she was sick, the boss found so many doctors for her. Because of this thing, Yan family is very thankful to the boss. No wonder I said that the boss noiselessly received a big order from a national indicator. Now when I think about it, the boss is also quite powerful, Qi Yi said as he massaged. The movements of his hands didn't stop. However, when Ji Yi looked up again, he really found that Lu Qingfang's originally rosy little face was once again white. Oh yeah, those doctors have also treated Qingfang's sister later on. It's just a pity that they stabilized Yan Feifei's condition, but didn't cure you. After saying those words, Qi Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Afterward, the system's beeping sound came once again in his mind. Ding Ding detected that the host had the behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts. Rewarded with 1000 villain value. Ding Ding detected the host has separated the feelings of male and female host behavior. Reward 500 villain value. Ji managed to grin, and the movements of his hands became more and more elaborate. No thanks to his most caring sister-in-law. She was just good to him. In just 10 minutes or so, she had provided herself with so much villainous value. After rambling on for a while, seeing that it was going to be half an hour, Qi Yi then withdrew his hand to help Lu Qingfang organize her clothes and cover her with a quilt before leaving. Sister Qingfang, I'll come back to accompany you tomorrow. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely find a way to cure you. Although my ability is insignificant, I won't give up. Ding Ding female main character favor value detected. Reward 200 villain value. Closing the door and looking at those tips on the system panel, Ji Yi's heart was suddenly happy. Qi Yi lazily stretched his waist and turned around to return to his room when his afterglow suddenly glimpsed something reflecting. This makes the smile at the corner of Ji Yi's mouth suddenly disappeared. Although that flash of reflection quickly disappeared, but Ji Yi still reacted. He coldly walked towards the balcony in front of him, reaching out his hand to pull open the curtains. Ji Yi saw Song Cheng, who was shivering inside. Ji Yi snorted, leaning against the wall with his arms wrapped around his chest, looking down on Song Cheng. You don't want to change your mind? Song Cheng nervously clutched the cell phone in her hand. Obviously she quickly hid. How could she still be found by Ji Yi? However, even if Ji Yi found out that she was hiding over there, he definitely didn't realize that he was secretly filming. Thinking of this, Song Cheng's originally tense heart instantly relaxed. This Qi Yi, foxing around on himself every day. It was now 11 o'clock, and she had proof that he had gone to Lu Qingfang's room. As long as she denounced Ji Yi to Yi Han next, then even if Ji Yi said something bad about herself to Yi Han later, then Yi Han would definitely not believe it. Thinking of this, Song Cheng was immediately pleased in her heart. She secretly laughed in her heart. Humph, let you be complacent for another day or two. When she gives the video to Yi Han, there will be a good time for you. Ge looked at the clever woman in front of him with amusement. Then he shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, when a human fool thinks he's smart, he's often stupid to the extreme. No, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to come and look at the stars, and that's how I happened to see it, Song Ching said with feigned innocence, but immediately after that, Ge said with cold hunger, is looking at the stars here any different from looking at them in your room? Say it, what's the matter with coming out? Ge pressed step by step, scaring the already weak-minded Song Ching into backing away. No, nothing, there's really nothing going on, don't get me wrong, Song Ching said as she hid her phone in the pocket of her pants behind her. There really isn't anything? If you admit it now, I might even consider disposing of you a little lighter. Ge smiled while walking towards the front. Soon, as Ge's steps pressed forward, Song Ching, who had been backing up, had her back pressed against the railing, completely unable to avoid it. Song Chang was certain that Ge hadn't seen her sneaking around, so she naturally didn't care about Ge's words. Ge, that's enough from you. Don't be paranoid, okay? Song Chang said as she couldn't bear it anymore. Ge nearly died laughing at the stupid woman in front of him. Song Chang, should I say you're stupid? Or should I say you're stupid? Do you think I didn't see the reflection of your cell phone lens? Ge slightly lowered his head and looked at Song Ching in front of him and slowly said, as expected. The next second Ge saw Song Ching's face suddenly turn white. Afterward, Song Ching's pupils trembled slightly as she violently lowered her body and managed to drill out from in front of Ge. Only just after taking 2 steps, she was caught by Ge when she turned the corner. Ge was not polite either, and directly pressed Song Chang against Yi Ro Ro's bedroom door. Song Chang, I suggest you'd better keep your voice down. Yi Ro just entered the room less than half an hour ago, so guess who's not asleep in the end? Ge satisfactorily wrapped his arm around Song Ching's thin waist and opened his mouth to threaten. Obviously, Song Ching was also afraid that she would be heard by Yi Ro, so she just leaned on the doorway in shock. After hearing the surprised words, she tightly pursed her lips and shook her head violently, and a pair of watery beautiful eyes also looked at Ge begrudgingly. Ge lowered his head and buried his head between Song Ching's neck, smelling the perfume odor coming from the woman's body. Ge approached Song Chang's ear and snorted. I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't cherish it, so what's the use of you begging me now? As he said that, Ge's hand slightly moved back and soon reached behind Song Ching's PG. He reached into Song Ching's pocket behind her and easily took out his cell phone. And the moment he took the phone out, Ge also rubbed Song Ching's PP with a bad smile. Nice workout, Ge whispered in Song Ching's ear, in a low, frivolous voice. He then opened Song Ching's cell phone in front of Song Ching's blushing, shy and scared eyes. Ge managed to catch the flash of smugness in Song Ching's eyes, and the next second he paused at the unlocked page. Only while Song Chang was still smug and hadn't reacted, Ge had quickly handed over the phone and unlocked it with the facial unlock. Ah, Song Ching exclaimed softly, subconsciously about to jump up and grab the phone in Ge's hand. Only, instead of grabbing the phone, she heard a bang behind her. It was the hairpin on her head that smashed into Yi Ro's room door. Instantly, Song Ching was too scared to move for a moment. Who is it? After hearing the questioning voice from the room behind her, Song Ching was completely alarmed. She wanted to escape, but her waist was tightly wrapped around Chi. With no choice but to beg in a small voice, Song Ching could only beg. Looking at the woman in front of him who was so scared that cold sweat had already broken out on her forehead, Ge then hooked his lips into a smile and turned around with his arm around the woman to return to the balcony. Pulling half of the curtains closed, Ge turned around and directly put the woman's back against the wall. The curtains will let in light. If you don't want to be discovered by Yi Ro, bend over and put your head down. Song Chang froze. Originally this position was already shameful enough. It didn't occur to her that Ge would have to make himself even more ashamed. She clenched her teeth. Her back turned to Ge and braced herself against the wall and hesitated to bend down. However, the next second, the sound of the door opening rang out. Obviously, Yi Ro had already walked out of the room. Who is it? Yi Ro's puzzled voice came from over the corner. And the moment Yi Ro's voice came out, Song Ching couldn't help but shudder in fear. She didn't care if she was ashamed or not. She just thought that she mustn't be discovered. So the next second Song Ching hurriedly bent over and got down, praying that Yi Ro must not be able to see herself. Only in the PP top of the back of the pool after. Song Ching face flushed and very uncomfortable to put the head down. Yi Ro came to the balcony just needing to turn a corner. She had just fallen asleep when she heard the knocking and footsteps outside. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, came forward, and saw GE on the balcony, half of his body hidden behind the curtains. Looking at GE, who was on his side, Yi Ro-Ro's eyes instantly lit up. "Brother E, you came to find me?" After today's incident, GE's attitude towards Yi Ro-Ro after returning was very cold, which made Yi Ro-Ro's heart more or less a bit uneasy, and even her heart crashed a bit hard. So after walking out of the door, she saw that it was GE, which made Yi Ro-Ro's heart instantly happy. GE lazily stood over there, using a lighter to light the cigarette in his mouth. "It's okay, I just accidentally dropped the lighter and hit your door. It's not early, go back quickly," Yi said in a gentle tone. At those words, Yi Ro-Ro's body paused, stood over there and did not continue to walk forward. The corners of her lips, which had originally been hooked up because of joy, now also pursed down. That's good." After looking at GE, Yi Ro-Ro could only slowly turn around and leave. But at least now GE's attitude towards her wasn't as cold as it was when he just came back. So this also sort of let Yi Ro-Ro breathe a sigh of relief. After hearing that Yi Ro-Ro returned to her room and closed the door, Song Ching's taut heartstrings only relaxed. However, before Song Ching completely relaxed, she suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from her back. This scared Song Ching hurriedly got up and hid to the side. She looked towards her back, and saw that her expensive pajamas had been burned out by soot a few holes. Thinking of that humiliating action just now, and thinking of her expensive pajamas, this couldn't help but make Song Ching a little annoyed. She couldn't bear it and looked up at GE, furiously saying, "GEU." Even though Song Ching was now furious, she was remembering to speak in a low voice. After all, right now, she didn't want to argue Yi Ro-Ro out once more. Only Song Ching hadn't even finished speaking yet when her cell phone was held up to her own face. Looking at the video she had secretly taken, Song Ching was completely silenced. Looking at her like this, GE directly snorted a laugh, and then in front of her face to delete the video cleanly. Of course, in the recycle bin he also remembered watching GE delete the video he recorded. This time Song Ching was also completely hardened. After all, without GE's handle, Song Ching was completely pinned to death by GE. However, before Song Ching could say anything, there was a flash in front of her eyes. Sensing the approaching surprise, Song Ching hurriedly retreated to the back in a panic. But after all, there was no way to retreat back there. Plus GE's big hand was tightly holding the back of her head, making her really unable to break free. "What are you doing, GE approached with a bad smile. "What do you think I'm doing?" Song Ching had no choice but to reach out and push the man in front of her with all her might. But unfortunately it wasn't much use. 3 minutes later, the victorious GE then let go of Song Ching. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Ching's cell phone, on which he had just captured the scene of himself and Song Ching passionately kissing. As the saying goes, defeating magic with magic. GE sent a copy of the video to himself before he returned the phone to Song Ching. "How about it? Isn't the video I'm recording for you now more straightforward? How about sending that video of me appearing twice in half an hour just now to the boss? Why don't you just send this?" At this time, Song Ching was already sore and weak, paralyzed on the lounge chair on the balcony. Her face was scarlet and she was panting as she sat over there, still not forgetting to glare at GE with wet eyes. How dare he humiliate himself like this? It was just a small bodyguard. As she thought, Song Ching raised her hand in disgust and wiped her lips vigorously, and GE also reached out his hand to wipe his lips in disgust, sneering, "I didn't think that the boss's taste was so poor." After saying that, GE directly turned around and left. Frozenly sitting over there watching GE return to his room, Song Ching's eyes reddened with anger. She picked up her phone and rummaged through it, and sure enough, she found that the video she had just recorded was no longer there, whether it was in the photo album or in the recycle bin. And the extra video on her phone was naturally the video of that bastard GE molesting her just now. Song Ching's face reddened with anger. Moving her finger, she directly deleted the video cleanly. Only the next second with a ding-dong sound, VX received a message. Thinking of the time difference on Yihan's side, Song Ching expected it to be a message from Yihan. Didn't expect to click in and see that it was GE who had taken the video and forwarded it to himself all over again. This time Song Ching, a breath directly blocked in the throat. On the not go, not come down the whole person is very difficult. Thinking about the next day to go to Shang Haiman's company to sign the contract, GE returned to the room after the sleep. After all, last night talked about the contract, but there is a lot of money, and this contract himself also have a share. Meaning, after the release of the songs he and Yen Feifei collaborated on, if they sold relatively well, he would also get a portion of the share. To put it bluntly, GE wasn't very confident in himself in this area, but once he thought of the system, wouldn't that confidence come? So when GE went downstairs to eat, he was so refreshed that before he could walk down the stairs, he saw the two people below him with heavy dark circles under their eyes. The flower butterfly, who was sandwiched between Yi Ro and Song Chang, looked at the dark circles on the two people's faces and was puzzled. After hearing the footsteps, the three subconsciously looked up, and Song Chang was even more complicated. She couldn't sleep after tossing and turning after returning to her room yesterday. In the end, she then also understood. She no longer had any leverage over GE, but rather GE had leverage over her. She can only soften her attitude and try to please GE. After all, yesterday, GE used his cell phone to record the video. She went back and watched it. Although she was aware that she was very reluctant to be kissed by GE at that time, but she had to admit that GE was highly skilled, and she was basically led by him behind her. So from the video, it looked like he was not only reluctant, but also looked like he was enjoying himself very much. If this kind of thing was seen by Yihan, then what's the point? So when GE just walked down the stairs, Song Chang already stood up attentively to help GE pull out the chair. However, just as Song Chang stood up, there was a flash in front of her eyes. Someone was faster than her. Looking over in surprise, Butterfly and Song Chang saw that Yi Ro had already put on a pleasing smile and looked towards GE. Regardless of the surprise of the two people next to him, GE understands what Yi Ro's mind is now. Compared to now, Yi Ro's heart is guilty and hard to bear. This is the so-called high-end bureau. See, before also arrogant little witch, now has almost become their own little licking dog. In fact, GE was right. After yesterday's events, Yi Ro's heart is now very difficult indeed. Because of her own reasons, she had let GE be aggrieved, and as a result, she thought Lin Fan behind her, and didn't go to the most on GE. She now heart indeed very guilty, but also very curious. GE is not really very Shin Mumu good. Or, after he did not catch up with GE, with Shin Mumu Company, GE is not already on Shin Mumu has a good feeling? She wanted to ask about it from yesterday, to ask what GE feels about Shin Mumu, but in the end, she didn't ask. Song Ching over there was more or less taken aback when she saw Yi Ro take her job. Thinking of this, Song Chang looked at the kanji in front of GE again. Brother you. Brother your porridge are a bit cold. I help you to reshing a bowl. This side of the Song Ching words just set out. The side of the Yi Ro has already stretched out his hand to GE in front of the porridge to end away. Song Chang, who had grabbed it, said, seeing the two's actions, the even more puzzled flower butterfly, taking advantage of Song Chang's days, Yi Ro had already served the kanji and put it in front of GE. Helpless, Song Ching could only sit down with an awkward face. Seeing GE throughout, the corner of her mouth curled up. Thanks. Raising his eyebrows and saying thanks, GE hung his head in silence and went to eat. Song Ching thought about yesterday's events and kept wanting to find a chance to chat with GE, but it didn't occur to her that after eating, GE would be going out as well. Coincidentally, Yi Ro and Flower Butterfly had also gone out together. And seeing the three side by side, Song Ching bit her lip slightly and could only give up. Seeing the red flamboyant motorcycle parked in the courtyard, Flower Butterfly slightly raised her eyebrows. She turned her head to look at GE. You wrote it back? Having been in the mercenary corps before, GE naturally knew that Flower Butterfly was more fond of motorcycles than sedans. It's just that now that he's working as a bodyguard beside Yi Ro, everything can only be conceded for the sake of safety. So the moment she saw the motorcycle, the flower butterfly even brightened her eyes. As for Yi Ro on the side, when she saw the locomotive, her heart became even more bitter, because she couldn't help but think of the fact that yesterday, Chi-E was the one who rode this locomotive and attracted the entire cafe's girls. Like it? Chi-E asked Flower Butterfly rhetorically. Flower Butterfly didn't say anything, just looked straight at the locomotive with her eyes. Forget it, I don't usually drive it anyway. Although Flower Butterfly did like it, and she herself had enough strength to buy a locomotive of her own. But after all, now that she had to protect Yi Ro every day, she wasn't able to drive the locomotive out often. If she couldn't drive it, then buying it would be a waste of time, so it would be better not to buy it. After all, compared to Yi Han who sends women millions of necklaces with a wave of his hand, the salary of these bodyguards is not much. Time is not early. Flower Butterfly with Yi Ro can only leave in a hurry. After all, the class should be on time. Yi Ro still looked at GE with a desire to speak, but in the end, she only instructed GE to pay attention to safety on the road, and then followed Flower Butterfly to leave. Compared to the haste of the two, GE went to Shang Yinyan's company slowly. Just after parking his car in the underground parking lot, Ge saw Yan Feifei's car. Song Ying was sitting in the front, while Yan Feifei was sitting in the back holding her cell phone. Her face hesitant as she didn't know what she was looking at. Soon after, Yan Feifei got out of the car and stood aside, holding her cell phone. It was Song Ying in the driver's seat who was the first to notice Chi, and after nodding to Chi, Song Ying drove the car and left in a hurry. Chi walked into Yan Feifei, and seeing that Yan Feifei hadn't realized that he had come over, he stood behind Yan Feifei with interest. After all, he was also curious as to what exactly Yan Feifei was struggling with. Chi only vaguely saw a chat page, and didn't know exactly who was sending the message that made Yan Feifei so hesitant. Ding dong. Chi had just finished being curious when he heard the cell phone in his pocket ding dong. In the next second, he locked eyes with Yan Feifei, who raised her hand with a surprised face. Chi took out his cell phone, and sure enough, he saw a message from Yan Feifei. It was inquiring when he was coming. Chi looks up at Yan Feifei, who has a twisted face and is somewhat embarrassed. Come now. He smiled. Yan Feifei froze at first, then immediately reacted to the fact that this was Chi replying to the VX message he had sent him. Yan Feifei put down her phone with some restraint. Ahem. You're here, let's go up. Ge nodded amusedly, pretending not to see the redness of Yan Feifei's ear tips as he followed her into the elevator. It was right at work time, so after the two entered the elevator, they met quite a few people along the way. After all, it was an entertainment company, so being able to meet some artists in the company was already something that was not strange. So compared to Yan Feifei, Chi on the side was obviously more curious to them. Such a handsome person. Can it be that he's a newly signed artist? Look at this face. It's a good material for an idol drama. The surrounding employees began to whisper. Say, I seem to have met him and Mr. Sheng together in the past 2 days. Right. It seems like yesterday. Mr. Sheng even went out to dinner with this person. Just signed a contract and climbed up to Mr. Sheng. Sure enough, this man climbed into Mr. Sheng's bed. Right? TSK. No wonder people can climb up. Look at this face. If I were Mr. Sheng, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold it either. Hearing this, Ge really couldn't hold back and laughed out softly. In an instant, the people in the elevator fell silent. As the elevator stopped, the people inside then hurriedly walked down as well. The elevator doors closed and once again, it rose to the top floor. Yan Feifei didn't have the outstanding ear power that Ge had. So naturally, she didn't know exactly what Ge was laughing at. She looked at Chi in a daze, not understanding how Chi was laughing inexplicably. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Ge shook his head in amusement and walked out of the elevator. Ha! I don't believe you. Tell me, what the hell are you laughing at? Originally, Yan Feifei wasn't very curious, but when she heard Ge's words, her curiosity was immediately aroused. At this moment, Sheng Yanyan happened to walk out from the office with a document, and upon hearing this, she also looked at the two with some confusion. What's wrong? Yan Feifei frowned her small eyebrows and pointed at Ge as if she was complaining. He just laughed inexplicably. Ask him what he's laughing at and he still won't tell me. Seeing Sheng Yanyan also looking over with curiosity and doubt, Ge didn't hold back another laugh. Sheng Yanyan blankly looked behind the two, and then finally couldn't help but be aroused by curiosity as well. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Ge with a smirk on the corner of her lips. What exactly are you laughing at? That's just it. You just started laughing inexplicably. If people didn't know, they'd think you're a psychopath. Yan Feifei, who was on the side, helplessly skimmed her mouth. Seeing both of them looking at him curiously, Ge lightly coughed in amusement. It's just that just now in the elevator, I heard them talking about me. Oh, how did they talk about you? Sheng Yanyan's delicate eyebrows raised, and those very flavorful eyebrows also looked at Ge with curious doubt. Yan Feifei spat helplessly. I realized that you're quite good at pulling up expectations. Ge, you're very suitable for a TV series. Chi didn't sell the story any further, but said slowly, the employees I just met thought I was your newly signed artist. Sheng Yanyan sized up Ge for a moment, then nodded approvingly. You do have that capital with that face. Ge smiled and continued. They said they've seen me having dinner with you guys over the past 2 days to come. I've only just signed up and I've gotten such preferential treatment. It must be. He slowed down his tone and spoke slowly. Then he looked at Sheng Yanyan, with a hint of flirtation on his face. Let's say that I must have climbed into Mr. Sheng's bed, or else how could I, a small artist, hang out with you every day? After hearing Ge's words, Yan Feifei on the side didn't hold back her laughter. Ha 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 ha. This misunderstanding is really ha 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 ha. Compared to Yin Feifei, who was laughing over there, Sheng Yan's face surfaced with a touch of scarlet, and after hearing Yin Feifei's laughter, there was even more of a trace of embarrassment on her face. Nonsense, Sheng Haiman said without a good breath. Yin Feifei still kept laughing over there. Sheng Yan was blushing and turned around to go and instruct her assistant to spread less rumors in the company. Finally, when the three of them walked into the office, Yin Feifei's mouth was still hanging a smile. On the contrary, it was Sheng Yan, although he looked very serious on his face. But this kind of expression coupled with the blush on his face, it looked a different kind of flavor. Until the three sat down, Sheng Haiman took out the contract. The temperature on his face was still slow to go down. After all, hearing this dazzling, Sheng Yan cannot help but think of yesterday noon on the car in the countryside. Himself and GE, those ridiculous things, originally thought of today to act as if nothing happened. After hearing this rumor from GE's mouth, coupled with GE's teasing eyes, let Sheng Yan cannot help but think about it again. GE over there took the contract and began to look at it carefully. Although he still trusted the two in front of him, what needed to be looked at still needed to be looked at. However, for this thing called a contract, GE was not very good at reading it. But after all, there was still the system. $1 million for a song? GE inquired. And this also made Sheng Yan on the opposite side come back to her senses all of a sudden. As she heard GE's words, she thought that GE was disliking it being less. This price isn't the highest in the industry, but it's still considered relatively high, and our company will still give a partial share. Sheng Yan hurriedly explained. GE nodded. No problem. Sign it. In fact, GE didn't really mind less. After all, some famous arrangers in the industry, the price is only a few $100,000. $100,000. He just didn't think that the price they gave himself was so high. After all, he is not famous at all in the industry. Not only that, he and Yin Feifei's song but also have a share. Although Yin Feifei's fame is not as good as before, but after all, before it was also top stream, even if the heat has decreased in the past 2 years. But there are certainly fans to buy the bill. So even if there was no guarantee, just the split, GE felt that he would make quite a bit. Seeing GE agree, Sheng Yan's heart was relieved. After all, she didn't want to let GE off the hook right now. For one, GE's genius was there for all to see, and for another, it was impossible to find someone who would make even Yin Feifei beg for cooperation. The previous one, Li Hua, was just one that Fei Yan barely wanted to work with. Seeing GE signing the contract, Yin Feifei on the side also happily signed the contract. We'll have to cooperate more in the future. Yin Feifei smiled as she stretched out her hand towards GE. Sheng Yan, on the other hand, was organizing the contract and looked at the two of them with a smile. The cooperation payment will be credited to your account this afternoon. From now on, Feifei will have to trouble you. The opposite party, Yin Feifei, was more or less shy when she heard Sheng Haiman's words. After all, this was said like a mother-in-law marrying her daughter. GE didn't have that much on his mind. After all, his mind was on money right now. This time, Yin Feifei had returned with 3 songs carefully prepared. That meant that by the afternoon, he would have $3 million more in his bank card. And the salary given by Yihan before this was only $20,000. Yesterday, he bought 2 suits by himself and spent $60,000. GE was still suffering from heartache. But now he suddenly felt much better. Moreover, this is only the current payment now. After the song is released later, but there is still a share. After the two signed, Sheng Haiman also signed the contract. Of course, but also have to be stamped. After finishing these, Sheng Haiman made a few phone calls. Yin Feifei, on the other hand, looked at GE on the side expectantly. GE, do you want to go to my house again today? Yes, I'm all set for today. Such nonsensical words, which were still somewhat ambiguous when thought about, managed to make both GE and Sheng Yan freeze. Sheng Yan even looked at Yin Feifei with some consternation. She remembered that Yin Feifei, this little girl, was quite conservative. How come she invited people to her home so openly now? Yin Feifei was not embarrassed, but it made Sheng Yan a little embarrassed. She hurriedly clenched her fist and coughed lightly a few times, and looked at Yin Feifei with eyes that prompted. Ahem, what are you talking nonsense about? Feifei? Yin Feifei looked blankly at Sheng Yan, not understanding why she suddenly said this. What? Yin Feifei said in confusion. She was also a bit confused, and had just misunderstood for a bit as well. But looking at Yin Feifei's appearance, he knew that Yin Feifei, with this simple appearance, definitely wouldn't think about those messy things. so he then cried and laughed as he looked at Yin Feifei. Speak clearly, ah. You're making people misunderstand. Ah. Yin Feifei looked at Ge, then at Shang Yan, and after her brain spun around several times, she instantly reacted. Ah. She opened her pink lips and exclaimed in shock. Yin Feifei then hurriedly waved her hand with a flustered face. Blushing, she hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand me? I don't mean that. Yin Feifei looked at Shang Yan's somewhat blushing appearance, and a little bit of hatred, and saw Ge looking at herself with a playful face. The whole person was suddenly shy. After she calmed down a bit, she hurriedly explained, yes, it's like this. Yesterday Ge went to my house and helped me run through the tunes, so today I still want to invite him. It's just that I was busy until the afternoon yesterday, and forgot about the dinner thing, and didn't prepare it, so I let Ge leave in a hurry, so I'm more or less guilty. So, well, it just so happens that I still have a meeting to attend in a while, so feel free to make yourselves at home. Knowing that he misunderstood, Shang Haiman's ear tipped slightly red, took the meeting to use the documents, hurriedly left. Ge looked at Shang Yan wearing a professional dress, outlined the body more plump up, especially that peach tun, along with Shang Haiman anxious pace, but also a trembling up. Some pity to see Shang Haiman turn away. Ge then turned his head to look at Yin Feifei with her head down. It's okay, although there is no more Shang Haiman's company, but after all, isn't there Yin Feifei in? When will you go to your home? Ge asked with a raised eyebrow. Ha? Yin Feifei looked up with a small red face, then stammered. If you don't care, it's fine to go now. Ge laughs out in amusement. What do I care? Your house I kinda like to go. Let's go now. Staring blankly at Ge, remembering her inexplicable heartbeat yesterday, Yin Feifei nodded dully. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is that the arrangement of your home is something I like very much. After all, I haven't seen a more professional facility than your home before. Afraid that the introverted Yin Feifei would mess up her thoughts in fear, Ge hurriedly added an explanation. However, he wouldn't have thought that after he said these words, a hint of disappointment immediately welled up in Yin Feifei's heart. Oh, leading Yin Feifei into the underground parking lot, he saw that there was indeed no Yin Feifei's car in the parking lot. Ge shook the motorcycle keys in his hand and couldn't help but frown slightly. Song Ying has been absent like this, does it really not matter? Yin Feifei obediently shook her head. It's fine. It's not like anything will happen to me anyway. Of course, yesterday's incident was purely accidental. Besides, he's in a hurry for his family right now. I can't add fuel to the fire, right? Ge nodded, handed the helmet to Yin Feifei, and put on the helmet himself to sit on top of the motorcycle. Yin Feifei was indeed an introvert and kind-hearted person. If He Ro was a little witch, then Yin Feifei was like a little fairy. Only Ge was also more or less curious about what was going on in Song Ying's house. Thinking about this morning in the underground parking lot when I saw Song Ying, his face does not seem to be very good. Not only so, even under the eyes also has heavy black circles. It seems to be this period of time did not rest well. Red motorcycle, speeding out of the office building. After coming to Yin Feifei's home again today, Ge was surprised to find that Yin Feifei's home had become a lot neater than yesterday. He looked at Yin Feifei with some surprise, which made Yin Feifei a little embarrassed. Yesterday hurriedly invited you to the house. More or less some did not clean up, so last night I specially cleaned up properly again. This time, I don't think there will be any small clothes. Yin Feifei said secretly in her heart. Trouble you. How could Ge not know Yin Feifei's small mind? So he nodded with a smile and said, with things on his mind, Ge now had no desire to molest concubine Yin. He spent the entire day honing his tune with Yin Feifei. It had to be said that the system was indeed powerful. Ge had only casually written out a piece of music in the recording studio, and it had made Yin Feifei love it. She immediately held it in her hands and loved it. However, Ge also knew that he couldn't write it all at once, or else it would indeed be a bit anticlimactic. So when Yin Feifei looked at Ge excitedly with the sheet music, Ge just said that he would try to finish it in the next 2 days. In this way, Ge stayed with Yin Feifei until the afternoon before leaving. It had to be said that Yin Feifei had indeed prepared her lunch and lunch had been sent from the restaurant. It was only in the afternoon when Ge was about to say goodbye to Yin Feifei that he vaguely heard Song Ying calling Yin Feifei. It seemed like he was asking for a vacation. He heard Yin Feifei talking from the sidelines and figured out that Song Ying should be taking a week's vacation. Previously, he would have been in charge of Yin Feifei's traveling, but I'm afraid he won't be coming for this week. This made Ge's heart even more strange. After all, as a bodyguard, except for any unavoidable circumstances, one can't just take a vacation. GE was also trying to recall the plot of the original story, but he was very helpless. These bodyguards of theirs, in the original story, were nothing more than some passers-by. He was still into it, and more or less appeared a few times in the original story. The other bodyguards only appeared once or twice when those few heroines appeared, but also just mentioned their names, and no other drama. So if he wanted to know what was going on, he still had to find out for himself. When Shi said goodbye to Yen Feifei and went downstairs, he had a vague premonition that there might be a breakthrough here at Sonying. After descending the stairs, GE didn't rush back on his car, but first took out his cell phone and called Sonying. Sonying on the other end of the phone didn't know what he was busy with, and didn't pick up the phone until it automatically hung up. GE frowned slightly, and just as he wanted to put the phone down, an incoming call popped up on his phone. A call from Sonying. Hello? GE picked up the phone. Brother E? Sorry, I was just busy and didn't hear your call. Sonying's very guilty voice came from the other end. It's fine. It's fine. It's not like there's anything urgent. Shi hurriedly said. His side had just automatically hung up the phone, and Sonying over there hurriedly called. It was definitely not a deliberate failure to answer the phone. Listening to Sonying's voice over there, rolled with heavy fatigue, which made Shi's heart even more suspicious. Brother E, are you looking for me for something? Sonying's voice came again. Shi, on the other hand, heard that the environment on his end was very noisy, as if there were people arguing. It's not that I haven't seen you for a long time and thought of getting together with you? Listening to the environment on your side. Is it in the vegetable market? Shi had just finished speaking when he heard Sonying on the opposite side give a bitter laugh all of a sudden. No, I'm at the hospital. By the time GE hurried to the hospital, it was already completely dark. He asked a passing nurse and found the ward that Sonying had told himself about. Walking out of the elevator, far from the door of the ward, GE had already heard the sound of quarrels coming from the ward in front of him. If I say it's all like this, you can't let him lie here as an old man? Do you still need me to watch here? A sharp female voice came. Soon after, Sonying's stoic voice also came through. Auntie, it's just for these 2 days. You just need to help me look after my dad for 2 days. Wei Ching you also know, Aunt's family also has someone to support. This taking a day off is nothing. It's just that 2 days is definitely not possible. And once you take a vacation, this full attendance won't be gone. If you take a day off, it's not a big deal. But if you take 2 days off, you'll lose your full attendance. Wei Chang, I know you're short of money, but even if you're making money, it's okay to put your dad here. After all, he's lying down all the time. What else can he do? It's not like he's going to get bumped. Enough. Before your son's sick fracture, my father and take money and special leave to take care of people. And before you borrowed my family's money has not been returned. I do not ask you to pay back the money, but my father now cancer. You even help take care of my father for 2 days cannot? Sonying's insufferable voice sounded again. Hey, what is this little bunny cub of yours babbling about? Besides, it's not that auntie won't help you. It's that your dad is like this. Even if he returns your $20,000, he can't be cured, right? Moreover, you are only a small bodyguard now. Do you think you can come up with $600,000 in half a month? The woman screamed out without any good reason. Just in time. At this time, Shi walked to the entrance of the hospital room. He saw Sonying was standing in front of a middle-aged woman with a disheveled face. Sonying did not speak again, but instead, the people in the same ward began to be disgruntled. Thought the big woman with a plump body inserted her waist in no good mood. Gu, cannot lower the voice usually smack us loud. Now they are starting to disturb the people. Shi frowned as he looked inside the ward. This was an ordinary ward, but by the looks of it, there were only 2 patients. Of the 3 beds, Wei Ching's dad occupied one, while the other 2 had already been occupied by that fat Amos family, and even the floor and windowsill were full of their stuff. So it's even more of a hard squeeze on Sonying's dad's side. It was also possible that being watched by so many people in the hospital room, the middle-aged woman across from Sonying was also a bit annoyed. I'll tell you this, there's no IOU. Who says my family owes your dad money? Anyway, $20,000 won't save your dad's life. You might as well give up as soon as possible. After saying that, the middle-aged woman stepped on high heels to leave. Seeing the woman leave, Sonying is still standing in front of the hospital bed with a despondent face, looking at his father with red eyes. GE has just been standing in the doorway, and now after seeing the middle-aged woman walk over, he is still blocking the doorway, not getting out of the way. Young man, why are you blocking the door? Get out of the way, the woman said condescendingly. Ge raised an eyebrow. Then what if I say, I won't let it open? What? The middle-aged woman looked up at Ge with some consternation, seeing that the young man in front of her was so tall. Even though she had just been high and mighty, she was now more or less afraid to be godly. Ge didn't pay any attention to her, but instead closed the door to the hospital room with his backhand. And just the moment Ge made a sound, Song Ying, who had his back to them, turned his head in some surprise. Brother E? Song Ying said in shock. The middle-aged woman looked at Song Ying, then at Ge, and snorted. Good, so you know each other. Ha? Wei Qing, what do you mean by this? Is it possible to specifically find someone to terrorize your own aunt? Seeing that the two knew each other, the middle-aged woman wasn't afraid anymore. Instead she looked at the two with contempt. Hearing this, Song Ying tightly frowned. Don't you talk nonsense. That middle-aged woman snorted coldly. And then she saw Ge looking at herself with a displeased face. And only then did she tighten up a little. Song, Wei Qing, out of such a big thing, why don't you talk to us? Ge inquired helplessly. Upon hearing this, Wei Qing let out a bitter smile. But before he could say anything, the middle-aged woman on the side opened her mouth. How is he going to talk to you guys? Is it hard to expect a bunch of you security guards and bodyguards to come up with money? As she said that, the middle-aged woman, still squinting her eyes and slanting her mouth, looked Ge up and down with contempt. Just now she could tell. No wonder this person in front of her was also so tall in stature. Sure enough, he was a small bodyguard just like Wei Qing. Auntie! Hearing the middle-aged woman's sneering words, Wei Qing didn't have the good sense to give a warning. The middle-aged woman bristled in defiance and turned around to leave. Unfortunately, at this moment, the door to the ward was still blocked by Ge. You, get out of the way. Ge stood straight in the doorway as she looked condescendingly at the middle-aged woman. Pay back the $20,000 you owe them and I'll get out of the way. What do you mean? The woman's eyes glared in disbelief. Then she turned her head to look at Wei Qing without any good humor. Fine. You two are doing this on purpose, right? Wei Qing, I really underestimated you. It seems that letting me come and take care of your dad is a small matter, but in reality it's a deliberate attempt to block me to make me pay back the money, right? Said the woman as she flung her bag and directly leaned against the wall. Anyway, I've also said that our family has no money right now. I don't have the money to pay you back anyway. If you guys want to block the door, just block it. Yes. Wei Qing originally didn't expect Wei Mei to pay him back. After all, over the years, in fact, his dad wasn't hinting at her, but she is every time with the family's 3 children perfunctory past. Over time, even his father also gave up, before because of his dad. Thinking about his age is not small, so want to give him to save some dowry, plus buy a house, which is thinking about the money back, but then it is also unsettled. However, his father was hospitalized for more than a month, before the 200,000 savings have all been spent. Before Wei Qing asked, also like today, Wei Mei is determined not to pay back the money. So, Wei Qing is thinking, do not pay back the money even if, want to let her help in the hospital to take care of. He went out to work a little more to earn extra money, listening to their conversation. The man lying inside the hospital room, as well as the fat woman, looked over curiously. Only when Ge looked over with a gloomy face, they hastily averted their gazes. If you don't pay back the money, then I am going to resort to means. Anyway, just like you said, we are just a group of small bodyguards. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. Bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. Just weigh it yourself. Ge sneered. Wei Qing's face also went cold. The previous $20,000 and the current $20,000 were no longer on the same scale. After all, he needed this money now. This was his father's life-saving money. Ge face cold color said a sentence. Even if Wei Mei again how rogue, cannot help but heart are a little afraid up. I'm telling you guys, you're threatening. This is intimidation. I am going to call the police, said. Wei Mei trembling took out the cell phone. Then you just call the police. Let the police come and judge. Ge wasn't flustered in the slightest. Wei Qing, on the other hand, glanced at Ge with some hesitation, but after receiving a reassuring look from Ge, he calmed down as well. Since you guys are adamant about not paying back the money, let's call the police. Wei Qing similarly cooled down his face. The cold face of the 2 over 1.8 men standing in front of them was still oppressive, especially since Ge and Wei Qing were both retired from the mercenary corps. There was naturally a killing aura on their bodies as well. The plump woman on the other side of the hospital room, after seeing the situation on this side, trembled and hurriedly pulled up the curtain between the bed and the hospital bed to cover herself. And even Wei Mei began to tremble. After all, she had never experienced this scene in her life. In the end, Wei Mei was still afraid to call the police phone. Only after seeing her call the police did Ge lazily back away from the entrance of the hospital room and find a chair to sit in front of the hospital bed. Compared to Ge's calmness, Wei Qing was naturally more or less flustered. Ge also took a stool and handed it to Wei Qing, then patted his shoulder comfortably. I know, you can't do anything when she plays tricks, so leave it to me. Wei Qing sat beside Ge and looked at him blankly. He looked at Wei's father, who was lying unconscious on the bed, and then turned his head to look at Ge. His eyes couldn't help but redden again. Seeing him like this, Ge couldn't help but sigh. They had only retreated from the mercenary corps for less than 2 years, and in those 2 years, they had all been following Yi Han's arrangements and had been doing bodyguard duties. So in this aspect of human feelings, many of them who were in the mercenary corps hadn't really adapted to it yet. After all, after reporting to the police, Wei Mei also had a bottom, and now was not in a hurry to go, but instead sat on the side with her bag, stepping on her fine heels. See Wei Mei face look at their own things. Ge cannot help but once again cold snort. The efficiency of the police inspectors was still very fast, and they came in no time. Knock knock. A knock sounded from behind. Is Wei Mei here? A familiar female voice sounded from behind. Ge and Wei Qing subconsciously turned their heads. Upon seeing the woman in uniform at the door, Wei Qing subconsciously had to open her mouth to greet her. Sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ge quickly raised his hand to cover Wei Qing's mouth. This sister-in-law in front of her is not ordinary. Thunder and lightning. Do things meticulously. Ice cannot melt into a little sand. Naturally, when it came to work, she was determined not to play the emotional card. She was also the only sister-in-law who did not have a bodyguard. After all, this harem in front of her, Yi Han hadn't compelled yet. Coupled with the fact that this was a full-fledged strong woman, before Yi Han wanted to equip her with bodyguards in order to curry favor with her, and was met with a cold face from her for a while. So in fact, right now this Gu Yanqiu and Yi Han in front of her is just the ambiguous stage. If it wasn't for Yi Han hurriedly going abroad, I'm afraid that the two of them would really have to finalize their relationship. However, until the grand finale, Yi Han would not go to the end with any woman. Oi oi oi, comrade police inspector? I am. Seeing a few police inspectors walking up to the door, Wei Mei hurriedly raised her hand in excitement. Seeing this, Ge brought Wei Qing up to the front. Sister Gu. Ge greeted with a smile, poking Wei Qing on the side in the process. Seeing this, Wei Qing also hurriedly opened his mouth to greet him. Sister Gu. Upon hearing this, alarm bells went off in that Wei Mei's heart. She took a wide-eyed look at Gu Yanqiu and then at Ge and the others, then pointedly said, You guys know each other? Nodding at Ge and Wei Qing, Gu Yanqiu couldn't help but frown when she heard the shrill sound in her ears. Don't worry about this, comrade. We've only met a few times before. It won't affect the case. Upon hearing this, Wei Mei was able to sort of calm down a bit. So what exactly is going on here? Gu Yanqiu inquired as she adjusted the recorder on her shoulder. At the same time, the young man behind her had already begun to make a statement. Comrade, police comrade, you have to do something for me. Wei Mei wailed loudly. Then she stepped forward and held Gu Ruqiu's hand. This movement of hers was really big, causing the youngsters behind Gu Ranqiu to freeze. This comrade, please calm down, Gu Yanqiu said helplessly. It's like this. This great nephew of mine called to ask me to help take care of my brother. My brother, I'll definitely take care of ACA. Isn't this coming as soon as I get off work? But who would have thought? My side just came. The two of them blocked me, forced me to take money. Woo woo. Saying this, Wei Mei began to cry. Seeing this situation, the fat woman who sneaked her head out to look at it was a little surprised and opened her mouth wide. She had always been used to playing the shrew, but she hadn't thought that there was even this kind of scoundrel. This situation is indeed very bad, but we still have to verify it. Gu Yanqiu nodded with a serious expression, then looked towards the bespectacled Ge and the two of them. At this time, Wei Qing was already furious at Wei Mei's appearance. Comrade, isn't it all like this month? This money is what she owed our family a few years ago. But the family is fine, to not come back also even if, but now my father has terminal cancer. I do not seek to get the money back. Just figure she'll help me take care of my dad so I can go out and get a few more jobs. But even then she didn't want to, which is why I have no choice but to ask for the money back. Wei Qing's words, coupled with her reddened eyes due to the sadness she had just experienced, inevitably moved the people around her. Seeing this situation, Ge also helplessly let out a long sigh from the side. This isn't just $20,000 anymore. This is life-saving money. Auntie, you can't do this as a human being. The two young lads behind Gu Yanqiu couldn't stand to watch and spoke out. They're all talking nonsense. When did I ever owe his family money? Bring out the IOUs if you can. Wei Mei said without a trace of anger. Gu Yanqiu looked at Wei Qing. Is there an IOU? Wei Qing clenched his fists tightly, shook his head with red eyes. No. At that time her son had a car accident, fractured his calf, said he couldn't get the money for an emergency operation. My dad didn't think much about it, and directly put the money in the past. After all, it's a sister, and didn't play any IOUs or anything like that. Wei Qing this side just finished the words. The Wei Mei eyes drip turn a circle, directly step forward to Wei Qing pushed to the side. This comrade you must not listen to their nonsense Originally they are nonsense. How can there really IOUs Seeing Wei Mei start to talk nonsense in front of the police inspectors, Wei Qing was completely enraged. Wei Mei, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Before, when your son was hospitalized, my father went to take care of him every day and every night. And now that my father's life is in danger, you just ignore him. Who said I ignored it? It's obviously you who are deliberately terrorizing me. Auntie, you have to be conscientious in what you say. A 17 or 18-year-old young boy stood up to the doorway. We just listened to you guys arguing and clearly heard you admit to borrowing money. But you were just saying that you can't do anything about it without a note. Right. I heard it too. A girl stood up and took the boy's arm to retort as well. We were both just sitting over here playing a game and we both heard what you just said when you were fighting. You also said to take time off to take care of people, to deduct wages, deduction of full attendance, so do not want to stay. You also told the other big brother, this amount of money people cannot save back. The little girl blushed red with anger and said loudly, with the two young people stood out. And then there are one after another people said they just heard the content of their quarrel. This time Wei Mei's face turned ugly. What are you all making up? Can it be that you all heard what we just said inside? The boy spread his hands very helplessly. I say auntie, how loud is your own voice? Don't you know it yourself? After hearing what the people outside said, Gu Yanqiu's face turned serious. Comrade, is what they said true? Seeing that he could not hide it anymore, Wei Mei's eyes blinked and she directly fell back on the stool and started to cry. This comrade it's really not that I don't want to come and take care of people I also have my family to support $500 may not be much for you guys, but it's already a lot for our family. This comrade you calm down. You first. Gu Yanqiu saw her start to wail again. Her good-looking eyebrows once again tightly wrinkled. Qi looked at Gu Yanqiu's frown and felt that it could even pinch a fly. Wei Mei's cries resounded throughout the entire floor. And it was only after Gu Yanqiu couldn't bear it and gave a warning that Wei Mei's voice died down. On the other hand, Wei Qing was already so angry that she clenched her fists tightly and trembled all over again. Oh, is that so? Why don't I believe it? Qi leisurely looked at Wei Mei, and only after Wei Mei finished complaining in one breath did he slowly open his mouth. Wei Mei choked. You're a young man who definitely doesn't know how difficult it is to have a family. If you're not a family man, how do you know how expensive it is? Ge shrugged helplessly. I really don't know what firewood, rice, oil and salt are expensive. But I know that the designer bag you're carrying and the high heels on your feet, plus the necklace around your neck is already $50,000. Qi lifted his finger and pointed at Wei Mei all over. Oh right, although this coat of yours is not as expensive as those, but it's worth $1,000. If your family is really as difficult as you say, how could you afford to buy all these? At those words, Wei Mei instantly stiffened up. She hadn't thought that a big man would be able to tell how she was dressed. This is high fashion, high imitation. Wei Mei continued to argue. Qi didn't pay any more attention to her, but instead looked at Gu Ranqiu. This police comrade. What do you think? Gu Yanqiu also heard Ge's words before she noticed Wei Mei's outfit. After all, they had been forced to listen to Wei Mei wail since they had just arrived at the hospital. She coldly lowered her face and went up to check it out, then said in a cold voice, it's not high fashion. It's all authentic. As long as one was a woman, there was no such thing as not loving these things. And Gu Yanqiu's family lineage wasn't bad, so naturally, she had been exposed to these things since she was a child. Therefore, for the authenticity of these luxury goods, Gu Yanqiu could tell at a glance. Originally, when Ge said it, the people around him weren't doing anything. They were just a little surprised. But it wasn't until Gu Ranqiu said it that the people around him completely exploded. My God, this is what kind of person their own clothes are 50 to 60,000. He doesn't pay back the money he owes people. And he doesn't help take care of them. Yes. That young man I know. His father has been hospitalized for more than a month. This young man is really good. I heard that he works several hours a day to earn money. Oh my god. How unconscionable. Seeing that she was seen out, Wei Mei was more or less annoyed. No matter if it's high fashion or whatever leather. Anyway, I just don't owe their family any money. There's no IOU either. Wei Mei was determined to play rogue. When these words came out, the two youngsters behind Gu Yanqiu were instantly furious. But after all, they still remembered their identities, so they didn't follow the people behind them and spit. Seeing that Wei Mei's true colors were known by the people around her, Qi Yi then looked at Wei Qing, who was on the side. At that time, when they borrowed money, from what place did they contact your father? Hearing Ji Yi's words, Wei Qing first froze, then reacted instantly. He turned around and directly took out Wei father's cell phone from the nightstand. At that time, my dad was still working. They called my dad and didn't get through. So they first talked about the situation from the VX, and my dad didn't hesitate in the slightest to send the money directly afterward. Saying that, Wei Qing had then found out the chat records and handed the evidence to Gu Yanqiu. Gu Yanqiu's face began to stare, obviously also enduring this woman in front of her to the extreme. There's sufficient evidence over here, and your chat logs also clearly state that it's about borrowing money. So if you don't pay back the money, they can sue you. For the matter that you said they threatened you, we will investigate it. This please wait for our comrades. After saying that and having Wei Mei sign the statement, Gu Yanqiu left after leading the people around to make inquiries. After seeing them go downstairs, Ji Yi walked to the entrance of the hospital room and looked outside with a smile. Thank you so much for testifying then just now. Hey, no need to thank me. Just couldn't see to go. Yeah. How could there be such a person? After chatting with the people outside for a while, Ji Yi closed the ward door once again. So you still don't want to pay back the money now? Ji Yi raised an eyebrow at Wei Mei. Wei Cheng, on the other hand, had completely realized Wei Mei's true colors. If you don't pay back the money again, I'll go ahead and sue you. What? Wei Mei trembled with anger as she looked at Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng, you treacherous one. You're going to sue me? Sue your aunt? Wei Cheng wasn't polite either. What kind of aunt are you now? Anyway, don't blame me for being unrighteous if you don't pay me back tomorrow. I'll sue you. Seeing Wei Mei's face, Qi Yi added fuel to the fire and said, by the way, I don't know where you got all these things on you. Do you need to tell your husband about it? This time Wei Mei's face instantly became even more ugly. Okay, I've got it. I'll call you tomorrow with the money. After saying this, Wei Mei directly slammed the door and left. Seeing Wei Mei leave, Qi Yi directly snorted. Sure enough, the things on her body came from an improper source. Brother Yi, you mean? Wei Qing instantly reacted to something as well. Looking towards Qi Yi, Ji Yi nodded. It's what you think. Then he walked to the door and looked at Wei Qing. Come over and talk to me. Previously, when he was in the mercenary group, although Yi Han was the boss, those under his command were still very respectful to Ji Yi. After all, Qi Yi was more like their family than the cold and ruthless boss. During the previous missions, Qi Yi had not only saved Yi Han several times, but even they were able to come back alive now thanks to Qi Yi. So when he saw Ji Yi calling for him, Wei Qing followed without the slightest hesitation. Qi Yi stopped in the hallway. He lit a cigarette inside as he looked at Wei Qing, who slowly walked over. More than a month. Why don't you tell the brothers? Ji Yi sighed. Wei Qing reddened his eyes, not seeing any of his previous recklessness in the battlefield, as if he had already bent his spine by life. Brothers, these 2 years of life are not too good. Their families go to school. Pension. Also reached the age of marriage. I cannot delay the brothers. Yes, compared to Yi Han's current broad, these brothers are only taking more than $8,000 of wages every month. Seeing Wei Qing standing over there demoralized, Ji Yi went up and punched him. Wei Qing didn't have the slightest defense and directly fell into the hallway. Didn't you say before that you'll always be brothers? What? Now it's not taking us as brothers anymore? Qi Yi sneered. Seeing Ji Yi mention his previous words, Wei Qing's eyes turned even redder. Brother Yi, one size fits all. This matter. Without waiting for Wei Qing to finish, Qi Yi punched him in the abdomen again. Only naturally, he paid attention to the force. Get up for me. Qi Yi stood up from the ground carrying Wei Qing with one hand. He looked at Wei Qing coldly. Those people do have families to support, but I don't. Saying this, Qi Yi handed Wei Qing a card with the 70W he had just transferred in. There's 70W in here. Take it and use it first. Tell me again if it's not enough. Wei Qing stared blankly at the card in Ji Yi's hand, wanting to speak. Seeing that he did not take it, Ji Yi did not have the good sense to directly shove the card into his hands. Don't worry. Brother recently did a little side business. Earned a little money. You later if you don't have enough money. Look for me, brother E. Hearing Ge's words, that Wei Qing, a big man with a sturdy figure, even cried out directly. In the next second, he knelt directly in front of Ge. Brother E, thank you. I know you hate being so polite between us, but if it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do. Wei Qing sobbed uncontrollably, while Ge looked at him more or less heartbroken. It's okay, we're all family. Your dad is also my dad. With the money, this period of time, don't go out to work first. Watch your father is the most important. You don't worry. Yin Feifei sighed. I help you watch. Ge helped Wei Qing up and let out a sigh, then patted his shoulder with his hand. Good. Thank you, brother E. Ge cursed with a laugh. If you keep being polite to me, I'll really do it. Ha! Wei Qing wet his eyes and laughed out. He knew Ge well enough to know that Ge hadn't really done anything to himself just now. Alright, go back. Look at you like this, surely you haven't eaten. Just ordered takeout for you, will be here in a while. I'll leave first. Saying goodbye to Wei Qing, Ge managed to hear a notification from the system on his way out by elevator. Ding Ding detected that the host has disintegrated the male master's forces, rewarding the villain value of 2,000 points. Seeing the number that came to 2,000, Ge hooked his lips. It looked like Song Ying was completely warped over by himself. Not to blame him for moving quickly, mainly still said earlier, as the boss and male lead, Yi Han is really too stingy. He himself is generous, and the jewelry given to the woman of the road can be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but to the people under their own hands, but stingy to death. In this first-tier big city, these people who lick blood on the tip of the knife, the salary is only 8,000. People next door to the gatekeeper's salary can be tens of thousands of dollars. They're bodyguards to help care for women, but also act as a driver, and sometimes have to take the time to complete a task, but only 8,000. Ge is okay, no one at home, but others, as long as there is something at home, the hand will become tight. After coming out and finishing things on Wei Qing's side, Ge received a call from Firefox. Hello? What's up? Hey, brother E, arrived home yet? Have you eaten? Firefox's attentive voice came from across the room. Hearing this voice from him, Ge laughed and cursed. Be normal, or else I'll hang up the phone. AI. Don't brother E. I'm wrong. The Firefox on the opposite side hurriedly admitted his mistake. Say what you have to say and fart quickly, Ge said as he walked towards the parking lot and found the fiery red motorcycle. Brother E. Do you remember what you said earlier about teaching me martial arts? Hearing Ge's words, Firefox spoke in an anxious and somewhat aggravated tone. Ge, focusing on prying various corners in the past 2 days, he had really forgotten about this. Hearing Ge's delayed voice, Firefox more or less understood what was going on. Brother E, how can you be like this? Alright, I really forgot. Wasn't I busy with Mr. Shang's matter? I've been running around again for the past 2 days. I'm so busy right now that I haven't even gone home yet. Oh. Yes, brother E, I know you are following that Yin Feifei home. You won't be. The opposite side of the Firefox obviously also reacted to what tone of playful flirting said. Think what? It's Song Ying this side, something happened. His father was hospitalized. What? Firefox said in shock from across the phone. Then why didn't he tell us? How is it serious? Ge let out a long sigh. I heard it's cancer. Anyway, the situation is not optimistic. I was just at the hospital. The whole time the old man was not awake. I understand the situation. He is not willing to tell us. Also do not want to drag us. After all, everyone's hands are not a few money. Hearing this, Firefox fell silent. Indeed, after returning to China for 2 years, they really didn't have much money in their hands. Ding Ding detected that the host has disintegrated the male host's power behavior. Reward 500 villain value. Seeing that Firefox did not say anything, Ge knew that Firefox was thinking about everyone's situation in these 2 years. After all, when they were abroad before, they acted recklessly and didn't think about money at all. And after returning to the country, but everywhere, not only is the human condition, more or less in money has a cause, Ge said. But don't worry, I've recently earned some money from writing tunes, and I've already given it to Song Ying, so it looks like I shouldn't have to worry about money at the moment. After a long period of silence, Firefox then said in a muffled voice that he and a few others would come to see Song Ying tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Ge then prepared to go back to the villa. In the past 2 days, he seemed to be going back later and later, which was not a good phenomenon. No way. He had to give his Qingfang sister a good massage even if he went back late. Ge leisurely walked into the villa, thinking to go straight to Lu Qingfang's room. After all, now and Song Cheng has been clear. He also has nothing to cover up. In addition, this time, Yi Ro and Flower Butterfly should be asleep. Ge thought in his mind how to stir up trouble, but before he walked up the stairs, a silhouette of a person came out violently next to him. Now, this directly dispersed the charming thoughts in Ge's mind. Brother E. Who? He looked at the person in front of him with a shocked voice, and at the sight of that petite figure, Ge knew almost instantly who the figure in front of him was. He looked very helplessly at Yi Ro in front of him. Ro, can't you turn on the light for once? Do you know how scary you are like this? It wasn't enough to scare him once. This is the second time. Of course, he definitely wouldn't say it himself. Yi Ro hung her head in embarrassment, tugging at the hem of her skirt. Sorry, Brother E. Ge helplessly hung his head and looked at Yi Ro. So you are something? It's just that tomorrow is my class reunion, Yi Ro said in a small voice. Then she tugged on the hem of her dress with her hand and looked at Ge apprehensively. After hearing Yi Ro's words, Ge then reacted. The past 2 days had been rather busy, and he really had to forget that tomorrow would soon be Yi Ro's class reunion. Okay, I know. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. She laughed, although he still wanted to pretend to be angry about what happened before. But after all, this was something that he had promised before. Seeing Ge laugh softly above his head and promise, Yi Ro was relieved in the end. She had actually guessed early on that Ge's character was so good that he would definitely agree to it. However, upon hearing that Ge had agreed to do so, Yi Ro's heart more or less felt even more guilty. When she thought of Ge being angry at herself for not chasing after him, Yi Ro's heart was inexplicably clogged. After Ge finished speaking, he thought of going upstairs. After all, it was not early anymore. But, just as he took a step on his side, the next second he was tugged on the arm by the person behind him. Brother E. What's wrong? Ge turned back to Yi Ro in puzzlement. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, while the two were standing in the middle of the living room. The moonlight couldn't shine on this side, so although Ge's eyesight was very good, he could just make out that the person at this moment was Yi Ro. Yi Ro stammered for a while, and before this side finished speaking, a sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Before they could react and look over, the lights in the living room had already been turned on. In just an instant, the living room was suddenly as bright as day. Ge, why are you still up? Song Cheng stood at the entrance of the stairs, blinking as she said this and scanning the surroundings as if she was looking for something. Ge looked at Song Cheng helplessly, wondering what she was up to with this stunt. He turned his head to look at Yi Ro, only to realize that Yi Ro's figure was long gone behind him. This couldn't help but make Ge startled, and his heart thumped. Wasn't Yi Ro still standing by his side just now? How could she be gone in an instant? Could it be that he had met a Gue? After scanning around, Ge finally saw Yi Ro hiding under the sofa behind the sofa, looking at the black and white dress, and the delicate black stockings. Ge's gaze flickered, and the look in his eyes was obscure. No wonder this little witch just didn't let herself go and stammered. So it's because she's already wearing a maid's outfit. Looking at Yi Ro who was lying on the ground, the roots of her ears and the back of her neck had become red. Ge smiled and walked towards Song Cheng head on. Song Cheng, on the other hand, looked strangely behind Ge, and looked around several times without seeing anyone. Strange, obviously. When she was upstairs just now, she heard Ge and a woman talking. It was because she suspected that Ge had secretly brought the woman back, so that was why she went downstairs and turned on the lights. Seeing Song Cheng going towards the middle of the sofa and still looking around, Ge walked up and directly reached out his hand to embrace Song Cheng's waist. You! Song Cheng exclaimed, looking at Ge without any good humor. Only, before she could finish her sentence, Ge covered her mouth with a quick eye. It's getting late, quickly go up and rest. Saying that, Ge reached out with his long arm and directly turned off the lights in the living room. Ge, what are you doing? Song Cheng didn't have the good sense to yank Ge's hand down. Using her afterglow, she swept a glance over at the sofa. It looked like Yi Ro hadn't gotten up yet. Ge slightly hung his head and whispered in Song Cheng's ear. Are you looking for trouble again? I'm telling you that the people above are still awake. If you're not afraid to make some noise, I'll accompany you. Hearing Ge's teasing voice, Song Cheng immediately blushed. She somewhat nervously raised her eyes to look upstairs. Although no one was there, she was still afraid that Ge would make a mess, and then hurriedly walked quickly to the side, away from Ge. You'll have a good time when the boss comes back. After threatening fiercely, Song Qing turned Lee and walked quickly up the stairs. Ji shrugged his shoulders until he couldn't see Song Qing's figure and heard the sound of the door opening and closing upstairs before he turned to look over at the sofa. People have already gone up. Come out. Saying that, Ji pressed the switch for the ambient light in the living room. In an instant, the living room lit up with warm-colored ambient lights, and also in an instant, Ji saw Yi Ro blushing scarlet, slowly standing up from in front of the sofa. Under the hazy light, Ji looked at Yi Ro's silhouette and it became softer, especially after seeing the style of the maid outfit on Yi Ro's body. The atmosphere around him immediately became ambiguous. Brother me, is this outfit okay? Yi Ro, somewhat at a loss for words, peeled the maid outfit on her body, shyly whispered. It was also her first time wearing this kind of clothes. Before, although the little witch lawlessness, but only limited to go bouncing just, so really did not understand these things. Only before playing in the bar, Yi Ro did see someone wearing a maid outfit. Thinking of this, Yi Ro more or less embarrassed to raise his hand to cover the chest, but she thought about it, as if the person who saw before, the front of the cloth is not so little awe. Yi Ro puzzled. On the body of this dress, or after she searched online, the most purchased it. Originally, Yi Ro thought, the amount of purchase is so much, must be the type of daily wear. After all, by so many people, can't all be worn at home, right? But just after changing on, Yi Ro a little dumbfounded. Although it is true that it is not particularly exposed, but the chest, this design, under the bright lights, Ji saw Yi Ro stand up, then has been eyes burning look at her. I have to say, the design of this maid outfit is really very colorful. Ji couldn't help but give that designer a thumbs up in his heart. Although Yi Ro's figure was no better than the others, the design of the love heart on her chest slightly squeezed her showing up, especially that fair skin, at this time because of shyness stained with some scarlet, then also appears that the heart inside the skin more attractive, just like a peach that is eager to be picked. Of course, in addition to that design, this dress colorful design there are many. This makes Ji for a moment. The sight is more or less somewhat overwhelmed. Is this outfit okay? Yi Ro's face blushed as she looked towards Ji. Ji did not hesitate in the slightest as he nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. This one is very okay. Yi Ro froze, and didn't expect Ji's reaction to be so quick. Ahem. Ji just wanted to say something, when he heard Yi Ro's small hands nestled into fists, and gently coughed a few times against her lips. Afterward, he saw Yi Ro shyly and slowly walk towards himself. Lord, Master, that, you've labored all day. Do you want me to help you massage it? Ji saw Yi Ro slightly open her pink lips and softly said. This caused Ji to instantly widen his eyes in surprise. Although it was true that he had also said before that he wanted to let Yi Ro wear a maid's outfit and serve himself. But, he was only thinking of giving himself a massage and pouring a glass of water or something after putting it on. Ji hadn't expected that Yi Ro would be so proactive. Seeing Ji looking at himself with some surprise, Yi Ro's shy head slightly lowered again. Although this dress was bought overnight that night after Ji stated his request, but these gestures and such, it was Yi Ro herself who specifically took the time to search online. But as long as it was about the topic of female PU, what came out was more or less. This is still. Yi Ro reddened her little face and tried her best to learn some serious things. Ji let out a very satisfied laugh, and then good-naturedly reached out his hand to rub Yi Ro's head. Looks like you've done your homework in private. Seeing Ji smilingly rubbing her head, Yi Ro's heart couldn't help but leap up as well. After all, compared to before, the Ji of the past 2 days had really treated her a bit coldly. This also made Yi Ro a little embarrassed to go and strike up a conversation with Ji. Ding ding, detected Heaven's Destiny heroine favorability. Rewarded with 100 villain value. Hearing the system's voice, Ji withdrew his hand with some complicated eyes. It's not just a compliment. Rubbing his head. How is it that there is good sense in villain value? Ji followed Yi Ro's force and sat on the sofa, looking at the little witch with some suspicion. No way. This little witch wouldn't have any hidden special attributes, right? Or is it actually a little woo girl behind her back? Yes, brother just lie down here. Yi Ro looked at Ji with a fist in the air, then turned around and was about to go. Ji sat on the sofa blankly, somewhat not understanding Yi Ro's words. Why get down? However, although he didn't understand why, Ji still honestly got down. He had to say that he was really getting more and more excited about what Yi Ro was going to do in a while. After all, even thinking about it now was already very exciting. Soon, Yi Ro-Ro's footsteps sounded, and Chi-E, lying on his back on the sofa, clearly heard Yi Ro-Ro's footsteps slowly approaching. At the same time, there was the sound of wheels turning. Chi-E raised his eyebrows and subconsciously turned his head to look, not realizing that Yi Ro-Ro had pushed a cart over. "Where did you get these things from?" Chi-E couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Ro-Ro embarrassedly raised her hand and scratched her face, her eyes fluttering a little. I wanted to buy some myself, but I didn't think that the one where I bought the clothes had complimentary essential oils and sinew revitalizing oils and such." Ge nodded and turned his head to get down honestly. "Okay, you start." With that, Ge had squinted his eyes. Ge got down for a while without feeling Yi Ro-Ro's movements, only hearing Yi Ro-Ro pounding something behind himself. "When are you going to start?" "I'm going to sleep." Chi-E helplessly turned his head to look over, just in time to see Yi Ro-Ro taking off her shoes and sitting on her knees beside herself. Yi Ro-Ro smiled in embarrassment, also feeling a bit inked. "I just looked at those instructions, and then the posture wasn't too convenient, so I thought to come up on the sofa." Ge's eyes glanced over the jade feet wrapped in black silk. His eyes flickered for a moment. "It's fine, take your time." Seeing that Ge's attitude towards himself was very good at this point, this also made Yi Ro-Ro motivated. She rubbed her hands together excitedly. "Good." Yi Ro-Ro looked at the revitalizing oils and such on the shelf next to her, and reached out her hand and directly lifted the hem of Ge's coat. "Brother E, lift your body. I need to rub some medicinal oil on your back." When Ge heard this, he lazily answered and obediently lifted his body, allowing Yi Ro-Ro to help him roll the hem of his shirt up to his shoulders. But after waiting for a while, Ge still didn't feel Yi Ro-Ro's movements. He plopped down over there and helplessly laughed softly. "Ro-Ro, still not ready?" Yi Ro-Ro blushed and suddenly came back to her senses. She hurriedly shifted her eyes away from Ge's body and panically began to answer. "Ahem. Okay. This will start." Actually, it wasn't that Yi Ro-Ro hadn't seen a man's body before. After all, when she was at the bar before, she had seen quite a few greasy men take off their tops. At that time, she was still spitting on them with flower butterfly, but she hadn't expected that Ge's body would be so good. It hadn't occurred to her that he was usually lean with his clothes on, and with his clothes off, not only did he have firm 8-pack abs, but even his shark muscles and back muscles were perfect. With great difficulty, she put her eyes away from Ge's body. Yi Ro-Ro looked at the pile of essential oils and other things with a serious face, and then she gently poured them onto Ge's back. Afterwards, she rubbed her small hands together and began to slowly help Ge massage it. "Brother E, how's the force of this?" Yi Ro-Ro looked at Ge with great anticipation as she spoke. Ge comfortably lay over there, enjoying Yi Ro-Ro's massage. Truth be told, this technique of Yi Ro-Ro's combined with this essential oil was indeed quite good. It seems that in the future, when he gives other people massages, he can also try using essential oils or vitalizing oils to give it a try. Chi-E comfortably responded. "Looks like you really put your heart into learning a bit." After all, Ge was already proficient in massage skills, so naturally, he was also able to tell that Yi Ro-Ro's techniques looked like she did go and study a bit. Yi Ro-Ro smiled coyly. Hearing Ge's words, her heart was unprecedentedly satisfied. Well, these 2 days have watched some instructional videos. Thinking of this, Chi-E's heart is even more beautiful. See, the Heavenly Destiny heroine, this is specially for their own to learn a little, and then this came to the service of their own ah. Thinking about it, Yi-Han hadn't even enjoyed this treatment before. "Let you bother." Words classmates rally. "What time to start ah?" Chi-E comfortably lying over there thought of this thing. At the mention of this matter, Yi Ro-Ro instantly came into the spirit, because part of the people still have to work, so 6 or 7 o'clock to start. Lin Weiwei, that person seems to specialize in a banquet hall. I heard that the faction is quite big. Chi-E lying over there heard Yi Ro-Ro's words, then vaguely noticed that his back seems to be a little hot. However, a general massage would cause the body to heat up, and this was a normal phenomenon, so Chi-E didn't care at first, but was just a little surprised in his heart, not thinking that Yi Ro-Ro had actually learned something after studying for a day or two. "Then your classmates are all really quite rich, right? Have you bought your gown yet?" Chi-E once again inquired. Hearing this, Yi Ro-Ro couldn't help but recall the events of that day again. Originally, the 3 of them were going to pick out their dresses, but they didn't expect that kind of thing to happen behind them. Yi Ro-Ro's eyes darkened, then she nodded slightly. However, very quickly, Yi Ro-Ro reacted to the fact that Chi-E couldn't see it if she nodded her head from this side. "Well, Mumu and I both picked it out together," Yi Ro-Ro said as she looked over to Ge. originally thinking that Ge would more or less have some reaction after hearing Shin Mumu's name. But it didn't occur to her that Ge didn't move at all. It had to be said that this made Ji-Ro-Ro's heart actually feel a trace of joy. Well, that's good, Ge said somewhat lazily as he lay over there. Seeing that Ge didn't mention Shin Mumu at all, Ji-Ro-Ro's heart became more and more ecstatic. Not only that, even the force in her hands became more sufficient. Ge was originally lying comfortably over there, but gradually he felt something was wrong. Have you ever felt a bit of heat around you? Ge inquired very keenly. Ji-Ro-Ro slightly raised her arm and wiped the sweat from her own forehead. It's a little bit. I should be hot because I've been moving. Brother E, do you feel hot? Do you want me to help you go and turn the air conditioner down a bit more? Hearing Ji-Ro-Ro's words, Ge also felt that it should be because of the massage. After all, there were massages that could indeed expel some of the cold from the body. No need. That's it. Just massage for a little while longer and let's go rest, Ge said lazily. He was now already lying over here not wanting to move, thinking that he wasn't going to go to Lu Qingfang's room today. It should be fine to be lazy for a day, right? Ge thought in his head, but soon realized that things were really a bit off. He lay down over there, the knot in his throat slightly moving. At this moment, not only did he feel that his surroundings were getting hotter and hotter, even his sense of touch had become more acute. The one who was lazily sprawled out on the sofa just now was now coming to life. Even as he was lying on this side, he could clearly perceive Ji-Ro-Ro's small hands constantly on his back. This was tantamount to pouring oil on the fire, making the fire within Ge's body burn even more vigorously. At once, Ge sensed something and his body stiffened. And, almost instantly, Ji-Ro-Ro sensed Ge's stiffness. Brother E? What's wrong with you? Is it because I massaged you uncomfortably? Feeling Ge's muscles become stiff, Ji-Ro-Ro inquired in great panic. Ge didn't immediately answer Ji-Ro-Ro's words, but first took a long breath of cool air. But it still didn't do anything. No, your massage was very comfortable, Ge said stoically. Ge thought carefully. He did not touch anything today. For his next lunch, he ate at Yan Feifei's side. Yan Feifei had specially ordered meals from the hotel and had them sent over. And those meals, Yan Feifei had eaten quite a bit. Besides, it was already late at night, and the meals that he had eaten in the afternoon, if there was really something wrong with them, then they should have kicked in while he was in the hospital. Later, when he went to the hospital, it was even less likely that he would have been exposed to anything. Until now, he has been lying on this side for half an hour, and only then did he realize the abnormality of the body. When Ge thought about it, all he could think of, the only thing that was problematic was the essential oil that Ji-Ro-Ro had used on his body. Ro, Ge shouted out in a hoarse tone. Ha? What's wrong? Ji-Ro-Ro over there thought that Ge was feeling uncomfortable with his massage and was too embarrassed to say so. So at this time, the massage was even more vigorous. Not only that, even some of the essential oils on the shelf next to him were all messy and poured onto Ge. Ge, you stop for a moment, he said very helplessly. Ji-Ro-Ro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to listen to Ge's words. What's wrong, brother E? Am I really not massaging very comfortably? Ji-Ro-Ro looked at Ge moodily, a pair of large eyes filled with uneasiness. When Ge heard this pitiful look from Ji-Ro-Ro, he subconsciously turned his head, and then he saw that the little witch was looking at himself with wet eyes. Ge's body was originally burning with fire, and this was tantamount to directly adding oil to the fire. Therefore, after glancing at Ji-Ro-Ro, Ge hurriedly turned his head back again with a concealed look. As Ji-Ro-Ro looked at this action of Ge's, she immediately froze. She didn't know what was wrong with Ge. Why would he turn back to himself with a cold face? And without saying a word, he turned his head back again with an unsightly face. Brother E? Ji-Ro-Ro looked at Ge with some bewilderment, sitting on her knees over there, more or less baffled. Well, Zo-Ro-Ah, can I take a look at the store where you buy clothes? Ge slowly said. He is now lying over there. A move, do not dare to move. Although he didn't know what Ge wanted this for, Ji-Ro-Ro just froze before she hurriedly took her cell phone out and pulled up the order, placing it beside Ge. Ge tapped into the order and directly tapped into the store again. In an instant, the name of the store, as well as those things bought in the store suddenly appeared. At once, the surrounding atmosphere became silent. Ji-Ro-Ro instantly widened her own eyes, her pupils trembling slightly as she looked at the store's page somewhat unbelievably. How is this kind of store? Ji-Ro-Ro was somewhat dumbfounded. She was just more or less pugnacious in character before, but it was true that she was also a little girl who had never been in love. So after seeing those things that make people blush, Yi Rou's whole body blushed in shame. Harm. I knew it. Ge looked at the store and sighed with a million helpless sighs. Then in that case, there was a reason for his own body's reaction. As Ge sighed, Yi Rou suddenly reacted to something. She flipped through the comments section of this skirt she bought, and then found the same essential oil and vitalizing oil in the store. Looking at the comments of that essential oil, Yi Rou was more or less skeptical of life. How can this even? Yi Rou unbelievably turned her head to look at has been their own almost empty a few small bottles, because the small bottles looked exquisite. Each portion was also quite a lot. Moreover, she didn't understand this before, so when she laid her hands on them, she didn't pay the slightest attention to the dosage. Ge also turned his head and saw the small bottles that were almost empty. I'm sorry brother E. I really didn't know that they had this use, Yi Rou said with a reddened face. As she said that, she hurriedly took out a paper towel, and in a hurry, she was going to help Ge wipe the essential oil on his back clean. Indeed, the essential oil that had just been poured on had indeed been wiped clean, but this was only what had just been poured on. The ones that had been used for more than half an hour before had already evaporated in Yi Rou's massage. It's fine. This is not your fault either. Ge frowned and said stoically. He then sat up in a flash, turned around and walked up the stairs. I'm going to take a cold shower first. With those words, Ge's figure had already disappeared at the stairs. In the large living room, Yi Rou was now the only one left sitting on her knees on the sofa dumbfounded. Oh my god. Yi Rou looked at the essential oil over there that was already almost empty, and then looked at the cell phone on the side, still somewhat unable to believe the reality. How could this be? Yi Rou's face blushed with shame, and when she thought of the scene she saw when Ge got up just now, she raised her small hands and hurriedly covered her face. Only, more than anything else, Yi Rou felt guilty in her heart. She guiltily patted her face with her small hand, and after cursing herself a few times, she was about to get up and go upstairs to check on Ge. The moment she was about to go up the stairs, Yi Rou remembered something and hurriedly turned around and went over to the sofa to clean up the essential oils and threw them into the trash can. After looking at the living room did not leave any traces, Yi Rou this only footsteps hurriedly up the stairs. Only, she is now more or less a little weak. After all, she is now dressed in this body if it is seen by people cannot be good. Therefore, although Yi Rou's heart was very anxious, she still came to Ge's bedroom with gentle steps. She looked worried and raised her head to knock on the door, but there was no response from Ge inside, so she thought she should still be taking a cold shower. After biting her pink lips and hesitating for a moment, Yi Rou reached out her hand and pushed open the door. I didn't expect that Ge really didn't lock the door. With a happy heart, Yi Rou then worriedly rushed in. Brother E, are you alright? Yi Rou anxiously inquired. Still no one responded to Yi Rou. The only thing that responded to Yi Rou was the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Yi Rou subconsciously looked towards the direction where the sound was coming from, but just a glance caused a blush to creep onto her cheeks once again. The bathroom in Ge's room had a frosted glass door, so when Yi Rou stood over there, although she couldn't see Ge inside, she could vaguely make out the flesh-colored figure. And at the sight of Ge's figure, Yi Rou instantly moved her eyes away with a blushing face. Only, after a few moments, Yi Rou couldn't help but look over again with a blushing face. Oh my god, this body proportion. Yi Rou couldn't help but sigh a little in her heart. She was originally studying fashion design, so she naturally understood just how perfect this body proportion of Ge's was. Yi Rou looked at the frosted glass in fascination, but soon Yi Rou was slightly chuffed. Sensing that something was wrong, she raised her hand and touched her face, but felt a scorching heat. She then wiped the sweat from her forehead, yet she still felt hot and dry on her body. Previously, when she had been framed by Zhou Yi, Yi Rou had already experienced this feeling. Therefore, Yi Rou reacted as an afterthought that she should be similar to Ge right now, all because of that essential oil. Thinking about it, Yi Rou instantly reacted. Originally she only felt slightly hot, but just now when Ge went upstairs, she didn't notice and covered her face directly with her hands. Yi Rou was simply going to cry at her own stupidity. Her brain was already a bit confused. Suddenly, Yi Rou's afterglow caught a glimpse of the air conditioner's remote control. She hurriedly lowered the temperature a bit. As for Ge over there, his brain was muddled even more, and although he was a lot better after taking a cold shower, he was still uncomfortably hot and dry. He pressed a few acupoints of his own again and again. His brain was finally awake some, but it was still the same as just now. His body was still very hot and dry. In his heart, he knew that it would be useless to take a cold shower again, so Ge can only helplessly bitter smile. He raised his hand to turn off the water, then casually took a bath towel to his body a drape and opened the bathroom door to go out. Just after walking out, Ge immediately felt the chill outside, which cleared Ge's mind for a few more minutes. "Brother E." A soft and charming voice came from the front, and when Ge looked up in surprise, he was shocked to find that Yi Ro Ro had actually come to his room without realizing it. At this time, Yi Ro Ro was reclining on her own bed, looking at herself with a watery eye. Ge looked up and saw Yi Ro Ro's scarlet face, then immediately realized. It seems that Yi Ro Ro herself didn't escape. "Brother E, what to do? So hard to." Yi Ro Ro's body is sore and weak, helplessly lying on her side over there looking at Ge. Ge sighed helplessly, walked forward and directly picked up Yi Ro Ro. Originally, Ge wanted to throw Yi Ro Ro into the bathroom and give her a cold shower. However, that's when the accident happened. Ge had just grabbed Yi Ro Ro's collar, and in that instant, the clothes on Yi Ro Ro's body were suddenly in tatters. Ge looked at the clothes on Yi Ro Ro's body with some consternation, but after thinking that they were clothes bought at some specialty store, Ge understood. It seems that in order to facilitate that gear, that boss did not spend less effort. To be honest, looking at Yi Ro Ro just like this lying in front of his own, Ge is not moved. But, after all, Yi Ro Ro identity special, now temporarily cannot move. Thinking of this, Ge clenched his teeth and wrapped Yi Ro Ro with a blanket, and directly picked up Yi Ro Ro and threw her into the bathtub in the bathroom. The next second, Ge mercilessly turned on the cold water. The cool water rushed over the body, which made Yi Ro Ro instantly awake. Compared to the previous time when she was framed, this time the situation wasn't particularly serious. After all, this is only used to give the young couple to increase the love choose, not a spring yow. Moreover, being Chi-E, Yi Ro Ro's contact is still relatively small, so naturally, she woke up relatively quickly. Sober? See, Yi Ro Ro's eyes are no longer so disoriented, but looks a little clear stupid. Ge then clear. Yi Ro Ro now looks like it is awake a lot. Yi Ro Ro looked at Ge in a daze, then her eyes slid down, and after seeing a certain spot wrapped in a bath towel, she hurriedly moved her eyes away with a red face. "There are clean bath towels over there. Hurry up and go back to your room." Yi Ro Ro was awake, but Ge's fire was now coming back up, so after explaining to Yi Ro Ro, Ge took the shower on the side, and without thinking, he directly turned on the cold water and poured it on his body. The sound of water resounded in his ears. Ge couldn't hear the movement on the side, and thought that Yi Ro Ro had already left, but he didn't think that after a while, Ge felt a warm and soft body on his body. Ge instantly came back to his senses. He turned off the shower and wiped his hair, opening his eyes to look over. Yi Ro Ro? He couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. Yi Ro Ro shyly leaned in Ge's arms. "Brother E. Me? Let me help you." Ha! Although it was just a short word, Ge was very shocked in his heart. The little witch was even so proactive now. His high-end game was so useful. Seeing Ge staring blankly at himself and no longer speaking, Yi Ro Ro, who had managed to gather the courage to come over, was more or less anxious. "Brother E. Me? Can't I?" Ge immediately felt a headache, his eyebrows twitching as he pushed Yi Ro Ro away. "Little children don't talk nonsense. Quickly go back to your room." Who knows? How could he dislike it? It was just that currently Yi Ro Ro's identity was very special, because now Yi Ro Ro is not a pro-life thing everyone doesn't know. If it's really good with the little witch, she must be excited to announce it, which if Yi-Han knows, not to say that it is okay now, after a while he will have to die. It's hard to already slowly pry open Yi-Han's corner. Ge will not be so reckless. He's going to take it step by step and be careful. Being pushed away by Ge, Yi Ro Ro stumbled 2 steps. She looked at Ge in a trance, not expecting to really be rejected by Ge. This caused Yi Ro Ro to instantly wet her eyes. Was it because she had treated Ge poorly before that caused Ge to dislike her now? Thinking of this, Yi Ro Ro could not help but bite her pink lips tightly with her shell teeth. She looked at the man in front of her who was still rinsing the cool water, looked at his body that seemed to have been carved out, and thought of how considerate Ge was on weekdays. She couldn't imagine how she would feel if Ge was really with Shinmumu, or with someone else's woman. However, just thinking about it now, Yi Ro Ro would also feel very unwilling. Thinking of this, Yi Ro Ro stepped forward. She fiercely hugged Ge, her small hands already tugging at Ge's bathrobe. The next day, when Ge woke up in a daze, he only felt a stabbing pain in his brain. He couldn't help but wrap the blanket around his body. And only then did he remember that not only did he take a cold shower last night, even the temperature of the air conditioner was frighteningly low. However, early in the morning, as long as he remembered what happened last night, GE was more or less impulsive again. He let out a long sigh. Then he took the remote control of the air conditioner and set the temperature back. GE really didn't expect that the little witch would be so proactive, especially when she lunged up from behind. But even if that was the case, GE still had the heart of a thief but not the guts to cough. In fact, he was also thinking about the bigger picture. He couldn't ruin the bureau that had been laid down with great difficulty just for the sake of Yi Ro Ro alone. Well, a delicate voice came from the side. GE looked over and the first thing he saw was the young girl's red lips. It was true that he didn't carry on to the end last night, but he gave himself some relief in other ways. Brother E. Yi Ro Ro's consciousness returned, and subconsciously she wanted to raise her hand to rub her eyes. Only, in the next second she felt a soreness coming from her wrist, and at the same time, Yi Ro Ro's mind instantly cleared up. Awake? Get up. Be careful of being discovered by them later. Shi smilingly stretched out his hand to rub Yi Ro Ro's head. Discovered on discover. Yi Ro Ro frowned with a small frown and muttered, her throat burning hot and aching. Just as GE wanted to say something, he heard his cell phone vibrate. Looking at the notes on it, the smile on GE's face dissipated and his entire being became serious. Your brother's phone. With these words, Yi Ro Ro was so frightened that she hurriedly burrowed into the quilt. And GE also immediately connected that video call. Not up yet? The Yi Han on that end, with a blonde woman in his arms, said smilingly. GE laughed. Good morning big brother, it's only 6 o'clock on my side. This is. Yi Han on the other end laughed a few times. Ha 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 also, forgot about the time difference. With that, he patted the woman beside him. Ms. Morris, you can just call sister-in-law. Shi looked at the woman, his gaze flickering. Good day sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, the woman also looked over, and she smiled as she looked at GE and nodded politely. Ms. Morris, worthy of being called a woman with a divine face by the foreign media. This appearance looked very stunning indeed. She should be of mixed blood, and although she had blonde hair, her face looked more Asian. Hello, politely greeted. Morris just faintly to receive a cell phone this side of a glance. GE even sure that this Ms. Morris did not see their own, and then continued to talk with the people behind them. Listening to her Chinese accent was very fluent. It seemed that she should be mixed with Chinese. How is it? During the time I was away, is the situation over there alright? Right. Especially Ro Ro. This child has a spirited personality. GE smiled. Boss, don't worry. The situation over here is not bad. And Ms. Yi Ro Ro has not been going to the bar for a while now. You know, she goes to class early in the morning every day, and comes back in the evening, so she doesn't have the time to go. Yi Han on the other end laughed. I think it's not that I don't want to go. I just ate a loss once before and was scared. Speaking here, Yi Han seemed to suddenly think of something. By the way, the Zhou family didn't find you trouble, right? Shi shook his head. Boss don't worry. They don't know that Zhou Ye's matter is related to me. Yi Han nodded. That's good. Speaking of which, fortunately, last time Zhou Ye found to go to the ancient Chinese gang of those people in general, or you will be dragged down, and so on brother back. Sure to please you have a good meal. Shi silently looked at the quilt that moved next to him, and then said, it's okay boss. Originally to protect Ms. Ro Ro is also my job, but you have to pay attention to safety outside. Outside is not compared to the country. Manpower must be brought enough. Obviously, the opposite side of Yi Han for GE's loyalty looks very satisfied. Even the smile on his face is also a few points more. By the way, GE, this time, brother called you because he has something to tell you. Thinking about it, I think this task can only be accomplished by you. At those words, Shi's face instantly became serious. Only in his heart he snorted with great disdain. Speaking nicely, he was actually trying to get himself to die. Sure enough, what should come will eventually come. According to the plot development in the original story, Yi Han now just wanted to go himself as an undercover agent and let himself go to his death. Boss you say, no matter what the mission is, I will definitely complete it. Yi Han on the other end once again nodded with satisfaction. He opened his mouth just wanting to say something, only before he could speak, Maurice on the other side approached Yi Han's ear and whispered something. Afterwards, GE saw Yi Han nodding. His face expression was even a little happy. GE silently guessed that Maurice should have introduced Yi Han to his family, so Yi Han would be so surprised. As expected, after whispering a few words with Ms. Morris, Yi-han then looked over. There's something on my side. I'll send you the information to take a look first, and then I'll talk to you in detail afterward. Good. Ge nodded his head in agreement. Just as Ge nodded his head in agreement, Yi-han over there had quickly hung up the phone. Ge looked at the hung-up phone and fell into deep thought, wondering how far Yi-han's relationship with Ms. Morris had progressed by now. In the original story, after Yi-han met Miss Morris, he took the trouble to stay abroad just so he could take Miss Morris. Miss Morris, on the other hand, is the daughter of the largest mafia in the country of M, so the difficulty of taking her down is also very great. In the original with, is also involved in 300,000 words. However, at this time, Ge was more or less unsure. After all, just now in the video call, Ge clearly saw that Yi-han was wrapped around Ms. Morris' waist. If the relationship between the two was developing rapidly, this could not be considered a good thing for Ge. While Ge was still fuming over here, Yi-ro-ro over there couldn't hide any longer. She lifted the quilt with a huff, and then approached Ge's side with an anxious face. She naturally knew why Yi-ro-ro was so anxious, but he still pretended to look at Yi-ro-ro in confusion. What's wrong? It's getting late, so hurry up and go back to your room. After saying that, Ge was about to turn around and walk towards the washroom, and in the next second, his wrist was held by a soft little hand. Brother E, wait a moment, there's something I want to ask you. Yi-ro-ro inquired very anxiously. She knew that it was because he had just mentioned Joey that Yi-ro-ro reacted to something. She wasn't the type of person who did anything good without leaving a name. Especially now. He had done a good deed behind his back, and he just had to admit it, or else he could be considered to have suffered a loss. What's wrong? Chi-E pretended to be very puzzled and turned his head to look at Yi-ro-ro. Yi-ro-ro's pair of big eyes looked straight at Chi-E, and there were even some emotions inside that Chi-E couldn't even understand. Brother E, did Joey find you in trouble after that? Yi-ro-ro inquired with great concern. You're worried about that? Ge smiled without caring in the slightest, then he lazily rubbed Yi-ro-ro's head. Don't worry, he won't do anything to me. Yi-ro-ro nodded. You? Why didn't you even say anything to me? After all, things also started because of me. You should have said something to me. Ge sighed helplessly. Ro-ro, there are a lot of cruel sides in society that you haven't seen. You just have to be happy. You don't need to know these things. Hearing Ge's words, Yi-ro-ro's eyes instantly turned red. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she directly stood up and jumped into Chi-E's arms. I'm sorry brother E, I'm the one who got you into trouble. Yi-ro-ro said in a choked tone, and looking at the young girl in his arms who cried out in guilt, Ge instead hooked his lips leisurely. It's fine, I have the ability to protect myself. Although things were a bit troublesome to deal with, but in the end it was dealt with. Yi-ro-ro likewise remembered that Joey had indeed not appeared for quite some time. Did Joey leave the country? Yi-ro-ro remembered that after someone had bullied herself before and was discovered by Yi-han, that person's entire family had been driven abroad by Yi-han. Not oh. Ge stifled two laughs as he reached out his hand to clamp down on Yi-ro-ro's chin. His kind of animal is not even as good as a person. Just letting him leave the country would be too light a punishment. Yi-ro-ro blinked in confusion. Then where did he go? She looked at the simple little witch in front of him and said quietly, he died. I killed him with my own hands. Upon hearing this, Yi-ro-ro instantly widened her eyes in surprise. Seeing the little witch sitting in front of her froze over there, Ge couldn't help but hook his lips and snicker. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Yi-ro-ro shook her head. No, I'm just worried about you. Why did you kill him? Is he trying to harm you? Ge raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this little witch's brain was quite good. Not that kind of brainless woman. Well, after he set up a scheme to trick me over, he tried to get the people from the Guhua gang to kill me, but I killed him back. Chi-E spoke lightly. As he spoke, he paid attention to Yi-ro-ro's face, wanting to know if Yi-ro-ro really wasn't scared or if she was just pretending. However, he didn't expect that after he said those words, Yi-ro-ro's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother E, you're awesome, she said with bright eyes as she looked at Ge with a very worshipful face. Ge, for a moment, he couldn't get it right. But, really very sorry are because of me, which makes your life is threatened. Ge this side did not think of Yi-ro-ro really not afraid. Only Ge has not yet spoken. We'll see in front of his eyes holding his hand Yi-ro-ro suddenly lost his voice and cried out. What are you crying about? Ge cried and laughed as he reached out his hand to help her wipe her tears, because that mate outfit had broken. Last night, Yi Ro was resting in a bath towel. At this moment, she was sitting on her knees on the bed, and her loose bathrobe more or less made Ge unable to move his eyes. Ding Ding detected a large amount of favorability for the Heaven's Destiny heroine. Rewarded with 2,000 points of villain value. Ge froze. According to this villain value, it looks like Yi Ro has a lot of favorability towards herself at this time. Okay, look at your side out of breath. The knife mouth lick blood thing brother do more. Not bad this one. In the end, Ge coaxed half a day little witch. Finally let her while everyone is not up. Hurry back to their rooms. However, thinking about the little witch's red lips and sour wrist, Ge more or less some intolerance. After all, he had Shuang Wave. Can't not care about people. Unfortunately, he only got one bottle of the spring cream and gave it back to the butterfly. Now, he can't still be shy to find people to ask for it back. After washing up, Ge looked at his points. And also because of the open system page, Ge this time to see his last night ignored the system prompts. Ding Ding host's villainous behavior towards the heavenly hostess has been detected, rewarding 1,000 villainous values. When Ge saw this message, he was instantly delighted. But before Ge could see his balance clearly, the system's beeps came again. Ding Ding detected that the host has received the male master's power worship value, rewarded 500 villain value. Ding Ding detected that the host has dismantled the male master's power, rewarded with 500 villain values. Receiving this message in the middle of the morning, Ge was more or less unresponsive. Ding dong, the cell phone beside him rang, and Ge looked over to find that it was Firefox and the others who had sent themselves a message. And by the looks of it, they should have just visited Song Ying and the others in the hospital. So, this is why he himself has been rewarded. Ge looked at his villain value. During this period of time, his villain value had unexpectedly reached 20,880 without realizing it. The moment he saw the villain value, Ge quickly opened the lottery page. He originally wanted to draw the Supreme Treasure Chest, but thought that with his current points, he wouldn't have much left after 2 draws. So after thinking about it, Ge still chose the Platinum Chest. There was no way. Without points, he really didn't have much of a bottom line. After thinking about it, Ge directly drew the Platinum Treasure Chest 4 times in a row. A Platinum Chest requires 5,000 points, so after 4 draws, his points have shrunk to 880. Ding Ding congratulations to the host, obtaining the Ghost Gate 13 Needles for beginners. Ding Ding congratulations to the host, obtaining 500 charm value. Ding Ding congratulations to the host, obtaining Piano Skill Mastery. Ding Ding congratulations to the host, obtaining the Living Oil X1. Looking at the skills on the system panel, Ge slightly raised his eyebrows. System this Ghost Gate 13 Needles won't have any side effects if you use it, right? Ding Ding please don't worry about the host the system produces and will discard the side effects. Upon hearing this, Ge then nodded, very satisfied with this reward. However, looking down, at the sight of that vitalizing oil, Ge's sight couldn't help but pause once again. That living oil used, won't have that kind of side effect, right? This time, the system was still quick to answer Ge's question. Ding Ding please host rest assured this is a serious vitalizing oil it used for joint muscle strain and soreness it. Ge nodded, completely relieved, because Yi Ro had to attend a class reunion today. She took the day off and was in no hurry to go to class. When Ge went downstairs, he happened to see Song Cheng approaching Yi Ro with a concerned face. Ro, what's wrong with your mouth? Why is your speech so hoarse? Did you get cold last night? Do you want me to get you some cold medicine? If it was in the past, seeing Song Cheng's fake sympathy coming over, Yi Ro would have long gone back nonchalantly and eerily. But today, perhaps because she was a bit weak, Yi Ro didn't say anything, and just sat there in a trance. When Ge went down, he didn't see the figure of the flower butterfly. He looked at Yi Ro. Where is the flower butterfly? When Yi Ro heard Ge's words, she suddenly came back to her senses. Her eyes looked straight at Ge, and spoke. I gave Butterfly a vacation today, but she said that she was going to visit a patient today, and would have wanted to wait for you to join her, but you didn't get up, so she went on her own. Ge nodded. In his heart he realized that she should have just gone at Song Ying's side. After watching Ge go downstairs, Song Ching couldn't help but think of that video from before. She secretly gave Ge a look that was not favorable, but finally put on a smile and walked forward. Why are you just coming down for dinner? Song Cheng smiled and pouted, and then very pleasingly changed a bowl of congee for Ge. Ge looked at this attitude of Song Qing and just raised his eyebrows slightly without saying anything. But it had to be said. The feeling of being licked was really good. As for Yi Ro over there, she frowned slightly when she saw Song Qing's appearance. Although she had looked at Song Chang with some displeasure before, she had to admit that at this moment, that displeasure had reached its peak. Brother Yi Ro stood up and directly pushed Song Qing aside to sit beside Ge. Tonight's class reunion. Someone will be coming to the house to style us in a while. You don't have any other arrangements today, do you? Hearing this, Ge shook his head. It's fine. I've taken time off from both Sister Scarlet Burning and Yin Feifei's side, so I'll be accompanying you today. Hearing the latter part of Ge's sentence, Yi Ro's eyes rubbed up. Brother Yi, I knew you were the best. After being squeezed out by Yi Ro, Song Chang skimmed her lips and returned to her side of the seat and sat down. Only, she raised her head to look at Yi Ro and then at Ge. Although Yi Ro was also glued to Ge's side in the previous 2 days, why did she feel that the more she looked, the more she felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit off right now? Ge took out the oil he had just drawn and handed it to Yi Ro. Yi Ro looked at something so familiar in Ge's hand, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned for a moment. She looked at the trash can over the sofa in the living room. She clearly remembered that last night, she had specifically packed up and thrown away all these things. How come there were still some in Ge's hands now? Brother Yi, this. Seeing Yi Ro look at the sofa side, and then hesitantly looked at his hands of the vitalizing oil, which let Ge instantly understand what. It looks like Yi Ro should have misunderstood just like himself. Ge looked at her in tears, then smiled and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm serious about this." Yi Ro's face turned red, and she quickly took the bottle of vitalizing oil and put it directly into her pocket, then continued to eat with her head down. Song Qing didn't pay attention to this side, because at this moment, the thoughts in her head were very confusing. She naturally did not want to look at Ge's face every day, but the evidence is still in Ge's cell phone, so let her disobey Ge. She is not dare. When she thought of this, Song Qing became even more angry. If it wasn't for Ge deleting the video she secretly recorded earlier, she wouldn't be in this situation. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Song Qing suddenly thought of something, which made her light up. Yeah, if Ge could delete his own videos, then he could also delete the videos in Ge's cell phone. As long as she found a way to delete Ge's video, then Ge wouldn't be able to threaten herself. Ge leisurely sat over there eating his meal. While he was eating, he could feel a shy look in his eyes. And of course, there was also a meaningful line of sight. It goes without saying that the shy look naturally came from Yi Ro, and that meaningful line of sight. Naturally, there's no need to say whose it is. After eating, Ge went straight to Lu Qingfang's room. He gently lifted the quilt of Lu Qingfang, apologizing as he moved. "I'm sorry, Sister Qingfang. I came back too late in the past 2 days, so I didn't come. I won't in the future." Afterwards, Ge began to talk about the interesting things he had recently learned, and some gossip for Lu Qingfang to listen to. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 50 villain value. Lu Qingfang had indeed woken up now. Ge hooked his lips, and the movements of his hands began to change unpredictably. Just as Ge thought, Lu Qingfang was indeed awake now. She was lying over there unable to move, but a blush slowly surfaced on her blush, and then it gradually spread out, and in a place that Ge could not see. Her hand shook slightly and unnoticeably for a split second. Lu Qingfang lying over there had to admit that she had been lying in this bed for 5 years. For a vegetative person without consciousness, it was just a split second of time. But for Lu Qingfang, during these 2 years, although she couldn't open her eyes, but the consciousness was always awake. In these 2 years, Lu Qingfang remembered very clearly, remembered that Yihan came less and less often, and even until now, he would not come here once in 2 or 3 months. Lu Qingfang naturally is also clear a period of time ago Yihan to come here, come more frequently, but also only because Yi Ro and Song Cheng here. Lu Qingfang understood everything in her heart, so she was also bitter in her heart, but without realizing it, Lu Qingfang gradually began to care about Ge. She knew that she was in love with Yihan, and although Yihan wasn't that great looking, he was very personally attractive. However, until now, Lu Qingfang had to admit that to this day. As she lay here now, she did look forward to Ge's arrival every day, every night, every moment. She looked forward to Ge's big, gentle hands massaging her, and to Ge's gentle voice that would always keep telling her about the interesting things that happened every day. Brother Yi. Ge was concentrating on his massage, tracing Lu Qingfang's curves with his sight, when suddenly he heard the sound of a door opening. He stopped his movements and subconsciously twisted his head, and saw Yi Ro poking her head out, calling out to herself in a small voice. What's wrong? Seeing that Ji was really here, Yi Ro instantly smiled brightly and pushed the door open. You're really here, brother Yi. You're. After seeing Ji's movements, Yi Ro hesitantly pointed to Ji's hand and then to Lu Qingfang. Oh, don't I know how to massage? Just thought of giving Sister Qingfang a massage to relax. You can't just count on Song Cheng, right? If you just count on her, I'm afraid that Sister Qingfang's muscles will stiffen up. Ji shrugged his shoulders and said very naturally. Yi Ro heard that Ji's words were very reasonable and was convinced of Ji. She frowned her small eyebrows and nodded with a serious face. Brother Yi, what you said makes sense. It's true that you can't trust her. She has a lot of little thoughts, and she definitely won't take good care of Sister Qingfang. Looking at the little witch's reaction, Ji nodded with great satisfaction. By the way, did you come to find me for something? Oh, I was thinking that the styling team is coming soon, so I came to look for you, Yi Ro said as she looked towards the stunning beauty lying on the bed. She sighed slightly as she spoke, then looked up at Ji. Brother Yi, you said that when my brother called you in the morning, that Ms. Morris next to you, was really, again. Although Yi Ro didn't finish the sentence, the meaning was self-evident. Ji nodded. Well, the boss told me to call my sister-in-law, and that Miss Morris didn't refuse, so it seems to be. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro sighed quietly again, but he's already had quite a few people around him in the past 2 years. Why does he still need? Ro, this is the boss's own personal matter. We can't intervene. Besides, Maurice is the daughter of the M Mafia of the M country. It's also very helpful to the boss's path in the future. Yi Ro choked after hearing Ji's words. She saw Yihan surrounded by more and more people before. She thought it was just because of philandering, and after hearing Ji's words just now, Yi Ro then suddenly realized that it seemed like each and every one of those people would bring help to Yihan, but, after all, is still his own brother. Yi Ro sighed very helplessly. To say no, my brother is quite scummy. You say if you wait for Qing Frost's sister to wake up after knowing that my brother is so philandering, will not be very sad. At those words, Ji looked towards Lu Qingfang who was still lying on the bed. Lu Qingfang, whose face was red, was now white. Ji smiled secretly. There's no need to wait to wake up. Now she already knows. Ding Ding detected that the host has strayed from the male and female host's feelings, rewarded with 500 villain values. Ji sighs. After all, the boss has his own decision, so we should just respect his decision. Yi Ro was silent as she looked at Lu Qingxuan, not knowing what she was thinking. Alright, I hear as if someone is coming downstairs. Let's go down quickly. When the two went down, the bunch of styling team happened to get off the bus. Song Cheng had already opened the door, and at that moment the group was carrying things inside in piles. Hello, I'm Lin Dai from Northern Lights Studio, the stylist Ms. Yi Ro hired. May I ask if you are? Lin Dai said while looking up and down. Song Cheng up and down. Looks very young, should be in Yi Ro about the same age. Should be a college student? And look at this dress. The price of the clothes on the body is not cheap. You are Ms. Yi Ro's friend, right? Lin Dai put up a smile on his face and inquired. Yes, I. Song Cheng smiled and just wanted to open her mouth before she was directly interrupted by the voice coming from upstairs. No, she is my family nanny, Yi Ro said while holding Chi's arm and walked down from above. And Lin Dai slightly raised his eyebrows after hearing this and his eyes changed as he looked at Song Cheng. Where would a rich family go to be a nanny? So this outfit. Song Cheng very keenly perceived the transformation of the eyes of the woman in front of her, but she could not refute the words of Yi Ro. After all, Yi Ro said all is the truth. But in the end, Song Cheng still felt some shame. In front of so many people's faces, is Yi Ro not give her any face at all? Thinking of this, Song Cheng secretly gritted her teeth. After a while, Yi Han came back. When she succeeds in getting to the top, there will be a good time for them. Yi Ro's family's situation Lin Dai also knows some. After all, she is also because of Yi Han. This is to recognize Yi Ro. Looking at the color of Yi Ro's eyes as she looked towards Song Cheng, Lin Dai immediately understood what was going on. Ro long time no see. This is? Lin Dai noticed the man beside Yi Ro at a glance. At the sight of the man, Lin Dai's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of amazement. As a well-known stylist in the industry, Lin Dai had naturally seen quite a few male celebrities, but it had to be said that the face value of the one beside Yi Ro was indeed good. Although it wasn't a top-notch godly face, it was very durable, making people unable to help but keep their eyes on him. Previously, the one who gave Lin Dai this feeling was still Yihan, but obviously, the man in front of him was a lot less good-looking than Yihan. Lin Dai looked at Yi Ro derisively, not thinking that Yi Ro's vision was so good that she had taken such a big handsome man. Oh, he's a bodyguard under Brother Cold. Without waiting for Yi Ro and Ji to speak, Song Qing said with great resentment. Yi Ro looked at Lin Dai's teasing sight more or less embarrassed, but did not expect to hear Song Qing's words before this side of the conversation. The smile on Yi Ro's face immediately disappeared. She knew that Song Qing must have done it on purpose. Ji slightly raised his eyebrows and looked towards Song Qing, who didn't dare to meet his eyes. It seemed that he was taking it out on himself. Even Lin Dai, who was on the side, after hearing Song Qing's words, looked back at Song Qing and then looked in Ji. A normal nanny wouldn't choke back like this. Sure enough, just like she imagined, this MS. Song really wasn't some ordinary nanny. Those similar to the showbiz things, Lin Dai also know clearly. She knew, Yihan kind of man around the woman will not be broken. But, the same although Yihan is very charming, but not suitable for themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Dai's sight couldn't help but look at the man beside Yi Ro. Pity, such a good cabbage. Has been picked by Yi Ro first. Well, I am indeed a bodyguard. Only I am a proper bodyguard. Ji said slowly without haste. Song Qing was still able to endure those just now, but Ji's sentence directly made her break her defenses somewhat. She stood over there with a red face, but in the end, she still didn't dare to say it back. I'll go prepare the fruits. Unable to do anything about it, Song Qing could only give Ji an indignant look and turned around to leave directly. But, Yi Ro didn't hold back a soft laugh. Lin Dai was also overjoyed. It seemed that the man in front of her was not the kind of man who was very dull. Seeing Lin Dai looking straight at himself, Ji curved his lips and stretched out his hand to politely say, "Hello, my name is Ji." Looking at the hand that was handed over in front of her, Lin Dai instantly brightened up and put her hand out. "Hello, I'm Lin Dai from Northern Lights Studio. Nice to meet you." Ji laughed. This caused Lin Dai to instantly light up again. Looking at this temperament, and this posture, if she hadn't just realized that Ji was a bodyguard, she would have really thought that he was a wealthy nobleman. Seeing the two chatting, Yi Ro's line of sight couldn't help but fall to the hands the two were holding. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Dai had no choice but to withdraw her hand. She cried and laughed as she looked at Yi Ro. "Look at you. I just shook hands with your boyfriend and I'm jealous?" As soon as these words came out, Yi Ro instantly froze over there, and she looked at Ji with a red little face in anticipation and shyness. But before Ji could say anything, his cell phone rang. Seeing Ji walk to the side, Yi Ro's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. "No la, he's not my boyfriend." Yi Ro couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Lin Dai instantly brightened up as she looked at Ji who was walking to the side. "Wow, so hey, Fei, what are you looking for me for?" Ji inquired. Yan Fei on the other end. Her voice was very embarrassed. "I have something to find you. Are you busy right now? If you're busy, I'll call you back later." Yan Fei over there said tentatively. Ji smiled. "What am I busy with early in the morning? It's fine. I'm not busy, you tell me. What's the matter?" Hearing Ji's words, Yan Fei then relaxed a lot. She hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. "It's like this. I tried to write the third song, but no matter how it's right, it doesn't match up with that accompaniment we got out a while ago." Yan Fei said with great distress. What creation needed most was inspiration, and now she was all of a sudden stuck over here. "You first, don't be anxious, send it over to me," Ji comforted. Yan Fei excitedly said. "Yes," but before Ji could hang up, he heard Yan Fei cautiously test. "So what, is it convenient to make a video call from your side?" Ji looked behind him. Yi Ro had already begun to prepare for the styling, and thought it would be a long time before it was his turn. "Good, convenient, good," Yan Fei said excitedly. Then without waiting for Ji to speak again, Yan Fei had already hung up the phone. Ji cried and laughed as he shook his head. Then he placed the phone on the coffee table and lowered his head to look for paper and pen in the drawer below. When Lin Yan walked up, she saw Ji's cell phone ringing on the table. She unintentionally saw the note. Yan Fei? Same name as that top stream singer then, she joked. It was just at this time that Song Qing also walked up with a prepared fruit plate, so she also glanced towards Ji's cell phone. Sure enough, she saw that the person's name was Yan Fei, and even her avatar was Yan Fei. She disdainfully skimmed her mouth. I really don't understand you stargazers. Are your imaginations so serious? Tell me about you people. You've been chasing stars for half a day, but people don't even know who you are. As she said that, Song Chang put down the fruit plate in her hand with a sneer on her face. Miss Lin Dai, do you think what I said makes sense? Song Chang laughed. Lin Dai, on the other hand, slightly frowned. After all, Song Chang's disdainful look was really a bit harsh. I think star chasing is a personal right and interest. It's better for outsiders to care less. Seeing that Lin Dai wasn't turning towards herself, Song Chang didn't take it seriously and instead looked towards GE over there with his head down. Seeing that the phone call was about to hang up, GE finally found the paper and pen. Of course, just now, while looking for something, GE naturally heard the conversation between the two of them. Worthy of being MS. Lin, the words that come out of her mouth have a big picture perspective. Unlike those small-minded ones. She shook his head in wonderment, then picked up the phone. Song Ching angrily stomped her foot, not thinking that now she was being implicitly mocked by GE again. She turned around and just wanted to leave to walk upstairs when she heard Lin Yan's exclamation behind her. Yan Fei Fei? Lin Yan was stunned as she looked at the figure that appeared inside her cell phone. She hadn't been in the industry for long in the previous 2 years, but Yan Fei Fei had already retired. Moreover, Yan Fei Fei's schedule had always been strictly controlled by the company, and she usually didn't participate in any variety shows or activities. Therefore, Lin Dai didn't have the chance to see Yan Fei Fei, nor did she have the chance to make up for her. She looked at Chi-E in surprise. Chi-E, you know Yan Fei Fei? Oh? Chi-E sits lazily over there and smiles bashfully. Aha! Lin Yan's voice wasn't exactly small, so naturally Yan Fei Fei on the other end of the phone heard it clearly. Hello, Yan Fei Fei said very cheerfully. And seeing GE pointing his camera at himself, Lin Yan couldn't help but get nervous. Hello there, MS. Yan Fei Fei. Seeing her so formal made Yan Fei Fei a little teary-eyed. Ha 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 ha, no need to be so polite la. You're also Chi-Yi's friend. Just call me Fei Fei. Hearing them chatting happily over there, Song Ching was completely unable to stand still. She curiously approached over and didn't expect to really see Yan Fei Fei on her cell phone. Seeing Lin Dai and Yan Fei Fei chatting so happily, she was so excited that she also wanted to say hello to her DRO, but before she could move, the cell phone was taken away by GE. Lin Dai was so excited that she couldn't do anything. Then, you guys chat first, I'm going to go prepare MS. Ro's look. Hearing Lin Dai's words, Yan Fei Fei looked at GE with some confusion. Styling? GE took out his prepared paper and pen. Well, today Ro is going to a classmate reunion, and since she doesn't have a male companion, she had to let me accompany her. Yan Fei Fei nodded her head in understanding. That's right. Right GE, I'll show you my tune. With that Yan Fei Fei turned the camera. Song Ching looked at the two people who were talking happily to each other and somewhat incredulously looked at GE. She hadn't thought that GE would even know the big star Yan Fei Fei, and it looked like the two were still working together. Wasn't he just a small bodyguard? How could he know Yan Fei Fei? How did he come to know Yan Fei Fei? This fact gave Song Ching a bit of a shock, causing her to stand there for a moment without regaining her senses. By the time GE and Yan Fei Fei had finished chatting about the tune, Song Chung behind him was already gone. When he glanced back over at Ro's side, he saw that Ro seemed to be secretly glancing at herself. However, she obviously didn't expect GE to suddenly turn his head, so after meeting his eyes, she hurriedly averted her gaze. GE got up and moved his muscles before walking forward. Is this just the beginning? Lin Dai originally liked GE more, and just after realizing that GE actually knew Yan Fei Fei, she treated him with even more fervor. Yes, after all, every place has to be a bit more delicate. When I finish Zoe's hairstyle in a while, I can help you with it. Boys are a lot faster than that. That's good. GE nodded. Although his perseverance wasn't bad, he really couldn't guarantee that he would be able to sit there dry for hours. However, even if he didn't have to go through that much trouble, GE was still busy for quite some time. Moreover, GE had not expected that the Northern Lights styling room would be so dedicated. Although he had spent a huge amount of money on 2 sets of clothes 2 days ago, they were both popular sizes after all. However, he would have looked good in them, but after being given a makeover, it was as if that outfit had been turned into a private order. Seeing the clothing designer surround Chi-E with praise, Lin Dai couldn't even look at him anymore. Alright, go away when you're done with the alterations. People who don't know think you're a hooligan. Sister Lin, you don't understand. This gentleman's body is just too perfect. Asterisk. Around 6:30 p.m., the two managed to arrive outside the banquet hall. After Firefox parked his car, the Maybach, at the entrance of the banquet hall, he looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Brother E, MS. Ro, you see those cars parked outside, are they with you? Yi Ro looked over and then nodded. She pointed at Lin Weiwei, who had just gotten out of the car and was surrounded by people in the center. Well, she's the Lin Weiwei who is always looking for trouble from me. Firefox appropriately started kissing ass. Just by looking at the facing you can tell that this person is very cunning. Miss Zoe, I support you. You're definitely the most beautiful today. She looked at the two with amusement and helplessness. But what Firefox said was not untrue. Yi Ro as the Heaven's Destiny heroine was originally born very beautiful, and now after some dressing up by Northern Lights Studio, she looked very eye-catching indeed. Especially the dress on the body, obviously also spent thought, is outlined the little witch body bumpy. Hearing Firefox's words, Yi Ro smiled in embarrassment. She then looked at Ge with bright eyes. Brother E, look, Lin Weiwei's male companion is far worse than you. Ge looked at the man beside the woman, and in his heart, he agreed with Yi Ro's words, but on his face, he still smiled humbly. Cough, it's okay, but are we getting off now? The Maybach parked straight in front of the red carpet, already attracting most people's attention, and at this moment, even the people surrounding Lin Weiwei over there looked over curiously. They were all looking over curiously, thinking about who in the class was making such a big deal out of it. Lin Weiwei was surrounded by people in the center, and when she saw that the people around her were all looking over curiously, she naturally also looked over to the red carpet side. Because of her willingness to be in the limelight today, Lin Weiwei had specifically pestered her boyfriend to set up this side a bit more luxuriously. They were now already walking in the middle of the red carpet, and as she looked along the Maybach, she couldn't help but frown with dissatisfaction. Today was supposed to be her main event. Who in the world was this big of a show? Seeing that Lin Weiwei was a bit upset, Zhou Lily looked around at the people who were looking at the Maybach in droves, then hurriedly said loudly, "That's right, Weiwei. I heard that Qin Shao specially invited some celebrities for you, didn't he?" As soon as Lily Zhou said this, the group of people who had turned their heads to look at the Maybach turned their heads in curiosity. Really, Weiwei? Really invited stars to come? It has to be our Weiwei's big Ro. Not only did she organize the class reunion so big, but she also managed to invite a star. Yes. I must find a chance to take a picture with them later. But Weiwei, who's all coming this time? The group of people looked at Lin Weiwei excitedly. Lin Weiwei's face flashed with a hint of complacency, and then blandly said, "I'm not really sure about this, but the ones who are coming should be some minor celebrities. After all, those famous celebrities are all very busy with their schedules." When she said this, Lin Weiwei was a little weak in her heart. In fact, behind her back, she also let Chen Kai invited some well-known stars, but helpless. In addition to some third and fourth line star, others are not very rare to come, but it's enough. After all, their group of people are people who have never seen the world. Just some third or fourth line starlets. It's enough to deal with these people. As Lin Weiwei's good best friend and lapdog, Zhou Lily on the side hurriedly said, "That's also very good. After all, it's just a class reunion. Now that it's turned into a banquet and there's a celebrity, this rehearsal is already big." The other students nodded approvingly, coming together to flatter Lin Weiwei. After all, they were already about to graduate, and everyone understood that the thing of connections was still very important. "Hey, isn't that Yi Ro?" Just as Lin Weiwei proposed to go to the banquet hall, she suddenly heard someone exclaim. She looked up and then a flash of surprise appeared on her face. "Didn't you say that Yi Ro's family doesn't have any money? How come it's still doing a Maybach?" Zhou Lily carefully looked at Lin Weiwei's face, then snorted. "Who knows, maybe she climbed up to an old man?" Seeing this, the crowd became even more curious, and what they had just said, Shi had actually heard everything. Really, there really were such people everywhere. "Come, be careful." Shi got off first, then stood at the doorway of the car and thoughtfully helped Yi Ro get off. Seeing the envious expressions from the surrounding area, Yi Ro very proudly stretched out her chest, and provocatively glanced at Lin Weiwei, who had a hard look on her face in front of her. After getting out of the car, Yi Ro wrapped her arms around Ge. Ro, you guys are here?" Seeing this, Shin Mumu also ran up to her, while following her was Lin Fan. Yi Ro nodded with a smile and waved her hand at the Firefox behind her, and at this moment, the people beside Lin Weiwei had already exploded. "Didn't you say you hooked up with an old man? This is a high roller, right?" That's right. My God, look at that body. this if you take off your clothes tisk tsk 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 tsk. It's him? Joe Lily looked at the man beside Yi Ro in shock, but she had to say that even after seeing the man again, Joe Lily still couldn't help but be attracted by Ge. You know him? Lin Weiwei unwillingly withdrew her gaze from looking at the man and looked at Lily Zhou. Joe Lily looked at Lin Weiwei. When I went shopping before, I saw this man with Yi Ro and the others. Lin Weiwei nodded and looked at the Maybach that had left the traffic, then turned her eyes back to the man who was being held by Yi Ro's arm. Baby, what are you looking at? Chen Kai walked forward, a pair of dark hands wrapping around Lin Weiwei's waist. Lin Weiwei's face stiffened for a split second before she turned her head to look at Chen Kai with a smile on her face. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see that a trace of unwillingness flashed across Lin Weiwei's face. Chen Kai, look. That's our classmate Yi Ro. Not knowing what came to her mind, Lin Weiwei took the initiative to point at Yi Ro who had just gotten off the bus over there with a sweet smile and introduced her to Chen Kai. As expected, Chen Kai's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Yi Ro. This classmate of yours, why haven't I seen her before? Chen Kai's greedy eyes looked straight at Yi Ro and said eagerly. Lin Weiwei pouted. Isn't this because you guys didn't have the chance to meet before? See, now that you have the chance, I immediately introduced you guys to meet. Chen Kai nodded and didn't look at her, but kept looking at Yi Ro over there. Similarly, Lin Weiwei's eyes kept looking at Ge over there. Why could she only find someone like Chen Kai? Yi Ro could then find a high-flying handsome? She'd like to see. After being targeted by Chen Kai, would Yi Ro still be able to keep from falling from the sky into the mud? Don't you need to go say hello to the master? Ge wraps Yi Ro's waist and walks slowly towards the front, softly inquiring. Humph. No, don't bother with her. Let's go our own way. Saying that, Yi Ro even accelerated the speed of her feet. Ge rubbed Yi Ro's head in amusement. Alright then, let's continue walking ahead then. After all, Yi Ro also fulfilled her promise and did put on her maid outfit and served herself well. So, Ge had to do his duty as well. On this side, Yi Ro and Ge had just walked into the banquet hall, when a few people walked over to meet them. Ro didn't expect you to have a hidden treasure. Where did you find such a good-looking male companion? Yes, 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 yes. A smattering of questions came towards Ge. Ge was clear that this was actually all due to the clothes on his body and the car outside. Sure enough, the world is like this, no matter what. The final comparison is still money. Okay, asking so many questions. Are you guys checking your accounts? Seeing that they are questioning with 7 mouths, Yi Ro was very dissatisfied and directly stepped forward and blocked in front of Ge. Yi Ro's words are very direct. Said that the group of people more or less some embarrassed, only to see that they smiled sarcastically, and then said, Ro, what are you talking about? We're just looking out for you. Ge stood at the back and saw that quite a few of Yi Ro's classmates were actually human beings. That's why Yi Ro's already straightforward nature was more or less out of place. However, Ge, just like Yi Ro this kind of straight people, he wrapped his arm around Yi Ro's waist and pulled back Yi Ro who was like a little bomb. I'm sorry, our family Ro is a bit short-tempered, but it's true that the family doesn't have any industry, and thanks to Ro taking care of me, I'm able to stand here. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people all exclaimed. And they looked at Yi Ro with envy. They had already attributed the Maybach outside to Ge, so when they heard Ge say that his family didn't have any properties, they just thought that he was keeping a low profile. Seeing that Ge easily blocked those people's words, Yi Ro's eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Ge. Brother E, you're too perfect, aren't you? Yi Ro excitedly whispered over there. Ge laughed. This is even perfect? There's more you haven't seen before. While the two were talking, Shen Mumu and the others walked over. Ge saw that the man called Lin Fan gave himself a provocative look, then walked straight to Yi Ro's face. Ro, I don't know if I have the honor to invite you for a dance later? As he spoke, Lin Fan slightly bent down and stretched out a hand towards Yi Ro. At the same time, Shen Mumu, who had come along with him, also excitedly walked up to Ge. Then, Brother E, can I invite you to a dance later? Ge smiled and didn't rush to speak, but first looked to Yi Ro who was at the side. As soon as she saw Lin Fan, Yi Ro instantly remembered what happened before. She frowned slightly. Lin Fan, I have a male companion. Yi was very satisfied with Yi Roro's words, and in a place that no one else could see, he wrapped his large hand around Yi Roro's thin waist, and gently but regularly rubbed at Yi Roro's waist. Ding ding, host's villainous behavior detected. Rewarding 200 villainous values. As the system's voice rang out, Yi saw Yi Roro's cheeks pink, her almond eyes slightly raised, her eyes rippling as she looked at herself. Yi's throat tightened. Looking at the little witch's expectant and shy appearance, he really wanted to ravage her heart over here. No. In the little witch's expectant eyes, Yi refused Shen Mumu's invitation. As he said this, he tightened his arm around Yi Roro's waist, just like what Roro said. I have a female companion, and you have a male companion, so that would be out of order. Hearing this, Shen Mumu was more or less disappointed. That's fine. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny female lead's favorability, rewarding 200 points of villain value. Hearing the beep, Yi turned his head to look, and indeed saw Yi Roro's eyes burning at him, in a place unseen by the two beauties. Yi slightly hooked his lips and provocatively ticked the corner of his lips at Lin Fan. Lin Fan clenched his fists in anger, stepped forward and just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a sharp female voice. Roro, when did you come? I didn't even see you. Lin Weiwei smiled daintily and walked forward. Yi Roro, who had just been petulant, instantly chilled her face. Ha, who knows? Yi Roro laughed dryly in a very fake and sympathetic manner for a couple of moments before saying nonchalantly. Seeing this, Yi couldn't help but curve his lips. Oops, this one is? Lin Weiwei didn't care about Yi Roro's attitude at all, but enthusiastically walked towards Yi, looking at the outstretched hand in front of him, and then at the people looking around. Yi slightly raised his eyebrows, still reaching out to gently shake her fingertips. Hello, my name is Yi. What a good name. I wonder if Yi Roro mentioned me to you. Lin Weiwei hit her lips and laughed softly twice, while her eyes were over there discharging at Yi. Yi pretends not to see it, knowing that the people around him are getting ready to watch a good show. No, you are? Yi looked at Lin Weiwei first in puzzlement. Lin Weiwei was also a bit surprised, but she didn't care. She just took 2 steps forward and pulled her hair in a flavorful manner. My name is Lin Weiwei. Oh, Yi answered. And then there was no then. In terms of face value, she couldn't compare to her own sisters-in-law. And in terms of style, she couldn't compare to Lu Qingfang and Shang Himyan. So this Lin Weiwei in front of him he really couldn't look at. Seeing how cold Yi was, Lin Weiwei laughed more or less awkwardly. It was at this time that exclamations of surprise suddenly came from the doorway. Oh my god, there's really a star coming? Lin Weiwei is really awesome. Hearing the sounds coming from the distance, Lin Weiwei's embarrassment eased a bit. She looked at Yi with a slightly smug look. I'm treating you today. Don't be polite. There are quite a few people here today. If there are any you want to know, I can help introduce them to you. I know of Roro's little kid personality, now still in school, but as a classmate I've come to the society, so they are all classmates. It's only right to help each other. Yi Roro originally didn't want to take care of her either, but as a result, she didn't think that she would show off, and even step on herself a little bit. Is it something you know? Isn't it Chen Kai who knows him? Lin Weiwei's smile stiffened for a moment. Chen Kai and I are very good friends. It makes no difference. Oh, so you and Chen Kai are just friends? Looking at Chen Kai who walked up behind her, Yi Roro said meaningfully. Weiwei, what are you guys chatting about? Chatting so happily? Chen Kai walked up. Although the words were asked to Lin Weiwei, his eyes were looking straight at Yi Roro. Yi really had to die laughing when he heard what this small black man said. He really didn't know which eye of his saw them chatting happily. Chen Kai, you're here? It just so happens that Roro just talked about you as well. Lin Weiwei let out a pout. Chen Kai's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, Miss Roro is interested in me? Yi Roro instantly had a chill, and subconsciously dodged towards Yi's back. Lin Fan, who was at the side, did not dare to say anything when he saw this. After all, compared to his family background he was indeed inferior to this Chen Kai. It's not that, it's just that Lin Weiwei said that she and Chen Xiao are just ordinary friends, so Roro feels a little confused. Shen Mumu, who was at the side, saw this and hurriedly said. Chen Kai's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Mumu. He didn't expect Lin Weiwei to have so many superb people around her. No wonder it was hidden before. Thinking of this, Chen Kai looked askance at Lin Weiwei without any good humor, and then looked at Yi Roro and Shen Mumu with a smile on his face. By the way, Weiwei is right. We are indeed just relations. These words managed to confuse both Yi Roro and Shen Mumu. After all, everyone in their class had previously thought that the two were boyfriend and girlfriend. Compared to the two's surprise, Ge was much more calm. He could see that the small black man had a crush on Yi Ro and Shin Mumu. After all, the appearance of the two just now, just like a couple of posture, and now said not a couple, obviously is deliberately said to the surrounding people to hear. Ge did not think that this Lin Weiwei's pattern would be so big. Seeing that both Yi Ro and Shin Mumu froze, that Chen Kai let go of Lin Weiwei's waist and slowly walked to the side of the two of them. But I didn't expect that the two of you would be so interested in me. I wonder if the two of you would be interested in having a drink together in a while. Looking at the two who were entangled by Chen Kai, Lin Weiwei on the side couldn't help but reveal a hint of a winning smile. Right. Why? Why should she reside under such a person, while Yi Ro was able to find a rich and handsome man? Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei looked towards Ge with anticipation on her face. When she saw that Ge was also looking at her, Lin Weiwei pursed her lips and smiled shyly. As a woman, Lin Weiwei naturally knew that men liked this kind of innocent woman. Therefore, she would also intentionally make that kind of simple little woman shy appearance. Although Yi Ro was good looking, but also looks just more cute. Compared to her own maturity, Lin Weiwei does not think she is worse. After all, as the saying goes, compared to being sexy, what is cute? As Lin Weiwei thought of this, she threw a few glances at Ge several times in a row. Unbeknownst to him, Ge was about to vomit as he stood on the opposite side of the room. This woman is really pretentious, but also think they are very pure. In fact, it looks very vulgar. In the face of Chen Kai's words, Yi Ro could only smile a couple times. Sorry, the two of us aren't very good at drinking. Shin Mumu also nodded with a smile. Indeed. This way. Then why don't there be a dance session? Do the two young ladies want to dance together? See, two people have rejected their own proposal, but Chen Kai is also not the slightest bit annoyed. Still over there said with a smile. No, we already have a male partner. See him again and again to pester down. Yi Ro face also more or less can hang on the smile, directly cold face to say. What's wrong with having a male companion? Does anyone stipulate that a male partner can't dance with others? Besides, this is my field. What I say is what. You can rest assured that others will not be to say anything. Chen Kai still had that smiling look on his face, but in reality, he had already started to make secret threats. To put it nicely, it was his venue, so don't be afraid of what other people think. But this was also hinting to Yi Ro that it was his field, so it was better to listen to him. After hearing these words, Yi Ro's face instantly became even more ugly. After all, no one had ever threatened her like this before. Seeing this, Chi also walked forward with a cold face and directly stepped forward with his long legs, blocking the middle between Chen Kai and Yi Ro. Compared to Yi Ro's cold down face, Chi's face was truly cold as frost. My female partner's meaning is already obvious. That is, she doesn't want to dance with anyone other than me. Are you unable to understand? Chen Kai did not expect that this person would really be nosy, so this made Chen Kai's face directly ugly as well. Yi Ro hid behind Ge, looking at Ge's broad figure in front of her. For some reason, her heart was also a little sweet. Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine favorability increase. Rewarded 200 villain value. Although at this time, those little stars outside seemed to have already arrived as well, there were still quite a few people looking this way as well. Chen Kai, after all, was also someone who wanted to save face. So when he saw that Ge had made up his mind to stand in his own way, although there was more or less some regret in his heart, in the end, he still didn't continue. That's fine, Chen Kai said very helplessly, then smiled sarcastically and looked at Shin Mumu. Then I don't know, will Shin Mumu reward me for my honor? Saying that, Chen Kai had already reached out his hand beforehand. Shin Mumu froze, not thinking that Chen Kai would even invite himself. I am sorry, I also already have a male companion. Saying that, Shin Mumu turned her head and looked at Lin Fan behind her. Yeah? Chen Kai hemmed and hawed and looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan pursed his lips. Although he also wanted to stand out like Ge, he still didn't have that kind of courage in the end. After all, Lin Fan knew that although his family was not bad, but in the end, he was still not as good as this Chen Kai. If Chen Kai really held a grudge against him, then his own family would definitely be implicated later on. Originally, he was not particularly outstanding in front of a bunch of brothers. Suddenly if he was targeted by Chen Kai again, then he really couldn't get up. So when Chen Kai looked at himself, Lin Fan smiled at Shin Mumu in a very unkind manner. I'm sorry Mumu, just now the family called to say something happened. I had no choice but to hurry back quickly. Saying this, Lin Fan pointed to his cell phone, turned around and left in big strides. Now not only was Shin Mumu's eyes widened in surprise, even the people around him were a little surprised. Didn't think that Lin Fan was such a person. Really? In this world, money is the real world. Seeing Lin Fan leave in big steps and finally never be seen again, Shin Mumu couldn't help but redden her eyes somewhat helplessly. Chen Kai, on the other hand, directly ignored Shin Mumu's expression and still held out his hand. Not only that, even the smile on his face was a few points brighter. Oops, what should we do? Ms. Shin Mumu, it seems like your male companion suddenly had something to do, so he left? What should we do? You don't seem to have a male companion now, Chen Kai said smilingly. Shin Mumu couldn't help but look at Lin Weiwei. Now she had sort of reacted. She also knew that if she said that Chen Kai had a female companion again, then Lin Weiwei would definitely leave in front of them as well. So, actually Chen Kai was originally a scoundrel. It doesn't make sense to reason with him. When she thought of this, Shin Mumu was a bit at a loss for words as she looked towards the tall figure that was blocking Yi Roro's body. She just wanted to look at Ge for help, but she didn't expect that before she could even send out her eyes for help, there would be a broad-back figure in front of her. Ge once again slightly stepped forward, directly blocking both girls behind him. With his arms wrapped around his chest, he looked condescendingly at Chen Kai. Chen Xiao, overdoing it, Ge said in a cold voice. At the same time, the system's voice once again rang in his ears. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny female lead's favorability. Rewarded with 200 villain value. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny female master's admiration value. Reward 100 villain value. Looking at Ge who was blocking in front of him, Chen Kai's face darkened almost instantly. The smile at the corner of his mouth retracted. And incidentally, he also withdrew his outstretched hand. Chen Kai stood in front of Ge with a cold face, glaring at him with his triangular eyes. This little brother Ge, looks like he's determined to have his way with me? To be honest, Ge actually felt more or less amused as he looked at this little black man, glaring at himself with those almost squinty eyes. Only, it was a bit too frivolous to laugh out in a scene like this where he was about to act like a pussy, so he could only endure it. How can I call that saying it's getting on your nerves? Ge slightly flirted with his eyebrows. It just means that Chen Kai, your actions are just too frivolous. Ge was also too lazy to call down Chen Xiao, and simply called out his first name directly. As expected, after this sentence was said, the angry Chen Kai's face reddened a little more. To say why was it only a little bit red? After all, his face was really too dark. Ge could really only see a little bit of it. Any deeper color could be invisible. What do you mean? Screaming at me in my field. Are you looking down on me? Seeing Ge openly clamoring with himself under the watchful eyes of so many people, it made Chen Kai feel somewhat humiliated. He angrily rebuked Ge, pointing at him with his hand outstretched in a rude manner as he yelled. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Ge, in fact, Mr. Chen doesn't mean anything else. He just wants to dance with the two students. Lin Weiwei walked up and persuaded him softly. Seeing the two of them singing in unison, Ge directly snorted out a laugh. Now, all the people around him looked at Ge with fear in their hearts. They felt that Ge was really a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers. This Chen Kai was already over 30 years old, and he had used a lot of tactics to chase Lin Weiwei into his hands before, so everyone could tell how much power and influence he had. Although this Chen Kai does not look good, but after all, it is also the Chen Group's son. To say how, they cannot afford to offend these people. The people around them were all whispering. Most of them were also saying that Ge was really stupid to openly go against Chen Kai. Who here didn't know that? Anyone who dared to go against Chen Kai before had already been expelled from Yunhai City. But there were also people who felt that since Ge dared to provoke Chen Kai so openly, he naturally had his capital. After all, he drove a Maybach, so maybe he has the strength to fight with Chen Kai? However, this kind of voice is only part of. The rest of the people more or less still think that Ge is a little self-importance. Also think that Ge is looking for death. There were even people who already felt pity, thinking that although Ge was so handsome, he didn't think that he would be a fool. The voices around them were not loud, but they were actually not small, and the few of them standing over here could hear them. At this time, the smugness on Chen Kai's face was already very obvious. He disdainfully looked at the man in front of him, wanting to see, in the end, what else he was going to do. Yi Roro also tugged on the hem of Ge's coat with some worry. After all, the last time Joya's thing was still fresh in her mind. She was a little worried that after that, this Chen Kai would also be like that Zhou Yi, looking for things and trouble from him. After all, she was already worried when GE was in crisis over his life before. She wanted to tell GE that it was okay. The big deal was that she would just give her brother a call. Shenmumu over there, on the other hand, was listening to the words around her in a daze. After hearing what happened to those who had offended Chen Kai earlier, her heart had almost been taken over by guilt. She bit her lips lightly and looked at GE's back with guilt in her heart. It's just a dance with Chen Kai. The big deal is to be taken advantage of by his salty hands. Anyway, it can't lose a piece of meat. Compared to this, if GE was really taught a lesson by Chen Kai, and then kicked out of Yunhai City, it wouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of this, Shenmumu's eyes became firm. And just as Yi Ro was about to make a sound and Shenmumu was about to walk out, GE finally spoke up. He didn't just snort out a laugh, but now he was also directly mocking out a laugh. I'm sorry Chen Xiao, I didn't look down on you, GE said slowly. And just as GE uttered those words, the people around him then all had and showed the expression that it was true. The people who supported GE at the beginning were more or less disappointed. Lin Weiwei was also a bit surprised. In fact, she had just been standing on the side watching the show. After all, she also wanted to see if, through Chen Kai, she could blow Qiyi's strength out or not. Although compared to Chen Kai, Qiyi was indeed very good looking. But what was the use of being good looking in society? Money and strength. That's what's most useful. So after hearing these words, Lin Weiwei, who thought that GE had already gone soft, was more or less disappointed, not realizing that he was so good looking, but in the end, he was still not as good as Chen Kai. And, upon hearing GE's words, Chen Kai had even laughed out loud. I'm sorry Chen Xiao, I didn't look down on you, I just simply can't see you, GE said with cold hunger. The mocking smile at the corner of his mouth was very obvious. Not only that, as he spoke, he raised his hand to compare his height to Chen Kai's as he spoke. Almost instantly, a gasp came from the surrounding crowd. And also the moment GE spoke his words, Chen Kai's face completely darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with anger. Ever since he couldn't grow taller after middle school, he was very sick of people making fun of his height. And later on, he had managed to shut those people who made jokes about his height up. However, Chen Kai also never expected that his authority, his dignity, it had been provoked again and again today. Lin Weiwei was originally very disappointed in her heart, but after hearing GE's words, she immediately looked over with some surprise. At this moment, Yi Ro, who was standing behind GE, had already laughed out loud without giving Chen Kai the slightest bit of face. Shenmumu's original expression of nervousness and guilt also disappeared instantly, replaced by a smile at the corner of her mouth. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Roadrunner Adoration value, rewarded with 200 villain value. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny female lead's favorability, rewarding 200 villain values. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate female lord's adoration value, rewarding 200 villain values. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the Roadrunner's adoration value, rewarding 200 villain values. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Fate female lead's favorability value, rewarding 200 villain values. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate female master's worship value, rewarding 200 villain values. The original silent banquet hall was just the sound of whispering, but after GE said those words, the voices all around were suddenly louder. Many people were amazed that GE really didn't know how to die, but there were also many who felt that since GE dared to say that, he should just be under pressure. And there were quite a few others who had already started laughing out loud. After all, that face of Chen Kai's was really funny as hell. Originally, his skin was very dark, and now that there was a burst of red and a burst of green, it was even more colorful and wonderful on his face. What did you say? Chen Kai clenched his fists, and his body began to tremble with anger. You will pay for your words today. Chen Kai pointed at GE and loudly chided. Come on people, someone come, get this unknowing person out of here for me. On his own contracted territory, to be subjected to such a grave insult, Chen Kai had almost exploded with anger. And after Chen Kai said this, the surroundings immediately stirred. After all, everyone hadn't expected that at this moment, Chen Kai would be about to take revenge on the spot. This caused many people to look at GE worriedly. After all, he was a handsome man, and everyone's hearts were more or less in pity. But more people's hearts are in the gloating, also in the drama. Just at this time, the banquet hall side of the manicured again. Chen Kai thought it was the security over, so did not care, just disdainfully looked at GE. He wanted to see if this GE would still be so crazy after falling into his hands. Although this kid just drove a Maybach, who can be sure that the Maybach is really his? Can't say that it's the one he rented? Oh my god? Is that Yen Feifei? Oh my god. I didn't think Chen Kai would really invite concubine Yen. Feifei Yen is a former top streamer. Although she's been in hiding for 2 years, she still has influence and authority in the industry. Right. And didn't you say that Yen Feifei hates this kind of socializing? Yes. I've also heard that Yen Feifei's family is a red family. So even if she doesn't want to participate in those occasions, others wouldn't dare to do anything about it. Is concubine Yen really as awesome as you guys say? Hearing the voices around them, some people who didn't understand the entertainment industry were a bit confused. Right. If she's so bullish, how could she still let Chen Kai invite her over? Although there were quite a few starlets that had just come, anyone with eyes could see that the group of people that had just come were those that had acted in some web series or some supporting roles. So they should be the kind of people that could come just by paying money, right? Although what Chen Kai had done before was quite scary, but in front of them they were all just a mob. So they really didn't expect Chen Kai to actually be able to invite Yen Feifei? That was Yen Feifei, a lotus flower in the entertainment circle that doesn't enter the mud. The Yen Feifei who stepped on the capitalists under her feet. Chen Kai was still standing over there proudly, glaring at the security guard as he walked over. Only, before waiting for the security guard to walk over, he waited for the surrounding cries of shock, and it was only after hearing the sounds around him that Chen Kai turned his head to look over as an afterthought. To be honest, when he promised Lin Weiwei to invite artists some time ago, he was only trying to please Lin Weiwei and give her face. At that time, he had his assistant directly send the invitations to all the artists who were currently in Yunhai City. Although Chen Kai's remuneration is not low, but after all, people well-known artists do not see this money. If for this money affects the reputation is not good, so promise to come have some small artists. Chen Kai is also a long time to guess. But, after all, is just a class reunion. These small artists to support the scene is enough. Now, Chen Kai subconsciously turned his head after hearing the exclamation behind him, and after seeing Yen Feifei at the entrance of the banquet hall, Chen Kai was instantly dumbfounded over there. He stood there in a daze. How could he think that Yen Feifei really came back? After all, not to mention that Yen Feifei's curiosity could not be invited by herself. Just to say that Yen Feifei's family background, she could not afford to see this kind of scene. Therefore, Chen Kai froze over there, until Lin Weiwei used her arm to corner him. Then he reacted instantly. At this moment, Chen Kai no longer cared about GE behind him. He gave a warning glance at GE behind him, signaling him not to cause any more trouble, in which case he could still let him go. Chen Kai then strides forward, his eyes greedily walking towards Yen Feifei. Worthy of being a top stream, her looks were just much better than those 3rd or 4th tier minor artists. Although Lin Weiwei was walking beside Chen Kai at this time, and hearing the surrounding exclamations, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but also slightly raise her chest. This is a class reunion organized in her own name, and at this time to be able to invite Yen Feifei, that is also considered to be their own ability. Hearing the surrounding exclamations, Lin Weiwei's chest couldn't help but rise higher and higher. That was until she heard the chatter around her. I'm not saying Yi Ro is really good looking this time, directly comparing Lin Weiwei to her. Not to mention Yi Ro. Even Shen Mumu is much better looking than her. Yes. Look at her dress. Demonic gas is really, looks really strange. Good looking is good looking, but also don't want to be a student who just graduated from college. Rather like out of society for a long time women. I also think, look, now Yen Feifei came. Lin Weiwei is also completely compared to. A little bit of highlights are no longer. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Weiwei's smile stiffened. She turned around and glanced warningly at the direction the words came from, before anxiously following behind Chen Kai. Over there, Yen Feifei, who had just entered the banquet hall, had heard the voices inside as early as the doorway. After all, Chen Kai's voice just now was really loud. She wore a long silver-white gilt-white dress, with a loose jewelry's high definition around her neck. Although she looked simply dressed up, she looked youthful and harmless while at the same time looking aristocratic. After Yen Feifei walked in, she met Chiyi's eyes, for no other reason. After all, Chiyi's size in this group of people, indeed very prominent. When she met Chiyi's somewhat surprised eyes, Yen Feifei could not help but wink at him wryly. Miss Yen, why did you come all of a sudden? And didn't say so in advance? We can go and pick you up. Chen Kai walked up to Yen Feifei in a very self-congratulatory manner, as if he was so familiar with Yen Feifei. He looked at Yin Feifei with a flattering face, but his expression changed when he saw the security guards behind Yin Feifei. He then hurriedly waved his hand behind him, signaling the two security guards to hurry out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if Yin Feifei knew about what just happened. But for some reason, no matter how Chen Kai waved his hand at the two security guards, the two security guards remained unmoved. Hearing Chen Kai's words, Yin Feifei only smiled with a detached smile, and then took 2 steps back, making herself a little farther away from Chen Kai. I'm sorry, originally I didn't want to come, but a friend was here, so I came over on a whim to have some fun, Yin Feifei said politely, but the people around them also heard it out, listening to Chen Kai's words at the beginning, saying how Feifei Yin suddenly came. Doesn't that mean that Feifei Yin didn't want to come at the beginning? And look at Yin Feifei just now is also very detached from Chen Kai, but also disliked 2 steps back. This is obviously not very good relations. In the end, people Yin Feifei also said, is to find a friend, does not have anything to do with Chen Kai, is not to see the face of Chen Kai. After hearing Yin Feifei's words, although Chen Kai's heart was embarrassed, but the face did not show it, but more enthusiastic, although it is not because of their own to come, but in the end, this is also his party. No matter what the reason, or other, anyway, is considered to be their own invitation to come. It doesn't matter what Yin Feifei says here now. Anyway, he will go out and say that he has invited Yin Feifei. This is a very dignified thing in Yunhai City. After all, even before the Yunhai City's senior wants to invite Yin Feifei, also were directly rejected, and that person naturally dared to be angry. After all, Yin Feifei's backstage is also they can't afford to offend. Although Yin Feifei is here because of her friend, she will definitely sell herself some face, as long as they find an opportunity in a while, to the circle of friends a hair, and so on. The table later said, that their future business is still very helpful. When the time comes, he will find another opportunity to spread the word, saying that he and Yin Feifei is a friend. Then even if he goes to participate in those drinking games, there must be people rushing up to find their own business. Thinking of these things, the smile on Chen Kai's face became even more flattering. Seeing him like this, even Lin Weiwei who was on the side couldn't bear to look at him. It's alright. Here, MS. Yan's friends are naturally my friends, Chen Kai said as he followed Yin Feifei all the way to the front. Not only that, Chen Kai's afterglow saw that GE was also looking this way, which caused him to smile smugly and turn his head towards GE just to smile provocatively. See, even if you are rich, that rich and wealthy people are also divided into classes. And your own class is not something that a small thug like you can compare to. Against that look in Chen Kai's eyes, Chi-E was really speechless. How could there be such a stupid person? And just at this time, Chen Kai Yin Feifei but suddenly hooked her lips and answered Chen Kai's question. That's not necessarily true. Ha! Chen Kai looked blankly at Concubine Yen, and before he could understand what it meant, he had already seen Concubine Yen standing in front of Chi-E. Chi-E. Yin Feifei looked at the Chi-E in front of her and couldn't help but laugh softly. Unlike the politeness and dislike she had just shown towards Chen Kai, Yin Feifei's tone towards Chi-E at this moment could be described as gentle. And not only that, even her attitude was a lot better. Chi-E looked at Yin Feifei unexpectedly. Why are you here? Aren't you going to be busy pairing tunes at home? The moment these words came out, the people around them immediately widened their eyes. What is this situation? This man and Yin Feifei knew each other? Look at this conversation. Yin Feifei had already retired for so long. Before that, she thought she was not going to be on any variety shows or anything. Not to mention the usual people. Even the paparazzi couldn't catch a single trace of Yin Feifei. But what did GE just say? He actually knew about Yin Feifei's schedule. Then wouldn't he be very familiar with Yin Feifei? Chen Kai, who had been fawning over Yin Feifei's side, was already a bit dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but freeze when he saw the two conversing. He then looked at Yin Feifei like a fool, and then at GE. After reacting for a long while, Chen Kai then stiffened up and inquired, You two know each other? As he said this, Chen Kai could barely even maintain the smile on his face, and not only that, he even felt a wave of weakness in his legs. Yeah, the two of us are good friends, Yin Feifei said as she stood directly beside GE in a very intimate manner. Seeing this, Chen Kai didn't just feel a pang of weakness in his legs. He also felt a pang of vertigo. He was aware of Yin Feifei's background, although he looked as if he was a bully in front of this group of people. But compared to Yin Feifei, he was no better than a shrimp. After all, Yin Feifei was someone who even the top management of Yunhai City did not give face to. In that case, what was the identity of GE? Who was good friends with Yin Feifei? Chen Kai had to admit that he was actually a little afraid to continue thinking downwards at this point. Compared to Chen Kai's trance and fear, Lin Weiwei behind him had already begun to rejoice. Seeing Yin Feifei's attitude towards Ji, I'm sure Ji's family must be very good. At least with Yin Feifei's support, it definitely won't be too bad. She had long been tired of Chen Kai. If it wasn't for the lack of opportunity, she would have found a chance to hook up with someone else and run away. Before that, she was thinking of hooking up with that Zhou Yi guy. Good looking, and his family was better than Chen Kai, but who would have thought that just after interning for a while, Zhou Yi would have already disappeared inexplicably, which had made Lin Weiwei feel sorry for quite some time. Is it? Chen Kai had already been scared silly. He stood over there trembling, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to do next. Oh yeah, when I was just outside the banquet hall, I heard a lot of noise inside. So what exactly is going on? Yin Feifei pretended to look at Chen Kai in a puzzled manner, before looking up blankly at Yin Feifei. Seeing Yin Feifei in this state, Shi couldn't help but hook his lips in amusement. He knew that Yin Feifei must have already heard something outside, and at this moment, she was deliberately trying to get back at herself. Chen Kai looked at Ji in shock, and without waiting for Ji to speak, he hurriedly opened his mouth. No, it's nothing. Just now there was just some misunderstanding. Right, it was a misunderstanding. It's all over now. Misunderstanding? Ji laughed, while looking at the flustered Chen Kai in front of him. He wasn't the type of person who would condescend to himself. Just now, if it wasn't for Yin Feifei coming, if Chen Kai really called someone, he wouldn't be merciful. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Weiwei behind Chen Kai. This Lin Weiwei student, please tell us, is it a misunderstanding? Lin Weiwei, who was suddenly named, was instantly ecstatic. She had just stood at the back, looking at Yin Feifei, Yi Rou and Shen Mumu beside Qi, and was agonizing over how to approach him. But she didn't expect to suddenly hear Qi calling her name. This caused Lin Weiwei to instantly light up, especially when she looked at Chen Kai's horrified look at Ji in front of her. Lin Weiwei was even more ecstatic. This time, she had finally found the opportunity to be able to climb higher again. Lin Weiwei greedily looked at Ji, looking at that broad and tall figure, lean waist, that canonical handsome appearance, which has not compared Chen Kai into the dirt. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but give Chen Kai another very disgusted look. She then hurriedly pushed away Chen Kai in front of her with a sweet smile and walked forward. No, it's not a misunderstanding. Where is there any misunderstanding? Looking at the frowning and smiling Lin Weiwei in front of him, Chen Kai immediately had a bad premonition welling up in his heart. He hurriedly poked Lin Weiwei secretly, signaling her with his eyes that she mustn't talk nonsense. After all, Yin Feifei was an existence he couldn't afford to mess with. However, Lin Weiwei didn't care about him in the slightest. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she gave Qi an affectionate look, and then looked at Yin Feifei. Seeing this, Chen Kai's heart was almost half cold. Miss Yin, you don't know. Before you walked in, this Chen Kai wanted to ask someone to pull Qi out. Although Yin Feifei heard it outside, she still pretended to be very surprised. What? There's still this matter? Yes, and just now, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Weiwei gabbled about all the things she had just said. Of course, this process is naturally to scandalize Chen Kai and beautify herself a little. Not to mention that the surrounding melon-eating crowd heard Lin Weiwei's words were surprised and dumbfounded. Even Yi Rou and Shen Mumu were very surprised. Shen Mumu approached Yi Rou's side and inquired in a low voice, "Do you think this Lin Weiwei is crazy?" Yi Rou snorted coldly. "I think she just doesn't want the fire to burn on herself, so that's why she hurriedly skimmed herself." Oh, so that's how it is. Shen Mumu suddenly realized. Although Qi could guess that Lin Weiwei was a wallflower and would definitely fall back. However, he was also not expecting that this Lin Weiwei's mouth was so powerful. He used his afterglow to look at Chen Kai's thoroughly darkened face and almost didn't laugh out loud. It seemed that this feeling of being betrayed by the woman who shared the same bed was indeed very unpleasant. That's how things are. Ms. Yin, I'm afraid you've also heard that this state of affairs has become more or less serious. Lin Weiwei frowned as she looked at Yin Feifei, as if she was also very dissatisfied with this behavior. And after hearing these words, Chen Kai's entire being exploded. Lin Weiwei, you bitchy bitch. What are you babbling about? After hearing Chen Kai's, Lin Weiwei, as if she had received a huge shock, hid behind Qi with a terrified face. Just as she wanted to reach out her hand to grab Qi's lapel, she was directly squeezed aside by Yi Rou from behind. Yi Rou snorted coldly at her, looking at her with contempt. Lin Weiwei gave her a disdainful look, then said in alarm, Chen Xiao, although the two of us are friends, we really can't behave like this. Miss Yen, do you think I'm right? Although she was eager to hook up with Ge, Lin Weiwei also had another thing on her mind. She was self-conscious that she was not bad-looking, so she had always had an idea of wanting to enter the entertainment industry. Before, when she hadn't graduated, Lin Weiwei had mentioned this matter to Chen Kai, only to be perfunctorily passed over by Chen Kai. In fact, how could Lin Weiwei not know what Chen Kai was thinking? She was only afraid that she would hook up with other people, so she didn't want to let herself enter the entertainment industry. Moreover, Lin Weiwei didn't look at the other third and fourth tier artists. Seeing that they weren't as well dressed as she was, they didn't look like they were doing well either. So Lin Weiwei didn't bother with them. But Yan Feifei is different. Yan Feifei is not only the top stream in the circle, even her family background was very impressive. If she found a chance to add Yan Feifei's contact information in a while, she would have plenty of ways to become friends with her in the future. The small expression on Lin Weiwei's face was all caught in Yan Feifei's eyes. Although compared to some people, she was well protected, so she was indeed more innocent. But after all, she was also considered to have been in the entertainment industry for 2 years, and before that, she had followed Shang Yan next to her, and without having eaten pork, she was considered to have seen a pig run. So now what little thoughts Lin Weiwei had, Yan Feifei was naturally clear in her heart. Is what she said true? Did you really treat Ge like that? Then what's the point of us attending a banquet organized by someone like you? Yan Feifei said with a cold face. What? Miss Yen, this is all a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. You must not listen to this woman's side of the story. And, seeing that the matter was all exposed, Chen Kai also panicked at once. Only when he said the words, he seemed to have thought of something. And, today's banquet was all organized for this woman. Yi Rou and Shen Mumu were both introduced to me by her as well. Chen Kai said loudly. I don't care about anything else. All I know now is that you are deliberately bullying my friends. So it's fine if you don't come to the banquet of someone like you. With that, Yan Feifei took out her cell phone to dial a number. Shi also looked at Yan Feifei with some confusion, not knowing what she was going to do, only to see that after hanging up the phone, Yan Feifei looked at the others around her with a smile on her face. Everyone, I've already booked a banquet hall on the top floor. We'll be going there to have fun in a while, so if you guys are interested, you can come along as well. With that, Yan Feifei then looked at Qi who was on the side and said with a smiling face, Qi, do you want to go up with me and have some fun? Seeing the young girl in front of him quietly winking wryly at himself, Qi more or less cried and laughed. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. It just so happens that my staying here is also more or less disgusting. Miss Yen. This time, Chen Kai maliciously understood that Yan Feifei was ironclad. This time, his originally dark face, unexpectedly scared a little pale. Miss Yen, listen to my explanation. He wanted to explain something more, but was interrupted by Yan Feifei. There's no need to explain. The situation just now is actually something I've already heard clearly from outside. I have just contacted the person in charge of the hotel. They will refund the money you paid back to your account, and now you are no longer welcome in this hotel. The moment Yan Feifei finished saying this, the two security guards who had just been standing at the side swiftly came forward and dragged Chen Kai straight out with Chen Kai in their arms. This time, the means he had just wanted to use on Ge was also completely used on him. Seeing that things were already difficult to undo, Chen Kai didn't yell anymore. The gazes around him made him feel humiliated. Instead of being dragged out screaming, it was better to go out properly. Thinking of this, Chen Kai turned his head and glared at Lin Weiwei in a sorrowful and vicious manner. Chen Kai had messed with two people he couldn't afford to mess with. Chen Kai himself recognized his own bad luck. However, this bitchy woman who fell down the well, Chen Kai would likewise not let go. If he ended up in a miserable situation later on, then he would also make that woman even more miserable than himself. Thinking of this, Chen Kai smiled threateningly at Lin Weiwei. Only before Chen Kai could laugh out loud, he was directly dragged to the ground. Qi smiled provocatively at the stunned Chen Kai in the distance. He did think well and wanted to follow and walk out. But unfortunately, those two security guards had obviously been prepared before. Adding to the fact that those two security guards had originally grown to be quite a bit taller than Chen Kai, they took large strides towards the front, raising their arms in the process, directly dragging Chen Kai to the ground. Now Chen Kai's face that he wanted was completely wiped out. He shouted at the two security guards in a bad mood. You two dare to do this to me? Aren't you guys afraid that I will turn around and find you? I'm telling you, as long as I, Chen Kai, stay in Yunhai City for one day, You two will definitely be finished. Just like this, Chen Kai was dragged all the way to the hotel's main entrance with the killing woman yelling. And in full view of everyone, those two men directly threw Chen Kai out. You two! I won't let you stay in Yunhai City. Chen Kai climbed up from the ground and angrily rebuked the two men. On the other hand, looked at Chen Kai with contempt as if they were looking at a fool. I think you've misunderstood. We're not from this hotel. The two of us are from the Yen family. With these words, Chen Kai instantly swallowed all those threatening words he hadn't finished. Looking at the people around him who were staring at him in dismay, Chen Kai let out a cold snort. And then he turned to his head and walked towards the place where he had parked his car in large strides. As a result, after walking over there, Chen Kai realized that his car has disappeared. This time the real security guards came up, saying that his car has been towed away by the traffic police team because of illegal parking. This time, Chen Kai's face embarrassment is also completely covered up. He could only gray hurriedly into a cab and left. And at this time, the people in front of the hotel have also begun to discuss Chen Kai. They naturally know. After all, before Chen Kai in Yunhai City is really also made a lot of things. They have also heard. So seeing Chen Kai dragged out and thrown at the entrance of the hotel, the crowd became curious. What on earth had happened for this to be dragged out? After Chen Kai was dragged out, Lin Weiwei just wanted to pretend to be pitiful and complain to Yen Feifei at GE. However, she had just made a pitiful face, and before she had time to speak, she saw Yen Feifei walking to Yi Rou's front. Ro, long time no see ah. The last time we met was when Mr. Yi and him Yen had their party. Yen Feifei said with a smile, since just now, Yi Rou had been standing at the back and observing. Naturally, she could also tell that Feifei Yen was intimate with GE, and even the way she looked at him was different from everyone else. This could not help but make Yi Rou's heart a little bitter. She had obviously discovered GE's goodness and his highlights only a short while ago here. However, she suddenly realized that GE had become very outstanding without her realizing it. Even top stars like Yen Feifei seemed to be very fond of GE. While her heart was bitter, Yi Rou's heart was suddenly terrified. Not only that she was more anxious. Before when GE went out, he didn't even know himself. Is it that now there is already more than just one person who adores GE? Was it that without realizing it, there were already many more people around GE? And what made Yi Rou panic even more was that the women around GE were so outstanding. While she herself thought of this, Yi Rou couldn't help but clench her fists. But, looking at Yen Feifei's outstretched hand, Yi Rou still shook it back. It has indeed been a long time. She smiled. Now, Lin Weiwei beside her was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at the two. You two know each other? Yen Feifei said. I've met with Rou's brother, Mr. Yi, before. With these words, Lin Weiwei completely froze over, although she didn't know exactly which general manager Yi Rou's brother was. However, until today, she had thought that Yi Rou was just an ordinary college student. That's why after ranking Chen Kai, Lin Weiwei this has been mocking her and isolating her. Now, Lin Weiwei was instantly horrified, thinking of Chen Kai, who had just been dragged out, and then thinking of herself. Lin Weiwei instantly became a little weak in her legs and feet. However, on this occasion, Lin Weiwei was still constantly telling herself to calm down and be calm. Maybe it was just an ordinary position? After all, the previous aspects of Yi Rou's dress and such didn't show that she was a rich person. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei's heart then calmed down quite a bit. By the time she raised her eyes again, the crowd had already gone upstairs in droves. Looking at GE's back, Lin Weiwei clenched her fists and secretly gritted her teeth. She had just lost to Chen Kai. Whether it was to avoid retaliation or afterward, she must get GE, no matter what the cost. Over here, GE had just walked to the banquet hall above and excused himself to go to the restroom. Just after walking to the restroom, GE operates on his cell phone. He had already promised Yihan to carry out an undercover mission, so naturally, he was now trying to minimize his exposure. The moment Yen Feifei came in just now, he had already seen many people starting to take pictures with their cell phones. With Yen Feifei standing right next to him, it was hard not to be sure that he was also being photographed. If the people from the Guhua gang saw this, it wouldn't be good. Thinking of this, GE hid in a cubicle and began to operate. After all, there are only cell phones now. In the end, there is still no computer convenience. So after deleting the images of himself on everyone's cell phones, GE went back to inspect the information on the internet. Luckily, no one had had time to send it out yet, but GE incidentally erased his previous information on the internet again before putting away his cell phone. Just at this time, Ge then heard the sound of high heels gradually approaching. After freezing, Ge instantly reacted. Wait a minute, isn't this the men's restroom? How could there be the sound of high heels? Could it be that he had just made a mistake and walked into the women's restroom? Or did someone do it on purpose? Ge still trusts his own eyes. Walking into the wrong restroom is something that he definitely can't do. So he is almost immediately sure. Is someone deliberately wearing high heels? Into the men's restroom. Not. This person designated is a bit of a problem, right? I don't know if it was a man who walked in wearing high heels, or a woman. Thinking of this, Ge was also more or less curious. He put away his cell phone and listened carefully to the movement outside in the cubicle. He heard that burst of footsteps wandering around the toilet for a bit, walking this way and that way, just not going out. This made Ge's heart even more confused. What the hell is this about? Ge was helpless. If she didn't go out again, then wouldn't he not be able to go out as well? The three little girls outside are still waiting for them. While Ge was struggling with whether or not to go out, the footsteps outside suddenly stopped. Ge, are you in there? The moment he heard his name, Ge froze, and then he was somewhat dismayed. Hearing this familiar voice, wasn't this the Lin Weiwei from just now? So this was Lin Weiwei who had specifically walked to the men's restroom to find herself. Ge had a moment of skepticism. No, what is this situation? Ge, I know you're in there. I just saw you walk in with my own eyes. Lin Weiwei outside the cubicle said petulantly. Ge, helplessly biting his back teeth. Ge could only helplessly push open the door of the cubicle and walked out from inside. And in the moment of pushing open the door, Ge then stood over there and froze. Because at this time outside the door Lin Weiwei was standing over there. Ge walked out. She also red-faced, very shy to look at Ge. Not only that, what made Ge even more shocked was that this Lin Weiwei was obviously wearing a decent dress just now. And at this time this gown has obviously been Lin Weiwei organized. Only not to the kind of serious place organized. Originally as the deep V dress. At this time in Ge look over has been about to put that peach to reveal. Ge, you this person can be really bad. How has been hiding inside not come out? Said Lin Weiwei then red-faced biting her lip. Slowly walked up and patted Ge's shoulder. Seeing this, Ge hurriedly frowned slightly to avoid Lin Weiwei. But the back was already unavoidable. And in the end, Ge was still touched by Lin Weiwei. Ge looked at Lin Weiwei helplessly, just wanting to warn her not to do it again. He was dumbfounded by the situation in front of him. He was clearly the one being touched, but now Lin Weiwei seemed to be the one being touched. Only to see her face red, dainty look at Ge. See Ge looking at himself also pursed lips and leaned forward again. Ge, people have come here. You don't have any indication? Saying that, Lin Weiwei also stretched out a finger and poked Ge's chest with her fingernail, and even blew a breath. This blowing directly blew Ge's goosebumps up, not because he was really mesmerized by Lin Weiwei. Rather, it was because it was creepy. After all, the current Lin Weiwei looked like a female demon. In fact, in the end, Lin Weiwei did look quite good looking and quite nice, but it was just a kinda. All aspects and their own sister-in-laws are far from each other. Not only this, Ge cannot have the habit of playing with second-hand goods. Thinking that Chen Kai could throw such a big banquet for Lin Weiwei today, then the two must have struggled together last night. Just think about that scene, and then look at Lin Weiwei on the face at this time. Ge more or less a little guilty of nausea. Compared to the current Ge, Lin Weiwei's heart was very happy, because from just now, Lin Weiwei had been watching Ge stiffen his body over there. Lin Weiwei had seen a lot of men like this before, and basically all such men were mesmerized by themselves. Looking at Ge like this, it's obvious that he's also, probably a bit shy too. When she thought of this, Lin Weiwei's heart became even more ecstatic. This made Lin Weiwei think of Yi Ro, Yan Fei Fei and Shin Mumu who were outside at this moment. Looking at their eyes, she thought that they all had some thoughts about Ge. But what's the point of having thoughts? But what's the point of having an idea? Even if Ge was more or less disliked before. But in this case, he can hold it? Even if Ge before more favored a few other girls, but now as long as Ge and himself into then the feelings in the end is still different. She does not believe that in the future Ge will not have no idea about themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei became even more complacent in her heart. It was as if things were already all done. Ge, I'm standing in front of you like this now. Don't you understand? Lin Weiwei let loose a bolt of electricity at Ge, then directly lunged forward and directly jumped into Ge's arms. This startled Ge, who hastily tried to push back, but this Lin Weiwei tightly grabbed Ge's clothes with her hands, following Ge backward again and again. Ji frowned and looked at the doorway, fearing that if someone came in now, he wouldn't be able to clean himself up. And this look fell in Lin Weiwei's eyes as if it was Ji being scrupulous about something. So she directly laughed. Aya, don't worry about it. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. When I just came in, I've already put the under repair sign outside. Ji. Ha 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 yeah. Ji gritted his back teeth and laughed, holding Lin Weiwei's hand hard as he laughed. In Lin Weiwei's shy eyes, he directly threw his arm and threw Lin Weiwei to the side with force. Ah! Lin Weiwei exclaimed and hurriedly stabilized herself. I don't have the interest. Ji coldly glanced at Lin Weiwei and turned around to walk out. Lin Weiwei over there saw that Ji was about to walk out, and with a rush in her heart, she hurriedly pounced on him once again. She forcefully wrapped her arms around Ji's waist. Ji, don't go. I'm afraid you don't believe in love at first sight, but this is really what I have for you of. With that, Lin Weiwei moved to start chewing her own clothes. Listening to the sound of the sizzling shuttle behind him, Ji was really angry with his forehead protruding and jumping, and the whole person was going to be furious. Miss Lin Weiwei, you'd better stop your movements now, or I'm going to be impolite. Ji gritted his teeth and threatened. While Lin Weiwei heard Ji's words from behind, she did instantly light up. What, you're going to be impolite to me? It's fine, as long as it's you. It's fine to be very all nonchalant to me. Ji now really had no place to say how speechless he was. He didn't know how to describe his speechlessness either. How could anything that came out of Lin Weiwei's mouth suddenly change its flavor? He swore that he really didn't mean to be immodest, but the words that came out of Lin Weiwei's mouth were already very immodest. Lin Weiwei was tightly attached to Ji's body. Looking at the broad back in front of her, she was very addicted to inhale a breath. Her heart was very satisfied. She was used to facing Qin Kai before, but now that she was facing Ji, she realized that Ji was just a superb awe. Especially since she was now hugging Ji's waist. Gosh, this hand feeling. It's really great. To be honest, Lin Weiwei was now starting to look forward to the man in front of her going berserk after he tucked his clothes away. Ji felt the body behind him become hot, and instantly reacted to something. His body stiffened and he clenched his fists tightly. Ji was not hitting women, but he is also now really guilty of nausea. Ji couldn't bear it any longer. Ms. Lin Weiwei, please stop. Lin Weiwei laughed softly a few times. Good, then you want to take the initiative? Looking at the man who was standing motionless at this moment, Lin Weiwei just thought that he was trying to be brave. After all, she was still clear about her own charm. Ji, not. This woman is stupid chanting right. Why is her mind full of that kind of thing? Until he felt Lin Weiwei's hand start to be unruly, Ji really couldn't hold back any longer. He violently grabbed Lin Weiwei's hand and turned around to look at Lin Weiwei coldly. Ah. So good. Brother, your strength is so big. Lin Weiwei endured the pain on her wrist and looked at Ji seductively. It didn't occur to her that this Ji looked civilized, but behind the scenes he was really a raging model. It didn't matter. She liked it. She looked at the man in front of her obsessively, and just wanted to slowly approach, but in the next second she was directly pushed out. Ah! Lin Weiwei let out a cry of surprise, and was directly pushed to the ground by Ji. Because she didn't stand firmly, she directly fell over. When she fell, she subconsciously wanted to hold onto something, but in the end, she didn't, and even accidentally cha her hand into the toilet bowl. After reacting, Lin Weiwei hurriedly screamed and put her hand back. Ji looked at the woman on the ground with disgust. Not, big ant, you this figure or don't he have it? A little bit of posture, you tea to whom to see ah? Sh, what? Lin Weiwei couldn't even be bothered with her own hands after hearing Ji's words, but instead froze and looked at Ji. Ji directly snorted. Lin Weiwei, I'll warn you once more. I'm a person who doesn't beat up women, but if you come back to annoy me, it won't be certain. After saying that, Ji's eyes were as cold as frost as he glanced at her. Then he turned around and left. This time Lin Weiwei, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, was completely frozen, as she stared blankly at Ji, who had a look of disgust on his face. Now she was also finally reacting. It turned out that just now, Ji had been standing still, not in a show of reserve, but simply could not look at herself. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei was almost trembling with anger. Her face turned red and green and red, but in the end, she didn't dare to say anything. After all, looking at the ice-cold look on Ji's face just now, I'm afraid that if she really angered him, he would really dare to make a move. While leaving, Ji also washed his hands with a disgusted face, and while walking out of the door of the restroom, GE also incidentally kicked the maintenance sign directly in front of the restroom door. But even if GE didn't kick it away, Lin Weiwei's voice was loud enough just now, and it seemed like everyone who could hear it should have heard it. Although he had just tidied up a bit inside, GE still frowned at his suit as he walked out. The suit that was originally in good condition was now wrinkled by Lin Weiwei. And not only that, but even his body was stained with the smell of some poor quality perfume. Shi smelled on himself, really disgusted, thinking that when he went back in a while, he had to ask those three little girls if they had brought any perfume, and sprayed it for himself. Otherwise, if he were to walk around with this perfume smell for a day like this, Shi would really just pass out. Just as GE was frowning and hanging his head to organize the clothes on his body, he suddenly heard someone in front of him calling his name in surprise. GE. He Weiwei looked at GE, who was walking over from that side, with a surprised expression. Who is it? Isn't that your poor ex-boyfriend? Hearing He Weiwei's words, Yan Xiaotong beside her also looked over, and at the sight of GE, she also had a look of disgust on her face. GE subconsciously looked up when he heard their words and saw the two women over there at a glance. Yes, this He Weiwei is his first girlfriend, and the one next to him, Yan Xiaotong, is his first love girlfriend, He Weiwei's best friend. Thinking of these two women, Shi's originally unpleasant mood suddenly became even worse again. He frowned as he looked at the two over there. Honestly, although he didn't understand how these two women were here, but he also didn't want to bother with these two women at all. After all, when he came over earlier, he was broken up with He Weiwei after spending some time together. Although it was a breakup that was just mentioned at that time, but before that time, He Weiwei had already moved to break up. Why is that? It was because following GE's side, He Weiwei naturally met the male lead. Under the aura and charm of the male lead, He Weiwei naturally couldn't hold on. Not only that, because Yi Han was also interested in He Weiwei, so it led to that period of time. The two were actually sneaking around behind GE's back to engage in ambiguity. Just has not been into it, but also because of Yi Han and their own ambiguous He Weiwei feel that they and Yi Han is sure to be able to become. She is not a good match for the rich and attractive Yi Han, so she naturally can't look at GE. She also has Yan Xiaotong, who has been badmouthing GE, and has been encouraging the two to break up, and has been looking down on GE. This has led to He Weiwei's determination to break up with GE. GE still remembers when He Weiwei and Yan Xiaotong asked him to a cafe. There were quite a lot of people in that cafe at that time, and Shi was actually able to guess what the two of them had in mind even before that. After all, he had to know the plot of the original, but he hadn't expected it either. These two seemingly harmless little girls had such vicious minds. Not only were their hearts vicious, even their mouths were dirty. At that time, although Chi knew that the two women in front of him looked down on him, but coincidentally, Ge also very much despised these two eat the bowl of looking at the pot of women. So for He Weiwei to break up, Ge is still very happy. So, if it's a peaceful breakup, it's okay. As a result, these two women even opened their mouths and humiliated him in a cafe with so many people. The current Ge wasn't like the original master. He wouldn't just sit on the chair across from him like that, honestly listening to the two men lecture themselves to gain a sense of nobility for themselves. So at that time Ge, when he heard the two women with hearts like snakes and scorpions talking about themselves, he didn't hesitate to raise his hand and splash a cup of water on it. Afterwards, in the two people's stunned sight, Ge directly opened his mouth to the two gold-worshipping women, said that their heads could not even lift up. Ge was still confident in his eloquence, and after he finished speaking, the two women cried out in anger. Even the surrounding guests had a few applauding. So, it should be from that time, these two women had completely held a grudge against Ge. And Ge also felt that seeing these two women again was simply dirtying his eyes. So Ge lightly looked at them after a glance, then pretended not to recognize, turn around to walk into the banquet hall. He really couldn't stand the smell of perfume on his body, and the more he wanted to vomit, the more he wanted to vomit. He Weiwei looked at the man in front of her with complicated eyes. Honestly, she was also very surprised to see Ge in this kind of occasion. To be honest, after a few years of love, Ge has always been quite good to her. To say that there is no affection between the two, that is also impossible. It's just that the feelings between the two can't stop He Weiwei's determination to climb up the ladder. Ge is just a small security guard. To put it nicely, he is a bodyguard, but it's also just a useless position. A month just take that side of the dead salary. Such a person can bring what? So He Weiwei does not regret breaking up with Ge at all. And Ge breakup is before the heart. Just in the Yan Xiaotong persuasion. More determined just. The first time I saw him was when I was in the hospital. And he 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 was in the hospital. Although Chi-E was good looking, she preferred the kind of powerful and charismatic man like Yi-Han. But at this moment, Ji-Yi's charisma had made her more or less unable to take her eyes off of him. Although the suit on Ji-Yi's body was wrinkled, it still couldn't cover up Ji-Yi's charm. And even the discerning could see how good Ji-Yi's figure was from underneath the close-fitting suit. Not to mention He Yuebai. Even Yan Xiaotong on the side was dumbfounded. When she was in college, she had envied He Yuebai for being able to find such a handsome boyfriend who was willing to spend money on her. But after graduating and entering the society, she somewhat despised him. It just didn't occur to her that after some time had passed, this man had grown even more handsome. It was only after Ji-E turned around that the two of them suddenly came back to their senses. Although the two of them had ended up making quite an ugly scene, He Yuebai was also completely unprepared for the fact that Ji-E really acted as if he hadn't seen him, treating himself as an air person. And Yan Xiaotong beside her was also furious. She stomped her foot angrily, and then she snapped. Ji-E, are you blind? Can't you see us? Yan Xiaotong's shrill voice rang out from the doorway, and because the corridor side of the doorway was so empty, this caused the sound to travel out a long way at once, and it also became abnormally loud. Ji finally stopped in his tracks as well. With a cold face, he turned around to look at those two women. Are you deaf? What's the point of speaking so loudly, like a country bumpkin? In a place like this, you don't know any manners at all, Chi-E said in a cold voice, looking at the two people in front of him with a disdainful face as he spoke, as if he was very much looking down on the two of them for their behavior. He Yuebai instantly came back to her senses, her face heating up as she hurriedly tugged on Yan Xiaotong's arm. Xiaotong, lower your voice. After all, the opportunity to come to the banquet today was hard to get, so they couldn't leave a bad impression on others. It was only through Xiaotong's boyfriend that they realized that Yin Feifei would also be coming today, and it was not easy to get connections. Yan Xiaotong couldn't help but feel a bit of heat on her face as she looked at the eyes of the people around her. But what annoyed her even more was Ji-Yi's eyes. It had to be said that Ji-Yi's words had successfully hit Yan Xiaotong's sore spot. Yan Xiaotong was a person who held herself to be noble and looked down on everyone, so Ji-Yi let her recognize herself. Isn't her self-esteem strong? Then Ji-Yi will have to give her a good blow to her self-esteem. As expected, the expression on Yan Xiaotong's face was even more ugly than the one on He Yuebai's face when these words came out. You, what are you babbling about? Yan Xiaotong was furious and stumbled over her words. She then looked at Ji-Yi with contempt. Is there a place for you to speak over here? As she spoke, Yan Xiaotong looked Ji-Yi up and down with disdain. I think you're here as a part-time security guard, right? Look at your outfit. Do you know what kind of place this is? Do you know what kind of place this is? Are you dressed in such rags? Upon hearing this, Ji-Yi raised his eyebrows and looked down at the clothes he was wearing, then couldn't help but snicker. You're really a bit blind for someone. Yan Xiaotong glared at Ji-Yi without any good reason, and if it weren't for her concern for the occasion, she would have really wanted to break out in curses once again. However, Yan Xiaotong and He Yuebai had already despised Ji-Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Not only that, they even thought that Ji-Yi was just trying to be brave when he said what he said. With a monthly salary of less than $20,000, he definitely couldn't afford a good suit, and just by looking at that wrinkled material, they knew that the material wasn't very good at first glance. I say Chi-E Yua. How to leave the moon white also still did not mix personal appearance out when you're out and about. Yuebai is embarrassed to say that you're her ex-boyfriend. Yan Xiaotong mocked. Even He Yuebai frowned when she looked at Ji-Yi's appearance. Ji-Yi, today's occasion is very important to me. I hope you can pretend you don't know me, okay? He Yuebai was afraid that Chi-E would affect her and hurriedly said. However, when he heard this, Chi-E was really one to not hold back and directly laughed out loud. Put, no, you guys are still really heavenly face let me pretend I don't know you guys? Then I just pretended not to recognize you guys. You guys still called out to me for what? Not me. Are you guys out of your minds? Chi-E didn't have any fond memories with them, and he didn't want to be aggravated, so every word was meant to exasperate the two of them and taunt them. When these words came out, the elegant expression on He Yuebai's face immediately stiffened. Have to say, Ji-E said words really very reasonable. However, by this person so say, He Yuebai more or less faced some can't hang on, although they hadn't even walked into the banquet hall yet. Even so, there were still quite a few people around. She pretended to stand over there elegantly and couldn't help but take a deep breath as she looked at Ji-E. Ji-E, you changed a lot. I don't know if it's because of the breakup so it stimulates you, but I can only say that the two of us are not suitable. Nowadays society is very cruel. I want to move up. I don't want to be like you, working for a few years and still remain at the bottom of society. GE raised his eyebrows. It looks like Hyubai is thinking that he is saying some words to mock them because after he was broken up with, the blow was too great. So this is why he has become like this now? He looked at Hyubai with complicated eyes. When did you become so self-absorbed? I'm completely because I don't want to see you guys. Hate you guys. So that's why I don't want to take care of you. Hey, what do you mean? How are you talking to Hyubai? Yan Xiaotong once again couldn't stand it anymore, directly walking up and pointing at GE, saying, it's not me. GE, who are you to talk to Hyubai like that? It's been almost half a year since we broke up. Look at you. Still doing this kind of part-time job? She said in disgust. If you ask me, how much do you make a day working over here now? 500? 1,000 at best? And do you know how much Hyubai earns in a day now? I'm telling you, now that Moon White has entered the entertainment industry, she is worth more than you can imagine. That's because you knew us before. Or else why do you think Moon White and I would bother with you? Do you know how much this dress costs? $20,000. I don't even think the dress you're wearing costs $200. GE, if you're not well off, you need to temper yourself a bit. Look at your temper. I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy the blessings of the rich even if you're 70 years old, but on the basis of your acquaintance with us, and seeing that you're short of money, if you really can't, you can still beg Hyubai and I. Yan Xiaotong seemed to be avenging the fact that GE had just mocked her, as she spoke incessantly. Although it was true that her voice wasn't as loud as before, it wasn't exactly small either. Lack of money? Who lacks money? While GE was listening to Yan Xiaotong's words with a raised eyebrow, Yi Roro's curious voice came from the banquet hall in the back. As soon as Yi Roro walked out, Yan Xiaotong's words came to an abrupt end. Both of them were looking at the dress on Yi Roro with a surprised face. This gown was the high-end dress of Aurora Studio. I heard that it wasn't even loaned out before. So how could it be worn on this little girl's body now? Almost instantly, the two of them obviously knew that this little girl was afraid that her family lineage was not simple. Cough cough cough. Yan Xiaotong hurriedly cleared her throat, then she softly said, this young lady, nothing much is going on. Just teaching a security guard who doesn't know the heights of heaven. As she said this, Yan Xiaotong glanced disdainfully at Qi on the side. Now things were starting to get interesting as Qi stood to the side with his arms wrapped around his chest watching the two. Looking at Hyubai and Yan Xiaotong's dress. They should be here for the banquet as well? Ooho, then things are getting even more interesting again. Yes, sorry for disturbing you. Or else just let him go quickly. I don't think he can be a good security guard with this attitude. The moment she saw Yi Roro's gown, Hyubai also understood that I'm afraid there will be a lot of big shots in this banquet. She was able to enter the entertainment industry thanks to Yihan. But Yihan helped himself a little bit, then went abroad, and now is also very cold to himself. So now Hyubai can only rely on herself. Although she now earns money every month is not less, but Hyubai is not satisfied at all. She thought that with her own good looks, she shouldn't just be an entertainer outside the teens. But there's no way. In the entertainment industry it's not just about looks and ability. It's also about background. This was the purpose of Hyubai coming here today. She just wanted to make some friends in the luxury circle here. That way her own path would also be better. Especially in front of the person in front of her. In front of this kind of occasion, Hyubai didn't want them to know that this little security guard was her ex-boyfriend. In that case, not only will they look down on themselves, then their future path will not be too good. That's why at this time, Hyubai deliberately tried to let GE leave. The little security guard who doesn't know the height of heaven? Yi Roro said slowly in a doubtful manner. And as she said it, she looked at Qi who was on the side with an unbelievable face. Yeah, it's him. Just now, he even spoke out against the guest. I'm afraid I'll have to make a move in a moment. Don't you just lack money? We'll just lend it to you. You can't deliberately stop us from going in just because we came a little late in an attempt to extort money. Yan Xiaotong's eyes darted around before she began to slander. Once these words were said, Qi didn't have much yet. He just felt that the two were putting on a very good show. On the contrary, it was the short-guarded Yi Roro's face that instantly turned ugly. What are you two babbling about? She chided. When these words came out, Hyubai and Yan Xiaotong froze at the same time. Then they glanced at each other suspiciously. Immediately afterward, Yi Roro took Qi's arm with a worried look on her face and looked over at him. Brother E, you're short of money? How much do you lack? Why don't you tell me? Yi Roro pouted in dissatisfaction. When these words came out, He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong were instantly dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? How could this person who appeared to be from a wealthy family take the initiative to hold Ji Yi's hand, and talking to her so gently? And looking at the arms that the two of them were holding, it deeply stung He Yuebai's eyes. It wasn't because she still had feelings for Ji Yi, but He Yuebai hadn't thought that Ji Yi had stepped into this kind of circle long before she knew it. She steps forward. Ji Yi, even if you're short of money, how can you do something that cheats people? After saying that, He Yuebai then looked towards Yi Ro. This young lady, I think you've been cheated by this gentleman. Hearing He Yuebai utter these words, Ji Yi was really a bit unable to hold back. He laughed out once again before he turned his head to look at Yi Ro. Ro, I cheated you? Cheated you out of money? Yi Ro sniffed and shook her head very blankly. Then I cheated you of your color? Ji Yi raised his eyebrows and continued. These words made Yi Ro not help but blush her little face as she held back her own anticipation and said, Also not So, this young lady, may I ask what exactly have I lied to others about? Ji Yi looked at He Yuebai with a smile. Only that smile was clearly laced with knives. You, me. Seeing Ji Yi say this, He Yuebai was surprisingly a little unsure of what to say for a moment. After all, she hadn't expected the two to be so familiar with each other. At this moment, because of Yi Ro's arrival, the people walking over were already very many, and many of them were looking over here. Many of the people around were people who had just been inside, so when they saw this scene, they all curiously surrounded them. Looking at He Yuebai stuttering and unable to say anything, Yi Ro gave her a look without any good reason. You don't have any evidence and you still want to slander people. This is too much? Saying that Yi Ro then looked at Ji Yi beside her again. Brother Yi, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you really short of money? Why don't you tell me if you're short of money? Who's short of money? Ji Yi lacks money? Yan Feifei, who had rushed over at the sound of the news, curiously walked over and heard the words as soon as she came over. Seeing that Yan Feifei had walked out, the crowd that had been clamoring over here instantly quieted down. The moment they saw Yan Feifei walk out, He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong immediately stood up straight. The main reason they came this time was because of Yan Feifei. After all, Yan Feifei's background was clear to everyone. If they could establish a good relationship with Yan Feifei, then even if they didn't rely on the company in the future, they would still be supported by the Yan family. Although He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong came this time because they wanted to get to know some more people at the banquet, but after all, strictly speaking, Yan Feifei was the real protagonist this time. Hello Ms. Yan. I'm Yan Xiaotong. This is He Yuebai from our company. Saying that, Yan Xiaotong wanted to go forward to shake hands with Yan Feifei. Even He Yuebai pulled her hair back with a smile on her face and elegantly walked forward. Only the entire time Yan Feifei just gave the two of them a faint glance before ignoring them and walking directly in front of Ji Yi. Didn't you just sign a contract 2 days ago and the company gave you $3 million? Isn't it that you don't have enough money to spend? Or did you encounter something? Saying that, Yan Feifei looked at Ji Yi with great concern. When Yi Ro heard that Ji Yi didn't have enough money to spend, she also felt that Ji Yi was in some kind of trouble and looked at him worriedly. Facing the worried eyes of the two little girls, Ji Yi was really heartwarming and amused. The people around him probably didn't hear what Yan Feifei had just said, and only heard Yan Feifei say something about cooperation. However, He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong, who were standing in front of them at this moment, both stared in amazement. That was 3 million. This money might not be much for some first or second tier stars, but for the two of them who had just graduated from college, it wasn't that little. Not only that, although He Yuebai had now stepped into the entertainment industry, although the gown she was wearing was tens of thousands of dollars, but she was only getting tens of thousands of dollars for a hard-earned movie right now, and that was even with Yan Xiaotong, her agent, running her legs off. The two of them had already looked down on Ji Yi and understood that he was just a smiling security guard, so the very first moment they heard these words, they felt that Yan Feifei was being cheated. Ms. Yan Feifei, is everything you said true? You must not be fooled by this person. Yan Xiaotong clenched her teeth and said after taking a step forward. As He Yuebai looked at Ji Yi over there who was condescendingly looking at him, he also paused before going up and saying, Yes, Ms. Yan. I don't know what kind of cooperation you've entered into with this person, but he's just a small security guard. I'm afraid that what he said before was all a lie to you. After hearing the words of the two, Yan Feifei and Yi Ro tightly frowned at almost the same time. Both of them were looking at the two people in front of them with displeasure, and they didn't know what the hell they were babbling about. Did they know that Ji Yi was a bodyguard? Seeing the two of them trying to frame Ji Yi, Yan Fei-Fei's face suddenly turned gloomy. She looked at the two in front of her with a cold face. So you two came here specifically to say this? Although Yan Fei-Fei was a social terrorist and usually didn't go out often, but after all, people were in the entertainment industry, and it was possible to pretend. As expected, the moment they saw Yan Fei-Fei's cold face, both He Yubai and Yan Xiaotong were instantly too scared to squeak. Both of them looked at each other in a bit of a panic, and at the same time, they also became stammering. After all, the two of them really didn't come here this time to say this. Yan Fei-Fei looked at the two of them in this manner and directly snorted coldly. I don't care what the two of you want to slander GE for, but that contract of GE's is also a proper contract. It's not something that came from a pitfall. When she said this, Yan Fei-Fei couldn't help but raise her voice slightly, in order to let all the people around her hear it. As expected, after Yan Fei-Fei said this sentence, the surrounding sights could not help but look over. They all looked over with curiosity. Yan Fei-Fei then also continued, perhaps all of you also have some news recently. I may be returning, but I'm still in the preparation stage. But I'm a person who is still very high on the quality of music. After hearing Yan Fei-Fei's words, the people around them all nodded in agreement. After all, they all knew that every single one of concubine Yan's sons was very capable. This was also the reason why Yan Fei-Fei had already retired for 2 years, but her status in the circle was still very high. It was also the reason why Fei Yan's side could dominate the charts for several days in a row after revealing a little bit of news about her return. So for the arrangement of the song, I was very harsh. Before I also looked for a lot of companies, and then there is still no satisfaction. Thinking of arranging their own, forget it, but did not think that later met GE. He's a genius. That's why I begged GE to work with me. As soon as these words came out, the people around them grew their mouths in shock. After all, none of them had thought that this cooperation with GE was something that Yan Fei-Fei had begged for. GE also stood over there, slightly surprised as he glanced at Yan Fei-Fei, not expecting Yan Fei-Fei to give herself so much face. And after Yan Fei-Fei finished speaking, the people around him clamored. Even He Yubai and Yan Xiaotong's faces were suddenly gloomy. Impossible. Miss Yan, I think that she might have been tricked. How could this person possibly know how to arrange a tune? It must be that he stole the tune and deliberately lied about it. Yan Xiaotong yelled. He Yubai was still standing over there in a daze. But at this moment, after hearing Yan Xiaotong's words, he also reacted instantly. Yeah, I know Qi. Qi doesn't even know how to do these things. She must be lying to you. He Yubai said with certainty. If it was said that other people didn't understand, but He Yubai was clear as a bell. After all, she and GE had been together. Could it be that she didn't know if GE could make up music? Oh, who are you with GE? You know her so well? Yi Ro said unkindly. She then looked at GE with bright eyes. Brothery didn't expect you to know how to arrange music. You're too good, aren't you? It's practically a decathlon. GE smiled and rubbed Yi Ro's head, thinking to rub Yan Fei-Fei's head in passing. But on second thought, it's still in this kind of setting, and Yan Fei-Fei's status is still inappropriate. So he held back, looking at He Yubai biting her lips tightly and not saying anything. GE then snorted and answered for her. She's my ex-girlfriend, the kind that doesn't break up peacefully and smacks me for being unproductive. GE's short few words had already made the people here brainstorm. Not breaking up peacefully, but also smacking GE for being unproductive. This is obviously on the list of big money, dumped people. Now probably also did not think of people have now this achievement. Thinking about this, the people around them all looked at He Yubai and Yan Xiaotong with contempt. No wonder these two people had been looking down on GE since just now. So they were still treating people like they were in the past. After hearing from GE's mouth that the stupid woman in front of him was GE's ex-girlfriend, the ones who were most upset were Yi Ro and Yan Fei-Fei. Brother E, how did you fall for such a woman? Yi Ro said in dissatisfaction. GE sighed helplessly. Harm. Who hasn't been blind at times? Now that Yan Fei-Fei had learned the whole story, He Yubai also reacted to the fact that it was impossible for GE to be the representative of the security guards with his current strength. Afterwards, He Yubai noticed the log on GE's clothes, and in that instant, He Yubai clenched her fists tightly. As far as she knew, the brand of that logo was generally not received if it wasn't a super VIP. And not only that, the clothes inside weren't cheap either. Even the cheapest ones were the ones she could only afford if she was frugal now. This log was easy to spot if you looked carefully. It's just that when they came in, both of them thought that GE was still the same security guard from before. So that's why they looked down on him, and that's why they didn't take a closer look. The two of them just looked at the person's wrinkled clothes and believed what they thought. Hiyubai also did not think that the current GE was completely different from before, not to mention that he looked so much more attractive than before, but even he was afraid that he was worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, Hiyuibai's heart couldn't help but feel a strong sense of regret. To say that she didn't regret it, it was definitely there. After all, GE was now charming and strong, and he was also good-looking, and now Hiyuibai had no news of Yihan behind her except for the few times she had met him before. Now although she had entered the entertainment industry, she also had to drink with some fat-headed thugs on a regular basis, although she tried to push Yan Xiaotong every time, but after a long time, she wasn't able to avoid them every time. Thinking of this, Hiyuibai raised her head and looked blearily at GE. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine's contrite value, rewarded with 300 contrite value. After hearing the system's beep, GE silently hooked the corner of his lips, then he directly avoided Hiyuibai's line of sight. Now that the truth is out, should the two of you apologize to me then? GE raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him with ugly faces. Yeah, should apologize, just said that about others. That's right, looking at the two little girls who are quite good looking, how can their hearts be so vicious? You guys are here late. Simply did not hear these two little girls in front. Mouth in the end is how powerful. Oh my god. Hiyuibai stubbornly looked at GE. She knew she was wrong, but just didn't want to open her mouth. On the other hand, Yan Xiaotong on the side was hesitant, and then looked anxiously at Hiyuibai on the side. GE wasn't in a hurry either, and just stood there with a calm demeanor. Although Yan Xiaotong's pride was very strong, GE knew that Hiyuibai's pride was the strongest. If she were to apologize directly over here, I'm afraid it would be worse than killing her. Seeing that the atmosphere had stiffened, Yan Feifei coldly stood out again. We don't welcome such a guest over here. Someone please ask the two to go down, she said in a cold voice, and after hearing Yan Feifei's words, although Hiyuibai knew that he and GE were good, he was still surprised as hell. It didn't occur to her that Yan Feifei was willing to go this far for GE, a star, a public figure, letting the bodyguards drive people away in public, although justified, but if it was put on the internet it would still be criticized. Yan Xiaotong obviously didn't expect Yan Feifei to kick people out in public. She also did not expect that Yan Feifei, a top-tier top stream, the diva of the singing world, she would actually go this far for GE. Glancing at Hiyuibai who didn't say a word on the side, and looking at the security guards who walked up behind her, Yan Xiaotong lowered her head after all. I'm sorry, GE, it's us who misunderstood you. Saying this, Yan Xiaotong gently poked Hiyuibai at the side. However, Hiyuibai was still standing over there without saying a word, staring at GE tightly. Bai, unable to do anything else. Yan Xiaotong could only shout anxiously. It was with this sound that Hiyuibai suddenly came back to her senses. She bit her lip and finally said, I'm sorry, GE. In the face of the two's apologies, GE remained still standing over there, not showing any indication at all. It was as if he had only heard two painless words as well. As she watched the security guards at the back get closer and closer, Yan Xiaotong was instantly anxious. She knew that being kicked out by the security guards was a small matter, but if she offended Yan Feifei, it would be a big deal. Thinking about how she usually drank with some old things for Hiyuibai, Yan Xiaotong's heart was like an ant on a hot pan. Anxious as hell. I'm sorry GE. I'm really sorry. After hesitating in her heart for a moment, Yan Xiaotong still bent over and bowed 90 degrees to GE. While bowing, she also poked Hiyuibai, who was to the side, once again. However, just letting Hiyuibai apologize already made her very humiliated. If she was allowed to bow in public, she couldn't do it. That's why Hiyuibai clenched her teeth and froze, ignoring Yan Xiaotong who had been poking herself. Until the sight of Yan Xiaotong bowing waist her sore, Hiyuibai also froze a little reaction. The surrounding people are not so anxious, but are very interested in the current situation. Finally, Yan Xiaotong waited for her heart to be cold, but did not see Hiyuibai apologize. She stood up with a stunned face and looked at Hiyuibai. You. The situation now was already very obvious. If they didn't apologize, they would immediately be just walked out by the bodyguards. Although today's banquet, Yan Xiaotong had just seen it, and there were a few artists from the circle around. If they didn't apologize, I'm afraid that soon the fact that they had offended Yan Feifei would have to be spread out. Hiyuibai was still standing over there, and she still didn't pay any attention to Yan Xiaotong, just looking unblinkingly at GE in front of her. But unfortunately, GE was only looking at them with a mocking face. GE, watching those two bodyguards walk up to her eyes, Hiyuibai opened her mouth to call out to GE after all. although Ge had changed now, and although the two of them had made an ugly scene when they broke up. But before that, Ge was so good to herself. Hyubai was clear. He is a very good friend of the family, but he is also a very good friend of the family. So he is a very good friend of the family. So he is a very good friend of the family. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, but I didn't believe that he had any feelings for me at all. Ge looked to the front of the Hyubai. At this time Hyubai with a white face, stubbornly stood over there. Looking at his eyes are very pitiful, as if a miserable little white flower. If Ge didn't know Hyubai's real face, I'm afraid he would have been deceived by her appearance. But unfortunately, even if Hyubai pretended to be so pitiful, he knew what she looked like behind her back, and wouldn't have been softened up anymore. Having been delayed by the two of them for quite a while now, it's better not to waste time on the two of them. Saying that, Ge took the lead and walked back to the banquet hall, and the very moment Ge walked back, Yan Feifei and Yi Roro followed along. Originally, the main character here was Yan Feifei, and now that Yan Feifei had left, the people at the door naturally followed along. This time Yan Xiaotong's face also turned pale all of a sudden. She was unbelievable and very disappointed as she looked towards Hyubai who was at the side. You Bai you. Only the bodyguard on the side didn't give the two of them a chance to speak, but instead directly set up the two of them and walked out. Hyubai looked at Ge's back in a daze, and looking at the people surrounding Ge, Hyubai then clearly realized, the two of them were no longer in the same world. And not only that, but she also completely realized that Ge also had no place for himself in his heart. This result left Hyubai more or less in a trance. Previously, she felt that Ge was not progressive. Although the two were in a relationship, she had never let Ge take advantage of her, and Ge didn't seem to have any opinions about it. According to the words of the people around her, Ge was like one of her own licking dogs. But now, some of Hyubai's fantasies had completely collapsed. Hyubai, who was originally standing over there peacefully, yelled out the moment the bodyguards walked up to him. What are you guys doing? Quickly let go of me. Hyubai was being held up by the two bodyguards and began to struggle frantically. Only, even if she struggled frantically, her strength was still not as good as the professional bodyguards. Compared to Hyubai, who was very frantic on the side, Yan Xiaotong, who was originally short-tempered, was much quieter the moment she was racked up. After being carried out of the hotel, Yan Xiaotong only stumbled a few times in place, but Hyubai on the side, on the other hand, because she struggled too frantically, the moment she was let go, she directly fell and sat on the ground. How can you guys? How can you? Hyubai who fell to the ground in a trance could not. Some do not understand why he had just stood inside wearing an expensive dress, and now he was dragged to the outside. If it was in the past, seeing Hyubai sitting on the ground, Yan Xiaotong would have long gone forward to assist her. But just now, Yan Xiaotong had been completely disappointed in Hyubai, especially when she herself bowed and apologized. Yan Xiaotong had been completely chilled by Hyubai. Hyubai clearly knew very well that she would not be able to get away with it after offending Yan Feifei this time, but she still insisted on not apologizing. This made Yan Xiaotong think of the time before. The time before that, for the sake of Hyubai she drank until she threw up every time she went to accompany someone to drink, just to get good resources for Hyubai. She could say without conscience that there was Hyubai today, also because she had contributed a great deal. But just now, Hyubai had wasted all of her previous efforts. Now that she had offended Yan Feifei, who would dare to reuse her in the future? That also meant that Hyubai would be lucky to receive a small cooperation in the future. And the worst thing would be that after that, Hyubai wouldn't be able to receive a single cooperation. Xiaotong? Xiaotong, quickly come over and help me. Hyubai over there came back to her senses in the end amidst the crowd's murmurs. She turned her head to look at Yan Xiaotong who was first to the side, and subconsciously, she reached out her hand to try to get Yan Xiaotong to help herself up. However, Yan Xiaotong only gave Hyubai a disappointed look before turning around and leaving. She now realized that she had brought a white-eyed wolf with her. Previously, when Hyubai wasn't willing to go to accompany the drinks, she was the one who went. At that time, the bosses were all very excessive. And it was only now that she had met this boyfriend that her life had gotten a little better. But it seemed as if all these efforts of her own were not worth mentioning at all in Hyubai's eyes. Xiaotong? Xiaotong, where are you going? Hyubai dropped down and sat over there, looking at Yan Xiaotong in disbelief. But until Yan Xiaotong's figure was invisible in front of her, she didn't see Yan Xiaotong turn back once. And at this moment, Ge up there didn't know the slightest thing about what was happening down there. But even if Ge knew, he would only gloat. After all, These two women weren't exactly good people. And even if they looked pitiful, it didn't mean that the bad things the two had done before weren't bad. When the three of them walked back to the banquet hall, they happened to meet Shin Mumu, who walked out. Shin Mumu had something stuffed in her mouth and looked at the three of them somewhat blankly. Did something happen outside? Why did everyone go out just now? Looking at Shin Mumu's mouth that was stuffed like a hamster's, GE couldn't help but laugh out softly. Nothing, just came outside too crazy but now are just out. After hearing this, Shin Mumu first slowly widened her eyes, and then said with great pity, that's a good pity, I just didn't have time to see anything. At this time, although those two people had already been driven out, but Yi Ro Ro was already still furious. Humph, luckily you didn't see those two crazy people, otherwise you would definitely be furious, Yi Ro Ro said indignantly. Shin Mumu didn't think much about it, and simply thought that there were really two lunatics coming. When she looked at Yi Ro Ro being angry like this, she slowly nodded her head. So exaggerated. And right at this moment, the music in the banquet hall shifted and slowly became elegant and long. The moment this music started, there were already quite a number of people that walked towards the center of the hall in company with each other to start dancing. Even the surrounding area had quite a few people, all of whom were eager to give it a try as they looked towards Chi's side. After all, if you want to talk about Yi Ro Ro, there was a male partner, but strictly speaking, Yan Feifei and Shin Mumu next to her didn't have a male partner. Yan Feifei looked at the few people who had started dancing in the center of the hall, so she looked at Ji expectantly. Only before Feifei Yan could open her mouth and finish her sentence, a person suddenly sprang out in front of her. Because of Yan Feifei's sudden appearance, the banquet that was originally just a class reunion had now inexplicably gained some more guests. And now, downstairs, there is another part of the people, said to come to participate in the banquet. She had no choice but to give an explanation, but by the time she came back from her explanation, GE was already walking towards the front with Yi Ro Ro. Yan Feifei looked at the back of the two people, her eyes dark and uncertain. Originally kind face, suddenly no smile. This also immediately let the surrounding men who wanted to come to accost, a moment to dispel the mind. After all, try not to upset Yan Feifei. GE is actually not very good at dancing, but after all, there is the foundation of ancient martial arts over there, so after standing next to it for a while, the movements have been remembered pretty well, although it is not that skillful, but it will not lose face. Feeling GE's actions, Yi Ro Ro stared at her watery eyes with some surprise. Brother E, didn't you just say that you don't know how to dance? Following GE's dance steps, Yi Ro Ro felt that GE's movements were much better than the indiscriminate ones around him. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine worship value. Rewarded with 200 villain value. When GE heard this, he instantly smiled modestly. I just watched it over there a few times and it'll be almost as good. It's not just the right hand? If this sentence were to be said by someone else, Yi Ro Ro would probably scoff. But the fact that this sentence was actually coming from GE's mouth at this moment, then Yi Ro Ro felt it was very reasonable. She looked up at GE with great admiration and said in a soft voice, "What else do you know, Brother E? Why do I think you know everything?" GE laughed softly. "Wouldn't it be less mysterious to tell you now? So wait until later and you'll slowly discover it yourself." Yi Ro Ro heatedly smiled. Alright then. There was a dance with the little girl in his arms, but there wasn't much villain value left. Shi then made it clear that the system wasn't a big grudge seed, and definitely wouldn't stay like this, allowing himself to take someone gripping. Indeed, between himself and the little girl, he was already too familiar to be familiar. Apart from what they couldn't do, the two had pretty much done it all. So thinking of this, after Chi-E finished his dance, his eyes looked towards the other two sisters-in-law. Shun Mu hadn't interacted together often, but was now with that little girl Yi Ro Ro, and the narrator, Yan Feifei, was clearly a good choice. When he was just dancing, Ji realized that there was a line of sight next to him, very obviously looking at himself. At that time, Shi knew that it was concubine Yan looking at him. Only, when he had just come down, Yan Feifei had already talked to the people around him. Until now, Yan Feifei was still talking to others. Seeing this, Shi wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he found a small corner and sat over there alone to drink wine. He watched as Yi Ro Ro and Shin Mu accompanied each other to the restroom. And after Chi-E sat there for a short while, a person sat next to him as well. He turned his head to look and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, because this person he actually recognized. It seemed like he had seen her acting in a TV series. It had to be said that this woman's figure was indeed very good. She had been on fire for a while before. also because of her plump and full figure. "Hello handsome, have a drink together?" The woman sat beside Ge and slightly hooked her red lips towards him, before raising the quilt in her hand. Ge didn't say anything, but just raised the quilt in his hand as well, chatting quite happily. Right at this moment, Yan Feifei suddenly walked over from the side. Looking at the sexy figure that slowly walked over, Ge couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yan Feifei was indeed an amazing woman. Although she had a youthful face, her figure was sexy and wonderful. In her current outfit, it was as if she was a combination of an angel and a devil, and she looked like she was even causing men's mouths to go dry. Seeing Yan Feifei walk up, Ge only slowly sipped the wine in the glass, but the woman on the side was different. Seeing Yan Feifei come over, she hurriedly stood up to welcome her. "Hello Ms. Yan, I'm..." Yan Feifei stood over there looking at the woman with a smile on her face, patiently listening to the woman finish introducing herself. This lastly chatted for a few moments before signaling that she wanted to talk to Ge alone for a while. Being able to chat with Yan Feifei for a few sentences, that woman was already very happy. So when Yan Feifei said that she wanted to talk alone, she turned around and left knowingly. Seeing that woman leave, Yan Feifei's side brought a glass of wine from the side and sat down next to Ge. "I see that you seem to be chatting with her quite happily?" She asked this self-consciously and very naturally. Ge, on the other hand, vaguely heard the flavor of jealousy in those words. "Not bad." Ge smiled, not affirming, but not denying either. Sure enough, after Ge said those words, Yan Feifei's pink lips pursed up. "What's wrong? Jealous?" Ge slowly approached Yan Feifei and inquired softly in her ear. By the way, he also slightly raised his hand and gently touched concubine Yan's wineglass with his own. The moment Ge uttered these words, Yan Feifei slowly widened her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling, her pupils slightly shrinking, and a touch of scarlet slowly creeping onto her cheeks. What? What are you talking about?" Yan Feifei shyly shifted her eyes away, not daring to meet Ge's gaze, before she whispered, "Playing dumb? Oh well, then it's my misunderstanding. I just looked at you like that and thought that you were jealous. Now it seems that I was overthinking it," Ge said while shrugging helplessly. Yan Feifei looked at Ge in a daze, her heart suddenly a little confused. She blinked slowly, unable to stop the doubt in her heart. Could it be that she was really jealous just now? From the moment Ge had just danced with the others, Yan Feifei could no longer control her attention. No matter what she was doing, her eyes still couldn't help but follow Ge around. Originally, when she was chatting with the others, she was still able to respond from time to time, but just now, when she saw that sexily dressed woman standing beside Ge, Yan Feifei admitted that she couldn't hold back a bit. How could she not see what was in that woman's mind? Especially looking at that woman's big V-neck, looking at her slowly approaching, that chest thing immediately after to call out. She is also completely unable to hold back. That's why she suddenly came over from over there, just to stop that woman's next move. Now it seems that she did stop the right thing. If she didn't come over, I'm afraid that woman's xiong is going to stick to Ge's body. Looking at Yan Feifei, who was deep in thought, Ge raised his hand and drank the wine in his hand, then said, "Do you want to dance together?" "Ha!" Ge's words caused Yan Feifei, who was at the side, to snap back to her senses. She first froze, and then her face suddenly became ecstatic. Yes, as if she was afraid that Ge would back out. Yan Feifei stood up directly. Ge lost his smile. The little girl just defended herself when she looked fierce, but now she has become the shy Yan Feifei again. Looking at the stunning beauty standing over there, looking at himself expectantly, Ge naturally wouldn't back out. Putting his wineglass aside, Ge extended his hand towards Yan Feifei. Yan Feifei held Ge's hand with a bright smile, and then looked at Ge with a pair of watery eyes. Ge let out a light laugh, and held Yan Feifei's hand as she walked towards the dance floor amidst the envious gazes of the people around her. "I'm not a good dancer, so be careful of stepping on your feet later." The two of them stood in the middle of the dance floor. Ge looked at Yan Feifei, who was a little nervous in front of him, and said softly, "Puffing, what are you talking about? I obviously just saw you dancing quite well." To be honest, although Yan Feifei can also dance, but after all, she hasn't been to this kind of occasion for a long time. Most of all, the person in front of her was Ge, which made Yan Feifei's heart become a little nervous. However, after hearing Ge's words, it also made the tension in Yan Feifei's heart feel a little better. "Oh, then that means that when I was dancing just now, you were actually looking at me the whole time?" Ge raised his eyebrows and teased. Which, I just slightly looked at you for a few moments." Hearing Ge say this, Yin Feifei hurriedly denied it. Ge looked at her red face, did not continue to ask, just reached out his hand to hold her waist, gently reminded, "Ready, I want to start." Yin Feifei looked up at Ge with a red face, and after hearing Ge's words, she slowly raised her head to look at Ge, and then she gave a soft Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior. Rewarded with 100 villainous values. Ding Ding host is detected to have villainous behavior. Rewarding 100 villainous values. After a dance, these two beeps were all that rang out in Ge's mind. As expected, the villain value gain later on would be less and less when one is always in close contact with a person. In fact, Ge could more or less understand the way to gain more villain value now, as long as he, the villain, had snatched away what originally belonged to the male lead. The villain value would also be more than before. And after a dance, Yin Feifei was surprisingly still a little unfulfilled. Smelling the scent of the man's cigarette in front of her, Yin Feifei surprisingly also somewhat reluctant to let go of him, but after all, there were still so many people around. Even if it was not for the sake of her own reputation, she also had to think about Ge. If it was because of herself that Ge's peaceful life was disturbed, Yin Feifei would feel very guilty. Thinking of this, Yin Feifei let go of Ge painfully. In a place unseen by the people around her, she winked somewhat mischievously towards Ge. "Nice dance. So did you." The corners of Ge's mouth hooked up slightly in response. Watching as the man wickedly hooked his lips at himself, Yin Feifei, who had originally wanted to tease the man, now made a big red face of her own. "Ahem. I'm going over to rest. I'm so tired." A touch of scarlet climbed up Yin Feifei's earlobes. She used her hand to fan the wind on her face. Then she quickly walked over to where she had just been, and picked up her own glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Ge looked helplessly at the little girl over there, and just as he wanted to walk up and remind her to drink less, he was called over by Yi Ro Ro on the side. They were nearing the end of the night, which brought them to the banquet hall. Now once they tossed and turned, it was already almost 11 o'clock, and there were quite a few people who had already left, but there was still a portion of people who still remained here, stubbornly wanting to wait until Yin Feifei had left before they themselves left, especially the teeny tiny starlets of those. "What's wrong?" Seeing Yi Ro Ro calling out to him, Shi looked over at Yin Feifei's side and walked over. Yi Ro Ro was currently standing in a corner, her expression helpless as she looked at the sofa. "Moo drank too much. I thought of sending her back first." Saying this, Yi Ro Ro sighed very helplessly. Shi walked in to take a look, and sure enough, on the sofa in the corner, Shen Moo was already sleeping over there. "I originally thought that you were the most heartless, but now it seems that Shen Moo is even more heartless than you are." Ge slightly raised his eyebrows and said in amusement. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro Ro looked at Ge with some dissatisfaction. She narrowed her big eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "Brother E, what are you babbling about?" Hearing the little girl's threatening voice, Ge could only pretend to surrender. All right, it's nothing. I'll contact Firefox to pick you guys up. I have to send Yin Feifei back first." Upon hearing this, Yi Ro Ro couldn't help but raise her head as well, looking towards Yin Feifei on the other side. Although she was very helpless in her heart and also had a wave of indescribable annoyance, she could only nod sullenly. "Don't think nonsense. I know her bodyguard. Father is hospitalized. To take care of father, I have to help take care of him. Besides, Yin Feifei is considered my friend after all. For the sake of me, I have to send her home safely anyways, right?" Originally, when Ge had just finished speaking, Yi Ro Ro's heart was still a little hard to bear. However, after hearing Ge's explanation to himself, Yi Ro Ro's heart suddenly felt much better. She couldn't help but heave a smile. "What are you explaining to me? I know. I also have a big picture, okay?" Ge didn't expose her either, and just helped Yi Ro Ro help Shen Moo down. Because of the ancient martial arts, Firefox was now looking out for Ge, always waiting for his orders, treating some of Ge's small favors as if he was on some mission. However, Ge naturally is not letting him help for nothing. This period of time also have time to find Firefox, taught him some basic skills. At first, Firefox was very anxious, stating that he didn't want to practice the basics and wanted to learn the stances that he had seen Ge use before. Hearing him say this, Ge directly cleaned him up a bit, saying that no matter what, the basic skills first practiced is the most basic. After some cleaning up, Firefox then patiently began to practice the basic skills, and after 2 days, the Firefox himself also convinced to give Ge called, said just practicing some basic skills? I feel that their hands than before the gas power enough. I can't tell you what the feeling is, but I just feel like I have a constant flow of strength. So now, Firefox is also convinced of GE. Also because of these things, so now after GE sent a message to Firefox, he also quickly drove the car to the downstairs. After 10 minutes of waiting for Firefox, GE went upstairs to look for Yen Feifei. The time is already late. Look at them should also go back. Only when GE walked back to the banquet hall, Yen Feifei's figure was no longer there. Looking at the entire banquet hall, it seems that because of Yen Feifei's departure, a lot of people have already left, and there are only a few scattered people left, who look like they are also ready to leave. Seeing this, GE hurriedly walked up, ready to ask about Yen Feifei's news. Hello. GE walked up to those few women and gave a greeting. Seeing this, the few women who originally wanted to leave immediately stopped in their tracks. They all looked towards GE with shy and expectant faces. This handsome man, I wonder which one of us you gave a greeting to, one of the women said flirtatiously. Upon hearing this, GE couldn't help but laugh lightly, so they thought he had come over to strike up a conversation. Sorry, I didn't come over to strike up a conversation, GE said helplessly. Ha, well, hearing GE's words, those women also sighed very sadly and had a pitying expression on their faces. I came over here wanting to ask if you guys have seen Miss Yen Feifei? Miss Yen? When the crowd heard this, they all looked at each other. Didn't Miss Yen leave a long time ago? Yeah, just now. We realized that there was no longer any Miss Yen's voice over there. The others also said one after another. After all, if Miss Yen Feifei was still here, many people would not be in a hurry to leave. What's wrong? Did something happen to Miss Yen? Those few people saw that GE was looking for Yen Feifei. They couldn't help but say with some doubt as well. No, it's just that I just went downstairs to drop off a friend and came up without seeing Yen Feifei, that's why I asked. After perfunctorily giving them a look and seeing them leave, GE then began to look for them in the banquet hall. After all, when he had just come up, he had seen Yen Feifei's bodyguard still in front of the elevator, which meant that Yen Feifei hadn't actually left. Otherwise, her bodyguard would have followed her. However, Yen Feifei really wasn't in or anything like that. In desperation, GE could only turn over the entire banquet hall. However, in the end, Yen Feifei herself was still nowhere to be found. Suddenly, GE seemed to have suddenly reacted to something. Not in the banquet hall, maybe in the restroom? He remembered that there was also a toilet inside the banquet hall, and thinking of this, GE hurriedly walked forward. At this time, the people in the banquet hall had all left. GE dialed Yen Feifei's phone, but it didn't connect, and just as GE walked up to the door of the ladies' restroom, he heard the ringing of the phone coming from inside. But after all, it was the ladies' restroom, and it wasn't something you could just go into, so GE had no choice but to shout a few times at the door to make sure there was no one inside. Before walking in, there were a few cubicles in there, and when GE went in, only one of them was tightly closed. Seeing this, GE's heart had already guessed the difference. He walked up and knocked on the door, then softly inquired, Yen Feifei? Are you in there? Feifei? Who is it? Piss off. Without waiting for GE to finish his sentence, Yen Feifei's fierce voice had already been heard from inside. At the same time, GE also heard Yen Feifei's panting voice. This made him realize the point at once. At the same time, it also caused GE's brows to furrow at once. He had only been out for how long? How about Yen Feifei being set up? Feifei? Open the door, will you? I'm GE. GE kept knocking on the door and said in a soft voice. But obviously, at this time, Yen Feifei inside still didn't know that the person outside was GE. Just kept saying go away over there. And in the consumption of time, GE was also hearing that the gasping of Yen Feifei inside was getting heavier and heavier. Even her voice was getting smaller and smaller. Oh. GE you. Why don't you answer the phone? Vaguely, GE heard Yen Feifei's small sobs inside. He subconsciously looked at his cell phone, which did not show Yen Feifei's incoming call. At that moment, GE's mind flashed. Right now, Yen Feifei's mind was not very clear, so perhaps she was talking about the call she had just made? Thinking of this, GE knocked on the door while dialing the phone. As the phone dialed out, GE side immediately heard the ringing of the phone in the cubicle once again. And the ringing was only for a moment, while the phone was finally answered. Hello? GE? Where are you? Ooh, why aren't you back yet? Also in a split second, Yen Feifei's cries rang out in front of her and in her ears at the same time. Upon hearing the woman's cries, GE put on a gentle voice. Feifei, I'm at your door. Be obedient. Open the door. I'll take you home. okay? Saying that, Ji then raised his hand and knocked on the door. And what responded to Chi was no longer a roll, but instead a doorway that slowly pushed open. Chi, immediately after, Yan Feifei's tear-stained and scarlet-colored little face appeared in front of Chi. Looking at this small face that was obviously already dizzy, Chi directly frowned. What's wrong with you? In fact, without asking too many questions, Chi was able to see from Yan Feifei's current state what was going on. Yan Feifei on the other side of the room didn't rush to answer Ji's words, but directly came forward and jumped into Ji's arms. Geoo, what did you just do? Take me home, okay? I don't want to be here anymore. The little girl in his arms cried with teary eyes, crying so much that Ji's heart was about to break. After all, a beautiful little girl cried like this. Who looks at it does not hurt. But, no. After hearing Yan Feifei's words, Chi rejected Yan Feifei's request with a direct cry. Oh. Chi. Yan Feifei in her arms cried even harder after hearing Chi's refusal. She softly leaned in Chi's arms and softly pouted. Behave. In this condition you're in, I have to take you to the hospital first. Saying that, Ji then gently clasped Yan Feifei wiped the tears on her face clean. No, can't go to the hospital. Although Yan Feifei was leaning in Ji's arms and was already in a daze, she still showed an extremely strong sense of resistance when she heard the word hospital. This also made Ji react immediately. It was also true that it wasn't appropriate for Yan Feifei to go to the hospital in her capacity. It was only that Chi was not aware that Yan Feifei was so resistant to hospitals because she had spent most of the 2 years of her retirement in hospitals. So now that she was out, she never wanted to go back to the hospital. Staying here was not a long-term solution, and it was just as well that when Ji was looking for Yan Feifei, the people in the banquet hall were almost gone. Because of this, Ji was able to carry Yan Feifei directly out. Chi had just thought of telling the bodyguards outside about Yan Feifei's situation when he came out. Obviously, Ji's idea was rejected by Yan Feifei. Yan Feifei was not willing to let the two people outside know that she had accidentally taken drugs. Obviously, Yan Feifei also knew that she had been framed, but the two bodyguards were sent by her family, and she didn't want the two bodyguards to know about it, nor did she want her family to know about it. With no choice but to bend down and pick up Yan Feifei, Chi also could only carry her out. Because Yan Feifei buried her head in Ji's arms, the two bodyguards didn't notice anything unusual and instead thought that Yan Feifei had fallen asleep or was drunk. The two escorted Ji down the stairs and helped him open the car door. Alright, that's it for today. I'll send Feifei back. You guys go back too. With that said, Ji had already held Yan Feifei tightly on the backseat of the car, before he himself made it to the driver's seat. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards over there both looked at each other hesitantly. But soon, they could only helplessly take a step back and watch Ji leave with Yan Feifei. After all, the two bodyguards were only borrowed by Yan Feifei today, and when Yan Feifei brought them here, she also said that she would listen to Ji's command if anything happened. Although nothing happened today, but it should also be listened to. Moreover, Yan Feifei only borrowed them for a day with the Yan family, and now it's almost time for them to report back. So the two of them didn't stop them in the slightest, and just watched as Ji left with Yan Feifei. On the way, Ji looked at Yan Feifei behind the seat and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Now she seems to be honestly asleep. Who knows if there will be another accident in a while? Ji pondered. A moment to ask Yan Feifei have any private doctor. Celebrities should have it. I think I'm going to drive the car towards Yan Feifei's residence. But this side has not yet arrived at Yan Feifei's house. Behind the car seat has already come a burst of gasping sound. When he heard the sound from behind, Ji was suddenly jolted. And then he helplessly looked through the rearview mirror towards the back, only to see the originally already asleep Yan Feifei slowly opened her beautiful eyes. At this time is half lying in the back seat, body difficult to toss and turn. Not only that, the dress that was originally very revealing of her figure had already slipped down to her shoulders, revealing a large swath of spring color. Being flashed by that white flowery light, Ji almost didn't notice that the light in front of him was already green. Hurriedly starting the car, Ji quickly sped towards Yan Feifei's home. Ji focused his mind on the road in front of him, and it was when Ji was about to drive into the neighborhood that a pair of small, soft, boneless hands suddenly caressed Ji's face from behind the driver's seat. Ji. At the same time, Yan Feifei's delicate voice rang out from behind Ji's back, and as Yan Feifei spoke, Ji simultaneously felt a warm wind seemingly blowing past his ears. Ji gritted his teeth. If not for the fact that he was still driving right now, he would really have to teach this little girl who was teasing everywhere a good lesson. Stop it. Sit back down for me. Qi warned in a cold voice. And obviously, right now, to Yan Feifei, who had already begun to get confused, Qi's warning was almost of no use at all. As time passed, those little hands also began to make more and more mischief. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that Yan Feifei was placed at the back, I'm afraid the behavior would have been even more excessive. Qi took a deep breath. Then he stepped on the gas and rushed directly into the basement inside the neighborhood. With a beautiful drift, Qi beautifully parked the car in the corner. After the car was turned off, Qi then held the small hand on his body that had been making a mess all along in one go. Yan Feifei, you think about it. Do you want me to go get you a doctor to come? Or? Qi turned his head, his eyes fixedly looking towards Yan Feifei before he said in a deep voice. Qi then saw a trace of hesitation and indecision flash through Yan Feifei's beautiful eyes. But in the end, it seemed as if she had made up her mind. No, don't doctor. Qi heard Yan Feifei slightly lowered her head. Her eyelashes slightly trembling red face said. Seeing this, Qi slightly hooked his lips. He reached out his hand to tenderly stroke Yan Feifei's tender cheeks. Then said, this is your own choice. I hope you don't regret it. If Yan Feifei wasn't sober, he wasn't the type to take advantage of others. But Qi just clearly saw, just Yan Feifei's eyes flashed color, indicating that she now also still have some sense. Then he would not be polite. He opened the car door and walked out. Then quickly opened the door to the back seat again before sitting in. Well, Qi, what a little demon love. Oh, light. In the corner of the underground parking lot, a burst of reverie-inducing sounds faintly spread out. At the same time, the eye-catching luxury car was also swaying slightly. Just because in the corner of the reason, these movements in the slightest no one attention. Only in the middle of the night did Qi hold Yan Feifei in his arms and walked out of the bathroom, before placing the little girl on the bed. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the Heaven's Destiny female lead, rewarded with 666 villain values. The system's voice came out, which made Qi hook his lips with some pleasure. Look at this, the female lead that Yihan over here had put in some effort and had yet to take down, just fell under his suit pants. To be honest, Qi is really looking forward to the expression on Yihan's face when he comes back. He really didn't know how wonderful it would be. Of course, it was better for him not to come back now. It would be better to wait until he had pried away all the people under his hand before coming back. Jingle bell. Without waiting for Qi to think too much, the cell phone placed aside suddenly rang. Seeing the note above, Qi once again frowned. This is the middle of the night. Already almost 1 in the morning. How Yihan still want to call himself? But helplessly. Right now, he had not completely flipped, nor did he have enough strength to resist Yihan's hero aura. So Qi still could only pick up the phone. However, Qi finally chose to connect the phone only, did not choose the video. I don't know if it's because Yihan is too suspicious of this person. He is almost every time he calls, he can play video but not voice. Every time, he also stares at the expression of the opposite person, as if he is afraid that others have suspicions. In this aspect, Qi still do very well. Long time to cultivate down. Now Qi more or less has some acting skills. Hey, boss? Calling so late, is there something wrong? Qi pretended to be very anxious and said, why did you only connect the voice call? Yihan on the opposite side was obviously a bit dissatisfied and asked about it. Ahem, boss, it's more or less inconvenient right now, Qi said with some embarrassment. Oh ha, I understand. This kid is also really, although it is enlightened, but also cannot be so anxious. You do not also some time ago ha, said the opposite side of the Yihan once again laughed. No wonder I let Zhuo tell you. Go home after returning to me a phone call. Now has not returned to me. The original is still outside. Qi embarrassed smile. Looked at C on the sleeping prospective sister-in-law. Sorry boss. You can rest assured that I will definitely go home in a while. Hey. What's the hurry? No hurry. I'm not that kind of unsympathetic person. I just want to ask you, how is the last thing considered? As expected, it was still for the undercover agent thing. Boss, don't worry. As long as it's something you order me to do, I will definitely give you a successful completion. Wait for some time. When the time comes, I will do it. Hearing this, the opposite Yihan finally responded with satisfaction. Well, still have to rely on you, Qi. After all these years, the only one I can completely trust is you. Hearing Yihan's words, Qi pretended to respond with joy on the surface, but in reality, he had already begun to sneer in his heart. After all, since they had returned to China, those of them had also become an ordinary bodyguard. The latter tasks were also all left for the flower butterflies to do. In fact, Yi Han's motive was also very clear. In fact, he just couldn't trust them. Then it was also because he knew that flower butterfly liked him. So that's why he utilized her. And if he brought Miss Morris back to China later, I'm afraid that he also had to go back to China first to fix Yan Feifei's relationship. Even Yi Han's huge empire in the future would also need Lu Qingfang to take care of and run it. After all, although Yi Han's business is doing well now, but that is also the first 2 years of Lu Qingfang laid a better foundation. It was also because of those close friends that Lu Qingfang had left behind in the past 2 years that the company's revenue hadn't declined. And in the future, it was also very necessary to get help from the Shang family. Only Yi Han also didn't have the slightest idea that the current corner of his wall had already been cocked up by himself for a large part of it. Thinking of this, Ji finally laughed genuinely from the bottom of his heart. Ah ha 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 ha, then it's a deal. When it's at least a month, at most 2 months, I'll have someone forge your identity and arrange for you to be placed in the Guhua gang, so you can prepare yourself during this time. Okay, boss, with me here, you can rest assured, Shi said with great loyalty. Shi, are you still there? Right at this moment, Yan Feifei's delicate voice once again came from behind her. I'm in a moment. Shi turned his head to look over. Yan Feifei, who had woken up in a daze, was finally relieved to lie down after hearing Ji's voice. And after hearing the woman's voice, Yi Han on the opposite side of the room also immediately stopped his speaking voice. Seeing that Yi Han hadn't been speaking, it made Shi a little nervous. Although Yi Han had previously shown favor with Yan Feifei, but the time spent together was not much. After all, most of Yan Feifei's time at that time was spent in the ward. Therefore, he shouldn't be able to hear Yan Feifei's voice, right? Especially after the exertion. At this time, Yan Feifei's voice was really hoarse. Shi nervously listened to Yi Han's voice, fearing that he would become suspicious. And just as Ji was getting more and more nervous, Yi Han on the opposite side finally made a sound. You kid, really muffled to do great things. Well, the domestic night is still long. I won't bother you said Yi Han, then hung up the phone with a flirtatious smile. After hearing Yi Han's tone, Ji was sort of relieved. Looking at this appearance, Yi Han should not be suspicious. Also, after all, the distance that he is standing at now, there is still a distance from Yan Feifei. He should not have heard it clearly. Ding Ding detected that the host has bold chow thief behavior. Rewarded 200 villain value. Hearing the system's beep, Ji had to say, although sometimes it's still quite exciting to mess things up under Yi Han's nose, but if there's more of it, the little heart can't really take it. Putting his cell phone down, Ji stretched his waist in a refreshed manner, and then turned towards Yan Feifei, ready to sleep comfortably with a soft jade in his arms. Originally hesitated to go back today, but now that Yi Han knows, he doesn't need to go back. As for Qingfeng's sister-in-law, tomorrow then give her some pillow wind will be good. By the way, should try their own medical skills. However, this side of the pool he just lay down, there is no action. The side of the soft jade will have been delicate and soft leaning over. Early the next morning, Shi is refreshed. Woke up early. Yan Feifei woke up slowly when Ji made breakfast. The moment she woke up, her consciousness returned, and at the same time, Yan Feifei immediately remembered what happened last night. Rather than remembering, it was more like she had never forgotten. Her small hand subconsciously touched the spot next to her, but the spot next to her had long since gotten cold, as if that person had already left for a long time. Realizing that Ji had left, it made Yan Feifei's heart flash with a trace of loss. But after all, last night was also considered her own initiative to pounce on Ji. So even if Ji left in anger like this, Yan Feifei didn't mind. After all, this matter in a nutshell, it was also considered that she had taken advantage of Ji, and it was also that she was somewhat sorry for Ji. However, even with this in mind, Yan Feifei was still very disappointed. Originally thought of waking up, can still snuggle in that broad warm chest, the results he has gone. Thinking of this, Yan Feifei very disappointed from the sea sat up, only just sat up. Yan Feifei heard the movement outside. Yan Feifei did not have any so-called agent. Her itinerary was handled by Shang Yinyan, but even so, Shang Yinyan didn't have the password to Yan Feifei's house. Therefore, at this moment, besides herself, only Ji would be at her home. Realizing that Ji hadn't left, Yan Feifei couldn't help but turn red, especially when she thought of the disappointed look she just had. She couldn't help but spit on her own pretentiousness in her heart. She slowly sat up with a red face, and then slowly walked out of the room. As expected, in the semi-open kitchen across the street, GE was busy working with his back to her. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine's favorability, rewarding 200 villain value. As the system's voice rang out, GE likewise understood that it seemed like Yin Fei Fei should have already woken up. As expected, when GE turned his head with his breakfast in hand, he saw Yin Fei Fei hiding in the bedroom doorway, and was now peeking out to look at himself with a blushing face. With just a glance, GE withdrew his sight. After all, even at this time, Yin Fei Fei was really tempting. That fair little face with a blush looked even more delicious than a summer peach. Not coming out to eat? GE inquired with a soft smile. Ahem. I'll go wash up first. Seeing that she had been discovered, Yin Fei Fei then hurriedly turned around and ran towards the restroom in a panic. Only this restroom went really a bit too long. GE understood that this was the shy little girl who was too embarrassed to come out yet. After all, even if last night's Yin Fei Fei was so fierce again, but after waking up, Yin Fei Fei was still that introverted and shy Yin Fei Fei. GE packed up his things and walked to the door of the restroom, lifting his hand to gently knock on the door. Fei Fei, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Breakfast is already done on the table. Remember to eat it while it's hot. After saying that, without waiting for Yin Fei Fei to reply, GE had already turned around and left Yin Fei Fei's house. Only after hearing the sound of the door closing did Yin Fei Fei open the restroom door with a contrite expression. She raised her hand and rubbed her hair in a somewhat chagrined manner, obviously wishing for GE to accompany her this morning. Why did she just not dare to face it all of a sudden? Patting her heated cheeks, Yin Fei Fei slowly walked over to the dining table, but after seeing the hot meal on the table, Yin Fei Fei's heart also instantly felt even more guilty. After all, when she thought of GE getting up early in the morning, after making breakfast for herself, she hurriedly left without taking a bite. Yin Fei Fei felt guilty. She had just been in the restroom, and after washing up, she was torn. She didn't hear that GE had received a message or a phone call, and apparently should have seen herself delayed, so that's why she left, right? Thinking of this, Yin Fei Fei's heart regretted it. She didn't care how sore she was, so she immediately turned around and ran towards the door, ready to go out and catch up with GE. But unfortunately, when Yin Fei Fei opened the door, the elevator entrance was closed, and there was no sign of GE in front of her. It's also true that it's already been a while, so she thought that GE had left, right? Yin Fei Fei drooped her shoulders and stood at the door, her heart filled with guilt, causing her eyes to redden. GE also didn't expect that as soon as he left, Yin Fei Fei was going to cry. What's there to cry about? Is it silly? As he said that, GE cried and laughed as he walked out from the corner and helped Yin Fei Fei wipe the tears from her cheeks. Looking at GE in front of her, Yin Fei Fei didn't react for a moment. Didn't you leave? Yin Fei Fei sobbed twice, looking at GE with teary eyes. With such a pitiful and purely lovely appearance, GE really wanted to hold her down and ravage her properly. Suppressing the impulsive thoughts in his heart, GE looks down at Yin Fei Fei in amusement. Isn't this not reluctant to leave? Helping the woman wipe the eyes on her face hurriedly, GE then pushed Yin Fei Fei's shoulders in amusement and pushed her back. Okay, hurry up and go eat, and then don't eat? There is still strength in the body? Hearing GE's words, Yin Fei Fei froze at first, and then only then did she react. What are you babbling about? Saying that, Yin Fei Fei reddened her little face and walked quickly towards the front. Only this side had not yet walked up 2 steps before her brows tightened. Yin Fei Fei's legs were soft and her waist was a bit uncomfortable. She was almost about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, GE was quick and quickly held her up. Yin Fei Fei was embarrassed to look at GE, and saw him looking at her with deep meaning. At breakfast, the two of them sat face to face, and Yin Fei Fei was very embarrassed as she blushed. I'm sorry, GE, I even got you involved yesterday. Upon hearing this, GE also put down his chopsticks and put on a decent demeanor. In that situation yesterday, you should have let me hire a doctor for you. Yin Fei Fei blushed, hanging her head as she picked at the rice in front of her. Indeed, that was true, but the impulse in her heart at that time washed away her sobriety. Anyway, it was identified with GE, but yesterday was also me being too impulsive. I shouldn't have listened to you. Saying that, GE then sighed with great chagrin. No, blame me, or blame me. I'm the one who's sorry. Seeing GE covering his face in guilt, Yin Fei Fei hurriedly waved her hand and said, when GE didn't say anything, Yin Fei Fei twisted her hand on the opposite side as well. That, between us, Ji raised an eyebrow in anticipation in Yin Fei-Fei's words. Yin Fei-Fei shyly raised her head to look at Ji, then shyly lowered her head again. Until he returned to the villa, Ji was still pondering. Originally, he thought that Yin Fei-Fei had recognized him last night and would want to confirm her relationship with him. Instead, Yin Fei-Fei told him to forget about yesterday and that she was sorry for him. Anyway, she said a bunch of nonsense, indicating that she was sorry for herself yesterday. Ji admits that he is not charismatic enough, which is why Yin Fei-Fei did not confess her feelings. Only, it just so happens that Ji saves himself the trouble. Ji, why are you just coming back now? Seeing Ji walk into the living room, Song Qing quickly greeted him. In the face of Song Qing's questioning, Ji didn't want to bother at all. What's it to you? Ji said without a good mood. Song Qing choked, then rolled her eyes behind Ji. It's not my business, but it's Brother Han's business. Okay? As a bodyguard, you didn't even return all night. Aren't you going a bit overboard? Ji sneered. How do you know that Brother Cold doesn't know? Song Qing choked again, then stammered. You, look at you like this. You didn't do anything good last night. Oh, this you really guessed right, said Ji, then turned around and directly wrapped his arms around Song Qing's waist. I really didn't do anything good last night. As Ji said that, he slightly lowered his head and came closer to Song Qing's ear. At the same time, his palms were tightly holding Song Qing's waist, kneading it very ambiguously as he spoke. In an instant, the opposite Song Qing's face reddened. Not only that, but even her body began to tremble slightly. You, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Before, when Ji molested Song Qing, there were still more or less people in the house, but now that there was only one Lu Qingfang in the house, no one else was at home. Especially, during this period of time, Ji's behavior towards her had also become more and more excessive. Now Song Qing still couldn't help but feel her face heat up when she thought of the time when she was bending over a while ago, and the time when the two of them French kissed passionately. What for? What do you mean what for? Ji raised his eyebrows at Song Qing, and as he said that, he wrapped his arms tightly around Song Qing's waist, keeping Song Qing close to his body. Song Qing put her hands against Ji's chest and pushed hard. I'll really tell Brother Han. Song Qing threatened and threatened, but in the end, Yi Han's name was still on her lips. Fine, just tell him then, just so we can make another video too, so the boss can see how you look. Whenever Ji felt that Song Qing was going to be honest for a while, Song Qing would start acting up. It seemed that he really had to give her a little color to show her that he wasn't just talking. Thinking like this, Ji directly threw Song Qing onto the sofa. You, what are you doing? Song Qing cried out in surprise, and then she was about to get up in a hurry. Only, before she could get up on her side, she was pressed down by Ji holding down her waist. Ji snorted without saying anything, and pulled the tie around his neck and tied it directly to Song Qing's wrists. Only now, Song Qing this finally got scared. Ji, I was wrong. I know it's wrong. Knew it was wrong? Ji was just trying to scare her. Aha! Ji. Oh no! Brother E, I'll never do it again. I'll be honest. What a familiar few words. These few words, have you said them before? Looking at the beauty on the sofa over there, Ji sat on the side without the slightest bit of anxiety. Compared to the very flustered Song Qing, Ji leisurely took an apple from the side and started eating it. Song Qing bit her lips tightly, knowing that she was at a disadvantage. It was true that she had said these words before, and that she had been soft before, but she was still unconvinced in the end in her heart. Although she was just a small nanny, but wasn't he, Ji, just a small bodyguard? The identity of the look, although almost, but she herself at least is considered Yi Han's mistress, although now not completely on the throne, but also not far away. He Ji, then get reused, is not also a stinking part-time job? So this was the reason why Song Qing had always been unconvinced. Nothing to say? Ji hooked his lips and smiled, which was actually a threat. Wrong. I definitely won't talk about you like that anymore in the future. I'm June for you. I'll definitely listen to you. After hearing Ji's threatening words, Song Qing then whimpered and hurriedly said, after all, she knew that when Ji was mad, he was definitely capable of doing anything. She still had to leave her precious first time to Yi Han, letting him know that he was her first man, not wanting to give it to this stinky bodyguard in front of her. You know you're wrong now? Why don't you know you are wrong just now? Unfortunately, I don't want to forgive you so easily either. Ji looked at Song Qing and laughed meaningfully, and after turning her head and seeing Ji's expression, Song Qing instantly panicked as well. You? What else do you want? What do I want? You wouldn't need to know. You just need to bear it. Saying that, Ge picked up his own jacket on the side and stood up. In Song Qing's fearful eyes, Ge directly raised his hand before it swiftly fell. Snap. Snap dash. After the two crisp sounds rang out, Ge was then in a happy mood and leisurely walked up the stairs. And Ge who went upstairs did not see that after he went upstairs, that Song Qing was still lying on the sofa, motionless. Although his hands were still tied with Ge's tie, Song Qing could easily get the tie off. She was red-faced and biting her pink lips in shame. It was only after a while that she took a few deep breaths, and the blush on her face went down a bit. After confirming that Ge really went upstairs, Song Qing then carefully sat up. Her hands slowly moved backward, stroking the place where she had just been hit by Ge. As Song Qing remembered the scene just now, the redness that had originally gone down on her face surfaced again. Blah blah blah. Song Qing, what are you imagining? After realizing her thoughts, Song Qing blushed red and slapped her face a few times in a bad mood. After sitting up, Song Qing easily removed the tie from her hand. But even so, the heat on Song Qing's face still did not subside. Instead of throwing Ge's tie into the trash, Song Qing put it away herself. Until noon, Song Qing was still in a trance. The scene from the morning kept floating in her mind. Not only that, even though several hours had passed, Song Qing could still feel a tingling sensation coming from the tongue. At this moment, Song Qing's situation below, Ge was not clear at all. After going upstairs, Ge first returned to his room, put down his own things, and only then went to Lu Qingfang's room. Only this side he just walked out of the corridor. Before he entered Lu Qingfang's room, he once again heard the system's beeps. Ding ding, detected Heaven's Destiny, female lead favorability, no reward, 200 villain value. Upon hearing this, Ge's footsteps lurched. Right now, he hadn't done anything, he was just walking over here, and a prompt tone had inexplicably appeared. This made Ge a bit baffled. Could it be that this favorability was provided by Yin Fei Fei? System knew this prompt, but also with a delay? Ding ding, host, don't misunderstand. The system broadcast will not be delayed. Hearing the sound of the system replying, Ge vaguely reacted to something. He turned his feet. Originally he was going to Lu Qingfang's room, but now he was going directly to the stairway. Just as he arrived there, Ge saw Song Qing blushing, furtively looking around, and finally putting on his tie. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Seeing Song Qing's action, Ge slightly raised his eyebrows. What did it mean? She was so angry just now, but now, as soon as she left, she had a red face and secretly put up her tie? This made Ge unavoidably somewhat suspicious. It would not be possible that the Heaven's Destiny heroine who had just provided her goodwill was Song Qing, right? This speculation made Ge slightly frowned. After all, he had previously but felt that this was an impossible thing. But now, looking downstairs, Song Qing, with a shy face, walked towards the kitchen with an awkward pace. But Ge confirmed this idea. Then, it seems that the one who just provided herself with favorability should be Song Qing, right? It's just that Song Qing didn't even provide favorability when he molested her before. So how come he did now? Ge looked meaningfully at Song Qing's back, and suddenly realized something different from before. Although he had flirted with her before, he had also French kissed her, but this only but directly on the hand hit 2 times. Not it. It couldn't be because the 2 strikes on the peach tongue directly aroused Song Qing's special fetish, right? For a moment, Ge was somewhat impressed with Song Qing. Without looking for long, Ge went to Lu Qingfang's room. Sister Qingfang, I'm sorry that I'm only here now. It's really because I've been a bit busy lately. Maybe it's because also the boss can't stand to see me being idle around you all the time? The first moment he opened the door to his room, Ge directly laughed at himself. Ding ding, detected Heavenly Destiny female host favorability. Reward 100 villain value. Ding ding, detected the host's behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts of Heaven's Fate. Rewarding 200 villain values. Very well. It seems that this good sister-in-law of hers still cares for him and is still awake. As expected, the most caring one was still his own sister-in-law Lu Qingfang, contributing villain value to himself even when he didn't move. Sister Qingfang, actually I don't want to go on a mission. If I can always be like I am now and stay by your side. Ge walked over to Lu Qingfang's side, skillfully lifted the covers, and began to be massaged by the person on the bed. Your current body isn't much better. If I leave, I don't know if they can take good care of you. I don't know if it's Ge's illusion. After he finished saying this, he actually found that Lu Qingfang's eyebrows seemed to be slightly furrowed. Shi thought that he had misread it. After all, according to the development of the original story, Lu Qingfang would have to wait until a few months later, when Yihan returned with Ms. Morris, and this would be the only time he would awaken. However, now Qi was confident that he could advance a bit. After all, he still believed in the Chinese medicine skills sent by the system lottery. As he spoke, Qi observed Lu Qingfang's expression. Well, nothing could actually be seen. There's still some time left. I'm going out on a mission. This time it's going to be very unpredictable. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to meet up in the future. The thought of not being able to personally see you wake up, the heart is so hard. Only after all, it is the orders given by the boss. It still must be completed. Ge said in a very sad tone. And he had to say that Ge felt that this tone of his was still very good. He was shedding tears as he listened to himself. It seems that he doesn't only have the talent of an actor, but also a voice actor. Ding Ding detected special emotion of the Heavenly Fate hostess. Rewarded with 500 villain value. Ding Ding detected the host's behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts of the Heavenly Fate. Rewarded with 2000 villain values. Qi's movements were stuttered, and he looked up at Lu Qingfang with some surprise, not thinking that these few words of his would be so useful, making Lu Qingfang contribute so much villain value for himself. Can't it be that now his position in Lu Qingfang's heart is already very unusual? However, it doesn't matter if he doesn't raise his head. As soon as he raises his head, Qi realizes that Lu Qingfang, who was originally lying motionless over there, at this moment, has slightly red eyes. If Lu Qingfang could open her eyes at this time, I'm afraid it would be a tearful look. Before seeing Lu Qingfang face abnormal, or because Qi massaged too comfortable time. So now this is for his own anxious crying? It had to be said that Qi was still shocked in his heart. It didn't occur to him that his position in his sister-in-law's heart was so high. It seemed that the efforts he had made during this period of time were not in vain. There's less than a month left. I don't know if it's still useful to give you a bit of acupuncture during this period of time, but it's a good idea to make an effort. Saying that, Qi then sat down beside Lu Qingfang, and then he reached out his hand to take Lu Qingfang's pulse. Sure enough, the pulse indicated that if he didn't interfere, Lu Qingfang would wake up later. After all, she had also been lying down for 2 years. Only this matter was unknown to everyone. And neither did Lu Qingfang. Only Ge, the one who knew the plot of the original story, knew about it. Expecting to let Lu Qingfang wait until later to wake up, it would be better to let her wake up earlier. And by the way, it would be just right to take the credit for this as well. Sister Qingfang, I'm going to give you acupuncture soon. Don't worry. I'm after I've gotten out of my master's program. This is the only time I'm comfortable giving you acupuncture. Ge said as he opened the bag he kept the needles in. Not having drawn any good needles, he could only go and buy an ordinary one to make do. After sterilizing them one by one, Ge's face suddenly became serious as he pinched the needles. With a focused expression, he began to needle Lu Qingfang, without the slightest hint of his previous playful demeanor. In a moment though, Ge had already finished sticking the needle, and the rest would have to wait for the time. Although he was proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, he was not too afraid to give Lu Qingfang a needle. After all, he was afraid that he wouldn't do it lightly, but it was different after drawing the Ghost Gate 13 needles, especially just now. It was obviously the first time that Qi picked up a silver needle, but it felt like he had already picked up the needle countless times before, and he was very skillful. It felt as if even with his eyes closed, he was able to accurately penetrate each acupuncture point. While sticking the needle, Qi clearly saw Lu Qingfang's fingers tremble slightly. He knew that this was Lu Qingfang trying to make a movement to make herself noticed after feeling the improvement in her body. Only, right now, even if Qi could see it clearly, he wouldn't just surprise himself by saying so. After all, if he kept pretending that he didn't notice, then Lu Qingfang must be very anxious in his heart, and would surely try even harder to want more places where he could make movements for himself to discover. And Qi didn't stay long. After he finished giving Lu Qingfang the needles, he took his things and hurriedly went out. The moment he left the room, Qi also pretended to play his cell phone ringtone. Sister Qingfeng, it was so hard to come back. I wanted to accompany you to talk more, but there's something going on at the boss's side, so I can only leave first. When I come back in the afternoon, I'll come back to accompany you again. After saying that, Ge hurriedly pushed open the door and left. Only after walking out of the room, his footsteps slowed down, and then he took one step towards his room. Ge originally wanted to sleep for a while, but suddenly thought of something, so he got up and opened his laptop again. Although there are some operations that can be achieved with a cell phone, The operation is not as convenient as a computer. GE skillfully operated the computer. Soon, the computer screen appeared on Song Qing's cell phone page. At this moment, the page was on a music app, and it was obvious that at this moment, she was probably preparing food while listening to music. When everyone was away, Song Qing was just like a villa mistress. Usually Song Chang would also make some desserts, but most of them were used to practice her cooking skills, and by the way, she made them for them to eat. After all, Song Chang had not graduated yet, but she was already convinced. To be able to hold a man, one must first hold the man's stomach. Obviously, Song Chang had also read a lot of romance novels. Ignoring Song Chang, GE directly opened her VX. He wasn't the type of person to constantly pry into other people's privacy, so after opening her VX, GE didn't look at anything and directly opened Song Chang and Yi Han's chat history. Sure enough, the two had chatted a few sentences before. He knew that Song Chang had started to fox around again yesterday, so it must have been because she had chatted with Yi Han for a few sentences and had gotten her nerve up again. Started brainstorming again. Song Ching, brother Han, how come you only remembered to call Zoe and didn't even remember to call me? GE raised his eyebrows. It seems that this is Song Ching met Yi Han called Yi Ro Ro. Part more or less some uncomfortable then sent a message to Yi Han. Yi Han was probably also a little weak, and this time he quickly replied to Song Ching's message. Yi Han, I'm sorry, this side is too busy. I just forgot. Song Ching, crying in surety emoji. Song Ching, I know, compared to Ro Ro, I'm sure I'm nothing. Opposite Yi Han apparently also felt Song Ching was a bit annoying, this time after an interval of 10 minutes before returning the message. Yi Han, good boy, be good. Where is the difference? It's just that my mom gave me a task. Song Ching, okay, it's me who's messy and jealous. After an interval of 5 minutes. Yi Han, it's okay, you're cute like this too. By the way, recently GE? GE really didn't expect that the two of them could still mention themselves in their dialogue box. And probably also because he had threatened Song Ching before. She obviously didn't dare to tell on him directly. Song Ching, he? Same as before. Just always refuting my words. He's so angry. Yi Han, it's okay. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. The next page down. There are no more sentences. Are a few tired words, and Yi Han's words. It seems to be very perfunctory people. GE originally wanted to close the page, but he didn't expect the page to start moving at this time. Was I just looking here? Song Ching's voice came from the device. Only looking at the way Song Ching exited, she should not have noticed anything unusual either. The page shifted, and GE saw her open the browser, and then the search box opened. What's the deal with being beaten PP and being very comfortable? Being beaten is very comfortable. Is there any special fetish? Being. Bye. As he watched Song Ching search through one by one, GE was more or less silent. It seems that his guess just now was surprisingly right. But looking at Song Ching searching and searching, surprisingly opened a step indescribable novel. Did not look further. GE heart very helpless closed the page. Lying on the bed, GE originally wanted to squint for a while. After all, there is nothing today. The past 2 days had really been one thing after another. He really needed to take a good rest. But as soon as he closed his eyes on this side, his mind suddenly flashed with a flash of light and remembered something. In fact, this novel, GE did not completely finish reading it, and among them, the novel seemed to have depicted that Yi Han had let GE go on an undercover mission, not only because he was a wayfarer cannon fodder, but also because GE was in their group of people, and it really wasn't a small amount of power for him. And then there was another important reason. It was that GE looked somewhat like Yi Han's father. Of course, it was only between the eyebrows and eyes, and the angles of the face were somewhat similar. In fact, GE and Yi Han did not have any blood relationship, but the important thing is that because Yi mother had seen GE before, so she remembered GE this person. Although she doesn't have GE's contact information, she often calls Yi Han to ask him about GE. This, coupled with the fact that GE was really good looking, made Yi Han guess a little bit in his heart. So Yi Han's heart then also had some speculations and some discomfort. After all, no one could endure that the person who was his little brother 1 second might be his stepfather the next. If this is replaced by GE, in fact, GE is also more or less some cannot stand. So naturally, GE became the cannon fodder. In fact, GE is very innocent, nothing to do, but just in all aspects. Let Yi Han look very bad just. In fact, after all is said and done, the hero still can't stand his own side. There is a person who can overpower their own light, even if it was a little worse than himself, sharing away a little bit of his gaze. for the male protagonist is a provocation. Thinking of this, GE sighed very helplessly. What could be done about this? He himself is excellent. He is also very helpless. Only now, for a moment, GE really couldn't remember what Mother Yi looked like. Brother E. GE thought about thinking about things and could not help but fall asleep in a daze. Only, just as GE felt himself falling asleep, there was a thump sound in his ears, followed by a scream that rang in his ears. And the moment he heard the sound, GE sat up alertly, and then looked over to the door of the room. Only just as GE had turned his head, a person pounced over there, directly tackling GE onto the bed again. Brother E, I heard that you only came back this morning? Honestly, where exactly did you go last night? The little witch straddled GE's body, her hands tightly pressing down on GE's chest in an attempt to keep GE from getting up, looking at Yi Ro Ro, who was frowning and squinting on his body. Questioning himself, GE more or less cried and laughed. Ro Ro, you come down quickly. Be careful of pressing out in a while. The doorway of the flower butterfly, looking at the scene in front of him, cannot help but also be startled, but more, or mood complex. In fact, Yi Ro Ro's little weight is nothing to GE, although it looks like the little witch is using both hands to suppress herself. But as long as GE exerted a little bit of force, he was able to switch the positions of the two of them, allowing himself to press down on the little witch. Zoe, have you gained weight lately? Rising to the idea of teasing the little witch, GE pretended to look at Yi Ro Ro with a surprised face. What? When Yi Ro Ro heard GE's words, she first froze, and when she reacted, she was struck by lightning. She stared at GE with wide eyes, incredulously. Impossible, she retorted, and then turned her head to look at Flower Butterfly, who was a bit flustered. Sister Butterfly, have I really gained weight? Flower Butterfly looked at GE's flirtatious expression and knew that this was GE deliberately lying to Yi Ro Ro. This caused her to cry and laugh a little. No, it's still the same as before. Good, deliberately scaring me? Reacting. Yi Ro Ro clenched her small hand into a fist and hammered GE's chest a few times. Ha. What's scaring or not? Doesn't weighing a gram count as heavy? GE amusingly raised his hand to hold Yi Ro Ro's small hand, leaving Yi Ro Ro at her wit's end. It was at this time that the flower butterfly came to the phone and walked to the side to answer the call. GE also took this opportunity to directly hold Yi Ro Ro's hands, rolled over and directly pressed Yi Ro Ro underneath. Haven't you learned your lesson before? Still dare to sit on me? Not afraid that I'll have a beastly outburst and eat you? Using one hand to confine Yi Ro Ro's hands, he then pressed on top of her head. GE hooked his lips in an evil smile and said with a teasing face, and only for a moment, Yi Ro Ro's face instantly reddened. You? How dare you? Yi Ro Ro's red face said with some annoyance, but the expression on her face didn't look that angry. How do you know I don't dare? She let out a laugh. Then he slowly lowered his head to Yi Ro Ro's face. This also caused Yi Ro Ro's body to instantly tighten up. At this moment, the two of them were so close to each other that even GE's warm exhale was perceived very clearly by Yi Ro Ro. Smelling the scent of smoke on GE's body, Yi Ro Ro instantly remembered the sizzling night that belonged to the two of them. That night was an accident, but it didn't occur to her that GE was so persistent. The two didn't make it to the end that time, they just helped each other out a bit. But thinking about that time, Yi Ro Ro's heart was more or less unwilling. Is she, Yi Ro Ro, not charismatic? Surprisingly, let that situation of GE, still able to stabilize? Thinking of this, Yi Ro Ro's heart instantly grew angry as well. She clenched her teeth, and with a hardened heart, she directly reached out her hand and wrapped it around GE's neck. And in a situation that GE was not expecting, she even directly exerted her strength, pulling GE downwards. GE couldn't help but freeze, but just as he felt a softness on his lips, he heard footsteps at the door. Zoe, your brother said to put you on the phone. Flower Butterfly walked in with her cell phone, and then looked with a puzzled expression at GE, who was currently sitting in front of the computer, and then this time looked to the side with a somewhat flushed face, sitting on the edge of the bed. Yi Ro Ro. Oh, this is coming. Yi Ro Ro looked at GE with a somewhat weak heart, and then hurriedly walked up and took the phone in the hands of the butterfly, and walked out to answer the phone. At this moment, GE, who was sitting in front of his laptop computer reading the information, was obviously a bit distracted. At that moment, he already felt the touch on his lips. Obviously, if the butterfly came one step later, the two of them would have kissed each other. When he thought of this, GE sighed with great regret. Butterfly stood in the doorway and looked at GE, who was working seriously. She couldn't help but be in a trance. Was the previous GE this handsome? Why did she feel that she couldn't take her eyes off GE? And after seeing GE sigh, Flower Butterfly walked up with some concern and stood next to GE with a concerned face. What's wrong? Nothing. GE instantly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, after all, there was nothing wrong with him in the first place. Upon seeing the contents on the laptop in front of GE, Flower Butterfly subconsciously frowned. Isn't this the information of the Guhua gang? What are you looking at this for? In an instant, many things flashed through Hua Butterfly's mind. She vaguely recalled that Yihan had said earlier that he would find a way to get rid of the Guhua gang. It was only that the people of the Guhua gang were really vigilant, so if they wanted to insert undercover agents into them, it would be more or less difficult. Thinking of this, Flower Butterfly then looked at GE with a surprised face. Boss wouldn't want you to be an undercover agent, right? She said in shock. GE was slightly stunned, and then realized that perhaps now was a good opportunity to disassociate the two. So in the face of Flower Butterfly's inquiry, GE didn't immediately answer the question, but instead sighed long and hard. Flower Butterfly, on the other hand, nervously gripped GE's hand tightly. No way, you can't go. Following Yihan's side, they already knew the name of this Guhua gang from the time Yihan first returned to China. After all, in the past few years, the Guhua gang was the only hardcore that Yihan hadn't knocked down. They had heard that their boss appeared to be someone named Chen Hua, but in reality, he was someone else. Yihan was also thinking of sending undercover agents in because he hadn't been able to gnaw down this hard bone in the past 2 years, but the risk was the same. I'm afraid that I'm afraid that I'm going to die in 9 deaths. GE snorted. If I don't go, is there anyone else suitable? Flower Butterfly fell silent. Yes, the person to go should not only be deeply trusted by Yihan, so that Yihan has no suspicions. Most importantly, it was also important not to let the people from the Guhua gang notice the identity. Their group of people who followed Yihan back. Although Yihan is not 100% trust, but he could also ensure that they would at least not betray him. And compared to the others, GE's identity was also the most suitable. After all, not long after returning to China, the others have their own people to protect. GE was Lu Qingfeng. Flower Butterfly was Yi Ro, Firefox was Sheng Himyan, Songying was Yin Fei Fei, and Xian Snake was Yi Mother. The others followed them, all of them throwing their weight around. But only GE, after following Lu Qingfeng, spent most of his time in this villa. Before that, he went out either on a mission or to meet He Yubai, and since breaking up with He Yubai, he hadn't gone out much. Originally, the time they were abroad as mercenaries was the time they couldn't be traced, so their whereabouts after returning home were very important indeed. Not only that, GE is also the only one who has no parents, especially after the breakup, equivalent to a tie are no longer. The other people have parents, as long as the person with the heart a little check can be found. Although the Flower Butterfly also has no parents, but before after all, also often followed Yi Ro throws her head. The main thing was that she was the woman that Yihan looked like. Although Yihan now for Flower Butterfly more are all use, but only also to be included in his own harem. So now this situation, he is impossible to send the Flower Butterfly into that kind of place. Maybe there's a change of heart, and when he comes back, the Flower Butterfly has already been abducted by someone? You've thought about it too, right? Anyway, on the boss's side, I'm the most suitable candidate. Not only that, I'm fatherless and motherless, and I don't have anything to hold on to. My life isn't worth much. When GE said these words, Flower Butterfly had been silent, but when GE said that his life was not worth anything, the Flower Butterfly was completely silent. She gripped GE's hand hard and said anxiously, "Who said your life is worthless?" GE laughed mockingly. "There's no one to hold on to me. Is my life worth anything? Anyway, sooner or later I'm going to die. So what difference does it make if I go now?" Ding Ding detected the host's behavior of separating the male and female masters of Heaven's Fate, rewarded with 200 villain values. "Why? How come no one is holding you? I've been worried about you," Flower Butterfly said very anxiously. GE looked fixedly at Flower Butterfly in front of him. Then he stood up and smiled. "Really? Ha?" Flower Butterfly first froze, then immediately reacted to what she had just said. Yes, ah. Her embarrassed face suddenly reddened. Then she stammered. We were on a mission together before, and we also already have feelings for each other, and are family to each other, so I'm definitely worried about you." Flower Butterfly had a red face and stumbled to explain for herself, but she was already so shy at this point that she didn't even dare to look directly into GE's eyes. "Is it just that? GE held Flower Butterfly's hand in one hand, while his other hand reached out to wrap around Flower Butterfly's thin waist. Are there no other feelings between us? GE took a step forward, and then he inquired in a low voice. Other. In the face of GE, who was slowly approaching, Blossom Butterfly's originally innocent mind suddenly panicked. She repeated GE's words in a daze, but the exciting experience of the two of them from before came to her mind, and when she thought of that time, Flower Butterfly's face reddened even more. GE walked forward, finally sticking together with Flower Butterfly. Could it be that I didn't try hard enough to leave a deep impact on you before? GE inquired as he approached Flower Butterfly's ear. The next second GE slightly lowered his head and buried his head at the neck of Flower Butterfly. Not only that, he also gently rubbed her neck with his own lips. Earlier, GE had realized that the Flower Butterfly's neck was very sensitive. As expected, the Flower Butterfly instantly shivered after GE made this move, and her entire body instantly panicked. GE, what are you doing? Flower Butterfly looked at the doorway in some panic before she said in annoyance. What do? I just wanted to check if you have any feelings for me. And now that I look at it, it seems like you have some feelings? GE said flirtatiously. Flower Butterfly bit her lips tightly, her small hand trying to grab GE's hand that was making trouble. Only, before she could grab GE's hand, she was met by GE's large hand, which directly wrapped both hands all together. Are you a hooligan? The insufferable Flower Butterfly said with some irritation. GE, on the other hand, laughed softly at her neck. Didn't you know this before? With that said, GE's hand wandered to Flower Butterfly's back, and he subconsciously touched the scars on Flower Butterfly's back. Sure enough, it was already much better than before. Looks like the spring transforming cream I gave you is more or less useful? I'll get some more to send you later, GE said. Flower Butterfly froze, not thinking that at this point in time, GE was still worried about himself. This caused Flower Butterfly to get lost in thought, remembering what GE had said earlier. Previously, GE said that the scars left behind by the mission on her body. Other people don't feel sorry for her, but he feels sorry for. Ding ding, monitoring the Heaven's Destiny heroine's favorability, rewarding 500 villain values. Hearing the system's beep, GE slightly raised the end of his eyes, just caring a little, but it was so useful? Wait. Only before Flower Butterfly could begin to recall the previous beauty, her breathing was disrupted by GE's haphazardly moving hand. She slightly opened her cherry-pink red lips for a breath before opening her mouth to stop it. The smile at the corner of GE's mouth deepened. In a bunch of mercenaries, at that time, Flower Butterfly was the only woman who survived, so her strength was also unquestionable. And obviously, she also had the strength to be able to break free from her bonds. But she didn't. So what does that mean? Either it meant that she had feelings for herself, or it meant that she also felt more or less shufu right now. Either way, this was good for GE. At least she wasn't avoiding herself now, was she? This period of time is so busy. I haven't said much to you. Don't you want me? GE's compelling voice rang in Flower Butterfly's ears. This made it harder and harder for Flower Butterfly to focus on her already somewhat lax attention. Wait a minute. The door is still open. Even after this, Flower Butterfly still remembered. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want to think of GE. After all, GE's figure had been flashing through her mind for the past 2 days. But helplessly, when the two of them met, they were surrounded by other people, so they couldn't say a few words. Brother E? Sister Butterfly. Inside the room, the atmosphere was excellent, as the two slowly sank closer to each other. Suddenly, a shout came from the doorway, which scared both of them. Compared to GE, who first looked towards the doorway, Flower Butterfly was the moment she heard the sound. She hurriedly pushed GE away, and then only then did she look towards the doorway with a blushing face and at a loss for words. Only, at this moment, there was no one at the door. Seeing this, both GE and Flower Butterfly were relieved. Flower Butterfly looked at GE with some guilt at the same time. You're alright, she said with concern and guilt, wanting to walk forward, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw that there was already an additional figure at the door. This instantly scared Flower Butterfly and hurriedly took 2 more steps back. Brother E? Sister Butterfly. Yi Ro, who had just appeared at the doorway, didn't notice anything wrong at all and walked in with a bright smile, holding her cell phone. This simultaneously made GE and Flower Butterfly breathe a sigh of relief. Ha? Why is your face so red? Sister Butterfly? Is it because you're not feeling well? Approaching and returning the cell phone to Flower Butterfly, Yi Ro then looked at Flower Butterfly's face with great suspicion. Yes, is it? Flower Butterfly was first stunned. Then she hurriedly raised her hand to stroke her cheeks. And it was indeed a bit hot. Although above performing tasks, Flower Butterfly was 100% excellent. That ice-cold face would not let the other party see any hint of something wrong. But when facing them, especially when facing this kind of question that originally made her heart weak, Flower Butterfly would easily reveal herself. Therefore, seeing that Flower Butterfly was already a bit flustered, Chi-E then hurriedly walked forward as well. Didn't you just say that you were uncomfortable? If you're dizzy, then go and rest? Butterfly still understood Chi-E's hint. She was first slightly stunned. Then she nodded. Well, I am a little uncomfortable. Careless Yi-Ro-Ro didn't realize what was wrong in the slightest. Seeing Hua Butterfly saying that she wasn't feeling well, she hurriedly said again. Anyway, I'm not going out right now. Or else Butterfly sister, you'd better go and rest first, right? Flower Butterfly had a red face and coughed lightly. Okay, then I'll go rest first. If you go out, just let me know. Saying that, Hua Butterfly then quietly cast a sidelong glance at Chi-E before turning to leave. And the moment Flower Butterfly turned to leave the room, all three of them were instantly relieved. After all three of them were a bit weak-minded. Seeing that the Flower Butterfly had gone far away, Yi-Ro-Ro then sheepishly walked next to Chi-E and hurriedly inquired. How was it? How was it? Just now, after I left, Sister Butterfly didn't ask anything, did she? Chi-E shook his head and looked at Yi-Ro-Ro with amusement. The thought of the two things that just happened to make one's heart weak made him feel irritated to no end. It's fine. She didn't ask anything. She just saw me reading the documents and inquired about the things on the documents. Hearing this, Yi-Ro-Ro was then considered to be completely relieved. But as soon as she thought of what had just happened, Yi-Ro-Ro's delicate white little face then suddenly reddened again. This even made Yi-Ro-Ro a little afraid to look directly at Chi-E. After all, that was just because of a momentary impulse. And Yi-Ro-Ro did not expect to be that impulsive. But who knows? In that instant just now, she was instantly a bit hot-headed. Right, Ro-Ro just. Thinking that just now Yi-Ro-Ro suddenly shouted out their names, Chi-E felt a bit puzzled and wanted to ask what exactly had happened. Just now I wasn't trying to kiss you. Yi-Ro-Ro was shocked, and then she denied it loudly. The moment these words came out, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Chi-E slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the reddened young girl in front of him. He hooked his lips and flirted. Ro-Ro, why is your face also so red? Are you also physically uncomfortable? Yi-Ro-Ro naturally knew that Chi-E was intentionally flirting with herself, and said without any good humor, You shut up. Chi-E couldn't bear it and laughed out. You're too bossy, don't you let me talk? Besides, just now I didn't want to ask you about this matter. Why did you suddenly call out your voice? Hearing Chi-E's words, it was Yi-Ro-Ro's turn to be a bit dumbfounded. Then what did you just want to ask? Chi-E said amusedly. I just wanted to ask, what exactly is the matter that you just shouted outside, calling out to me and Flower Butterfly? Yi-Ro-Ro tightly hugged her pink lips, and her entire shy face once again turned a shade of red, especially when she thought of the way she had just anxiously defended herself. Yi-Ro-Ro was so shy that it seemed as if even her eyes had reddened. Is that I just blackmailed my brother for a meal? I don't need to cook at noon, Yi-Ro-Ro said in a small voice. Chi-E amusedly rubbed Yi-Ro-Ro's head, helplessly let out a laugh. Okay, sure enough, children are children. Emil is also so excited. But the black circles under your eyes. Chi-E looked at Yi-Ro-Ro's eyes under some doubts. This black circles are really very obvious. Now there is Once Yi-Ro-Ro heard this, she couldn't care less about being shy and hurriedly raised her hand to cover her eyes. Didn't sleep well yesterday? It's a bit. Hearing Chi-E's question, Yi-Ro-Ro said in a somewhat complaining manner, giving Chi-E a grudging glance as she spoke. This glance was a bit puzzling to Chi-E. But soon, Chi-E reacted a bit. Yi-Ro-Ro did not sleep well yesterday. It would not be because of his own right? Soon, Chi-E sat on this speculation. Say, you haven't answered my question yet. Where exactly did you go last night? Yi-Ro-Ro inserted her waist in question with a fierce face. I secretly carried out a mission last night, Chi-E said with a haphazard fabrication. You're bullshitting. If you were on a mission, how come my brother didn't know about it? My brother even said that he told you to come back and call him back. As expected, Yi-Ro-Ro wasn't that gullible and quickly grasped the point. What I said is true. Last night I didn't go back. The boss's call came, so before this side arrived home, I had to go back on the mission. Saying that, Chi-E also took out his cell phone and showed Yi-Ro-Ro the chat log. With this evidence, Yi Ro Ro really believed some of it. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't sleep well on my mission last night, why would I need to come back in the morning to make up for it? In all honesty, after last night's mission until now, GE felt that his entire body was very refreshed. Only, it was true that the sleeping time was a bit short, coupled with some impatience in reading those documents, which made him sleep for a while in a daze. Although GE had already said so, Yi Ro Ro was still more or less half-hearted. Really? Then what exactly was the mission you performed last night? Yi Ro Ro was still somewhat unconvinced, and carefully inquired. It seems that Yi Ro Ro has grown up, and this kind of small talk is no longer able to fool her. GE's face suddenly turned cold. Ro Ro, it's not that I won't tell you these things, it's just that it's better for you not to know. Seeing GE so serious, hearing GE's voice cold down, Yi Ro Ro then completely believed. Oh well, you don't worry, I won't ask more, I won't ask more. Yi Ro Ro was afraid that GE would get angry and hurriedly assured. Saying that, Yi Ro Ro yawned. Last night, after returning home, she was keeping an eye out to see if GE had returned. Then after connecting to Yi Han's phone, she paid more attention as well. However, she hadn't expected to wait until the middle of the night, but she still hadn't waited for GE to return. At first, Yi Ro Ro was just a little worried, but after realizing that GE hadn't come back, Yi Ro Ro started to think again. After all, when she sent Shin Mumu away, she heard GE say that he was going back to send Yin Feifei home. So the night, GE has not been home. Late at night, the two people alone may be out of the question, but also the main reason why Yi Ro Ro cannot sleep. After all, as a top stream actress, Yin Feifei's face value is really online. As long as the thought, at this moment, two people are turning clouds, last night's Yi Ro Ro will be more and more sleepless. The heart is sour and difficult at the same time. Yi Ro Ro also more and more awake, looking at the outside to pay attention to GE has not come back, but she waited until Yi Ro Ro had pulled an all-nighter and left the house to go to school, but she didn't wait for GE to come back. This was also the reason why she had a large dark circle under her eyes. Look at this, you didn't worry about me much last night? GE managed to take the initiative and started molesting Yi Ro Ro. Ha? You? What are you talking about? I didn't. Being poked in the heart, the redness on Yi Ro Ro's face that had originally faded away suddenly surfaced again. She inserted her waist and refuted GE's words without any good reason, but the expression on her face looked very weak. No. Well, I was originally still touched. Saying that, GE sighed. At those words, Yi Ro Ro first froze, but after all, she had just boasted about it herself, and it was naturally impossible for her to directly admit it now. Otherwise, it would be more or less humiliating. But didn't you already go to the interest class? How come this is less than noon back? Did something happen? Or is it that you're not feeling well? Saying that, GE reached out his hand to take Yi Ro Ro's wrist and directly took her pulse. Well, the pulse is very weak. It seems that often stay up late. The diet is not good. In the future, eat less junk food. Recently in a good thing? Then you pay attention not to eat cold things. Yi Ro Ro looked at the serious-looking GE in front of her more or less dumbfounded. Originally thought that GE was just fooling around. Didn't think that after this sentence was said, every sentence was true. Especially the last sentence. She did have her period in the past 2 days. That's why she had an all-nighter yesterday. And that's why she's having such a hard time today. You know medicine, ah? Yi Ro Ro looked at GE dumbfounded. Originally, she had thought that GE was a bit of a perfect 10, and could do everything, but it didn't occur to her that even this GE would? This more or less made Yi Ro Ro look at GE a little unreal. Now it was really a perfect 10. I won't I made it up. Can't it be that I made it up right? GE raises his eyebrows and looks at Yi Ro Ro with a flippant face. I don't believe it. You definitely know something. Otherwise it definitely wouldn't be so accurate. Okay, not messing with you. What's the point of talking about this? On the contrary, it's you. Your body is a bit uncomfortable. It's better to go back and rest quickly. Yi Ro Ro subconsciously rubbed her belly. Because of staying up all night last night, her belly crashed even more. Now even if she was lying on the bed, she was definitely in pain and couldn't sleep. She saw Yi Ro Ro's movements at a glance. Hard to feel? Lie down and I'll give you a massage? Upon hearing this, Yi Ro Ro's eyes instantly lit up. She would not be able to heal Yi Ro Ro did not know, but Yi Ro Ro knew that in this aspect of massage, Chi was very bullish. Good. Then I'll be polite. With that, Yi Ro Ro laid down on Ji's bed very nonchalantly. Ji hadn't expected that Yi Ro Ro was so unguarded towards herself. when she was just lying down, Yi Ro felt fine, but after seeing Ji slowly approaching, Yi Ro instantly tensed up. Before, when she let Ji help her with the massage, she didn't have this kind of nervousness, she just thought that this was what Ji should do. However, with the passage of time, the relationship between the two of them had also undergone some subtle changes, and Yi Ro had even more thoughts. So at this moment, lying over there, looking at Ji slowly approaching, Yi Ro would feel a little nervous. The heart cursed his own no interest. At the same time Yi Ro also some regret. I knew just do not lie down, directly down well. Anyway, if you can't see each other, you won't be nervous. You are now so painful, but also with your long time irregular work and rest has a relationship. Every day to stay up late, although just stay up for a while, but you have to get up very early in the morning to go to class. So this leads to your chi is weak, plus the diet is even more aggravated. So you don't hurt who hurts? Ji said. His hand had already reached out and started to give Yi Ro a slow massage. I have to say, Ji said very reasonable, but Yi Ro listened to more or less some unconvinced. She just wanted to open her mouth to retort. The result of Chi's hand force began to suddenly increase, which let Yi Ro somewhat unexpected. Originally wanted to say the rebuttal, but also unconsciously turned into a delicate chuan, Chi like point well. This sound, heard Yi Ro are blushing, hurriedly raised his hand to cover his reddened face and mouth. Similarly, at this time, Song Chang, who was outside the door, heard the sound inside the room, and also raised her hand to cover her mouth with a stunned expression. She was originally preparing lunch, but suddenly a hotel man came to deliver the food, saying that it was ordered by Mr. Yi. She instantly understood that these lunches should be ordered by Yi Han. There was no need to cook, and Song Ching was happy to be free, so she came straight upstairs to call them for dinner. She had just called up the flower butterflies and learned that Yi Ro was in Ji's room, so she thought of coming over to knock on the door to say something. Only, on her side, her hand had just lifted up, and before she could knock down, she directly heard a voice inside that made people want to get lost in thought. This time, Song Chang was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the closed door in front of her, so surprised that she was in a trance for a while, but then again in a trance. She was still so shocked that her entire body froze over there. What is the situation? Originally, she thought that Chi was already bold enough to molest herself. After all, even if she is a small nanny, but more or less there is a chance that she can become the boss's woman. She didn't expect that Ji would be so bold, and he was getting bolder and bolder with himself. He even took a video and tried to threaten himself. Only, none of these surprises could compare to the shock in Song Ching's heart at this moment. It couldn't be. Everyone around knew that Yi Han doted on his sister. In addition to not wanting his sister to go to work and suffer, the rest of what she wanted, Yi Han would satisfy her. So even though Song Ching was usually high and mighty when dealing with Ji, she was still very honest in front of Yi Ro. After all, if one pissed off Yi Ro, a single word could send them packing. Everyone didn't dare to mess with Yi Ro, and Song Ching didn't believe that Ji would really be that bold. She stood in the doorway for a while, and was even a little skeptical, wondering if she had heard wrong. However, soon she heard the room again. That through the door came out of the delicate chuan sound. This makes Song Ching completely messed up. It turned out that Ji was far more daring than she had imagined. Chi, can you lighten up? Hearing the pouting sound coming from inside, Song Chang was also completely unable to stand in the doorway, turned around and hurriedly went downstairs. Downstairs the flower butterfly at this time is still over there out of focus. After hearing Song Chang hurried footsteps, then looked up suspiciously. What's wrong? Ahem. Just went up, and suddenly thought, the porridge in the kitchen forgot to turn off the fire. Saying that, Song Ching then ran to the kitchen with an abnormal face. The moment she ran into the kitchen, Song Ching also specifically shouted, right, then remember to help me call the two of them for dinner up there. Watching Song Chang hurriedly run into the kitchen, Flower Butterfly shook her head somewhat helplessly before getting up and walking up the stairs. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded, and Chi and Yi Ro in the house stopped their movements at the same time, and Yi Ro immediately sat up with a weak heart. She raised her hand and wiped the false sweat on her forehead, realizing that after the massage, her body was indeed much more comfortable and not as uncomfortable as before. What's wrong? When Chi opened the door, he saw the flower butterfly in the doorway and was puzzled. The meal that Brother Han ordered came. Song Ching just came up for a trip, but the kanji didn't turn off the fire, so she went down again in a hurry. Hua Butterfly said truthfully. As she spoke, Hua Butterfly looked behind Ge at Yi Ro Ro, who was sitting on the bed with a scarlet face, somewhat surprised. Her eyes widened as she raised an eyebrow to look at Ge. Ge accurately captured Flower Butterfly's expression. He let out a light laugh before he whispered in Flower Butterfly's ear. What's wrong? Jealous? Don't worry. I didn't do anything. It's just that her relatives came and were a bit uncomfortable, so I helped her massage a bit. At that time, the Flower Butterfly first face slightly stunned. Then there are some other glared at Ge a glance. She did not ask what. Ge haphazardly explained what, although she thought so. But in the moment when Ge explained clearly, Hua Butterfly's hand behind her back also slowly loosened. Don't be jealous. Wait a couple days. I'll give you a massage too. The moment these words came out, a blush couldn't help but creep up on Flower Butterfly's face. And after glancing at Yi Ro Ro over there, Flower Butterfly glanced at Ge without any good reason before turning around and leaving. What's wrong? Seeing Ge turn around, Yi Ro Ro said in confusion. Although the two of them hadn't done anything in the room, Yi Ro Ro was still more or less a bit vain, so she hadn't been looking over just then. Ge shrugged. It's fine. It's just that the big meal your brother ordered has arrived and asked us to go down to eat. Hearing the big meal, Yi Ro Ro immediately came to the spirit. Go go go. Let's go down quickly. With that, Yi Ro Ro pulled Ge's hand and headed towards the stairway. When he reached the stairway, Ge instantly saw Song Cheng, who happened to be walking out of the kitchen. Song Cheng looked around with a very unnatural expression before she started to clean up the table as if nothing had happened. To be honest, Ge had just heard footsteps coming to the door in his room, but they left in a short while, so he didn't expect it to be Song Cheng. That would be fun. So what exactly did Song Cheng hear and misunderstand? And that's why she found a poor excuse to go to the kitchen? After all, today's lunch was specially ordered by Yihan, and naturally there was congee specially delivered. Song Cheng didn't make congee, so how could she forget to turn off the fire? Thinking of this, Ge couldn't help but tickle the corners of his lips, his playful eyes looking Song Cheng up and down. Song Cheng stiffened and set up the table. Before she sat down on the chair with some panting, she didn't know if it was her illusion, but it seemed that since just now, she had felt Ge's eyes sweeping over her body. It was as if it was a pair of big, hot hands, and looking at Song Cheng, her breathing became a little unnatural. During this period of time, Yi Ro Ro had been eating next to Ge. Today was naturally no exception. Right, Brother E, there's something I forgot to tell you. What's wrong? Ge said suspiciously. Yi Ro Ro heatedly laughed and then said, it's that from now on, I won't have to go to those interest classes tutorial classes anymore. It looked like Yi Ro Ro was indeed very happy, and the corners of her entire mouth were grinning to the back of her ears as she said this. Your brother agreed? Ge raised his eyebrows in some surprise. After all, when he read the novel before, it was mentioned in it. Many times before, Yi Ro Ro had raised the intention of not wanting to continue with the cram school and wanting to go to work, but every time it was brought up, it was rejected by Yihan. It was only at a later stage, after realizing that Yi Zhou Ro wasn't his own sister, when Yihan had compassion, that Yihan agreed that Yi Zhou Ro didn't need to go to those cram schools, and instead, transferred Yi Zhou Ro to his side to work. Therefore, Ge was indeed very surprised by this current change. Seeing how surprised Ge looked, Yi Ro Ro's face smiled even more joyfully. Ha ha ha, there's nothing he can do if he doesn't agree. You don't know how surprised my brother was today when he saw those two dark circles under my eyes. And after realizing that I go to bed very late and have to get up early in the morning, my brother agreed. Saying that, Yi Ro Ro even rubbed her two black circles under her eyes as she spoke. And thanks to these two dark circles under my eyes, I won't have to get up early in the morning in the future. Ge looked at Yi Ro Ro with amusement, but in his heart, he was also a little worried. If Yi Ro Ro was always at home in the future, some of his actions would not be very convenient. Compared to Ge's pondering, Song Cheng on the opposite side was a bit envious. Before, after Yi Ro Ro graduated, she didn't have to go out to work, so it was already very enviable to Song Cheng. But now, Song Cheng enviously looked toward Yi Ro Ro. Then Ro Ro, you are going to go to the Yi Group internship after? After all, it was her own company. If she was interning, it would definitely still be more comfortable to be in her own company. Yi Ro Ro frowned a little bitterly. This still depends on how my brother arranges it. I'm fine, as long as I don't have to get up early in the morning to go to school again. Although last time in the banquet, many classmates knew that her family is not ordinary, but Yi Ro Ro still feel that she has already graduated. But still studying is very difficult. It wasn't like she wanted to be one of those aristocratic celebrities. So then she also felt that there was no use in studying all those things. Song Chang nodded. That's nice. Song Ching was actually the same age as Yi Ro, but because she went to school a year late when she was a child, she still had to wait a year for her internship. It was only now that she took advantage of the summer vacation to come here. After a meal, Yi Ro went upstairs to catch up on her sleep. After all, a day and a night without sleep, even if it is a young man, more or less is also some cannot stay up. On the other hand, the flower butterfly on one side was looking at Ge with a desire to speak, but in the end, she still said hello and turned around to leave. I think there should still be a task to do, so Chi did not ask. After all, before the time, there will also be this situation. As the two left for a moment, only Song Chang and Ge were left in the large living room. If it were before, even if Song Ching was a bit scared of Ge, she would still choke on him at this time. But at this time, Song Ching just looked at Ge without saying a word, and then packed up her things in silence. Chi also did not go, just sat on the dining table and watched Song Ching back and forth to clean up. In the end, Song Ching couldn't stand it anymore. After the table was cleaned up, she turned around and hurriedly went upstairs. After all, looking at Ge like this, she had some bad premonitions in her heart. Well, Ge. Well, after hearing the voice coming from Ge's cell phone over there, Song Ching immediately followed by a footstep. She turned her head to look at Ge without a good mood. Ge, what are you doing? Song Chang looked at Ge with a red face in anger. Annoyed. What for? Ge looked at Song Chang with a somewhat puzzled look. Then he casually shrugged his shoulders. I'm just enjoying the video on my cell phone. Can't I do this too? Song Chang gritted her teeth and looked at Ge, her teeth itching with hatred. If she could, Song Ching really wanted to bite Ge to death. But obviously, this was impossible. So, then you can't find a corner to watch? It's okay to go back to your own room if it's a big deal. You're over here. What if someone else hears you? Song Ching said with great exasperation. If it was someone else that Ge was looking at, it would be fine. But what she was looking at was herself. Even for the sake of her own reputation, she had to put a stop to Ge. Fine. It's fine if you don't want me to look over here. Then you have to answer a question for me. Hearing Ge's words, Song Ching really looked at Ge in a somewhat puzzled manner. She didn't know what Ge was up to now with this thinking one thing at a time. Then why don't you tell me what you're going to ask? Without a good-natured look at Ge, Song Ching turned her head to look over. She put away and smiled at Song Ching before saying, I just want to ask if you've heard something you shouldn't have? Chi raised an eyebrow at Song Ching, and as expected, after Chi said this, Song Ching's expression changed immediately. She first froze, and then she was a little afraid to look Chi straight in the eyes. What are you babbling about? I didn't hear anything, Song Ching hurriedly said, but Song Ching also might not know that at this moment. The expression on her face was heartfelt. Is that so? Are you sure? Sure you didn't hear anything? Chi wasn't in a hurry, and after loading up his cell phone, he got up and walked over to Song Ching's side. Now Song Ching was truly convinced that Ge would do anything when he was in a hurry. After all, he had even dared to touch Yi Ro. So Song Ching was truly convinced that Ge was really bold. No, I've already said no. What more do you want? Song Ching said without a trace of anger. Although she did hear something, how could she just say it like that? You think I'll believe it? Ge knew that Song Chang would be a dead duck. Saying that, Ge directly held Song Ching's wrist. While Song Ching was flustered, he then reached out his hand to give a tug, directly yanking Song Ching to his side. Song Ching was about to resist the moment Ge reached out his hand, but helplessly, her strength couldn't match Ge's at all. So before she could resist a bit, her entire body had already been yanked over. Ge, what are you doing? Although Flower Butterfly had already gone out, Song Chang knew that Yi Ro could still be at home right now. Although it looked like she had gone up to rest, maybe she would come down? Doing what? Of course it's to do that thing you heard. As he said that, Ge's hand took hold of Song Ching's thin waist, and then he gently kneaded on it. How dare you? Song Ching said without a trace of anger, before glaring at Ge in warning. Didn't you say you didn't hear anything? How could you know? What kind of things I'm talking about? The force on Ge's hand relaxed slightly, and he turned to playfully question Song Ching. Song Ching did not expect Ge to come up with this. For a moment, it unexpectedly froze directly over there. Ge, you don't bully people too much. Do you think that Yi Han will let you go if he knows what you've done? Song Chang chided in a cold voice. Oh, then how do you know that Yi Han won't let me go? The two of us were already on good terms. so maybe we'll be able to become a family without any problems? This time, Song Qing was completely frozen over there. It was also true that Yi Ro was Yi Han's sister, not a lover. Even if he himself denounced the secret of the two now, as long as the two of them said that they were in love, then surely nothing would happen. Maybe in the end, the two even became a family and got even closer. Thinking of this, Song Qing could only shut her mouth with a sense of suffocation. Only that pair of big eyes was still glaring at Ji. Ji held Song Qing's waist and made her sit on his lap. Say it, what other little actions did you do? What little action? This was something Song Qing was really a bit confused about. She admitted that she had just faked it, but this little action now was really unclear. Song Qing inexplicably looked at Ji, but after all, more or less also afraid of Ji does not do personnel, so she also did not dare to how to say Ji, and in the end can only wrathful waiting for Ji. Also do not know where my tie is now. Ji's hand, while gently kneading Song Qing's waist, said as if casually. As soon as these words came out, Song Qing's face instantly changed. After all, others didn't know where Ji's tie had gone, but Song Qing understood. Song Qing was wearing a professional-like dress today, with a sexy wraparound skirt underneath. At this moment, she was sitting across Ji's lap, and the spring light underneath was almost about to be revealed. I don't know who knows where you ended up putting things. Song Qing moved her tongue somewhat unnaturally, because right now, only she knew that that tie of Ji's was now in her back pocket. Hearing Song Qing's stubborn words, Ji couldn't help but slightly hook his lips. Is that so? But how did I notice that someone seems to be putting things inside their pockets by themselves? As Ji's teasing voice rang out, Song Qing's face changed even more. She couldn't help but open her mouth loudly and retort. Who knows that it was packed away? Anyway, I threw it directly over to the sofa. Really? Ji like really some disappointment in general. Slowly sighed. Well then, I thought it was taken by you. After all, that tie wasn't cheap. Ji very helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Seeing Ji in this manner, this made Song Qing in front of him couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as well. After all, according to Ji's very roguish character, he probably looked like he really thought that the tie was not on him. After all, if he knew that he had a tie on his body, Ji would definitely follow this excuse to search himself. Song Qing looked upstairs. I can tell you wait a moment if he row down, then we are both finished. Ji raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Qing. Why? Can't you just admit that we're having an affair? You scoundrel. Song Qing choked, then gritted her teeth and looked at Ji. Did not think of this time? Ji even thought of pulling himself into the water. What's wrong with being a scoundrel? It's just a scoundrel who's hugging you right now to take advantage of you. Hearing Song Qing's words, Ji was very unconcerned. And by the way, he even opened his mouth to flirt with Song Qing. As expected, the next second Song Qing's face instantly reddened again, and her face was also full of humiliation. Ji, count on me to beg you. Don't move your hands here. After pondering in her heart for half a second, Song Qing chose to go soft in the end. After all, she did believe that Ji really dared to get his hands dirty here. However, even if Ji wanted to go under the water, she couldn't allow herself to follow along. However, it was clear that Song Qing's words had successfully caught Ji's attention. He loosened one of his hands that was holding Song Qing's waist, and then he lifted it up to pinch Song Qing's chin. From what I'm hearing from you, that means that as long as it's not here, anywhere is fine? Hearing Ji's teasing voice, Song Qing bit her lips stoically, and didn't say anything after all. Ji looked at Song Qing's appearance and directly snorted. Then he stood up and walked towards the kitchen with Song Qing in his arms. Song Qing did not expect Ji to suddenly stand up, and in a moment of inattention, she hurriedly wrapped her arms tightly around Ji's shoulders in fear. What are you going to do? Song Qing exclaimed. Ji laughed. What else can I do? With that, he hugged Song Qing and walked straight into the kitchen. Since we can't be outside, then we should be able to be here, right? With that, Ji moved closer to Song Qing and inquired. Ji, I'd advise you not to mess around. If you really move me, Yihan won't let you go. Song Qing violently brushed her face away, her face reddening as she angrily rebuked. Do you think that when Yihan comes back from abroad, he'll still remember who you are? Ji said mockingly, but it had to be said that Ji's mockery was still useful, and almost instantly, Song Qing's eyes reddened, and her body was also trembling slightly. Perhaps it was because she had just misunderstood what happened between Ji and Yi Ro. So now Song Qing was also frightened. She bit her lip with a face of shame and didn't say anything. ever since she came to Yunhai City and saw the skyscrapers. Song Qing vowed to find a rich man, and before, when she met Yi Han, apart from his appearance, Yi Han perfectly attached to her fantasies. Although Yi Han was very philandering, Song Qing wanted to sit in a BMW and cry, not to sit on a bicycle and laugh. Experiences from her childhood had taught Song Qing that money was good no matter what. With money, she could bring her mom to the big city, and with money, she could do everything she wanted. There was a saying that there was only one disease in the world, and that was the disease of poverty. On this point, Song Qing was very much aware of it. That was why she had gone through all the trouble to come here, but she hadn't thought that her plans would be ruined by a small, lowly bodyguard. Just thinking about what would happen in a moment, Song Qing couldn't stop herself from starting to tremble. Ji helplessly looked at the woman in his arms. He originally just wanted to scare her, did not think that she is now so scared that she is going to cry out. This made Ji somewhat helpless and speechless. For a moment, Ji was no longer in the mood to scare Song Qing. Without good humor, he placed the woman in his arms on the counter, and Ji said with great disgust, "Song Qing, you're also too petty, compared to the other sister-in-laws, you." Before the words were finished, Ji had already turned around and left. Song Qing, who was abandoned in the kitchen, was stunned as she thought about Ji's words, and she had to say that what Ji did say made sense. After all, even Song Qing felt that she was a bit of an underachiever compared to Yi Han's attempted peach blossom. But even so, Song Qing still hadn't been intimidated. After all, she was the youngest, wasn't she? She also knew in her heart that actually Yi Han was looking at her simple and vibrant appearance in the first place. She clenched her fists tightly and looked at Ji's departing back. Wait and see. When Yi Han returns, when she succeeds, she will sooner or later trample Ji under her feet. Ji felt Song Qing's gaze towards him, but was too lazy to look back. He stretched lazily and went upstairs before heading straight towards Lu Qingfeng's room. After warming up with Lu Qingfeng for a while, brushing up on his favorability and brushing up on some villain values, Ji returned to his room. He began to look at the Guhua gang's information in detail. Other people might not be aware of it, even Yi Han didn't know about it. But Ji, who had read the novel, knew that the boss behind this Guhua gang was actually a woman. After glancing at the information Yi Han sent over, Ji began to ponder. On the surface, the boss of the Goa gang was a guy called Wang Weilong. That guy was good, but some of the elders of the Guhua gang, there were also a few who were better than Wang Weilong's behind. But the strange thing is, no matter how much fighting has been going on in the Guhua gang during this period of time, and how the people below dispute, but sitting in the upper position Wang Weilong is motionless. Even before the two elders fought, both lost, which also did not disturb Wang Weilong a bit. This is also the reason why Yi Han is so afraid of Wang Weilong. After all, that person not only time and time again to set up their own traps, but also in that kind of chaos, as if Taishan. Therefore, Yi Han had always thought that Wang Weilong was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He must still have a hand behind him, not to mention other things, certainly even his hands, also not as plain as said. Thinking of this, Ji couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Indeed, Yi Han was right. Wang Weilong really wasn't as simple as he looked, because he was actually more simple than it seemed, because his stature was indeed that stature. And the reason those people were afraid of him was also because of Lu Ruyi behind her. Yes, this person is the real big brother behind the ancient Chinese gang. Just few people know and Lu Ruyi herself is also hiding it very well. If Ji did not see the back of the novel, I am afraid that he would not know that Lu Ruyi is the boss behind. This was also the reason why the original owner failed to go undercover in the later novel. After all, now that Yi Han has provided something, a lot of the information was forged by Lu Ruyi's people. But in the original novel, Ji is also just a small passerby. So even if the back of the dead is not the slightest care, and after Yi Han got rid of this person that his mother cared so much about, he borrowed Ji as a springboard and successfully hooked up with that Lu Ruyi. After all, as long as the book appears some good-looking woman, that is certainly all belong to the male lead. Therefore, Ji is also considered a more important cannon fodder. Thinking about this, Ji was even more speechless. Very well, you take me as a springboard. Then don't blame me for prying you off the wall. Ji originally thought that Ji Ro would rest for a while before going to work, but he didn't expect to be arranged by Yi Han to go to work the next day. Although the time to get up was a bit later than usual, it was still necessary to get up early. Compared to the previous times when they were in various cram schools, this time, Flower Butterfly also finally didn't have to follow Yi Ro all the time. Just send Yi Ro to the company and pick her up in the afternoon. So after finishing breakfast and sending Yi Ro to the company, Flower Butterfly quickly returned. After yesterday's events, today's Song Qing was also extraordinarily honest. After finishing her meal, she hurriedly packed up her things and returned to her room without saying a word. In fact, to be honest, Ji Yi's interest in Song Qing really isn't very big. Although Song Qing's looks were indeed considered good, compared to the others, it was obviously a bit like clear porridge. So, he just teased it a bit when he was usually bored. Especially yesterday. It seemed like he had discovered Song Qing's special fetish, so that's why he scared her a bit more. But he didn't expect Song Qing to be so scared. So now that he saw Song Qing's frightened appearance, Ji Yi had no interest at all. Ji Yi didn't have to go to Yan Feifei's house today because Yan Feifei had to go to Sheng Yan's side today. He was originally going to pack up and go out, but after he didn't have to go out, Ji Yi leaned on the sofa and swiped his cell phone. It didn't occur to him that after waiting for a while, the Flower Butterfly came back. How did you come back so fast? Hearing the sound of footsteps, Ji Yi turned his head to look at Flower Butterfly with some surprise. Flower Butterfly shrugged helplessly, then said, I don't need to stay over there. I just need to send Zoe over there. With that, Flower Butterfly prepared to go upstairs. Before that incident happened, Hua Butterfly and Ji Yi still got along very naturally. After all, they were teammates before, and now they were co-workers. And because of all the previous experiences, the two were also considered family. But since then, when Hua Butterfly and Ji Yi were alone together, she would always feel a little awkward. In fact, it wasn't really awkward. It was that she became a little afraid to look directly into Ji Yi's eyes. Even if she sometimes accidentally met his eyes, she would still be very awkward and hurriedly move her eyes away. Wait, Butterfly, you come over here for a moment. Without thinking that Ji Yi would suddenly call out to herself, Flower Butterfly's figure stood on the staircase side, paused, and only then did she helplessly turn her head to look at Ji Yi. What's wrong? Seeing that Flower Butterfly did not come over, Ji Yi first slightly raised his eyebrows. Then he took the initiative to walk forward. Right now, Ji Yi was more or less skeptical. Was he usually too much of a rogue? How come every one of them was avoiding him now? Oh, except for Yi Ro. Although Yi Ro was a little witch, but she didn't know that she was a little white rabbit in a witch's skin. Not knowing the slightest bit about safety, she was close to jumping directly into her mouth. But helplessly. Right now he couldn't move Yi Ro for the sake of the greater good. Injured? Walking up to Flower Butterfly, Ji Yi held her wrist and looked her up and down. Yesterday until just before he rested, he hadn't realized that Flower Butterfly had come back, thinking that she should have come back in the middle of the night. After eating today, he went to see off Yi Ro again, and when the Flower Butterfly walked in just now, Ji Yi also managed to discover that there was something wrong. Not only is the Flower Butterfly's walking posture a bit wrong, and this hot day, outside 37 degrees, she even wore a high-neck long-sleeve shirt. This is a bit wrong. Thinking of this, Ji Yi's eyes slightly narrowed. While the butterfly had not reacted, he reached out his hand to pull down the collar that covered his neck. Butterfly was startled by Ji Yi's action. Her reaction speed was fast, and she immediately reached out her hand to stop Ji Yi's action. But obviously, Ji Yi's speed was much faster than hers. In the instant that the flower butterfly held Ji Yi's hand, Ji Yi had already gotten a good look at something on her neck. In an instant, the atmosphere around them instantly condensed. And even Ji Yi's face instantly turned icy cold. Who did this? Ji Yi inquired in a cold voice. Flower Butterfly's eyes flickered for a moment, tugged hard over his collar, and said in a twisted manner, "It's nothing." "How is it considered nothing? I'm asking you once more. Who exactly made this trace?" Ji Yi inquired with a tight frown. Just now, he clearly saw between the neck of Flower Butterfly. There were palm prints, obviously pinched by someone. Flower Butterfly lowered her eyelids, facing Ji Yi's questioning. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, but in the end, she still sighed softly and said, "It's okay, anyway, are used to it." "Does being used to it mean that you have to endure this?" Ji Yi questioned. "You're a girl after all. Sometimes you have to know how to refuse." Hearing Ji Yi's words, Flower Butterfly first froze. After all, Yi Han was their boss, so when Yi Han issued a mission, Flower Butterfly never thought of refusing. She froze and looked at Ji Yi. And while she was surprised in her heart, she also felt a little warm in her heart. After all, she knew that Ji Yi was caring about himself. Ji Yi let out a long sigh, then reached out his hand to rub the flower butterfly's head. "It's hard to believe that you want to fall into a bunch of problems at a young age? Then when you're old, will you still be able to walk?" Looking at Ji's serious face as he said these words, the flower butterfly couldn't hold back a light laugh. I which is so fragile. All right, I have something. Flower butterfly that words have not finished, was Chi directly interrupted. This time the flower butterfly completely froze. Chi lightly laughed, holding up the flower butterfly's hand, and then placed it on his chest, and then flirtatiously laughed. Heartache is not okay? You don't have a serious. Flower butterfly pulled, then said softly with a scarlet face. I am serious. Well, tell me, where on the body and wounds? Chi said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, the flower butterfly immediately became stumped. Seeing this, Chi said helplessly, the wound on the leg, do you need me to check it myself? Flower butterfly was startled by Chi's words. A few minutes later, in Hua Butterfly's room, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, while Chi was half squatting in front of her. With a serious face, he helped Flower Butterfly rebandage the wound on her leg, and Chi even touched Flower Butterfly's tender calf a few times in the process. Ding ding, the host has been detected to have villainous behavior, rewarding 50 villainous values. Hearing the system's beep, Chi couldn't help but tsk impatiently in his heart. Sure enough, it's getting more and more petty. Seeing that Chi had finished bandaging himself, the flower butterfly then retracted her leg with some awkwardness in her heart. When Chi had just finished bandaging her leg, Butterfly felt that something was wrong. Seeing Chi's serious face, she thought that she had overthought it. It was only that the itchiness on that leg made Flower Butterfly's heart itch a little bit too. More or less uncomfortable. Is there any more of the spring transforming cream I gave you? Chi inquired. Hearing Chi's words, Flower Butterfly slowly nodded her head. When she had used the spring transforming cream earlier, Flower Butterfly had been amazed. Many of the old injuries on her body were left over from before. In fact, Flower Butterfly didn't feel it when she was a mercenary before, but after she came back, she began to care about the scars on her body as well. Therefore, in the past 2 years since she came back, she hadn't used things to think about getting rid of the scars, but in the end, it was still of no use. Even some of the people who knew before said that these old wounds, in fact, with some things do not have much effect at all. However, flowers and butterflies also do not want to make a fuss to go to some hospitals to make trouble, so it can only be left unsettled, but did not expect, in the previous time, from Chi's side got this after the spring cream, did not expect really useful. This made the flower butterfly very surprised, so even a lot of places also used the spring transforming cream, did not think that even those old wounds also faded a lot. It's good to have it. When you scar this one, using it shouldn't leave any scars, right? There's also the ones on your neck. After using it, it should be much better too. Seeing Chi carefully instructing himself, Flower Butterfly wasn't the least bit annoyed. Instead, she was patiently listening over there. It was because no one had ever cared about her this much before. In the beginning, she thought that Chi would only treat herself well for a moment. When he got his hands on her later, he definitely wouldn't cherish it either. It didn't occur to her that even now, even though the two of them hadn't seen each other often during this time and hadn't spoken often, Chi still cared about her. Even the matter of her injuries was not discovered by anyone, but Chi did. In fact, even she herself didn't take these wounds on her body seriously, but Chi put it in his heart. Why would that person want to pinch your neck? Chi was looking at the marks on Hua Butterfly's neck, how he saw it, how it didn't look good. After all, now how to say that the flower butterfly is also considered his own woman? That person wanted to molest me. So, Flower Butterfly said softly. While saying that, her face carefully observed the expression on Chi's face. After seeing that there was no expression of dislike on Chi's face, she was then sort of relieved. And then, Chi raised his eyebrows and looked towards Flower Butterfly. After all, he didn't think that Flower Butterfly would just let him off the hook. As expected, the next second, Hua Butterfly laughed and said, I ended him with my own hands. Looking at the seductive smile on Hua Butterfly's face, Chi couldn't help but laugh along with her. It had to be said that this was also the reason why Chi liked Flower Butterfly more. Because of her previous habits as a mercenary, and her previous experiences, many of her thoughts, and even some of her actions were different from those of ordinary women. Just like now, even though she had killed someone, Hua Butterfly was still able to laugh out loud in a bewitching manner. Moreover, even if the usual Flower Butterfly was cold and heartless, especially on her face, which was expressionless, she would be much softer when facing Chi. Even in front of some of Chi's actions, the Flower Butterfly would reveal a shy expression. This sense of contrast was also something that gave Chi great satisfaction in his heart. Well, Well done. Next time you meet this kind of person, do it as soon as possible and don't give him a chance to get close to you, Chi-E said as he gently stroked Flower Butterfly's neck. Flower Butterfly was slightly stunned as she raised her head to gaze at Ji-Yi's sight, and clearly saw possessiveness on Ji-Yi's face. This immediately caused a wave of inexplicable emotions to well up in Hua Butterfly's heart. Looking at the way Hua Butterfly looked up and stared blankly at herself. To be honest, Ji-E really wanted to ruthlessly ravage her a bit, so that he could appreciate the contrasting expression of Flower Butterfly. But in the end, Ji-E did not do anything. Although he had previously realized that Hua Butterfly's wariness of himself was already very little, and was even able to accept promi contact with himself, but that didn't mean he could do anything wrong. After all, for someone with experiences like Flower Butterfly, perhaps if she did something excessive, she might always remember it. Also because of his previous experiences, perhaps if he didn't notice for a moment, he would make Flower Butterfly revert to being wary of himself. This was something Chi-E did not wish to see. After all, Flower Butterfly had worshipped Yi-Han for so many years, and what he hoped for was to completely convert Flower Butterfly's mind. However, it seemed that what he had done was still very useful. After all, just less than a month's time, Hua Butterfly's attitude towards herself was already completely different from before. Is it because you didn't have a good rest after coming back? Do you want to lie down and rest for a while? I'll give you a massage by the way, and I'll go pick up Yi Ro in the afternoon. Hearing Ji-Yi's words, Flower Butterfly first hesitated and struggled for a split second, but once she thought of Ji-Yi's massage skills, she still couldn't help but be moved. After hesitating and struggling for a split second, Flower Butterfly nodded her head in the end. Okay. Ji-E hooked his lips and smiled. Look, isn't this his own result? Chi-E didn't believe that an iceberg beauty like Flower Butterfly, if an ordinary person told her to help her with a massage, she would definitely punch that person flat. Then lie down and rest. Wait for me to give you a massage and then go out. As Chi-E said that, Flower Butterfly had bent down and laid down. She directly lay down over there, saying in a small and shy voice, "Trouble you." Chi-E came close to Flower Butterfly's ear and laughed. There's no need to say the word trouble between you and me. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 200 villain value. Sure enough, you can't keep going down the path of taking advantage now. It's still necessary to rely on the high end of the game. Ji-E thought that he would take some time to look at his villain value, and then he would look at the lottery. With this in mind, Ji-E had already begun to massage the Flower Butterfly. Compared to the previous flirtatious technique, he was a lot more serious. However, compared to other people's techniques, Ji-Yi's technique was still very comfortable. As expected, the moment Chi-E began to move, the Flower Butterfly couldn't hold back a cry of surprise. However, her patience was still very good compared to Yi Ro. After that one cry, she didn't make another sound. Ji-E raised his eyebrows, but in the end, he still didn't do anything, just honestly massaging her over there. And just for a while, Flower Butterfly had already fallen into a deep sleep, obviously exhausted. To say no, I don't know if it's the reason of having too much. Yi-Han, this person really doesn't know how to be compassionate. But it's okay, Chi-E will see the needle in the eye of the beholder. These shortcomings of Yi-Han happen to be the boost Chi-E can pry him into. Seeing that Flower Butterfly had fallen into a deep sleep, Chi-E helped her relax her muscles and turned to go out. The moment he turned to go out, Ji-E saw a figure seemingly flashing by the balcony wall. Having seen it, Ji-E slightly hooked his lips, and then he lazily stretched his waist, and after pretending to rub his waist, he turned around and went to Lu Qingfeng's room. At this moment, Song Qing stood over there with her eyes wide open, like before, with her hand raised to tightly cover her mouth. After being irritated by Ji-E, Song Qing secretly swore in her heart, vowing to step on Ji-E. So for the past 2 days, Song Qing rarely went out, one reason being that she didn't want to come out and see Ji-E. The other reason is that she knows that Yi-Han is a womanizer, so she has been racking her brain to think of how to make Yi-Han like her more in the future. But after all, Song Qing hadn't met Yi-Han for a long time, so she thought of the Flower Butterfly, compared to Yi Ro who knew her mind. Although Flower Butterfly also knew Song Qing's mind, her attitude was not as disdainful. Perhaps she really was a bit speechless in her heart. Except that through that expressionless face, Song Qing really couldn't tell anything. Similarly, although she kept a cold face, if Song Qing asked her any questions, she would still patiently answer. So, that was why Song Qing specifically ran out to look for Flower Butterfly. Only, just like before, Song Qing's side had only just walked up to the doorway of Flower Butterfly's room when she heard a voice from inside right afterward. This immediately caused Song Qing's movements to pause, and immediately afterward, she began to gape in disbelief. At the same time, Song Qing's brain began to run wild, but she still felt like her CPU was about to burn out. It wasn't Qi so bold? Wasn't he with Yi Ro? But how come he is now with Flower Butterfly? And this was all under Yihan's nose. This completely refreshed Song Qing's impression of Ji. Previously, she had always thought that Ji was just a bumbling bodyguard who always obeyed Yihan's words, but she hadn't thought that, behind the scenes, Ji was actually so wild? Thinking of this, Song Qing patiently stood over the doorway and listened, only to hear nothing afterward. She even thought that she had misheard. Maybe she was overthinking it? But clearly she vaguely still heard the sound of conversations inside. Who else could be in this villa right now? A vegetable, herself and Ji, and the Flower Butterfly. Flower Butterfly, she can't disguise her voice and talk to herself. Song Qing's ears were pressed tightly against the door, and the moment she heard the footsteps inside, she hurriedly got up and ran to hide behind the wall of the balcony. As expected, she wasn't wrong in her guess, and the next second she saw Ji walk out from inside. Even he rubbed his waist. What could that mean? What did this do to warrant a waist rub? What else could it be doing? With the petulant voice she had just heard and the image of Ji leaving to rub his waist reverberating in her mind, Song Qing stood over by the doorway, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Song Qing really didn't know what to say to Ji, especially now that Ji had even walked straight into Lu Qingfang's room. Song Qing's mind was more or less spinning, but she was also certain that she couldn't seem to disobey Ji like she had before. After all, Ji was so bold under Yihan's nose, so he must be capable of doing anything. Thinking this way, Song Qing didn't want to go looking for any flower butterflies and directly turned around and left. Ji over here didn't care what Song Qing had brainstormed or even misunderstood. He leisurely sat down in front of Lu Qingfang, looking at Lu Qingfang's increasingly rosy color, guessing that with the help of his own acupuncture, Lu Qingfang should soon wake up. With this in mind, Ji reached out his hand to take Lu Qingfang's pulse. And sure enough, from the pulse, his guess was correct. After skillfully massaging Lu Qingfang for a while, Ji put on the needle. Compared to Ji, who was in a good mood over there, Lu Qingfang was a bit anxious in her heart, because after yesterday's acupuncture, she was able to move her hand tremblingly, but now it couldn't move anymore. It was as if it had been blocked again after being relieved. This even made Lu Qingfang, who was originally ecstatic in her heart, instantly regret again. It was only regretted for a moment. Soon, after waiting for Ji to come and give her the needle, she felt that all around her body began to heat up. Even her fingers weren't as stiff as they were last night. After feeling this sensation, this caused Lu Qingfang to let out a sudden sigh of relief. After all, after feeling that surge of heat yesterday, she instantly felt that the stiffness in her body was much better. However, in the early hours of last night, she felt that her body had begun to stiffen up again. This made Lu Qingfang not sleep well for the entire night. After all, she hadn't even reacted from that wildly big surprise before she had to accept this heart-cold fact. Because of that panic, Lu Qingfang had been looking forward to Ji's arrival since last night until now. Sure enough, as Ji moved, that heat began to spread again. This also managed to bring hope to Lu Qingfang once again. Likewise, it also managed to dispel the panic in Lu Qingfang's heart. Lu Qingfang had been lying here for almost 2 years. So at this moment, when the acupuncture started, Lu Qingfang could also clearly perceive the changes in her body. Listening to Ji in her ears as she shared interesting stories about her weekdays, Lu Qingfang couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She had been looking forward to this for a few years now, but she hadn't expected that the last person to bring her hope would be Ji. I also thought that Ji had told her that most of the doctors that Yihan had hired for her had treated Yin Feifei, and then finally came to her. For this statement, Lu Qingfang believed it. After all, this was a fact, because after checking the time, it seemed like there weren't many doctors coming after that. Ding Ding detected that the host has undermined the relationship behavior of the male and female hosts of Heaven's Fate, rewarding 200 villain values. Ding Ding detected the good feelings of the female host of Heaven's Fate, rewarding 200 villain values. Qi, who had been rambling over there, first froze slightly when he heard these words, and then looked at Lu Qingfang, who was at the side. To be honest, Qi himself was clear that he hadn't said anything to stir up trouble just now. However, he had received a prompt from the system, which meant that Lu Qingfang must have made up something in her own head or thought of something at the beginning. This is exactly what Ji wanted. When it was time, Ji reached out his hand and put back one of the silver needles. Don't worry, Sister Qingfang. I'll definitely cure you. Even if everyone will give up on you, I won't give up on you. Ji spoke in a soft tone, and as he did so, he slightly bent down and gently helped Lu Qingfang organize her hair. The hair at the corner of her forehead was tidied up, and Lu Qingfang could even feel the warmth from Ji's hands and feet, spreading all the way to her heart. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 100 villain value. When Ji heard this, he slightly raised his eyebrows. It still has to be his Qingfeng sister-in-law. Alright, Sister Qingfeng, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Don't worry and rest well. I'll definitely cure you. With those words, Ji turned around and closed the door and left. Almost instantly, Ji then heard the system's voice once again. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 500 villain values. Ji did not expect that Lu Qingfang would be so generous. After all, after meeting someone, compared to the early stages, the villain value that could be obtained in the later stages was really a bit less. But it didn't occur to him that Lu Qingfang would be so generous. The moment Ji closed the door, Lu Qingfang, who was originally lying motionless on the bed, couldn't help but have her eyes slightly reddened. And if one were to observe carefully, one would realize that Lu Qingfang's hands were also slightly trembling. Even some of her fingers had begun to curl up. Only these Ji did not notice. After Ji returned to his bedroom, he continued to study the matter of the Guhua gang. Although he already knew the Guhua gang very well, but if he wanted to stay alive after entering the Guhua gang, he still had to plan properly. The fact that the Guhua gang had not been penetrated by the male protagonist until now naturally had its own reasons. For example, the ancient Chinese gang Up and Down, as long as it is into the gang of people, will be properly investigated. Even if nothing was investigated, if something suspicious was found later, it would still be properly straightened out. So, in fact, there were still a lot of people who were expelled from the Guhua gang. As long as there were people with dissenting views, they would basically be expelled. In fact, the reason why Lu Rui went through so much trouble was also because, right now, the Guhua gang was facing a whitewash, and in this situation, there was definitely no room for anyone with dissent inside. After all, this was also about the big picture. If Ji was like in the original, if he went in under Yi Han's arrangement, although he wouldn't find out anything in the beginning, but if it was later, it would definitely be discovered as well. And after being found out, the result waiting for him was very obvious. So Ji did not intend to go the old way. Usually undercover agents, when entering the enemy side, would minimize their presence so that others wouldn't notice them. But Ji didn't intend to do that. After all, everyone thought that an undercover agent should be the kind of person who wouldn't draw attention to himself. But, on the contrary, he was going to be the kind that stood out. The kind that would make people think at a glance that he wouldn't be an undercover agent. Thinking of this, Ji's basic plan had also been formed. Now it was just waiting for things to start behind him. Ji rested a bit and went to pick up Yi Ro from work in the afternoon. After Yi Ro came down, she saw the familiar vehicle parked outside. She happily walked up, and after opening the door and seeing that it was Ji inside, her face suddenly became ecstatic. "Brother E, how is it you?" Ji raises an eyebrow at her. "What? You don't want me to pick you up?" Yi Ro put her bag behind her. Then she hemmed and hawed. "How is that possible? I just didn't expect it to be you coming." More or less a little surprise he. Ji slightly hooked his lips. So far, looking at the attitudes of the several heroines around him towards himself, it could be seen that Ji's behavior was still very swift during the time that Yihan had left. "Alright, hungry? Songqing is already preparing a meal at home. Let's go back just in time to eat." Saying that, Ji wanted to start the car. Only before Ji could start moving, a sharp female voice came from the side. "Yi Ro? Ah, Secretary Zhou?" Hearing the voice, Yi Ro subconsciously turned her head to look, and upon seeing the visitor, she said with some surprise, "Yi Ro, you're off work here? Not working overtime?" That Secretary Zhou's toes rang out. Yi Ro was also not the least bit weak. "Secretary Zhou, as far as I know, right now is the prescribed off-duty time, right? You are off duty. Why don't you let me off duty?" Although she had entered the company with her identity concealed, but after all, it was also her own company. So Yi Ro's bottom line was still very strong. As expected, that Secretary Zhou was directly choked by Yi Ro's words. Ji also took advantage of the time when they were talking and turned his head to look over. Ji did know that there was a Secretary Zhou in the original story, and that Secretary Zhou was barely considered the male lead's harem, but it was only barely, because compared to Song Qing, who was able to rise to the top and the back. Secretary Zhou had never risen to the top until the back. Ge twisted his head around, and after seeing that Secretary Zhou's very tugging expression, as well as that sexy professional outfit, he immediately identified the identity of the person in front of him. This was indeed one of the male lead's harem, the woman called Zhou Mei. Looking at that eyebrow of Zhou Mei's, it was obvious that she was infuriated by Yi Ro. Only when Ge looked over, that Zhou Mei happened to look over as well. This time, directly let Zhou Mei froze, and then the somewhat fierce expression on her face slowly eased down, gradually becoming normal. With the support of the system, Ge was currently still very confident in his charm. After all, in the original situation, no matter how handsome Ge was, he was still a passerby under the aura of the male lead. Only now it was different. As Ge's drawn charisma value was increasing little by little, he then also became more noticeable. Hello, I'm Zoe's supervisor. I'm Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei froze and then suddenly came back to God. She was first attracted by Ge's hard and handsome appearance, and then began to measure up the car. In fact, Zhou Mei hadn't noticed Yi Ro when she walked out of the company after work. She only noticed the luxury car next, and then saw Yi Ro sitting inside. She carefully looked at Ge and saw that the two of them didn't look alike, so they shouldn't be brother and sister, right? The two of them are not exactly the same, so they should not be brother and sister, right? Thinking about it, a hint of jealousy flashed across Zhou Mei's eyes. I didn't think that Yi Ro was so young that she had already gotten a handsome man. Originally, looking at Yi Ro's appearance, she was quite simple, but it was true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. Zhou Mei directly crossed over to Yi Ro, who was sitting on the co-pilot, and stretched her hand over when she greeted him. Seeing her being so nonchalant, not only was the ignored Yi Ro somewhat speechless, even Ge was stunned. However, he quickly reacted. Hello, Ge. Symbolically shaking Zhou Mei's hand, Ge quickly withdrew his hand. However, it was this action of Ge's that made Zhou Mei feel even more favorable towards Ge as well. After all, to be honest, Zhou Mei was still very confident in her looks. Although her looks were not considered superior, Zhou Mei was still 100% confident in her figure. In particular, she originally had a good figure, plus the fact that she could still dress up, and now she also looked even more convex and curved. Strikingly attractive, Zhou Mei slightly bent down, in order to shake hands with Ge, almost leaning on the window, which also made her a little bit look like she was almost going to surge out. But even then, Ge didn't give her a second glance. This also more let Zhou Mei heart surprised. Thus sigh. Look at this temperament. Look at this demeanor. Look at this gentlemanly look. Definitely not a normal person. Besides this car, and the car inside the arrangement, this is properly as the rich second generation. Thinking of this, Zhou Mei gave Yi Ro another jealous glance, but without thinking, after turning her head, she happened to see Yi Ro looking at herself in a bad mood. May I ask if working overtime is a custom in our company? Shi looked at Zhou Mei with a smile on his face, but if he looked closely, he would have realized that there was no smile in Chi's eyes at this time. Zhou Mei instantly snapped back to her senses. She gently hooked her lips in a smile, and then she pulled her hair around her ears in a flamboyant manner. This is naturally not, but I am after all Yi Ro's supervisor, and she is after all just coming out to work, so I thought of tutoring her a little bit more, so that she can learn a little bit more. Ge smiled gently. That's how it is. But our family Ro, since she was a child, she's very intelligent. There's no need for counseling. I think she's also in the working hours. She's finished her work, so that's why she'll get off work, right? Saying that, Shi then looked at Yi Ro with soft eyes. Yi Ro snorted coldly. Then she nodded. That's for sure. Although today there was no shortage of things being found by this Zhou Mei, but Yi Ro still did her part. After all, it was also considered to be her own company. So she still had to do things to the best of her ability, didn't she? She eased this words, obviously on Zhou Mei just words some dissatisfaction, but Zhou Mei as if did not hear the general, sardonically smiled a bit after, then said, that should be my ill-considered. After all, as Ro's senior, and with her being under me, I was just a bit overly concerned. After hearing Zhou Mei's words, also Zhuozhua very disdainfully skimmed her lips. Shi just slightly raised his eyebrows and did not say anything more. So that's how it is, but our family Zhuozhua is indeed just out of society as well. So I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take care of her more in the usual things. Seeing Ge say this, Zhou Mei then instantly covered her lips and laughed. She laughed cheerfully. Even the raging in front of her was also trembling, very open. Yi Ro was sitting in front of the car window on her side. Seeing her like this, her eyes were even more disdainful. After Ji and Zhou Mei exchanged a few polite words, he raised his wrist to look at the time. Sorry, because I want to celebrate Zozo's first day at work, so I made an appointment. It's going to be too late soon. I have to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Mei then nodded her head very understandingly. Good. Then if you have something to do then leave first. We'll talk next time we meet. Ji also nodded. Good. Then we'll talk next time we meet. After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Mei to raise her hand to say goodbye, Ji had already started the car and left. Yi Ro even directly closed the car window, blocking Zhou Mei's voice. However, even though the car had already driven out for some distance, Zhou Mei was still standing looking straight at Ji's direction. At this moment, the corners of her mouth were covered in a smile of determination. Even if Yi Ro had just graduated and hooked up with a rich second generation, so what? Only she, Zhou Mei, knew what men wanted the most, so Zhou Mei was also confident, thinking that if she met a few more times, she could take the man's contact information. Not only that, but Zhou Mei was also confident that she could successfully hook up that rich second generation called Ji. After the car turned the corner, until she couldn't see Zhou Mei's shadow anymore, Yi Ro then retracted her line of sight with indignation. She leaned heavily on the back of the seat with her hands around her chest, followed by a heavy cold snort. Humph, fox spirit. Ji looked over in amusement. You see it too? What do you see it too? When she heard Ji ask himself rhetorically, Yi Ro looked over in surprise. Yeah, isn't it obvious? Ji casually turned the steering wheel, turning his head to look at Yi Ro in the process. Of course, Yi Ro knew it was obvious, but she didn't expect Ji to see it. She looked at Ji with an exasperated expression. So you can see it. I thought you didn't see it. If you already saw it, why did you chat with Zhou Mei for so long? Yi Ro's lungs were about to explode with anger when she just saw that the two were chatting quite well, especially since just now Zhou Mei had even ignored Yi Ro and focused on chatting with Ji. Passing through a red light, Ji stops the car to look at Yi Ro whose face is bulging into a puffer fish on the side. He amusingly reaches out his hand to poke Yi Ro's little cheeks, and unsurprisingly it directly leaks air for Yi Ro to poke. What are you doing? Yi Ro looked at Ji in annoyance. The thought that Ji had just been chatting with Zhou Mei in a pleasant manner, her heart was still furious. You said, did you look at Zhou Mei? Yi Ro guessed here, so she turned her head to stare at Ji with wide eyes. The light in front of him turned green, and Ji slowly started the car. However, after hearing Yi Ro's words, he more or less cried and laughed. What are you babbling about? You're thinking too much. Yi Ro blinked in confusion, but still said, then what are you doing chatting with her so happily? Ji said in helpless amusement. Is it hard for me to just be cold-faced towards her? After all, she's also your boss, and now that your brother hasn't come back yet, it would be the end of the line if she put shoes on you. Hearing Ji's analysis, Yi Ro immediately felt very reasonable. The original furious expression also lightened down. She blushed her small face, and coughed lightly twice somewhat unnaturally. This way Then what else? Ji teasingly raised his eyebrows and asked in return. Yi Ro cleared her throat, didn't say anything, just looked at her chest, and thought about Zhou Mei's raging, then said, nothing. After the words finished, Yi Ro's face resurfaced with a smile. At the same time, Yi Ro's heart immediately felt warm. It turns out that Ji was thinking about her just now. Thinking like this, Yi Ro's mood instantly improved, and she even happily hummed a song on the way home. Then, Brother E, are you still coming to pick me up tomorrow? Yi Ro suddenly thought of something, rubbing her head and turning to look at Ji. This depends on you. The car drove into the courtyard of the villa. Ji stopped the car and teasingly looked at Yi Ro. That surely. Yi Ro subconsciously wanted to say that she definitely wanted Ji to come, but then she thought, if Ji comes tomorrow, he will meet Zhou Mei again. What can she do? After all, Zhou Mei's desire to hook up with someone was written all over her face. Thinking about this, Yi Ro was really a bit worried. After all, before in Yi Ro's heart, there is no man who is not horny. Even her own brother was very philandering. Zhou Mei's figure, she was also clear. If Ji didn't resist, what could be done? Why don't you want me to come? Ji hooked his lips and looked at Yi Ro. Well then, since you don't want me. No. Wanting you to come is, oops. Then I'll trouble you tomorrow, Brother E. After struggling for half a day, Yi Ro also gave up struggling. After all, she has also really hoped that Chi-E to pick up their own. As for that Zhou Mei, well, as for Zhou Mei, she doesn't meet her every time she gets off work, so she just ignores it. Thinking of this, Ru's heart was also relieved. Seeing the little girl laugh out, Ji then also reached out his hand to rub a happy face Yi Ro. It's a pity that it's not possible to do anything right now. Otherwise, he really wanted to see this little girl's other face. Alright, you go in first. I still have some things to do. I might have to come back later. Seeing Yi Ro close the door, Chi-E then instructed a sentence before starting the car again and turning around to leave. That's fine. After not seeing Ji for a day, she originally thought that if she went to work, unlike before when she attended tutorial classes, she would get up early in the morning and come back late in the evening, so she should be able to meet with Ji more often, but she didn't think that Ji happened to have something to do. For a moment, Yi Ro's heart had some regrets. Originally, she had thought that she would share more interesting stories with Ji during dinner. Yi Ro stood in front of the villa door, watching the car gradually leave her sight. She couldn't help but show a melancholy expression on her face, and even sighed quietly in the end. Over there, Ji was preparing to go to the Rose Bar. This bar was owned by the Guhua gang, and if Chi remembered correctly, Lu Ruyi would be there today to talk business. Of course, it was a very serious business, but it was framed by one of its elders, so JC was notified. When JC arrived at the Rose Bar, he happened to capture someone in a box committing an offense, and executed the capture. Of course, it just so happened that Lu Rui was the person in charge of this home bar, and just so happened to be at the bar now, so he was invited over. After this incident, the Guhua gang went through a major reshuffle. It was also during this reshuffle that Ji was stuffed into the Guhua gang by Yihan. It was only now that Ji was prepared to go ahead and test the waters on his own. While thinking about his plan, Ji had already parked his car in front of the Rose Bar. At this time, it was bustling with activity, and when Chi entered, he saw a group of revelers. After entering, Ji took a look around in the dim light, and found that there were a few people in black suits standing in the hallway leading to the upstairs rooms. Obviously, these should be Lu Ruyi brought people. Compared to it seems that right now, Lu Ruyi has already started talking business. That would also mean that those who framed Lu Ruyi are also preparing to make their move. Thinking like this, Ji entered the dance floor and hid himself in the midst of the crowd's revelry. It was time to start acting again. After all, after this incident, Lu Rui specifically checked the surveillance. At this time, Ji did not want to attract attention. Only when Ji just walked into the dance floor, he saw a big fat woman on his face, and the moment he met that woman's eyes, Ji twitched his eyebrows and hurriedly dodged to the side. He admitted that there was also the idea of taking advantage of him when he walked onto the dance floor, but that didn't mean he wanted to be taken advantage of by others. Especially, shaking his head, Ji began to then hide his tracks, then looked at the stairway side. As expected, without waiting for a moment's time, Ji vaguely heard the police bells outside. However, these sounds weren't very noticeable in the midst of the lively and raucous music around them, so the people around were still partying. However, Chi also noticed that the bodyguard at the stairway, as if receiving some instructions, hurriedly went upstairs. Obviously, Lu Rui upstairs had discovered the police car that had just arrived downstairs, and then the next second, a group of people in police uniforms directly barged in, with JC's shouts, as well as the sounds of panic around. For a moment the surroundings suddenly became panicked and disorganized. After leaving some people to stabilize the situation downstairs, most of the police went upstairs. It looks like they also received the news and came prepared. Soon after, the several JCs downstairs also received the news. After receiving the news, they stopped blocking those people downstairs and instead started to clear the way. Seeing this, Ji took this opportunity to slowly walk towards the backstage. The moment he ducked in, Ji even saw a familiar figure. That's right, that person was the plump older woman he had just met when he first entered the dance floor. Ji was puzzled. Generally speaking, when a person meets a JC search, shouldn't he be very panicked and think of leaving quickly? How this person looks as if it does not want to leave the meaning of it. But just after a hurried look, Ji will turn around and hide, ready to wait for the time. As expected, there were sounds of chaos from above. Hearing the noises from above, Ji directly turned around and entered the back kitchen side. Soon after, he saw a woman walking out from the safe passage. The woman was dressed in a close-fitting cheongsam, which also appeared to have a very curvaceous figure, and the moment she appeared in front of Chi's eyes, she immediately attracted Chi-Yi's line of sight. Perhaps because of the hurried walk down, the woman gasped slightly. At the same time, even the hair pulled up on her head became very messy. "Who are you?" Seeing Ji-E who suddenly appeared in front of her, the woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at Ji-E with a wary expression. Ji-E confirmed almost instantly that the woman in front of him was Lu Rui. After all, other than the Heaven's Destiny heroine, who else could have such a stunningly beautiful face? Hearing Lu Rui's questioning, Ji-E understood that she was probably somewhat misunderstanding that she was an undercover agent, talking about being on the other side. Ahem. The time to utilize his acting skills has come again. He looks at Lu Rui in a bewildered and flustered manner. Miss Sister, you startled me. Just now there were all JCs outside. Did you sneak and hide in as well? Upon hearing this, Lu Rui's just tightly furrowed brows sort of soothed a bit. Ji-E nodded. Just now the JC outside said it was okay to leave. But to make a statement, I don't want to do that stuff. What if it leaves a record? So I thought to see if I could sneak out the back. Saying that, Ji-E also smiled sarcastically twice, as if he was very confident. Right. What happened up there? Do you know? Ji-E looked at Lu Rui with great curiosity. Lu Rui's eyes flickered for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust the man in front of her first. After hearing Ji-E's words, Lu Rui shook her head. I don't know about this. I was thinking of sneaking away just like you. Oh, I see. I'll look for the kitchen first to see if there's an exit. Generally speaking, the kitchen should have a back door. Saying that, Ji-E then pretended to enter the kitchen and started looking for an exit. There was indeed a back door here in the kitchen, and as Lu Rui watched Ji-E carefully looking for the back door, she distracted herself by listening to the movements upstairs. She knew that the people up there would definitely come looking for her immediately after realizing she wasn't there, so she had to hurry up and leave. Thinking of this, Lu Rui was ready to tell the man in front of her where the back door was and then leave together. Only, before Lu Rui could speak, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from behind her. Immediately after that a sharp female voice sounded. Lu Rui, I didn't think that we would even have a chance to meet. Be careful. The moment she heard that female voice, Lu Rui reacted quickly and wanted to turn around. Only, before Lu Rui could make a move, Ji shouted and directly swept Lu Rui around, blocking the attack with his own body. With the sound of a cracking sound, Lu Rui instantly heard the sound of her clothes being cut through, followed by a muffled grunt from the man in front of her. Are you alright? Shocked, Lu Rui then heard the man's concerned voice. It's fine. To be honest, this was the first time that Lu Rui had been held so protectively in her arms, so this also caused Lu Rui to be stunned for a moment first. Ding Ding detected the host having villainous behavior, rewarding 200 villainous values. After hearing the system's voice, Ji then also became more certain that the person in front of him was Lu Rui. You recognize this person? Ji inquired as he frowned at the older woman in front of him who had gone a little crazy. From the very beginning, when he saw this older woman on the dance floor of a group of youngsters, Ji felt that something was wrong. After all, this feeling was very out of place. And sure enough, now the change had really happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui then raised her head to look at the big mom in front of her. After frowning in thought for a moment, she then shook her head slightly. I don't recognize her. What Lu Rui said was indeed the truth. She really didn't recognize the woman in front of her, and didn't even know why she had come to find herself. You don't recognize me, but I can recognize you, Lu Rui. Today you are prepared to leave your life here. Ha 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 ha. As she said that woman began to laugh crazily. Not only that, even her entire person started to become crazy. She held that dagger in her hand and madly rushed to stab at Lu Rui, only to be dodged by Ji every time. Originally, Lu Rui wanted to withdraw from the arms of the man in front of her, but it didn't occur to her that the woman had already started to go crazy. Helplessly, in order not to drag her feet, Lu Rui then didn't move either. This crazy woman, Ji said as he slowly retreated towards the back door. However, it was also during this moment of time that Ji could see it. This fat older woman didn't have any stances. She was just relying on her madness to move forward. You go out first. Saying that, Ji pushed Lu Rui towards the doorway. Lu Rui's eyes flashed with a trace of dismay, before her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at Ji behind her with a shocked expression. It didn't occur to me that at this juncture, the man would let himself go first. After all, the matter had started because of himself, so by all rights, he should be the one to suffer innocently. Especially after Lu Rui's line of sight landed on the man's injured arm. The color in his eyes then became obscure as well. Not only did Lu Ruyi not think that she would ever have a day where she would be protected by a stranger, she hadn't even thought that there were actually fools in the world who would let themselves get hurt in order to protect others. Looking into her heart, Lu Ruyi would never do such a good deed, because from a long time ago, Lu Ruyi had already become a somewhat selfish person. After all, from that time, the people around her gradually became unable to be trusted, and the only one she could trust was herself. So at this time to look to Ge, Lu Ruyi more or less some surprise, but listening to the upstairs movement, Lu Ruyi still turned to leave. After all, now this opportunity, or hurry to leave the good. Previously, Lu Ruyi had been targeted by these JCs, but because they could not capture any information or evidence about Lu Ruyi, they could only hold their ground. In fact, even now, they still have not captured some evidence of Lu Ruyi, because in fact, Lu Ruyi really did not do anything, or under the attempts of people to do. Only, if today really planted here, not only is the prestige gone, the gang will certainly also be in chaos, even if on the surface of the ancient Chinese gang boss is Wang Weilong, but after all, she is also considered sister-in-law, is not it? So at this time, she couldn't care less about Ge, she just thought of hurrying to take herself out. So after going out the back door, Lu Ruyi turned around and was about to leave, but didn't think that there were even people outside. Although the woman in front of her was crazy and desperate, she was rushing around with a dagger, but for Ge, it is still very good to deal with. After dealing with the crazy woman in front of him, he looked behind him and saw that Lu Ruyi had been surrounded by people. In fact, the JC did not come at Lu Ruyi, but at the beginning, someone reported that someone was doing something illegal here, and knowing that Lu Ruyi was here, they thought of bringing her back together. Therefore, at this time, a group of JC are upstairs inside a small box, has not noticed Lu Ruyi. Only, compared to letting Lu Ruyi go in and fall on his face, more people still wanted Lu Ruyi's life. Right now, for example, the group of people at the back door were all holding weapons in their hands. That fat woman just Ge kicked to the ground. Even the hand of the guy was also snatched away. At this moment she is lying on the ground more or less doubtful of life. Didn't she say that Lu Ruyi wouldn't have a bodyguard by her side? How is it that there is a person with explosive force value beside her? Her 160 pounds of physique, said to be kicked down just to be kicked down. She had just gotten up several times one after another and still ended up falling down again and again. So now she just gave up. Mainly, really can't climb up. Although she had great strength and a shapely body. But looking at this weight it was clear that she hadn't exercised much before. However, even if she fell to the ground, even if the things in her hand had been snatched away, she still lay dead over there staring at Lu Ruyi. After seeing that Lu Ruyi was surrounded by a group of people, that crazy woman instantly laughed in triumph. Ge upended the dagger he had just snatched in his hand. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Ruyi who was confronting a group of people at the door. Who are all of you? Lu Ruyi stopped at the doorway and looked at these people in front of her with a cold face. Ha 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 ha, there's no need to know, just know that you're about to die. This time the ones outside were all men, holding more than just small daggers in their hands. There were also some sticks and things like that. However, even when surrounded by these people, Lu Ruyi's face was still very calm. It was as if the person who was surrounded at this moment was not himself, but these people in front of him. Ge raised his eyebrows and looked at the doorway of Lu Ruyi. It is difficult not to suspect that Lu Ruyi still have a backhand. Otherwise how would it be so calm? Only when he thought of how Lu Ruyi had just shot down with a panicked face. Ge thought about it and then felt that the current Lu Ruyi should be pretending to be calm. I'm a weak woman, really used to so many people to raise a crowd, right? That Lu Ruyi face pitifully said. Those men on the side. In the end, there were still a few faces that showed an expression of intolerance. Harm sister ah. This also can't blame buddies several ah. To blame on you with the wrong person. With Wang Weilong that lack of virtue ah. Yeah. We can only tie you back up. That's how we can lure that Wang Weilong out ah. What's more, there are still people who are looking at Lu Ruyi with a lewd smile. Don't worry Lu Ruyi. Our brothers will definitely treat you well. As long as you are obedient, we definitely won't let you suffer. Right I have to say, Wang Weilong that guy is really dirty and cheap. No wonder he doesn't even go out to steal food. It turns out that he looks so charged. A few short sentences reached Lu Ruyi's ears, and it didn't make Lu Ruyi furious in the slightest. Lu Ruyi looked upstairs. Oops, it seems like those JCs are coming down now. Why don't we just go first? Good ah. Seeing that Lu Ruyi was so sensible, those few men's faces were also instantly happy, saying that they were going to stretch out their hands to pull Lu Ruyi. Only, The next second the men's faces twisted, and even more so, a miserable scream came from the surroundings. Ah! Lu Ruyi looked at the man and let out a cold smile. Then she let go of her hand. Yes, at this moment, the man's little arm was already bent in a bizarre pattern, looking very creepy. Even those few men around looked at this situation more or less a little bit of scalp numbness. Lu Ruyi, how dare you honor the wine and refuse to eat the penalty wine? Seeing that Lu Ruyi directly started to move, the surrounding men instantly understood. It looked like this Lu Ruyi was just pretending to be weak on purpose. Thinking of this, they all rushed up with the things in their hands. Lu Ruyi looked at the things in their hands, and now also understood at once. I'm afraid that today we'll have to spell out. Just as her eyes narrowed slightly and she wanted to rush out, she heard a surprised voice from behind her. Holy shit, why do you have so many enemies? Only before Lu Ruyi could turn around and look over, she saw that a broad figure had already blocked in front of her. Seeing the situation, this made Lu Ruyi could not help but be stunned again for a moment, especially when she saw the man in front of her, the blood that kept flowing down her wrist. You, where did the brat come from? How dare you save a beauty at this time? Do not want to die? Without waiting for Lu Ruyi to speak, those people on the opposite side had already started to taunt. Although in their opinion, although Lu Ruyi had some skills, as a woman, she was definitely not very powerful. Even if she was good, she was facing so many people. After all, there were so many of them. They didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to defeat these two people. Although Lu Ruyi was a person who looked out for herself, she also didn't want to see GE get hitched for herself just like that. You'd better leave quickly. Their purpose is me. Lu Ruyi was behind GE and tugged on his shirt, saying, it's okay, just like they said. I'm going to save a beauty from a hero with that. GE turned back and smiled gently at Lu Ruyi. You who? It seems like your kid really doesn't know. Who the hell are you facing right now? Those few men were really amused by GE's remark. After all, right now it looked like GE was still very young, so I'm afraid that he really hadn't seen some things before. Who is it? A bunch of crooked people? GE slightly tilted his head, almost provocatively looking at these people in front of him. Almost instantly, the faces of this group of people all suddenly became slightly grim. What a shameless face. Brothers, give it to me. With that, the group of people all rushed out. Lu Ruyi gave GE a scrupulous look, still prepared to use his full strength. After all, I'm afraid that not a moment's time, the people above will be coming down. If this is really discovered, then it's not good. However, Lu Ruyi just knocked down a person in the chaos, turned his head and realized that the other people are already lying on the ground. GE cheerfully stretched out his foot to pat the face of the person who was just the most rampant. I advise you, don't tell the matter now. Just say is drunk in this side to sober up. Otherwise JC may not let you off. Oh. The few people lying on the ground were now really having a hard time saying anything. After all, this reasoning they also understand, but it didn't occur to them that they also have a day to eat dumb losses. Well, let's go, said Chi, then glanced upstairs, turned around and pulled Lu Ruyi's hand into the depths of the alley. The surveillance at the back door. Lu Ruyi had already ordered someone to do it just now, so now after walking far away, basically it was also considered to be fine. Only one thought just was also considered to be set up. Lu Ruyi's face cannot be counted as how good to look at, because Lu Ruyi was clear in her heart. If this man in front of her wouldn't appear, she would be delayed in her steps. Then there are only two results waiting for Lu Ruyi. One is to be invited back by JC. The other is to be seriously injured by that group of people. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyi's face darkened even more. While walking here, Chi had been observing Lu Ruyi's face. Seeing Lu Ruyi's face so ugly, his heart more or less guessed what Lu Ruyi was thinking. However, before when reading the novels, GE has been curious about what the female boss of a gang actually looks like. He didn't think that he would actually see it now, but it was even better looking than he had imagined. Don't be afraid. Those are all in the past. GE's acting skills came online, reaching out his hand to directly help Lu Ruyi wipe the honey sweat from the corner of his forehead. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 100 villainous values. Because of GE's action, this caused Lu Ruyi to snap back to her senses. She looked towards the man in front of her who had been staring at her, and was more or less curious in her heart. Why did you save me just now? Do you know that it was dangerous just now? After hearing Lu Ruyi's words, GE then pretended to be embarrassed and smiled. Ahem. This is actually just to see that you are good looking. Seeing Lu Ruyi froze. In fact, originally she was still rather skeptical of GE, but after walking here, the suspicion in her heart was dispelled. After all, Looking at his stature just now, he could have totally helped them get rid of themselves, but now he had been helping himself, and even helped himself escape here, which at least showed that the two were not on opposite sides. And now, after seeing the shy expression on the man's face, the doubts in Lu Ruye's heart were dispelled once again. Seeing Lu Ruye sizing himself up, Ge pretended to be more serious on his face. He raised his hand to slightly scratch his nose, then asked with fluttering eyes, "So what? You have a husband?" It had to be said that this was the first time Lu Ruye had met this type of man. Previously met men are very pretentious, hate to directly put their own culture these words on their face. For the kind of man like a kind of open-screen peacock in general, Lu Ruye has always been scorned. However, it had to be said that the man in front of her made Lu Ruye interested for the first time. This should be the type of male college student that was very hot before, right? And Lu Ruye had to admit that this man was indeed very handsome. "Well, I have a husband." Saving up the idea of wanting to tease the man, Lu Ruye nodded and said, as expected. The next second he saw a flash of loss on the man's face, and even the hands that the two of them were holding each other had been withdrawn. For some reason, after seeing the man take his hand back, Lu Ruye's heart actually felt a little lost. Seriously, even Lu Ruye was taken aback by this feeling. "What's your name?" Coming to be interested in this man, Lu Ruye opened her mouth to inquire. Ge mumbled. And seeing such a lost appearance of Ge in front of him, Lu Ruye couldn't help but feel a bit amused in her heart, and her interest in Ge grew a bit more. Is it possible that this is what those people call a little milk dog? If Ge knew what was going on in Lu Ruye's heart right now, he would have laughed out loud in his heart in triumph. After all, this was affirming his acting skills. Ge is really very thankful to you today. Otherwise go back together and I'll help you treat your wounds. Saying that, Lu Ruye then looked towards the wound on Ge's arm with some worry. Although it had already been 10 minutes, the wound was still flowing blood out. It looked very scary. Even Lu Ruye slightly frowned. It was only Ge who acted as if he didn't feel anything and didn't make a sound. In front of Lu Ruye, with a slight sigh, Ge smiled. "It's fine. I'll just go to the clinic in a while." "It's you. It's not convenient for a woman to go home. I'll watch you take a taxi." Although Lu Ruye would think more for herself at critical moments, it didn't mean that she was really heartless. So after hearing Ge's words, Lu Ruye then subconsciously frowned directly. "How can that be? You saved me. I have to be responsible for you as well." "Responsible?" After hearing this word, Ge instantly became interested. Lu Ruye didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her words at first, but it was only when she saw Ge raise an eyebrow and look at herself flirtatiously that she realized what was going on. Don't be imagining things at your young age. After pouting helplessly at Ge, Lu Ruye already contacted someone on her cell phone to come pick her up. "What have I imagined? It's obviously you who thought too much," Ge said very frankly. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ruye's fair face suddenly gained a touch of blush. However, looking at Ge's open and honest appearance, it made Lu Ruye more or less doubt whether she had really misunderstood just now. After all, looking at Ge's, this person was indeed very honest. Cough. "Okay, then even if it's my misunderstanding," Lu Ruye said in a somewhat low and awkward voice. After all, before this, she had never spoken to someone like this before. Although there was no direct apology, it was still an apology. "In a moment my car will arrive. Wait and I'll help you with your wounds. There's a medical kit in the car." Saying this, Lu Ruye's cell phone came to call. The moment she saw the call, Lu Ruye's face, which was originally with a smile, suddenly became serious. Seeing Lu Ruye take the cell phone and walk to the other side to connect it, the expression on his face also boarded up. Ge then understood. "I'm afraid that it's about what just happened." Lu Ruye saw Ge looking at himself. The color of his face was softened for a moment, and then indicated Ge to stand still and wait for himself. She would finish the phone call in a moment. Seeing Lu Ruye greet her, Ge smiled and nodded at her. Then after seeing Lu Ruye turn her head away, Ge hooked his lips into a smile before turning away. What was there to keep her interested? What Ge wanted to do now was to let Lu Ruye hold on to herself. Even if it was only for a while, in that case, she would definitely have a deeper impression of herself in the future. After Lu Ruye instructed the person on the other end of the phone, she quickly hung up. After all, at this time, Ge was still in the back, and it was more important to deal with his wounds. However, after Lu Ruye hung up the phone, she turned her head to look and surprisingly didn't see Ge's figure, but instead saw her car. Frowning as she walked over to the driver's side, Lu Ruye asked, "When you just came over, did you see someone behind me?" After that driver heard Lu Ruya's words, a trace of bewilderment flashed across his face. When I just came over, there was only you in front of me, the driver said carefully, because indeed when he just came over, there was only Lu Ruyi in front of him. Hearing this, Lu Ruyi could only frown and nod, but after sitting in the car, Lu Ruyi couldn't help but also still nodded. Even that delicate brow also carried a trace of worry, because, just moments ago, the wounds on Qiyi's arms were all still dripping blood. Ah Chang, what's wrong big sister? When he heard Lu Ruyi calling out to himself, the driver in front of him looked over in the rearview mirror. Never mind, it's fine. She originally wanted to ask someone to help check on Ji, but then after thinking about it, she gave up. It was better for her not to disturb people's peaceful lives. Lu Ruyi was still frowning and sighed softly after getting into the car. At this time, Lu Ruya's heart could not help but feel a little guilty. After all, she was clear about how much this person called Ji had helped her, and it was true that she was also considered to be guilty of letting him go just like that. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyi sat on the car, but could not help but sigh again. And every time Lu Ruyi sighed, the driver in front couldn't help but be shaken. After following Lu Ruyi for a long time, he knew that Lu Ruyi's temper was still very strange, but he didn't expect that now Lu Ruyi sighed twice in a row. Unable to do so, that driver could only sit straight in front and drive the car with a serious face. Ask is impossible to ask. The main thing is now go ego. After Qiyi left Lu Ruya's side, he re-entered the front of the Rose Bar. After all, his car was still parked over there now. This is the Flower Butterfly's car. There is also an emergency medical kit inside. Compared to that kind of home version of the medical kit, the things inside their medical kit were extraordinarily full. After skillfully bandaging the wound, Ji returned to the outside of the villa. After returning to the villa, Ji first opened his laptop and wiped out some of the surveillance of the Rose Bar that he appeared in today, before he packed up and rested. The next day, Ji also got up early, and after eating, he pressed down the flower butterfly that was about to stand up. In the next 2 days, I will go to pick up and drop off Ro. You can take a good rest at home. Upon hearing this, Flower Butterfly was first stunned, and then the corners of her mouth couldn't help but add a smirk. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine's favorability, rewarding 100 villain value, and after hearing the system's voice, even Qiyi's face had more than a touch of smirk on it. It was true that for Flower Butterflies, only caring warmed her heart even more. As for Yi Ro, who had taken her things and was ready to leave, after hearing Ji's words, she was also instantly brightened up. Brother E, do you still want to send me to work? Yi Ro said in surprise. Originally she thought that Ji was just picking himself up from work, but she didn't think that he would still send himself to work. Don't want me to send you? Ji said flirtatiously after looking over. Which is, I didn't say that. Originally, because she woke up early, Yi Ro was more or less still a bit out of energy. Only after hearing Ji's words, Yi Ro side suddenly got energized. After she picked up her bag, she came directly to Ji's side and hugged his arm. Let's go brother E. Let's go now. Ji looked helplessly at Yi Ro by his side. Then he nodded in amusement and left with Yi Ro. Originally, Flower Butterfly's heart was still a little warm, and there was a hint of a smile on her face. However, after watching Yi Ro take Ji's arm and leave, the smile on Hua Butterfly's face disappeared immediately. Looking at the back of the two of them, Hua Butterfly slightly frowned, with a trace of loneliness on her face. When Song Qing came out from the kitchen, she saw Butterfly frowning slightly and sitting over there as if she was thinking about something. Song Qing originally wanted to ask what was going on, but after seeing the expression on Hua Butterfly's face that gradually cooled down, in the end she didn't ask anything. Brother E, are you going to transport me to the company for the next 2 days? Yi Ro sat on the co-pilot with a big smile on her face, looking at Ji with a smile on her face. Ji nodded. Of course, not enough if you're not willing. Ji didn't finish the sentence, only that the flirting in his words was already very obvious. Brother E, you're teasing me again. How could I not be willing? Yi Ro looked at Ji without any good humor. Although the morning rush hour was a bit congested, but after all, the villa to the company is still very close. Not a moment later the car parked in the company below, because last night Ji did not go back to eat with them. This morning Yi Ro lazy did not eat breakfast, but with breakfast to the company, so there is no opportunity to give Ji said yesterday's things. Until the car stopped, Yi Ro was still talking about what happened yesterday. Looking at the entrance of the company where people were coming and going, Ji looked at Yi Ro with a smile and saw that Yi Ro was still talking non-stop, so Ji felt a little amused. It's almost time to go to work. Why don't you go in? Yi Ro-Ro's words were interrupted before she could finish, which made her skim her mouth with some dissatisfaction. What's the point? The internship salary is just a little bit over there. Besides, it's your own company, so just deduct some money. Yi Ro-Ro heatedly smiled and said mischievously, that can not. If let your brother know you do not work properly, let you go back to school can do? Ji warmly reminded. Then Shi Yi's face also serious down. And your brother went abroad, but also specifically instructed me to let me look at you. If your brother found that I did not properly look at you, angry at me how to do? As expected. These two words were still useful. That's fine. Yi Ro-Ro's small mouth tootled high, a face of helplessness out of the car, but after getting out of the car, the cloudy sky on her little face turned clear. Then when you come to pick me up in the afternoon, I'll continue to talk to you. Naughtily spitting out her tongue at Yi Ro-Ro then hopped into the company. Looking at the little girl who walked into the company like a little rabbit, Ji helplessly shook his head and smiled, then prepared to start the car and leave. However, before Ji could start the car, a familiar voice came from behind him. Ji? What a coincidence! Jo-Mei's voice came from behind him, and when Ji turned his head, he saw that Jo-Mei had already come to the passenger window, and even her hand was already on it. Seeing this, Ji could only give up the chance to start the car and turned his head to look at Jo-Mei, before smiling at her. Hello, Secretary Zhou. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence to meet again. To be honest, just as Yi Ro-Ro left in front of her, Jo-Mei appeared behind her, and Ji really had reason to suspect that Jo-Mei was doing it on purpose. But in fact, Jo-Mei did do it on purpose. When she had just come to work, she had already seen Ji's car from afar. She also waited specifically until Yi Ro-Ro got out of the car before Jo-Mei walked up. You're not someone inside the company. There's no need to be so outgoing. Just call me Jo-Mei. Jo-Mei was still leaning in front of the car window as she did yesterday, and pulled her hair back shyly. Only Ji felt that the two of them hadn't said a few words just now. So why did Jo-Mei start to be shy? Jo-Mei. In Jo-Mei's expectant line of sight, Ji said with a soft smile after all. Are you coming over so early in the morning to send Zoe to work? In order to be able to chat more with Ji, Jo-Mei asked knowingly. Yes, Zwa just went up. By the way, aren't you going up? I see it's getting late, Ji reminded. And it seemed as if Jo-Mei had really just now realized that it was getting late. She covered her lips and let out a gasp of surprise. Even the raging shook a bit. It's still true. Thank you very much. Then I'll leave first. This will be left for you to drink. After saying that, Jo-Mei placed the ice Americano in her hand on the passenger side, winking wryly at Ji before leaving. Ji, although as the male lead's mistress, Jo-Mei must be a bit of something, only, looking at the ice Americana on the passenger side, as well as remembering what Jo-Mei had just winked at, Ji was more or less helpless and speechless. Only the ice American style is not Ji's favorite, and just now that winking thing is also not suitable for Jo-Mei to do. After all, Jo-Mei as a person was still more suited for some flirty moves. Shaking his head helplessly, Ji was just about to take away the ice Americana from the passenger side when he heard someone calling out to him again. Ji's movements paused. Another relatively familiar voice. What was going on today? Can he still leave from the entrance of Yi Group? Ji, why are you here? Hiyubai said as the somewhat agitated person walked up. Although the last time he saw this woman, Ji had more or less relieved himself, but at this time, looking at this person was more or less unpleasant. In the original, this woman was depicted as the original owner's White Moonlight, but in reality, this woman's heart was like a snake and scorpion, dirty as hell. After the events of the banquet day, Hiyuebai's life had more or less undergone some radical changes. For example, Yan Xiaotong, who was originally very attentive to Hiyuebai, pulling jobs for him at the banquet, has stopped taking care of Hiyuebai since that day. Now Yan Xiaotong works as an agent, and both of them work for a small entertainment company under Yan Xiaotong's boyfriend. Because of Yan Xiaotong, even though Hiyuebai, as a newcomer, doesn't go to escort, she still gets some work from time to time. However, since that day, Yan Xiaotong has not taken care of Hiyuebai anymore. Not only does she not reply to Hiyuebai's messages, but even when she meets with him in the company, she is also very rude to him. Because of this reason, the work now need to Hiyuebai personally. In this half-month's time, Hiyuebai has been matched with more than a dozen drinking game, but I don't know what. Even if Hiyuebai did her best, she didn't take on any more work in this January. Even the previously scheduled role as the second female character in a web series has now been notified of its cancellation. In fact, since graduation, Hiwabai didn't have much money on hand. When she was in school before, most of the tuition and living expenses and such were also given by GE. Only, when she had a job before, did she have some small amount of money on hand? So at that time, Hiwabai directly rented a large house, and also specially changed to check room. At that time, her money has been spent almost. The back is to buy a dress to go to the banquet. As a result, she was directly kicked out, and since that day, Hiwabai didn't have much money on hand. This period of time is also relying on a variety of loans in the expenditure. But now, she recognized the reality. In that situation that day, even if Yin Feifei didn't make a sound to shut herself down, everyone around her would not cooperate with her because of Yin Feifei. When she met this situation, she wanted to contact Yihan, but helplessly. Since a month ago, Yihan did not reply to her messages, and even more so, she did not connect her phone. So under no circumstances, Hiwabai came to the Yes group, ready to personally look for Yihan, thinking that there may be room for redemption. She thought, time has passed so long, Yihan may have returned from abroad, so in order to show their sincerity, Hiwabai early in the morning to come. But, the result was that just after entering Yes group, Hiwabai was stopped by the security guards. Even after explaining the situation to the front desk, they still wouldn't let anyone go. But Hiwabai stood over there and called Yihan countless times, but there was still no response. In the end, she was driven out by Zhou Mei, who hadn't been inside for long. At that moment, Hiwabai immediately noticed the eyes of the surrounding people looking at him. Strange, despise, surprised. Those eyes instantly made Hiwabai's face redden. She hurriedly lowered her head and walked out, and then saw Ji's figure. Although she didn't know much about the car, she still knew the car's logo. This makes Hiwabai immediately bright eyes at the same time, but also feel very surprised. Although she knew that GE was doing well, she didn't realize that he could afford such an expensive car. When she thought of this, Hiwabai looked at GE with complicated eyes. Before, she had looked down on GE, so with the help of Yan Xiaotong, she had managed to break up with him, but she didn't expect that GE would be doing so well now. Hiwabai had some regrets in her heart. GE looked at Hiwabai with cold eyes, and naturally, he also observed the flickering expression on Hiwabai's face. Of course, even that flash of remorse was clear to GE. He knew what kind of person Hiwabai was, and he wanted to laugh. He knew what kind of nature Hiwabai had, so he also knew that if it wasn't for the fact that Yihan wasn't around right now, along with the fact that he was doing well, then Hiwabai wouldn't have regretted it either. What's wrong? So even when he saw Hiwabai walking up smilingly, GE still looked over with a cold face. As expected, seeing GE's expression so cold, it made Hiwabai freeze while even her steps to come forward were also a beat. GE, is this necessary between us? Hiwabai reddened her eyes. Then she gripped the bag's bag tightly and looked at GE with a sobbing voice. Hearing Hiwabai's words, at this point, GE just wanted to laugh. Why not? When you first broke up, and when you bumped into each other at the banquet before, did you ever think of leaving me a shred of dignity? GE raised his eyebrows and snorted. Then he casually rested his hand on the steering wheel, tapping it with one beat, and at those words, Hiwabai's face instantly became ugly again. You misunderstood. Actually, I do not want that. But Xiaotong said. Hiwabai said. Then did not speak, just a two helpless standing over there, gently with teeth biting his lips. The face is also very tangled, as if thinking, in the end to expose Yan Xiaotong general, only Hiwabai is not clear. In fact, now her brain thought of those things, Qi is also clear. Qi also knew that Yan Xiaotong had been looking down on herself before, and this was because of Hiwabai's trigger. Otherwise, in the beginning, when Yan Xiaotong didn't recognize herself, she wouldn't have had such a bad impression of herself. I don't care about all that. Anyway, now that the two of us are no longer related, just treat us as strangers when we meet in the future. Saying that, GE was about to close the car window. Seeing this, Hiwabai instantly became alarmed as well, and in the next second she even directly opened the passenger door and sat in. Seeing Hiwabai's behavior, GE was really amused. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. There was no hurry anyway, so he just sat there with his arms around his chest and looked at Hiwabai with interest. He wanted to see what Hiwabai was going to do. GE, do you really want to be so desperate? Hiwabai sat on the passenger side, her face very sad. Isn't it you who was desperate? I did my best to send you to school, and you're the one who dumped me first, GE said with a raised eyebrow, and it was this sentence that directly made Hiwabai choke. After all, What Ge said was indeed the truth. Yes. Seeing Hyuebai choke, Ge's heart was very cool. To be honest, right now, Ge didn't let Hyuebai return his money even if it was good. After all, since going to college, all of Hyuebai's expenses were paid for by Ge. Not to mention these, let's say the two have been in love for so long, but also just held hands, hugged a few times, and other intimate actions, even kissing the little face, kissing the little mouth are also gone. Just thinking about it, Ge felt very shortchanged. This also made Ge look at Hyuebai even more unfavorably. So what exactly are you going to do? Speak quickly. Hyuebai bit her lower lip in a tangled mess, and then her heart became tangled as well. She was very short of money right now, and she was also already desperate. She had taken on loan sharks, and there had been one debt collection call after another in the past 2 days. If she couldn't pay back the money, not only would Hyuebai not be able to pay the rent, even those loans were rolling in interest. Hyuebai would rather choose Ge than commit herself to another beer-belly tycoon afterward. After all, having been in love for so many years before, Hyuebai was confident. She can stabilize Ge. Let Ge money himself to save the emergency. Later as long as wait for their own turnaround, or wait until Yihan back. She then kicked Ge is also too late. Thinking of this, Hyuebai's face also did not struggle. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Ge pitifully, then softly said, Ge, I regret. I found that people come and go or you are the best for me, and I also feel more at ease when I am by your side. As she spoke, tears flowed from Hyuebai's large red eyes, a beauty shedding tears. What a heartbreaking look. However, at this moment, Ge was still hard-hearted and couldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when he looked at Hyuebai's appearance. On the contrary, he even wanted to open his mouth to satirize Hyuebai a few times. Oh, you're sincere now? Ge looked at her skeptically, clearly with a look of disbelief. Seeing this, Hyuebai gritted her teeth, knowing that the current Ge didn't want to be as easy to fool as before. So when she saw Ge looking at herself skeptically, Hyuebai clenched her teeth, directly ruthless, went forward and cupped Ge's face with both hands, and decisively kissed him. A fresh fragrance came to the face. Although Hyuebai's character is very bad, but it must be said that as the original Destiny heroine, she still has a little capital. This way. Do you believe it? Quickly left a kiss on Ge's lips. Hyuebai then sat on the passenger side. A face of shyness looked toward Ge. If Ge hadn't seen the flicker of disgust in her eyes, I'm afraid he would have really been coaxed by her. The current Hyuebai was no less than an actress, and when she pretended to act, she really did learn to act very much like one. Only compared to Hyuebai's acting skills, Ge's acting skills were still better, so this also allowed Ge to immediately see Hyuebai's pretense. Ge hooked his lips in an evil smile. Recently very short of money? Hyuebai froze, not expecting Ge to ask so directly. Only Hyuebai didn't know that the Ge in front of her was no longer the Ge from before. The previous Ge, even when he was taking over from Hyuebai, he would still beat around the bush and would not let Hyuebai feel the slightest hint of embarrassment. But now that Ge had asked directly, it made Hyuebai feel embarrassed for a while. But after thinking about her situation, she finally nodded her head in shame. Well, recently it's very short of money. Ge gave a meaningful laugh, not saying he agreed or disagreed. Seeing the situation, this instantly let Hyuebai some apprehension. Before Ge, as long as it is to see his expression, will be able to feel his thoughts, but now Ge, even let Hyuebai momentarily some cannot feel his thoughts. Then come with me to a place. Ge did not pay any attention to Hyuebai, but directly turned around and started the car. Seeing the car start up, Hyuebai was a bit flustered, but she knew that compared to others, Ge was the best choice for her at the moment. Although she was nervous, she was relieved to see that Ge wanted to help her. While the car was traveling, Hyuebai had been sizing up the car, and looking at Ge's condition, she thought that it would be easy for her to get those loans and pay the rent. Thinking of this, Hyuebai hooked up a smile on her face. Ge looked at Hyuebai without moving, but finally snorted in his heart. After the morning rush, the road was not as jammed as it was just now, and soon the car was driven into the underground parking lot of a 5-star hotel. The moment she entered the parking lot, Hyuebai suddenly panicked. Her face froze, and then she looked at Ge in panic. But Ge didn't think of hitching a ride with her. Alright, get out of the car. After bringing the car to a stop, Ge looked towards Hyuebai with a smile. Seeing this, even the smile on Hyuebai's face stiffened. She reluctantly smiled before saying, Do what? What did you say to do? Ge raised an eyebrow at her. We're all adults. There's no need to pretend to be innocent, right? The smile on Hyuebai's face at this moment became ugly. This matter depends on yourself, up or down. After Chi-E finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Hyuebai, and sure enough, he saw that Hyuebai's body had stiffened up. Indeed, Hyuebai really didn't expect that the current Chi-E would be so direct. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. If it doesn't work, I'll send you back. Hyuebai bit her lips tightly entangled, and finally chose to give in. After all, it was still the same idea as before. If she didn't choose Ji-E now, she wouldn't have lasted until Yi-Han returned. In the end, the only ones who can choose are those beer-bellied uncles. Thinking of this, Hyuebai gritted her teeth and directly got out of the car. Seeing this, Ji-E slightly hooked his lips, got out of the car and walked towards the stairs. Seeing that Ji-E didn't say a word to himself, Hyuebai could only follow in small steps. The two of them were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the suite. I'm going to take a shower, so you can think about it on your own. After saying that, Ji-E directly walked into the bathroom. The hotel's bathroom, in fact, was just that, although it was frosted glass, but the situation inside, more or less, could still be seen somewhat clearly. Hyuebai originally sat tangled on the edge of the bed, and all that came to mind was Yi-Han's figure. Although Yi-Han looks ordinary, but still relatively tall and sturdy, the body is also very secure. Not to mention those, what actually made Hyuebai really like Yi-Han was still Yi-Han's personal charm. Although he is not handsome, but Hyuebai in the first time to see Yi-Han, the eyes cannot help but be Yi-Han will be tightly attracted. So much so that she quickly fell in behind as well. Thinking of this, Hyuebai then subconsciously looked towards the direction where bathroom Ji-E was, followed by a slight sigh. Only, before Hyuebai could sigh out that breath, she saw the figure behind the frosted glass at a glance. Almost instantly, Hyuebai froze, and then stared in surprise. When she was in love before, Hyuebai hadn't cared much about Ji-E, and hadn't thought that Ji-E's figure was so good. Seeing the figure behind the frosted glass, Hyuebai's gaze was drawn tightly. In the past 2 months of filming, Hyuebai had actually seen quite a few male actors, and all of them had very good bodies. But at this moment, looking at the reflection on the frosted glass, Hyuebai was almost certain that none of them had a figure as good as Ji-E, because of Ji-E's broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure, especially those long legs that were nowhere to be found. It was nearly a perfect figure, and at this moment, Ji-E in the bathroom didn't know the slightest thing about Hyuebai's thoughts. He was leisurely taking a bath at this time, thinking that according to Hyuebai's previous thoughts, she definitely wouldn't compromise. After all, she had wanted to directly green herself in order to get Yi-Han before. Therefore, when Ji-E walked out of the bathroom with a towel around him, he was more or less surprised to see Hyuebai sitting honestly over there. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes, but Ji-E quickly reacted. Your turn. After saying that, Ji-E walked to the side and poured a cup of water, then gulped it down. After drinking the water, seeing that Hyuebai was still staring straight at himself, Ji-E couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What? Backpedaling again? Seeing Ji-E sneeringly looking at himself, Hyuebai instantly reacted. She returned to her senses and then immediately walked into the bathroom after shaking her head. Ji-E raised his eyebrows, more or less feeling that Hyuebai was a bit strange. On the other hand, Hyuebai, who had entered the bathroom, covered her lips with a bit of a blush. Gosh, when she had just watched from the frosted glass, she had thought that Ji-E's body must be pretty good, but she hadn't expected it to be so perfect, especially when the undried droplets of water slowly flowed from her neck into her belly. Thinking about this, Hyuebai's face burst into red. However, this makes Hyuebai more or less a little strange. Why before never feel Chi-Yi's charm, but again meet, but feel Chi-Yi's charm rose? Even the whole person seemed to be more handsome. After Hyuebai entered the bathroom, Ji-E was waiting outside in boredom. Originally, Ji-E had to go to Yen Fei-Fei's side, but now he directly asked Yen Fei-Fei for a vacation. Yen Fei-Fei's side returned the message very quickly, but that crying emoticon really looks pathetic. Ji-E originally thought that Hyuebai liked Yi-Han so much before. Surely will be in the inside grinding a long time before coming out. As a result, he had only chatted with Yen Fei-Fei for a couple of sentences when he heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. Ji-E subconsciously raised his eyes to look, and immediately saw a scene of a beauty out of the bath. Although the person's personality was not good, her appearance was really good, and even her figure was superior. Ji-E rubbed his chin and sized up Hyuebai, and finally silently nodded in his heart. And while Ji-E was sizing himself up, Hiyubai also instantly felt that the gaze was hot as if it was a palm that swept over her entire body. This made Hiyubai, who had already done a good job of building up her mental strength, instantly become embarrassed once again. She wrapped up her bathrobe tightly, and stood there with some restraint, her body covered in water vapor. Seeing Ge looking at himself, not waiting for Hiyubai to speak, in front of him Ge directly stretched out his arm and dragged her over. Ah, wait a moment. A spinning in front of her eyes, Hiyubai could not help but say with some panic, wait a moment? I've already given you a chance, and now you're asking for it. Ge snorted and leaned forward. The curtains in the suite were not drawn, and at this time, the clouds outside the window were dense, and the weather, which was originally a blazing sun, turned out to be gloomy. Soon, the air around the humid up, followed by the outside will pattering down the rain. The violet rain hit the ground heavily, along with the ground flower beds on the delicate flowers were also ravaged out of shape. And looking at the air, I'm sure this rain won't stop anytime soon. I'm afraid it will take a while. When Hiyubai woke up in a daze, she saw the man sitting on the edge of the bed, and was sitting over there wearing clothes. When she saw the man getting dressed and standing up, Hiyubai hurriedly reached out and grabbed the man's clothes. Ge, wait a minute, are you leaving? As she says this, Hiyubai sits up in a panic, and then rushes to hug Ge from behind, afraid that Ge is going to leave. Ge helplessly raised his eyebrows. He just wanted to get up to go to the restroom, and judging by the time, Yiro should be getting off work in a while. You let go first, Ge said helplessly. Hiyuibai's entire body instantly panicked, so she felt that if she let go now, Ge would definitely directly turn around and leave. Then you give me the money first, Hiyubai said hurriedly. Ge didn't get up in a hurry even after hearing this. Instead, he was amused by Hiyubai's words. Sure enough, this woman still had a purpose in her nature. Say it, how much do you want? Ge snorted. Hiyubai thought that after the two woke up, they would more or less warm up for a while, but it didn't occur to her that after the two woke up, they directly started to confront each other on. When Hiyubai heard Ge's words, she hesitated, and then she cautiously said, $100,000? Ge snorted. You really dare to ask for it? Although he had money now, he also knew that 100,000 was not this small amount for an ordinary person. At those words, even Hiyubai paused. After all, Hiyubai himself was also clear that when he went to school before, he used GEs, 8 GEs, and during those 4 years, Ge didn't spend less money on himself. In fact, according to reason, now Ge did not ask for the money back has been considered good, but she still has to ask Ge for money. But there was nothing else she could do. After all, she was really short of money lately. After all, the loan she had taken on recently had been over $100,000, and if she had this $100,000 now, she would still be able to sell some clothes and bags to pay it back. But the problem was, if she didn't have this $100,000, she really couldn't get by. So after hearing Ge's words, Hiyubai then stammered all of a sudden. When Ge saw this, he directly snorted, and then he threw over a card. There's $100,000 in here. Take it. With that said, Ge walked straight into the washroom and started to wash up. Although he had just pretended to be very much like this, Ge had initially thought that Hiyubai wanted hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he hadn't thought that it was just 100,000. Thinking of this, Ge himself shrugged helplessly. Very well, he had also read too many novels. Outside the door, Hiyubai endured the soreness of her waist and sat over there. She held the card in her hand and looked at it in a daze. While rubbing her waist, Hiyubai then subconsciously looked up at Ge in the washroom. It didn't occur to her that in the end, the person she could rely on was still Ge. Just like a few years ago, when Hiyubai couldn't pay for her studies, she would not have to worry if she told Ge. Although Ge's attitude towards herself was worse than before, she hadn't expected to remain like this. Thinking of this, looking at the man's generous back, Hiyubai unexpectedly felt a warmth in her heart. Ding Ding detected Heaven's Destiny heroine's favorability, rewarded with 200 villain value. Ge, who was washing up, paused in his movements the moment he heard the system beep. After all, he hadn't expected that Hiyubai would even be able to increase her favorability towards him. This caused Ge to be a bit confused for a moment as to what exactly Hiyubai was thinking in her heart right now. Only, Ge gave Hiyubai money action is also because the system panel above that prompt. That tip is still in the morning when the heavy rainstorm reminder. Ge was busy and did not hear, and then just woke up when this only noticed. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the Divine Fate female lead, rewarded with 666 villain values. She estimated that the villain value accumulated over this period of time wasn't too little, especially today. He didn't expect this unexpected pleasure of Hyubai to come to his door by itself. When he was free, GE was going to make plans to prepare for the lottery. GE stood in the washroom, calculating about the raffle, but outside, Hyubai was thinking about other things. During this month or so, especially during this period of time, Yihan had chatted with himself for a few moments, except for when he had just left the country earlier. During this latter period of time, he also didn't pay attention to himself at all. At first, she thought that Yihan was busy with his work, so she didn't even bother. No, the two of them were going to break the contact at the back. When she thought of her recent predicament, Hyubai had an even bigger headache, thinking of the recent encounter everywhere, and looked to their hands with 100,000 yuan card. Hyubai slowly raised his head, looked to the washroom in the pool. I just raised my head, and I realized that my back was very hot, and in the next second, my waist was wrapped around the person behind me. Jihe's movement slightly paused, feeling the softness behind him. The knot in his throat couldn't help but move slightly. Hyubai, what are you doing? Hyubai didn't rush to answer Jihe's, but after that small hand wandered around Jihe's waist, then she softly said, Jihe, have you forgiven me? Jihe. To be honest, it was more or less a bit of a shock now that Hyubai had come so close. It's all in the past. Forgive or not, is there any use now? Saying that, Jihe then stretched out his hand to directly shore the waist of the hand to brush away. To be honest, Jihe wasn't a fool, and before Hyubai's attitude towards him, already let Jihe completely see the understanding. So even if Hyubai is now soft, Jihe will not be stupid enough to think that Hyubai is sincere to his own. In the Hyubai here, true or not, is not the money? The first thing you need to do is to look at the pool and see if you can find a way to get to the top of the list. But the thought of the $100,000 there, Hyubai suddenly came to the bottom of the air. If you are not interested in yourself, how can you just give yourself $100,000? So it is not possible to say that just Jihe is now angry, but the hearts still have their own? Since the last thing after, she did not have any work, and now also every day with the debt, swiped the credit card. If now Jihe's soft heart, he after all Yan Feifei also have contacts, so her work can certainly come back. Not only that, see now Jihe drive this car, there are also heard him before those contracts, so now Jihe is a standard high wealth before finding a more suitable person. Jihe is indeed a very good choice. After all, now Jihe are directly give her $100,000. That is also represent, if she worked hard, there was no way that Jihe wouldn't go back to the way he was dead to her before. As long as she used Jihe as a springboard now and dumped him later, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Hyubai walked forward again and directly hugged Jihe. Jihe was really helpless, although he didn't have any thoughts about Hyubai, but soft jade in his arms, this had to make one's heart flutter. Jihe, I know that I was wrong before, but after all, I am also just out of society. Before it was also too well protected by you. And then the back was Yan Xiaotong a few words on the blindfolded heart. I really do not mean to. Hyubai tightly hugged Jihe and said, even the voice also with a sobbing voice. Hyubai hugged Jihe tightly and said, even with a sobbing tone in her voice. Jihe really had to admire Hyubai's brain. Hyubai's brain. Look, see how admirable this sentence is. 1. No wrong. 2. Just out of society is very simple, because before by you to protect too well. 3. All is Yan Xiaotong. 3. It's all Yan Xiaotong's fault, not mine. 4. She was also compelled. Although Hyubai's words were very sad, Jihe only wanted to laugh when he heard them, especially after Hyubai said that it was all Yan Xiaotong's problem. After all, Jihe knew that Yan Xiaotong in the original story was the one who had been brainwashed the most. Seeing that Jihe kept his face cold and didn't say anything, Hyubai became more or less flustered in his heart. Don't worry, Jihe. I've already broken contact with Yan Xiaotong now. Don't worry for your sake. I won't even contact her again afterward. With that said, Hyubai tightly hugged Jihe's waist, looking up at him. That look is really I see pity very much. Only, Hyubai had done this look several times, so now Jihe's heart was harder than a rock. Jihe knew how much Yan Xiaotong had helped Hyubai's career, so Jihe understood that there was no way Hyubai would give up Yan Xiaotong. So there was only one indication. That was Yan Xiaotong breaking her ties with Hyubai. No wonder Hyubai had been having such a miserable time recently. he couldn't even pay his rent, so it was because of this reason. Alright, don't make it look like this. Ro will be getting off work soon. I still have to go pick her up from work. Saying that, GE then directly pushed Hyubai away and turned to leave the room. Seeing the door to the room close in front of her, Hyubai was instantly dumbfounded. She was just casually draped in her bathrobe, and hadn't even tied the belt, so when she had just hugged GE, she had almost zeroed in on him. But even so, GE was surprisingly indifferent. She was crying like this. After all this showing, GE even just walked away with a cold face? Hyubai fell on the bed with an incredulous face, more or less still unable to understand. Hyubai is still confident in her own charm. Even in these 2 months, there are not a few people who pursue her and want to adopt her. Even GE was infatuated with herself before. How come now that she's standing in front of GE like this, GE isn't moved? This caused Hyubai to have self-doubts about her charm. Could it be that it was her own performance this morning that GE found tasteless? Otherwise, how could GE turn a blind eye to himself now? Now, Hyubai was really starting to have self-doubt. At this moment, GE was already driving his car and getting ready to go to Yes Group. It should have just rained, so the air around him was still very humid. Not only that, even the surrounding was very cool. If GE knew what Hyubai was thinking in his mind, he would have laughed out loud in amusement. In fact, he really wanted to rush to pick up Ro from school. After all, he had already promised Ro, and it wasn't good to miss the appointment, mainly because the goodwill that was so hard to go up right now couldn't come down. As for Hyubai, GE is a bit impulsive, but also because of the impulse, that's why he has to leave in a hurry. If he was impulsive and missed the time, it would not be good. Soon the car arrived at the entrance of Yes Group. GE stopped the car and prepared to wait for Ro to get off work. And at this time, in the Guhua gang that GE didn't know about, Wang Weilong stood in an office with real trepidation. Elder sister, have you not read all those documents that were brought in the morning? Lu Rui was lost in thought, and only after hearing Wang Weilong's voice did she suddenly come back to her senses. Well, I'll look at it in a while. Saying that, Lu Ruyi then began to ponder again. At this moment, Wang Weilong, who was ostensibly the boss of Guhua gang, stood in front of his desk, looking at that stunning beauty, but in his heart, he was a million times helpless. On the surface, he was the boss and Lu Rui was his sister-in-law, but only he himself knew that he was actually just a junior. As soon as he came here today, he heard the complaints of the people outside, so when he saw him coming, many people swarmed over and asked him to help out and get the documents inside. Wang Weilong responded on the surface of a good, but in fact the heart bitter. After all, he himself knows, the real big brother of the ancient Chinese gang, or Lu Ruyi. At this time, Lu Rui had already piled up almost a day's worth of documents in front of him. He came in to see Lu Ruyi has been in a daze. In front of the documents, not to mention signing, even look as if not much to see. Although Wang Weilong was standing over there at this time, he was also considered to be sitting on pins and needles. He stood in place for a while, and found that Lu Rui was still holding her chin over there, and still did not want to deal with the meaning of the document. It was almost closing time now, and the people outside had been waiting, mainly as the big brother. Since he had already promised those people outside, he naturally had to do what he said he would do. Big sister, are you still not signing now? This is almost off duty. Unable to do anything else, Wang Weilong could only slowly approach, and then said softly beside Lu Rui, almost off duty? Lu Rui was originally still lost in thought over there, until she heard Wang Weilong's words. Then she instantly reacted. Already almost off duty? After repeating once again, Lu Rui hurriedly glanced at the time. Sure enough, it really was almost time to get off work. It didn't occur to me that I've been in a daze for the whole day. After realizing this, Lu Rui unconsciously sighed, and then hurriedly dealt with the documents. Lu Rui's work efficiency was still quite high, and in a short while, she had finished all the documents. After receiving those documents, Wang Weilong was very curious as to why Lu Rui was so dumbfounded. After finishing the work, Lu Rui was still in a daze. Wang Weilong thought about it but didn't ask. Instead, he held a pile of documents and walked out. Boss, still you can. Surprisingly, you really took the documents out. Yeah. We just went in to deliver the documents and saw that the previous documents weren't finished. We didn't even dare to rush them. We were afraid that sister-in-law would get angry. Handing over the documents to the people outside and listening to their bragging, Wang Weilong couldn't help but feel a little fluttery in his heart as well. Although he himself knew that he was a fake, It didn't mean that the attempted people knew that he was a fake. Only one thought that although he is a fake, but so many years, Lu Rui's side also owns himself, which makes Wang Weilong heart again complacent. After seeing those people took the documents, they returned to their own workstations. Wang Weilong did not immediately return to his own office, but instead walked to the door of Lu Rui's office, and found Lu Rui's bodyguard. What happened to sister-in-law yesterday? Why are you a bit distracted? Wang Weilong inquired with a cold face, rather angry. And that bodyguard didn't suspect it in the slightest. After all, between people's young couple, it's normal to care about each other. This sister-in-law should have gotten some shock yesterday. After thinking about it, the bodyguard then said back, after all, this is all he knows now. For example, Wang Weilong knew that JC suddenly broke into the Rose Bar yesterday, but after knowing that Lu Rui quickly left later, he was relieved. Now is the company whitewashing critical moment. As long as the recent careful a little bit, afterward when the company completely whitewashed, then also do not need to be afraid of anything. Boss, this I am also not clear. We were guarding outside, and then heard the order, which then hurriedly ran up to cover the sister-in-law left. I heard that later sister-in-law from the back door successfully left, after the things we do not know. Seeing that bodyguard's serious face, Wang Weilong knew that what he said was indeed the truth. After all, the situation that he currently knows is also like this. It's just that as far as since it left smoothly, then why is Lu Rui still in a daze right now? Then did sister-in-law get hurt yesterday? Wang Weilong said with a slight narrowing of his eyes. That bodyguard felt strange in his heart. Since it was a young couple, then he didn't know if there were any injuries or not. However, seeing that Wang Weilong did have a concerned face, that bodyguard didn't think too much about it. After all, maybe after sister-in-law went home, she was afraid that Wang Weilong would be worried, so that's why this wasn't said? So, facing Wang Weilong's question, the bodyguard still answered honestly. This doesn't seem to be the case, right? Yesterday, I heard them say that they did see blood on sister-in-law's body, but after checking it later, they realized that there were no injuries on sister-in-law's body. Hearing this, Wang Weilong nodded, but his heart was still puzzled. Oh yeah, yesterday I heard from Ah Cheng that when sister-in-law got on the car, she was still looking for someone. At that time it should have been that man who helped sister-in-law, but I heard that it seems that when sister-in-law made the phone call, he quietly left. Oh, so After hearing Ah Cheng's words, Wang Weilong then revealed a meaningful expression. It can't be that Lu Ruyi was a bit absent-minded throughout the whole day today because of that man? Boss, you mustn't misunderstand. I think it must be that sister-in-law feels guilty and wants to thank the man. Seeing this expression on Wang Weilong's face, that bodyguard immediately felt as if he had said something wrong and hurriedly defended Lu Rui. Ha 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 ha, what misunderstanding or not? You're overthinking it. Your sister-in-law and I didn't have any misunderstandings before. Saying that, Wang Weilong then smiled and patted that bodyguard's shoulder before leaving. After seeing Wang Weilong smiling and leaving, as if he really didn't take this matter seriously, the bodyguard was sort of relieved. After all, seeing that he hadn't accidentally affected the feelings of the young couple was good. And that bodyguard is also not the slightest bit aware that after Wang Weilong turned his back to himself, his smirking expression on his face also disappeared immediately. And now, Lu Ruyi in the office let out another long sigh after hearing the sound of the door closing. Before she came back yesterday, she had decided not to disturb Ji-Yi's life, and she wouldn't go and let anyone check up on him, but for some reason, after sitting here all day today, Ji-Yi's figure had been constantly and uncontrollably floating in her mind, which made Lu Ruyi spend the whole day without resisting being lost in thought and fidgeting. Rubbing her brow helplessly, Lu Ruyi really suspected that she was obsessed. Otherwise, how could her mind be filled with Ji-Yi's silhouette all the time? But even if that was the case, Lu Ruyi had no intention of going to have someone check on Ji-Yi. It was the same idea as before, not to disturb his peaceful life. Right now, the situation in the gang was more or less scorching, and a lot of people were watching intently. So it was even more unlikely that Lu Ruyi would go and check on someone in such a situation. It would be too dangerous for Ji-Yi. Ji-Yi did not know what kind of things were happening behind the scenes, and was still leisurely waiting for Yi Ru Royi to get off work. When the time came for her to get off work, it was Zhou Mei who found Ji-Yi first. Ji-Yi, are you here to pick up Ro from work? A seductive voice with a hook rang out, and Ji-Yi subconsciously turned his head to see Zhou Mei, who was looking at him with a big smile on her face. Seeing that it was Zhou Mei who found himself first, Ji-Yi was a bit surprised, but it was expected. Yes, isn't this waiting here? Ji-Yi slowly laughed. Only seeing Zhou Mei come out, Ji was certain that I'm afraid Yi Ro Ro wouldn't be coming out so quickly today. Ro Ro will still have to come out for a while. One of their group's programs went wrong, and the entire group is still busy over there. Jomei looked straight at Ji with a pair of eyes and laughed. Ji nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. It seemed that this Jomei was really an old fart, saying things that made it impossible to find flaws. The group's program had gone wrong, and now the entire group was busy, working overtime, meaning that it wasn't just for Yi Ro Ro's chanting, but it looks like Ro Ro still have to wait for a while. If you don't care, or I'll accompany you to chat. Jomei opened the passenger door and sat in it. Ji raised an eyebrow, saw her already sat up, then did not say anything. But I have to say, this excuse is more or less a bit clumsy. After all, now everyone has a cell phone in their hands. Even if it's an hour's time, swiping the video will be over. Say, do you have to come to pick up Ro Ro every day during this period of time? Fearing that Ji would say no, Jomei sat up and closed the car door, then began to take the initiative to find a topic. Ji put down his cell phone and gently nodded. Well, these 2 days should all come. I'm really envious. If only there was someone who would come to pick me up from work every day. Jomei looked at Ji with a pair of charming eyes and blinked a few times before saying with great envy. What's there to envy? It's just that Ro Ro hasn't grown up yet, so it's just a car pick up and drop off. Miss Jo looks like a mature woman, Ji said politely. You're really. This mouth is just good at talking saying that. Jomei then pouted and reached out her hand to gently slap Ji's shoulder. Seeing that Ji didn't resist in the slightest, Jomei didn't withdraw her hand, but kept it on Ji's shoulder. By the way, Ji, don't you need to go to work? Is it okay for you to come and pick up Zoe yourself every day? As she said that, Jomei then looked at Ji with a concerned expression. Although this sounds like concern, Ji understands very well that this is actually testing himself and inquiring about his work. It's fine. My job is relatively free. There's no problem picking up and dropping off. Ji laughed. Afterwards, he saw Jomei's eyes light up. So that's really envious. I've always thought about being my own boss after all. That's really very free. Jomei said with a face of envy and admiration. If it was someone else, seeing Jomei like this, her heart would have been too vain. After all, men still love the admiration of women. But at this time, Ji's heart was only amused. He only said that his work is relatively free, but did not say that he is the boss. I have to say, this Jomei is indeed very good at brainstorming. But I'm rather curious. Ji, you're so good. What kind of person do you like? Are you very demanding of your other half? After a few words, Jomei's hand still hadn't retracted from Ji's shoulder. At this moment, while she was talking, her hand gently moved down and held Ji's sturdy arm. Then she gently kneaded it. This action looked very ambiguous. Ji secretly raised his eyebrows, then turned his head to see Jomei slightly biting her lip, charming eyes like silk, as if very shyly looking at himself. Me like obedient, understanding, and just be true to me. Ji smiled and opened his mouth, and as he said that, he stretched out his hand to hold Jomei's very unfaithful hand, and it was in this instant that Jomei's face instantly blushed. Ji, her face was filled with shyness, and the moment Ji held her hand, she actually directly backhanded Ji's hand. It was also at that instant that Ji also determined that the system did not show any beeps. This also meant that even if the woman in front of him was Yi Han's lover, but if she wasn't the Heaven's Destiny heroine, she wouldn't develop a good feeling even if she came into contact with her. It had to be said that this fact made Ji more or less disappointed. After all, Jomei was so proactive. If there was a villainous value, it must have rubbed off and started prompting now. Ji was over here thinking about things, but Jomei felt that Ji was out of his mind. She hadn't thought that she was being so proactive right now, but there was still a man who was out of his mind? This made Jomei feel more or less unbelievable. After all, she thought that her charm was still very good. What are you thinking about? Why are you ignoring people? Jomei's eyes flickered for a moment, and she suddenly felt that this was not a bad time. So Jomei then took Ji's arm and then hugged it tightly on her chest. Feeling the softness, Ji suddenly returned to his senses. Doing what? Seducing me? Ji teasingly looked at Jomei. Then he reached out and cupped Jomei's chin, forcing Jomei to look at himself. Jomei was first stunned, not expecting Ji to be so direct. After all, the previous people had all flirted with her first, even if they already knew it by heart. You really have no love interest at all. At the end of the sentence, Jomei then stretched out another hand to go in Ji's chest, gently nodded. Then you say, is it seducing me or not? Ji still inquired. This time, Jo Mei's heart was all a bit flustered. After all, he hadn't met one like this before. If this were to say yes, would he think he was too casual? After all, men nowadays don't seem to like this. Which is true, you're not talking nonsense. So Jo Mei daintily denied it. Which into thought. The next second Chi coldly and directly loosened Jo Mei's hand. Oh, ha! This time Jo Mei was completely frozen. What does this mean? What is the situation? How did things not turn out the way they thought they would? How did this Chi person not follow the normal path? Ge? Jo Mei snapped and laughed twice. Then tentatively shouted. Chi was frank and looked directly over. You? What do you mean? Jo Mei was really bowled over by Ge's specialness, so she could only ask, What do you mean? Chi looked at Jo Mei with amusement in his heart. It had to be said that molesting Yi Han's woman was indeed fun. Jo Mei sat over there quiet for a while. Because she is really some cannot touch Chi in the end. What is the meaning of it? She hadn't admitted to seducing him, so he was ignoring her. The fact is, I don't know if I want to admit to myself that I'm seducing him. A lot of people don't think that admitting it directly will be very casual. Does Ge want to be so direct? Or was it that this person just liked to be so exciting? Jo Mei sat there thinking for half a day, then turned her head to look at Ge. Seeing Ge's bland face over there looking at his cell phone, Jo Mei hesitated for a moment before slightly biting her lip and slightly leaning forward. Ge, why are you so direct? Jo Mei smiled as she reached out her hand to once again wrap around Ge's arm. Hate it. The whole thing makes people a little shy. Jo Mei's seductive tone rang in his own ears, and only after noticing Jo Mei's hot breath spitting into his own ears did Ge put down the cell phone in his hands and turned his head to look at Jo Mei. He reached out his hand to clamp down on Jo Mei's chin, forcing Jo Mei to raise her head slightly to look at himself. Did you do this kind of thing often before? Hearing Ge's words, Jo Mei was once again in a dilemma, whether to admit it or to deny it as she had just done, but after all, she had just admitted it, and now she was afraid that if she didn't admit it, Ge shouldn't believe it. Thinking of this, Jo Mei's two hands will not be able to make it up. One of her hands up through the clothes, caressing Ge's abdominal muscles, and the other hand was slowly going down. Knock knock. Jo Mei looked at Ge with winking eyes, but before Jo Mei could speak, the passenger window was knocked by Yi Ro. This scared Jo Mei, who hurriedly retracted her hand and then subconsciously looked towards the car window. Sure enough, Yi Ro was standing in front of the car window, knocking on the door with a puzzled face. Jo Mei looked over in shock and saw that the car window was closed, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. After all, their own just action, if it was seen, the impact will be more or less a little bad. Hearing Yi Ro knocked on the door again, Jo Mei hurriedly sat down, and then lowered the car window. Ro, you're off work? Jo Mei looked at Ro outside the car window and smiled with a soft face. The originally smiling Yi Ro's smile disappeared when she saw Jo Mei. Her eyes first flashed with a hint of surprise, then she looked at Jo Mei in a bad mood. Secretary Jo, why are you in the car? After asking, Yi Ro then looked at Ge with a puff of anger. After Ge helplessly shrugged his shoulders, he then said, I was over here waiting for you to get off work, and Jo Mei found me first and told me that you were still working overtime inside. Then fearing that I would be bored, she came up to chat with me. Although she had already heard the explanation, there was still no smile on Yi Ro's face. Then now that I'm already off duty, Secretary Jo had better hurry up and go home. After all, it's not early anymore, Yi Ro said with a smile on her face. Then she opened the car door and just stood there looking at Secretary Jo. Seeing this, Secretary Jo was more or less embarrassed, but once he thought of what he had just done, Secretary Jo was more or less a little weak. Originally thinking that Yi Ro would come out for a long time, he didn't think that he would come out so early. Looking at Yi Ro's eyes, which were full of hostility. I don't know when the next time there will be this kind of opportunity. When she thought of this, Jo Mei got out of the car with more or less regret, and in her heart, she regretted very much that she had known that she had just asked Ge for a contact information. Ge outside. After getting out of the car, Jo Mei then looked towards Ge, just wanting to raise her hand to say hello, but the door in front of her had already been ruthlessly closed by Yi Ro. After closing the door, Yi Ro directly let out a cold snort, and then she looked ahead and said without a good mood, drive, slightly raising his eyebrows in amusement as he looked at the little witch. Ge in the end still followed orders and started the car. At this time, the smile on Jo Mei's face, who was left behind, also stiffened. After all, Yi Ro's action of closing the door just now was indeed very disrespectful to her. But what could be done about it? Thinking of her own actions just now, Ge did not have a repulsive expression. Jomei then slightly hooked her lips, and then smiled triumphantly. Yi Ro in the car. Only just honestly sat over there for a while before she couldn't stay calm. She took out the wet wipes in her bag, and then she wiped the entire seat clean. Ge, how could you let her sit in? Yi Ro said, aggrieved and angry. Ge first laughed dryly. After all, he did have a bit of a weak heart right now. I was originally waiting for you over there. Who would have thought that she would suddenly appear and then sit in by herself? After all, it's your superior. I can't kick her out, can I? The words Ge said were indeed the truth. Indeed, he hadn't reacted just now when Jomei suddenly sat in. After all, he did not expect that Jomei would suddenly sit in either. Now that he thought about it, Jomei was a much bolder person than he had imagined. According to the timeline, there should be a bit of a hookup between Jomei and Yi Han by now, but it didn't occur to him that Jomei would even dare to seduce in. After hearing Ge's words, the look on Yi Ro's face finally looked a little better, but it was only a little bit better, because the next second, Yi Ro's face became serious. There was a red light in front of him, and after Chi stopped the car, he turned his head to look at Yi Ro. What's wrong? Ge inquired suspiciously, because at this moment, Yi Ro was constantly shrugging her nose and sniffing everywhere, just like a puppy dog. Wait, don't move, said Yi Ro, then pressed Chi's arm, then slightly bent forward, and came close to Chi to smell it. I really didn't smell it wrong, Yi Ro said excitedly, and then in Ge's puzzled line of sight, Yi Ro said again in a bad mood, why do you have a perfume smell on you? What exactly did you just do with Jomei in here? Yi Ro said excitedly. When Chi heard Yi Ro's words, he was first stunned, then he also sniffed carefully, but unfortunately, he didn't smell anything himself. However, seeing Yi Ro sitting over there looking at himself like a puffer fish, Chi could not help but feel amused. Wait a minute, the light in front of him is soon green. Seeing this, Ge hurriedly starts the car. After all, it's not a thing to keep stopping over here. And Yi Ro also knows that it's in a car, so she can't mess around. So she doesn't say anything else. Only Ge used the afterglow to look at Yi Ro. Face can be described as very ugly. Seeing this, Ge then found a roadside and parked the car. After Chi stopped the car, he turned his head to look at Yi Ro. The moment he turned his head, he saw that Yi Ro had turned her head away from him, turning her back to himself. Ge poked Yi Ro's shoulder in amusement. Angry? I won't let anyone else sit in the passenger seat in the future. Ha! Ge heart more or less also some regret. After all, before the understanding of a lot of girls, very pay attention to the co-pilot. Only Ge just did not react to it. But even if Ge said so, Yi Ro still sitting over there with a puff of air, not moving. Seeing that Yi Ro didn't say anything, Ge then sniffed his body again suspiciously, but strangely enough, Ge still didn't smell anything. I don't smell any perfume on me. How did you smell it? Chi said strangely. This time, Yi Ro did speak up. It's just there. Chi froze, thinking that it might have gotten on him when he was with Hyubai, or it might have just gotten on him by Jomei. Only Yi Ro's current tone was wrong. Very wrong. Chi slightly frowned and reached out his hand to directly hold Yi Ro's shoulders. Then Yi Ro has not reacted to the time. Slightly force wrenched Yi Ro's shoulders. Yi Ro the whole person to turn over. The moment she turned around, Yi Ro hung her head in panic, although it was only for a moment. Ge still saw Yi Ro's slightly reddened eyes, coupled with the fact that he had just heard Yi Ro's voice with a sobbing tone. Ge was almost certain that Yi Ro might have cried. Why are you still crying? You can rest assured that brother just really did not do anything. You said you off time is not too late, brother, even if you want to do something, but also too late is not it? Ge said while crying and laughing to help Yi Ro wipe the tears. But I have to say, Ge really didn't expect Yi Ro to really cry out. Only, Chi's heart was still more or less joyful when he saw Yi Ro crying out like this. Doesn't this mean that his position in Yi Ro's heart is now very important? Otherwise, Yi Ro couldn't have directly cried out. What? What else do you want to do? Yi Ro is over there angry, can't do it. Did not think of himself and heard Ge's this sentence? This sentence directly to Yi Ro again, to the angry enough to choke. No. I didn't want to do anything. Besides, such a short time. Leave brother also not enough. Brother, how can be so short? Well, Ge waved his hand in amusement. Then he said playfully, only before Chi could finish his sentence, a pair of soft little hands directly blocked Chi's mouth. Ge, what are you babbling about? Yi Ro was so ashamed that she didn't call out brother E anymore. and directly shouted out Ji's name without any good reason. So I'm proving to you that I really didn't do anything. Smilingly raising his hand and taking down Yi Ro's hand nestled in his hand, Ji said with a smiling face. Besides, today, Ji was already very contented. Looking at Zhou Mei really did not feel anything. Just he did wonder. Zhou Mei in the end can do which step just. Did not think Zhou Mei this person really can let go. This is to let Ji some surprise. Yi Ro had guessed that Ji would explain. She had been ready to see how Ji explained. But she didn't expect Ji to explain it like this. At this moment, Yi Ro's face suddenly went a shade of green, which was very wonderful anyway. You this person is really. Yi Ro really do not know what to say. After all, Ji this person's brain circuit is really very peculiar. What's wrong with this person of mine? Ji asked back in amusement. Then continued, but why are you crying? Why are you sad? Anyway, the car was already parked on the side of the road. So Ji pressed forward and continued to ask. Not only that, he also slowly leaned down, gradually getting closer to Yi Ro. This makes Yi Ro feel that the air around her has become ambiguous. Seeing Ji in front of her gradually approaching, Yi Ro slowly and carefully retreated to the back, until her back was against the car door and she could no longer move. Yi Ro then panicked. You, what are you doing? Yi Ro reddened her little face and forced herself to look at Ji. She loved to see this arrogant little which make this kind of expression on her face. After all, this look of Yi Ro is really cute. Guess what I'm going to do? Saying that, Ji reached out his hand to gently rub Yi Ro's ear. Although Yi Ro sometimes looked fierce on her face, she hadn't been so ambiguous with anyone since she was a child. Until now, until graduation. Yi Ro also have not talked about love. Only after graduation, Yi Ro all feel heartbeat accelerated. The atmosphere ambiguous are and Ji related. Every time Ji was close to Yi Ro would think of the time when the two were very close before. Even if the two hadn't done anything before, Yi Ro still felt very happy at that time. You. I'm warning you not to mess around. Looking at Ji who was close at hand, Yi Ro said with a red face, but if one were to look closely, one would realize that Yi Ro had already panicked to the point that even her pupils were already lax. Ring. Just when Yi Ro didn't know how to recognize it, a cell phone ringtone sounded in the silent car. You hurry up and answer the phone, Yi Ro said as she pushed Ji without any good humor. Ji slightly raised his eyebrows, but in the end, he still sat back and took out his cell phone. It's Flower Butterfly. After saying that, Ji picked up the phone. The Yi Ro over there also hurriedly straightened her clothes and feigned composure as she sat back down in her seat. Hey, what's wrong? Ji didn't expect Flower Butterfly to be calling on a video call. The Flower Butterfly over there was obviously organizing something. She took out a bunch of information and gave it to Ji for the time being. I found some information on the Guhua gang. See if there's anything you need. Ji squinted his eyes to take a closer look, not expecting that there would be an unexpected delight that didn't appear in the original. Thanks, I happen to need it. Ji smiled. That's good. Then I'll give it to you when you return. After hearing Ji say that he needed it, even the corners of Flower Butterfly's mouth had an extra smirk. Only in the next second, Hua Butterfly looked at Ji strangely. Only at this hour. Is Zwazwa still not off work? Just finished working overtime. Right now we're on our way home. Saying that, Ji then turned the camera to Yi Ro over there. Seeing this, Yi Ro hurriedly raised her smiling face to greet the Flower Butterfly. Oh, that's good. Then I'll hang up first. Seeing that Yi Ro was indeed sitting in the car, Flower Butterfly nodded with relief and prepared to hang up the phone. Wait. Seeing this, Yi Ro hurriedly grabbed the phone and shouted, "What's wrong?" The Flower Butterfly over there heard Yi Ro's words and then looked over in confusion. Ha, nothing, I just want to share a few things with you. Saying that, Yi Ro then laughed sarcastically. As she laughed, Yi Ro used her afterglow to carefully glance at Ji next to her. Ji was able to detect Yi Ro's mind from this action of Yi Ro's. She was afraid that she would mess up again, so now she didn't dare to let Butterfly hang up the phone. After all, this is a video phone. If he did something, the opposite Flower Butterfly also see clearly, shaking his head in helpless amusement. In fact, just now Ji did not want to do anything, just want to tease Yi Ro a little. It was only when the two of them returned to the entrance of the house that Yi Ro hung up the phone. Seeing that Yi Ro returned her cell phone, Ji looked at Yi Ro with amusement. Why don't you hang up the phone when you've entered the house? Seeing Ji's flirtatious expression, Yi Ro embarrassedly red face, but in the end did not say anything. just pursed lips hurriedly down the car. Seeing this, Ge also shook his head with a smile and followed up. After returning home, Song Ching had finished dinner early, and was waiting for the two of them to return. When Ge entered, he saw Song Ching greeting him with a smile on her face. Ro, brother E, you guys are back? Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready to eat. Ro nodded with a slight blush on her face and hurriedly went upstairs. Ge looked at Ro's back as slightly raised eyebrows. It cannot be that he just went too far? Noticing that someone was tugging at his clothes, Ge turned back to his senses and turned his head to look at Song Ching behind him. Seeing Ge turn his head to look at himself, Song Ching smiled curtly. Brother E, let me help you take off your jacket. Saying that, Song Ching gently took the jacket off, and then put it aside. Yo, the little nanny is doing her duty today? Ge raised his eyebrows and laughed. The smile on Song Ching's face first stiffened for a moment. Then she laughed. Ha, this is what I should do. Seeing that Song Ching unexpectedly did not roll her eyes, Chi was more or less surprised in his heart. And Chi did not know that at this time, Chi's position in Song Ching's heart was already unusual. After all, just seeing Ro's rosy cheeks and shy face going up the stairs, Song Ching guessed that the two of them must have done something extraordinary in the car on the way back. Otherwise Ro wouldn't have been so shy. Thinking about this, Song Ching was also more shocked, thinking that it was better to listen to Ge's words and hold out until Yihan came back. After dinner, Ge once again went to Lu Qingfang's room. This time, Ge walked directly into Lu Qingfang's room in front of Song Ching. But this time, Song Ching didn't dare to do anything, nor did she take out her cell phone to record the video, and hurried into her room. There weren't many days left before he went on an undercover mission for the Guhua gang, so Chi thought that he had to hurry up and help Lu Qingfang with acupuncture. So today, Chi especially gave Lu Qingfang a good massage, and even the acupuncture was much more than the previous needles. After all, everything has to be a step by step. The first 2 days a little try. See, the situation is good, so Chi will increase the method. Feeling a burst of warmth coming up in the body, even lying over their motionless Lu Qingfang heart also more or less some surprise. However, for Lu Qingfang, there was more ecstasy. On the second day, Ge did not continue to transport Ro. After all, the wound of the flower butterfly had also scabbed over. During the morning meal, Ge clearly noticed that the little witch's mood didn't seem to be too good. Slightly hooking his lips, Ge smiled as he rushed to say goodbye to the two. In fact, when he went to send Ro to work, Ge also had something else in mind, wanting to see if Zhou Mei could get some villainous value on this person. Only to Chi's disappointment, the usual moves didn't have much use on Zhou Mei, although he didn't know if there would be any feedback from the villain value after a more in-depth exchange with Zhou Mei afterward. But this period of time was all rather intensive care, so Zhou Mei wasn't a tight fit right now. During these 2 days, Ge didn't stay idle. Every day, while helping Lu Qingfang recover, he also had to run to Yan Feifei's place to help Yan Feifei get her tunes right. So during this period of time, Ge was really a bit busy, only to see that Ge had acted as if he had ignored himself for the past 2 days. This couldn't help but make Song Chang let out a sudden sigh of relief. However, she still had some indescribable feelings in her heart, and seeing that Ge had ignored herself, she actually felt a bit lost in her heart. Only this lost emotion Song Ching did not admit. She wouldn't admit that she actually wanted this little bodyguard to give her a ride. Another day in the afternoon. Today Chi finally helped Yan Feifei get her tune done. And after that, he didn't have to worry about anything else. Tonight was too much of a rush. So Yan Feifei suggested that she and Sheng Yan treat Ge to dinner tomorrow. To be honest, Ge hadn't seen Sheng Yan for a long time, so after hearing Yan Feifei's words, he agreed, and it just so happened that Chi had things to do tonight. The time Chi returned to the villa today was already a bit late, and the people in the villa had already started eating. But even so, Song Ching greeted Chi with a smile on her face when he returned. If this was put into normal times, Ro would have greeted her with a smile. Only now, Ro was still in a disagreement, so she just sat over there, picking at her food with an annoyed face. And by the way, she also looked at Song Ching's back with a displeased face. Brother E, why did you come back so late today? Are you hungry? Come and eat something. It just so happens that the food is still hot.